9 Sun God King Chapter 368 to Chapter 420. Peerless Sun Rune Qin Xianxia, and company rode on the boat that flew very fast. After flying for more than half a day, they entered the sky above a hot desert. The desert wind was very strong and from time to time, sandstorms would occur. Furthermore, there were all sorts of powerful beasts hidden under the desert. This desert was extremely vast. It would take several months to cross the desert, and on the other side was the southern region. The small boat flew above the desert and was not affected by the sandstorm. From time to time, huge birds and beasts would fly past. Fortunately, there was a very strong aura of the Xian martial realm inside the boat, so those birds and beasts did not approach. This boat is a royal grade Xian artifact. I injected a lot of energy into it and now it can finally be used. Wei Zhongxing forced a smile. His injuries were too serious and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. An elder standing outside the boat shouted, "We're almost at the 9 extinction gate." Qin Yan and Jiang Jihu hurriedly walked out of the cabin of the boat and looked ahead. In the endless golden desert, there were 9 huge golden circular pillars that were 100 meters thick. They formed a circle and stood in the middle of the desert. They were several thousand meters tall. And at a height of more than 1,000 meters above the 9 golden pillars, there was a huge circular platform that was several thousand meters wide. The platform was surrounded by 9 huge pillars and was placed in the middle. From afar, it looked very shocking. Qin Yan had thought that the 9 extinction gate was built on a mountain or a huge city. He never expected it to be in the middle of the 9 pillars. These 9 pillars are the 9 extinction formation and they can absorb the 9 sun's spiritual energy. It can withstand very strong attacks and the 9 extinction gate is very safe inside. The small city that we have been in the middle of has not been breached for thousands of years. The third elder said proudly. The fatter second elder proudly said, the 9 extinction formation is something that even martial kings are unable to break through. Those king-level sects all want to learn this formation but after so many years, they still can't learn it. As the boat approached, Qin Yan also saw the incomparably huge golden pillar. There were many strange runes on it and they were extremely complicated. Qin Yan was entranced. He had obtained many star and moon runes from the inscription gate. These runes were all incomparably complicated. However, the runes on the 9 extinction formation pillar were much more complicated than the star and moon runes of the inscription gate. Is this the sun rune? Qin Yan took a deep breath and asked in surprise. Not bad. The second elder was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to also know some Tao of inscription. It's truly rare. Qin Yan has star runes and moon runes but he does not have sun runes. Second elder, are there many inscription masters in the 9 extinction gate? Qin Yan asked. Not many, just me. The second elder sighed slightly. Originally, there were 2 more inscription masters but they were both killed. I wonder who killed them. A Xian sect only had 1 inscription master. That was very few. Second elder, does our 9 extinction gate have a sun rune inheritance? Qin Yan looked at a huge pillar and asked. The second elder shook his head and said, if our 9 extinction profound gate has the inheritance of the sun runes, there must be a lot of inscription masters joining them. However, I heard that it existed a long time ago, but for some reason, it was lost. The boat passed by a huge golden pillar. When they got closer, it was even more shocking. The sun runes on it are really profound. Qin Yan found it hard to imagine what level of inscription master had taken it out. I'm only an intermediate Xian inscription master right now. To be able to carve such a sun rune, he should be a high-level Xian inscription master. The second elder's face was also filled with longing as he looked at the golden pillar. Qin Yan was currently a high-level inscription master. Next, he would be able to become a beginner-level spirit inscription master. That would require him to refine a top-grade spirit artifact. As for the later levels of inscription masters, Qin Yan did not know much about them. He had to make a trip to the inscription palace to figure out how to assess them. After the small boat arrived, it slowly flew into the huge platform, which was also a small city. Below, many disciples raised their heads to look. The second elder said, although this place is very big, there are only a few hundred disciples. Sigh, our 9 extinction gate is gradually declining. I wonder how we can recover. The 9 extinction gate had once been glorious, but at least it had declined now. Xianxia asked, second elder, why did the 9 extinction gate decline? You guys are so good, you should be able to recruit quite a few good disciples. The main reason is that back then, 5 of our seniors at the Xian martial realm died one after another. Afterwards, many outstanding disciples of the spirit martial realm and martial Dao realm were killed when they went out. When the second elder spoke of this matter, his face was filled with anger and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the great elder walked out. His skinny face was filled with fatigue. His cultivation was the highest, at the peak of the spirit martial realm. Therefore, he was in charge of stabilizing Wei Zhongxing's injuries on the way. The great elder said, for a few hundred years, our 9 extinction gates seem to have been cursed. Many of our disciples and elders who went out died. This also caused many people to be unwilling to enter the 9 extinction gate. In the past 200 years, the situation has gradually improved and no disciple has been killed. Qin Yin said with a frown, Great Elder, there must be some sort of conspiracy behind this. Have you found any clues? The great elder and the second elder looked at each other and nodded. The second elder said, it was found out by those seniors back then. When they returned, they were all poisoned by a very terrifying poison. After leaving us some clues, they died. And the clues they found were also sealed up by the sect leader. Only the sect leader knows what's going on. Those clues were confidential, so it was obvious that they were extraordinary. Qin Yin looked at the 9 extinction gate below him. The buildings here were filled with a simple and unadorned aura. There were wooden, stone and iron buildings. There were also many grand palaces and pavilions. However, they looked empty and desolate. There were only a few hundred people in the huge 9 extinction gate. This was a pitifully small number. Even if it was a spirit sect, there would still be thousands or tens of thousands of people. However, the 9 extinction gate had been well protected for many years. There were many ancient buildings here that had not been damaged. The small boat flew towards a large mansion in the middle of the 9 extinction gate and landed in the courtyard of the mansion. Second elder, I'll leave Xiaoyun and Ahu to you. We'll go treat the sect leader's injuries. The great elder said. The second elder was the only inscription master here. Now that the 9 extinction gate and the sword profound mountain had become enemies, he had to constantly be on guard against the sword profound mountain's retaliation. Jiangjihu, who had been poisoned, hurriedly entered his room to recuperate. As for Qin Yun, he was still in high spirits. On the way, he had used the tree totem to absorb the 9 suns' spiritual energy, so he seemed to be completely fine. From the courtyard, Qin Yun could also see the 9 giant golden pillars surrounding the 9 extinction gate. The 9 extinction formation absorbed a large amount of 9 suns' spiritual energy, so the spiritual energy in the 9 extinction gate was also very rich. Second elder, how is the overall strength of our 9 extinction gate? Qin Yin followed the second elder out of the house and through a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were ponds filled with lotus flowers. Although the 9 extinction gate was in a dry desert, the scenery inside was very beautiful. The second elder said somewhat awkwardly, we 4 elders are at the spirit martial realm and the sect leader is at the peak of the Xian martial realm. 50 martial Dao realm disciples and the rest are at the martial body realm. The overall strength of the 9 extinction gate was indeed a rather awkward existence among the Xian sections. Second elder, you guys sure have big hearts. As the strongest people in the sect, you actually ran out. Qin Yin could not help but smile. The second elder said, there's nothing we can do about it. Over the years, although our 9 extinction gate has participated in the Xianing selection, we have never received a single disciple. Therefore, this time, all of us have moved out. It's also to let those martial artists see our sincerity. The 9 extinction profound gate was very large and many of the houses were empty. Even a disciple of the martial body realm could have a small building here. The small number of people in the sect meant that there was a lack of resources. We will work hard to improve the current conditions. Not long ago, we found a purple gold mine in the desert. After a while, when the sect leader is ready, we can dig it up and see the reserves. The second elder said. Qin Yan did not need to ask to know that the 9 extinction gate did not have any mineral veins. The reason why the 9 extinction gate was able to continue developing was because of the 9 extinction formation. Xiao Yun, I'll have a disciple take you around this place later to familiarize you with this place. I'm going to maintain the formation, the second elder said. He brought Qin Yun to a medicinal field. There were dozens of acres of medicinal fields planted with all sorts of spirit herbs. In the middle of the medicinal field, there was an ancient bronze building that was 2 stories tall. When the second elder arrived at the bottom of the ancient building, he shouted, "Wild girl, what are you doing? Come out quickly, there's a new disciple here. He's a very handsome young man." "I'm busy, I'm not interested. Arrange for other senior brothers to receive him." A low and hurried voice came from inside. Because of the bronze wall, the voice that came out was very soft and could not be heard clearly. The second elder immediately felt awkward and shouted again, "Wild girl, I'm here to introduce you to a partner. He's very outstanding. In the martial arts competition at the Xianxia selection, he obtained first place and formed a second life mark." Qin Yun was taken aback. He never expected that the moment he entered the 9 extinction gate, he would directly introduce someone to him. It was probably to keep him here. "My heart belongs to someone else." The wild girl's voice came out again. The second elder sighed with a stifled heart. He looked at Qin Yun and spread out his hands. He said with an awkward smile, "Xiao Yun, I'll get another disciple to receive you. Second elder, you don't have to worry about me. I can find a partner myself." Qin Yun smiled. Just as he finished speaking, the bronze door opened. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length short hair, dressed in a tight red outfit, stood behind the door and looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. Qin Yun was dressed in rough black clothes. His hair was disheveled and he had a beard on his face. He looked like a wandering martial artist. However, the woman recognized Qin Yun and shouted in shock, "Big brother Yun." "Yenying?" Qin Yun was also stunned. After Yuan Yenying confirmed that it was Qin Yun, she was pleasantly surprised and excited. She hurriedly threw herself at Qin Yun and leaned into his embrace. The second elder's eyes widened as his fat face was filled with shock. Stabilizing formation Yuan Yenying had passed through the Cloud Dragon mountain range a long time ago and arrived at the martial desolate land. Before she left, she even went to see Qin Yun. "Where's the steel tiger?" Qin Yun stroked Yuan Yenying's shoulder-length hair and asked with a smile. "That guy is a bit wild, so I let him stay in the Cloud Dragon mountain range." Yuan Yenying hurriedly pulled Qin Yun into the ancient bronze building and said to the second elder, "Elder, go about your business." When the second elder saw how familiar Qin Yun and Yuan Yenying were, he smiled in relief. "Yenying, remember to bring little Yun around and let him familiarize himself with our 9 extinction gate." "Got it." Yuan Yenying smiled tenderly. After the second elder made arrangements for Qin Yun, he left in a hurry. After Yuan Yenying invited Qin Yun to sit down, she hurriedly brought over some fruit juice and poured it for Qin Yun to drink. "Brother Yun, I never thought that we would actually enter the same sect." Yuan Yenying sat beside Qin Yun and rested her cheeks on her hands. Her beautiful eyes widened as she watched Qin Yun drink the juice. Qin Yun took a sip and said with a smile, "It's very sweet and delicious. Did you make it yourself?" Yuan Yenying said happily, "I still have a lot." After saying that, she hurriedly took out a large pot for Qin Yun to drink to his heart's content. Qin Yun also filled 2 wooden buckets and placed them in his storage space for Momo to taste. The current Yuan Yenying was lively, cheerful, strong, and brave. Furthermore, she was very hardworking. Otherwise, she would not have been able to step into the martial Dao realm. Back then, she had also been greedy for vanity. Later on, after experiencing some things, she came to a complete realization. She knew who was good to her and had a correct outlook on life. "Brother Yun, you're really amazing. You were able to get first place in the Xianxia selection. In other words, you're at the second level of the martial Dao now?" Yuan Yenying said happily, her eyes filled with admiration. "Yenying, when did you step into the martial Dao realm? You're working hard too." Qin Yun smiled in relief. "Half a year ago. This is also with the help of the sect leader and the elders." That's right, logically speaking, you shouldn't have chosen the 9 extinction gate. Yuan Yening suddenly felt puzzled. Qin Yan also told Yuan Yening about the selection, causing her to exclaim in surprise. After causing so much trouble, I feel very guilty. I caused the headmaster to be seriously injured and even caused the 9 extinction gate and the Sword Profound Mountain to become enemies. Qin Yan sighed guiltily. Yuan Yening giggled, it's fine. The disciples of our 9 extinction profound gate are often bullied. Especially when disciples are outside, even the disciples of spirit-level sects look down on us. Now, because of you, the headmaster has killed 2 people in the Xian realm. This is enough for the disciples of our 9 extinction profound gate to brag about for many years. And the one he killed was the Sword Profound Mountain Xian realm. That's also the sect we hate the most. Just based on the things that you have caused, you will be able to gain the recognition of many disciples of the 9 extinction profound gate. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Qin Yan smiled. Yuan Yening also asked about many things that had happened in the border region. She really wanted to know about the engagement between Xiao Yuemei and Qin Jingfeng. Qin Yan told Yuan Yening about many of the major events that had happened in the border region in detail. She found it hard to believe. Big brother Yun, Sister Yuelan is really amazing. She was actually able to enter the Moon Profound Valley. I wanted to go back then, but they didn't think highly of me. Yuan Yening laughed at herself. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's fine. This 9 extinction profound gate is not bad either. The headmaster and the elders are very good to their disciples. Yuan Yening also smiled and nodded. You entered the sect later than me. You can be considered my junior brother. Senior sister, then I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Qin Yan also understood a few things about Yuan Yening. She was in charge of growing medicinal herbs and feeding all kinds of spirit birds. Yuan Yening had a special ability to communicate with beasts. The spirit birds she raised were all used to scout for information and find all kinds of resources. They were also very important. Back then, she had just passed through the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and her cultivation was very low. She had wandered alone in the martial desolate land and experienced all sorts of dangers. Later on, she met Wei Zhongxing and brought her back to the 9 extinction profound gate. Thus, she also became a disciple here. Just as they were chatting happily, a muffled boom 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 sound could be heard. Someone is attacking. Yuan Yening's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly walked out of the ancient bronze building. The sound of bells rang out from the 9 extinction profound gate as many disciples gathered. At this moment, Wei Zhongxing's voice was heard, disciples, our 9 extinction profound gate will face the revenge of the Sword Profound Mountain. Therefore, we will not be able to leave the 9 extinction formation for a very long period of time. Right now, I'm also heavily injured. I've killed 2 of the Sword Profound Mountain Xian realm cultivators. The Sword Profound Mountain will definitely not let this matter rest. However, as long as we are in the 9 extinction formation, they won't be able to do anything to us. Many disciples immediately began to shout. Headmaster is truly amazing. He actually killed 2 of the Sword Profound Mountain Xian realm cultivators. Outside, the disciples of the Sword Profound Mountain are the ones who bully others the most. They really helped us vent our anger. It seems like it's been many years since someone at the Xian realm has been killed like this, right? Ha ha ha, those fellows from the Sword Profound Mountain can only attack our great formation in exasperation. I hope that the headmaster's injuries will quickly recover. The disciples of the 9 extinction profound gate were also very excited when they were worried about Wei Zhongxing's injuries. The headmaster of their 9 extinction profound gate had killed a Xian realm martial artist from the Sword Profound Mountain. This was something that could shake the entire martial desolate land. Following that, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. The people of the Sword Profound Mountain were crazily attacking the 9 pillars. The 9 pillars were the foundations of the 9 extremes formation. However, the defense of the 9 extinction formation was very strong and it was not that easy to break through. Previously, the elder had also said that it could block the attack of a martial king. Right now, the 9 extinction profound gate only felt that it was noisy. They were not worried about the people outside at all because the defense of the 9 extinction profound gate was one of the best among the Xian sections. Qin Yun and Yuan Yening stood in the medicinal field and looked at the bursts of light in the distance. They also felt relieved. Brother Yun, as long as we wait for a while, they will leave. Don't worry. Yuan Yening smiled and said, come, I'll take you around. Just as she finished speaking, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the distance. The entire 9 extinction profound gate trembled for a moment, boom. Boom, following that, the loud sounds continued to ring out. The attacks of the sword profound mountain became even more intense. Qin Yun frowned and said, something's wrong. Traces of aura have entered and the formation seems to have suddenly become much weaker. Yening, hurry up and take me to the second elder. Do you know where he is? Yuan Yening nodded and said, follow me. She flew in the air and brought Qin Yun towards the huge formation pillar in the south. There was a large door on the pillar. The second elder is inside. The place where the 9 extinction formation is maintained is from here. Normally, other than elders, disciples are not allowed to enter. Yuan Yening said. When Qin Yun and Yuan Yening were flying in the air, they could sense the auras coming from outside. The 9 extinction formation was constantly being attacked and there were already signs of it being shaken. What shocked him the most was that the defensive power of the formation was constantly decreasing. Qin Yun walked over and knocked on the golden door. Second elder, I'm Qin Yun. Very quickly, the door opened and the second elder's voice came from inside, come in and talk. Qin Yun and Yuan Yening hurriedly walked in. After passing through a corridor, they arrived at a very large circular hall. The walls here were all golden and engraved with complicated runes. The second elder pressed his hands against the wall. His forehead was covered in sweat as he asked, what's the matter? Qin Yun looked at the various dragon-like spirit inscriptions around him and felt alarmed. Second elder, is there a problem with the formation? Qin Yun asked, the defense is weakening. Yes, a portion of the formation's inscriptions were blocked when they were transmitting energy. I'm in a hurry to clear them. The second elder said in surprise, how did you know? Qin Yun hurriedly said, I'll help you sort out the general locations of the energy transmission runes. I have to quickly sort them all out. If this continues, the energy will not be able to keep up with the operation of the formation and the defense will be broken. The second elder was even more astonished because Qin Yun was clearly proficient in array formations. He hurriedly pointed to a few places and said, from those places with the image of the sun, you can detect the energy transmission runes. Yuan Yening also knew that Qin Yun was an inscription master. However, she never expected him to be able to maintain such a great formation. Qin Yun hurriedly walked to the east. On the golden wall there was an image of the sun. He placed his hands on it and released his primordial spirit vein. Through the image of the sun, he probed the inscriptions that transported energy into the formation. When he closed his eyes, he could see many densely packed inscriptions. They were curved and curved like intricate tree roots. Very quickly, he found the place where the energy was blocked. Then, he released the power of his blood soul and transmitted it through his primordial spirit vein to sort it out. Not long after, the entire formation became much smoother and the tremors gradually weakened. The second elder, who was sweating profusely, immediately felt much more relaxed. He looked at Qin Yun with a face full of surprise and asked, Little Yun, I never expected you to be an inscription master as well. Yuan Yening said with a smile, when Brother Yun was 16, he could already craft talismans. He's a beginner talisman master. The second elder said in surprise, he's definitely not at the level of a beginner talisman master. Qin Yun smiled faintly. I'm a high-ranked inscription master now. However, I feel that I can pass the test of a beginner spirit inscription master. I'll have to make a trip to the Divine Inscription Palace to find out. Yuan Yening and the second elder were immediately shocked as they looked at each other. Brother Yun, is this true? You've stepped into the second level of the martial Tao before you're even 20 years old. Furthermore, you're at the level of a high-ranked inscription master. This is too shocking. Yuan Yening said in disbelief. The second elder did not dare believe it either. However, he had no choice but to believe it when he saw how proficient Qin Yun was in combing through the inscriptions. He smiled happily and said, That's great. I'm finally not the only inscription master in the 9 extinction gate. As the only inscription master in a Xian sect, it was extremely tiring. The 9 extinction gate gradually quieted down and the tremors stopped. The defense of the 9 extinction formation became stronger and stronger. 9 extinction heart sutra. After the Grand Elder entered, he was astonished to see Qin Yun helping to maintain the array. You decide who goes out. I have to stay here to protect the great formation. Second Elder sighed. We can't leave. We need someone at the spirit martial realm to stabilize the sect leader's injuries. The Great Elder said, I came to find you to ask you to recommend a disciple who can go out and find medicinal herbs. Qin Yun said, I will go. Because the 9 extinction great formation has not been fully activated for a long time, I don't know which energy runes are blocking it. Now that we know where the blockages are, we need to clear all of them. That way, we can last for a long time. This kind of formation should be fully activated from time to time and then maintained. This way, when we encounter an attack, we won't have to panic. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are very surprised. They never expected Qin Yun to know so much. This is my fault. I will pay more attention in the future. The Second Elder blamed himself. This is mainly because we don't have enough inscription masters. Second brother also has a lot of things to do and can't handle it. The Great Elder patted the Second Elder's shoulder. It seems that no matter how busy we are in the future, we still have to find time to regularly maintain the great formation. Xiao Yun, it's too dangerous for you to go out by yourself. The Second Elder said, you are a high-ranked inscription master, you should stay in the sect. When the First Elder heard this, he was also incomparably shocked. Qin Yun was actually a high-level inscription master. Previously, they felt that it was already very good to be able to recruit a young martial Dao realm cultivator like Qin Yun. He never thought that Qin Yun would be a high-ranked inscription master. Furthermore, he was the type that could fight very well. Great Elder, Second Elder, I plan to make a trip to the Divine Inscription Palace. I have a lot of experience going out. When I was in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, I was chased by Xianxia but he couldn't kill me. Qin Yun smiled. You were chased by Xianxia before? The First Elder was shocked again. So you're saying that you didn't pick up the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron? Qin Yun said with smile, that guy was killed by a dragon, I just picked up a bargain. Xianxia is dead, the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Yuan Yenying were all extremely surprised. The headmaster of the Sword Profound Mountain, Xianxia, was ranked in the top 10 in the Xian realm. As for the Sword Profound Mountain, a Xian sect, it was also a very strong existence in the martial desolate northern region. It was also because Xianxia was overseeing it. Many people felt that Xianxia had only encountered danger in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and was temporarily unable to return. But now, Xianxia was dead. Yenying, you can't tell anyone about this. The Second Elder hurriedly warned, Xianxia is the sect leader and he is also a very strong Xian realm cultivator. If the mighty Heavenly Royal Clan were to find out, Qin Yun would be in deep trouble. Brother Yun is equivalent to my family. I will definitely not harm him. Yuan Yenying hurriedly nodded. Then let me go out and find Xian-level medicinal herbs for the sect master. Qin Yun said. The First Elder and the Second Elder were both hesitating. Qin Yun added, do you still remember that back at Black Tortoise Mountain Razor, I had a short and thin friend who wore a straw hat? Remember, you called him Old Seven. What kind of background does this guy have? He's very young and the flames in his body are very strong. Furthermore, he's in the martial Dao realm and his talent is also very good. The Great Elder nodded. He's the 7th Prince of Hongwu Country, Hong Yan. I'm quite familiar with him. When the time comes, I'll see if I can find him and ask him to help me find the medicinal herbs. Qin Yun said. The Second Elder shouted in shock, that skinny guy who looks like a monkey is actually the 7th Prince of Hongwu Country? Qin Yun nodded and said with a smile, this fellow owes me a favor. He will definitely help me. Hong Yan's martial talent is not bad but it's far from enough to become the conferred Prince of Hongwu Country. However, he has become the 7th Prince. It can be seen that the Hongying martial king thinks highly of him. The Great Elder said, if he helps you, it should be much faster. In the end, the elders decided to send Qin Yun out of the desert after the people from the Sword Profound Mountain left. There were a lot of people from the Sword Profound Mountain. They were densely packed as they floated outside the huge array pillar. A black-robed old man with a face full of wrinkles used his mind to control a 100-meter-long super sword and slashed at a pillar. Boom! After the slash, a shockwave was produced, many people were blown back. Following that, the old man controlled the super greatsword and floated it high in the sky. The tip of the sword was aimed at the platform in the middle of the 9 pillars. Break! The old man roared. When the super-huge sword fell, it was only able to get close to the golden pillar before it was sent flying far away. It stabbed into the desert and caused the earth to tremble. In the distance, there were many people watching the show. The Sword Profound Mountain's face is really not small. They actually called over several Xianxias to help break the formation. That was the treasure of the Sword Profound Mountain just now, the Profound Dao Sword. That is a Dao artifact. So what? I still can't break the turtle shell of the 9 Extinction Gate. This 9 Extinction Gate is quite something. After killing 2 people at the Xian martial realm, they're hiding. TSK, it's been many years since there's been such a great battle between Xian sects. So many Xian sects helped the Sword Profound Mountain because they saw that the 9 Extinction Gate was very weak. The onlookers didn't have much to do. They all wanted to see what would happen to the 9 Extinction Gate after the formation was broken. A few Xian martial realm experts from the Celestial Sect of Wonders took turns attacking the 9 Extinction formation, but there were no signs of it breaking through. What made them furious was that the disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate were cursing at them and making fun of them in all sorts of ways. The Sword Profound Mountain had suffered a huge loss this time. 2 warriors of the Xian realm had died, but they had only seriously injured Wei Zhongjing. Yuan Yenying had already returned to the medicinal field. Only Qin Yun and the second elder were maintaining the formation at the core of the formation. Our 9 Extinction Gate's defense is very strong, but we don't have any offensive power. This is our biggest weakness. The second elder sighed, otherwise, a large number of those fellows would have died. If they knew that there was a killing formation, they definitely wouldn't dare to casually attack. Qin Yun smiled. We'll add them in the future. The second elder shook his head and smiled. It was extremely difficult to change the 9 Extinction formation. Second elder, are there any powerful cultivation techniques in the 9 Extinction Profound Gate? Qin Yun asked. After he stepped into the martial Dao realm, many of his previous martial arts were unable to fully unleash the power of the great Dao. Only a few martial arts could still be used. Of course, totem martial arts could still be used, but Qin Yun did not dare to use them. There was the mysterious totem pavilion here. If he were to expose his totem, it would be extremely dangerous. Our 9 Extinction Gates' great formation and cultivation technique are the most powerful. The second elder said proudly, it's just that it's a bit difficult to learn. What cultivation technique? Qin Yun was the least afraid of those difficult cultivation techniques. 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. The second elder sighed, this Heart Sutra is all-encompassing and very complicated, making it impossible to learn it systematically. In short, I'll give you a copy when the time comes. Does every disciple have one? Qin Yun asked. The second elder shook his head and said, of course not. We will evaluate the disciples and let them learn the simpler ones first. If they can't even comprehend the simpler ones, we won't give it to them. On one hand, it's to prevent it from spreading, and on the other hand, it's to prevent them from going berserk. Qin Yun was secretly curious. He really wanted to take a look at the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. He said with a smile, second elder, do I still need to evaluate it? I just entered the sect not long ago. Of course you don't need to. You are in the martial Dao realm at such a young age. Your perception is extremely high. There's no need for yennying. This wild girl has also cultivated a little. The second elder chuckled and said, I didn't expect you and yennying to know each other. That's good. Perhaps not long from now, our 9 Extinction Gate will have a joyous occasion. Qin Yun's face turned slightly red as he said, second elder, I already have a wife. Yennying and I are like siblings, it's not what you think. Brat, you actually have a wife. The second elder said in surprise, didn't you say that you were captured as a sacrifice because you were a child? Qin Yun said with a wry smile, back then, my wife and I were still young, so. Cough cough, I haven't seen her for a long time. I only know that she is in the Moon Profound Valley. Oh. The second elder exclaimed in surprise, your wife is actually from the Moon Profound Valley. That's incredible. To be able to enter the Moon Profound Valley at such a young age, his aptitude must also be outstanding. She should have stepped into the martial Dao realm. 1 year older than me. Qin Yun nodded. The second elder exclaimed again. As for Yuan Yenying, she was not bad either. She was only slightly younger than Qin Yun and was also at the martial Dao realm. 7 days had passed. The few Xian sects led by the Sword Profound Mountain finally stopped and did not continue attacking the 9 Extinction Formation. They were also angered to death. After being busy for so long, they couldn't even scare the disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Instead, they were cursed by the disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate for 7 days. The disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate were also very good. After cursing for 7 days in a row, many disciples had cursed until their throats were hoarse. Sword Profound Mountain and company were not to be outdone. They called over many disciples of the Martial Dao Realm and Martial Body Realm to scold the disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. The tens of thousands of people who were watching from afar didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had actually been watching a war of words for several days. Grandson of a turtle from the 9 Extinction Profound Gate, listen up. We will go find the mighty heavenly royal clan and deal with you. An old man from the Sword Profound Mountain shouted, you stole our dragon suppression cauldron, we will not let this matter rest just like that. The disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate did not know about the dragon suppression cauldron. They only knew that their sect leader had killed 2 Xian realm cultivators of the Sword Profound Mountain. And now, from the tone of the Sword Profound Mountain, they knew that they were here for the dragon suppression cauldron. It could be seen that this was the biggest goal of the Sword Profound Mountain. The Sword Profound Mountain and a few Xian sects also left in a hurry. They did not get any benefits here and were filled with anger. Furthermore, they still had many things to take care of in the sect, so they could only go back first. The disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate were also secretly worried. Jade Xian City. Although the onlookers were here to join in on the fun, they were extremely excited because the Sword Profound Mountain might really be able to get the mighty heavenly royal sect to take action. One had to know that the Sword Profound Mountain's prestige was very high and they had a good relationship with many Xian sections. If the Sword Profound Mountain mobilized the Xian sect masters to go to the heavenly royal sect, they might really be able to send a martial king. After the people from the Sword Profound Mountain left, Qin Yun and the second elder felt a lot more at ease. Wei Zhongxing was seriously injured. The great elder and the third elder worked together to stabilize his injuries. The fourth elder dealt with the practical matters of the 9 Extinction Gate and the second elder was in charge of formations and inscriptions. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the 9 Extinction Gate, so it wasn't too troublesome to manage. The second elder came to the ancient bronze building in the medicinal field. He knew that Yun had decided to stay here with Yuan Yenying. Little Yun, this is 5 million purple coins. What you are looking for is a royal-grade profound medicine called the Purple Frost Mysterious Grass. It's a relatively rare profound medicine. It needs to be as long as a finger before it can be purchased. The second elder took out a purple crystal card and handed it to Qin Yun. He said, this purple gold card can be exchanged for crystal coins in the Divine Inscription Palace. It can correspond to the same amount of purple coins. Qin Yun took the crystal card and nodded. Also, this is the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. It's only the first volume, the second volume has been lost. The second elder handed Qin Yun a book. Although it's only the first volume, it doesn't affect cultivation. Following that, the second elder gave Qin Yun some defensive royal-grade spirit talismans and other things he might need. Qin Yun combed himself neatly and changed into a set of blue clothes. Then, he followed the second elder to a very ancient stone tower. Aren't we going out? What are we doing here? Qin Yun asked. This is a teleportation array that can teleport us out. The second elder brought Qin Yun to the highest level of the ancient tower. There was a teleportation array there. Qin Yun stood in the teleportation array. The second elder activated the teleportation array and a white light suddenly flashed around him. Qin Yun, who was in the teleportation array, felt his surroundings shake for a moment before he appeared in a desert. I'm still in the desert. Xianxia looked up at the 9 suns in the sky. After confirming the direction, he took out a map. This map was given to him by the second elder. It was a map of the martial desolate northern region. It was only a map of a region in the northern region. There were more than 10 Xian rank cities marked on it. Xianxia looked around. The closest Xian city to him was called Jade Xian City. Beside it was the word Hong, meaning that this was a city of Hongwu country. In the martial desolate, although there was a martial country, it did not have a clear border. A martial country was mainly determined by the cities it controlled. These cities could be distributed everywhere. If the martial king of the martial country needed it, he could mobilize the power of these cities. Xianxia took out a jade token. This was the identity jade token of a disciple of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. It allowed him to enter and exit a Xian city, so there was no need to buy another token. I wonder if I can buy Purple Frost Mysterious Grass in Jade Xian City. If I can't, I can only go to the Xian rank cities one by one. Xianxia ran in the direction indicated by the map and headed for Jade Xian City. The martial desolate land was extremely vast. The distance between the 2 Xian cities was very far. It would take more than 10 days to get there. Xianxia looked at the map and knew where the dangerous areas were. This could prevent him from entering places with powerful spirit beasts. I wonder if there are any magical beasts in the martial desolate land. If there are, I'll be able to get a magical beast crystal egg. Xianxia said to Mo, I don't know much about the martial desolate land. However, I know that the martial desolate, magical desolate and demon desolate land are connected and there are passageways to enter and exit. Mo said, there should be quite a few magical beasts that can run over. The magical desolate land was filled with magical beasts and demons while the demon desolate land was filled with demonic beasts and fairies. The martial desolate land had the most people. After more than 10 days of traveling, Xianxia finally arrived at Jade Xian City. The gates and walls of Jade Xian City seemed to be made of black jade. This kind of jade was no ordinary jade. It was extremely sturdy and could even absorb the energy of attacks. Xianxia did not know much about Jade Xian City. He could only go in and ask around to understand Jade Xian City. Only then could he plan to search for the Purple Frost Mysterious Grass. Entering such a city required a jade token. Xianxia was a disciple of a Xian sect, so he did not need to buy a pass like others. Many people were queuing up to enter Jade Xian City. Xianxia waited for a moment before it was his turn. He took out his jade card and showed it to the guard. A disciple of the 9 Extinction Gate? Amazing. You still dare to run around now? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Sword Profound Mountain? The guard said in surprise. Many of the people in the queue looked at Xianxia in surprise. During this period of time, the 9 Extinction Profound Gate had become extremely famous. Everyone knew that the 9 Extinction Gate and the Sword Profound Mountain had formed a death grudge. The disciples of the Sword Profound Mountain even declared that as long as they met any disciples of the 9 Extinction Gate, they would definitely kill them. They would cut off their heads and bring them back to hang them at the entrance of the Sword Profound Mountain. Xianxia retracted his jade token and said with a smile, no matter how arrogant the Sword Profound Mountain is, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant in Jade Xian City, right? The strength of Jade Xian City was equivalent to a Xian sect and it was even a martial king city. Those bastards of the Sword Profound Mountain only dare to be arrogant in their own territory. With the strength of Hongwu country, getting rid of the Sword Profound Mountain is as easy as pinching an ant. The guard was a soldier of Hongwu country. When he heard Xianxia's words, he felt very proud. He hurriedly said with a smile, that's true. As long as the disciples of your 9 Extinction Gate don't cause trouble, you can rest assured and stay in our Jade Xian City. The Sword Profound Mountain doesn't dare to be arrogant here. Xianxia smiled and walked through the city gate. What he had just said was the truth. If the Sword Profound Mountain wanted to kill someone in a Xian city, they would have to consider it carefully. The reason why the Xian city dared to sell the pass at such a high price was because it guaranteed the safety of the city and gave people a safe environment to live in. The reason why the Xian city gave the disciples of the Xian sects convenience was also to prevent them from causing trouble inside. Therefore, the disciples of the Xian sects had to be well behaved when they entered this kind of Xian city. If they dared to cause trouble, they would be killed. In Xian City, there were also some sect disciples who had been killed. These addresses were usually too arrogant. When they went to the Xian City, they got carried away and were taught a lesson. When Qin Yan entered Jade Xian City, he saw a large shopping mall beside the main gate. It had several floors. He entered the first floor and quickly found out that this was Jade Xian City's own property. It was mainly to provide a platform for bounties or to provide advice on all sorts of issues. The bounties were all for various medicinal herbs or refining materials. They did not provide for violent acts such as killing people. Qin Yan wandered around the hall and looked at the many bounty posters that had been posted. Then, he came to the counter. When a sweet and tall purple-clothed woman saw him coming over, she hurriedly asked, "Young master, what would you like to inquire about?" "How much?" Qin Yan asked. 10 purple coins for a question." The woman smiled. "If you don't feel satisfied with the answer, you can return half of the purple coins." Qin Yan took out 10 purple coins and gave them to her. He asked, "Is there anything special about this Jade Xian City?" The woman was somewhat surprised. She had answered many strange questions, but she had never seen anyone ask such a simple question. However, she still said with a smile, "The location of Jade Xian City is very close to the ancient Jade Mountain Range. This area of the ancient Jade Mountain Range is also under the jurisdiction of our Hongwu country. It is called the Ancient Jade Province. The ancient Jade Mountain Range is extremely vast. It is said that it is the 5th largest mountain range in the Martial Desolate Land. There are tens of millions of mountains inside, and all of those mountains have ancient jade. The ancient jade is the Lifemark's crystal jade. As for how it was formed, it is still a mystery. Many aristocratic families and people in Jade Xian City run the ancient jade business. They buy some large pieces of jade and then cut them open. There will be Lifemark's crystal jade inside. Young master, you should also know that there are 9 stages to the Lifemark's crystal jade. The first stage, Lifemark's crystal jade, only has 1 Lifemark and is suitable for martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm or the 1st level martial Dao realm. So it's like that. Then what is the price of the Lifemark's crystal jade? Qin Yan took out another 10 purple coins and handed them over. He was currently at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. He needed to use a 2nd level Lifemark's crystal jade to stabilize his cultivation. If he wanted to break through, he would need to use a 3rd level Lifemark's crystal jade. It's sold in 2. Level 1 Lifemark's crystal jade, 10,000 purple coins for 1 tael. Level 2 is 20,000 purple coins for 1 tael. So on and so forth. Level 9 is 90,000 purple coins for 1 tael. However, there are relatively few Lifemark's crystal jades of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level, so the price will fluctuate, only higher and not lower. Qin Yan nodded and said with a smile, "There should be a map of Jade Xian City for sale here, right? There shouldn't be a fee for you to answer this question, right?" The woman smiled sweetly and took out a map. She handed it to Qin Yan, 10 purple coins. After Qin Yan bought the map, he bade farewell to the woman and walked out of the hall. As he walked, he opened the map and quickly found the location of the Divine Inscription Palace. Jade Xian City was very big. It would take 2 days to walk from the north gate to the south gate. Qin Yan was at the north gate and the Divine Inscription Palace was located west of the central area. It would take him a day to reach there. For the sake of convenience, Xian City could also fly within the city. However, only spirit cranes could fly. There were many spirit cranes in Jade Xian City. These spirit cranes were very large and their bodies were several meters long. It would not be a problem for 5 or 6 people to sit on them. The people driving the cranes were all arranged by the Jade Xian City Lord. When Qin Yan saw a spirit crane land in an empty space, he hurriedly walked over and asked, "Uncle, how many purple coins do you need to go to the Divine Inscription Palace?" 100. The burly man smiled and said, "Don't think it's expensive, I'm the cheapest." "Alright, how long will it take?" Qin Yan sat on the spirit crane. He could half lie down and it was very comfortable. The spirit crane let out a cry and began to fly steadily. The burly man said, "About an hour." On the way, Qin Yan asked the burly man a few things. He learned that the burly man's father was a guard of the city lord's mansion. Because of his father's relationship, he was able to obtain this good job. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was a waste of purple coins to ask the woman. That was because he could ask this uncle about many things. Princess Mingxu Xianxia also knew that the jade material the burly man was talking about was the ore of the Lifemark's crystal jade. He needed to cut it open to know what rank the Lifemark's crystal jade inside was. Normally, it was very difficult to investigate the interior of the ore, so before cutting it open, no one knew what rank the Lifemark's crystal jade inside was. However, he was sure that there was a Lifemark's crystal jade inside. At the very least, it was a level 1 Lifemark's crystal jade. Many forces that operated the Lifemark's crystal jade business would occasionally take out some good-looking ores to sell, and the price was usually very high. However, this kind of ore would most likely be able to cut out high-grade Lifemark's crystal jade. Back when Xianxia was in the borderlands, he also had such a game called stone gambling. However, those were all ordinary jades, mainly used for decoration. As for the Lifemark's crystal jade, it was of great help to the cultivation of the martial Dao realm. I'm not interested. Xianxia did not want to participate in such a matter. He had important matters to attend to. He wanted to buy the purple frost mysterious grass. That's great. I've been here for so many years, but I've seen many children of aristocratic families go bankrupt. The burly man laughed and said, but, it's not bad to go and take a look. After all, it's fun to watch. I heard that the 9th princess of our Hongwu country is gambling in the Divine Inscription Palace. Xianxia exclaimed, 9th princess? The burly man nodded and said, she's the same as the 7th prince. It's because she's doted on by the Honging martial king that she's given an exception. Among the 10 titled princes and princesses, she's ranked 9th. She's known as the gambling king, but she herself likes to be called Princess Mingxu. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. A woman actually had the nickname of Gambling King. What's so great about her? Xianxia asked curiously. He was going to the Divine Inscription Palace. Later. Maybe he would meet this woman. The burly man said, I heard that her martial spirit is a jade martial spirit. It allows her to sense the rank of the Lifemark crystal jade in the ore. As a result, she was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm at such a young age. She obtained a large amount of Lifemark crystal jade on her own, which is why the martial king has taken a fancy to her. Is this true? Wouldn't those stone gambling sellers be jealous to death? Xianxia thought about it and felt that the ability was extremely useful. It could allow him to quickly obtain a large number of Lifemark crystal jades. The burly man laughed and said, she doesn't always hit the mark. It is said that if you buy 10 raw stones, you can only hit 2 or 3. This is also quite good. One must know that she is only interested in high-grade Lifemark's crystal jade. Xianxia felt that he had to buy some Lifemark's crystal jade to cultivate. However, this required a large amount of purple crystal coins. He had to earn it himself. As he chatted with the crane rider, he arrived at the Divine Inscription Palace. When Xianxia saw the Divine Inscription Palace, he immediately felt that it was very familiar. It was similar to the heavenly Qin Imperial City's Divine Inscription Palace. It was huge and spacious, and there was a villa behind it. At the same time, one also needed to climb many steps in order to enter the Divine Inscription Palace. In front of the thousands of steps, there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there were many large stones. Those were the raw stones of the Lifemark's crystal jade. The spirit crane landed in the square. After paying 100 purple coins, Xianxia jumped off the back of the spirit crane and walked towards the huge stones. There were a few old men and dozens of burly men patrolling the area, protecting the ores from being stolen. Some of the ores were only the size of a watermelon, while others were several meters tall. Princess Mingxu is here. Yesterday, she cut out 8 tails of grade 6 Lifemark's crystal jade. Someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia immediately walked over. Just as he approached, he heard a familiar voice. It seemed to be arguing. I saw it first. I was also the one who touched it first, it's mine. A woman in a white dress with 2 ponytails tied together. Her jade-like face was beautiful and had a hint of mischief. It was Xiao Yuemei. Xianxia never expected Xiao Yuemei to be here. Xiao Yuemei was hugging a large round rock. Her small face was slightly puffed up as she looked angrily at a woman in a red dress. The woman in the red dress was shorter than Xiao Yuemei by a head, making her look petite and exquisite. Her appearance was also extremely beautiful. Her exquisite oval face was somewhat delicate and charming. Coincidentally, the woman in the red dress also had a pair of long ponytails. The woman in the red dress was Princess Mengshu, the gambling king. So what if you saw it first? We still have to see if the Divine Inscription Palace will sell it to you. Hong Mengshu snorted. Grandpa of the Divine Inscription Palace, come here and judge. Are you going to sell it to me or not? Xiao Yuemei said to an old man. Well, it is true that you touched it first, but the highest bidder gets it. The old man smiled. Their Divine Inscription Palace was not afraid of Hongwu country, so they dared to raise the price at this time. Hong Mengshu and Xiao Yuemei snorted in displeasure. This ore was originally 100,000 purple coins. Now, whoever gives the highest price will get it. The old man said. Everyone secretly admired the old man's courage. He actually dared to do such a thing to Hong Mengshu. This method was very common and no one was surprised. They only felt that the Divine Inscription Palace should not have used such a method on Hong Mengshu. Instead, they should have sold the ore to Hong Mengshu. After all, the Divine Inscription Palace was in the territory of Hongwu country. Of course, the Divine Inscription Palace was not afraid of any sect or martial country in the martial desolate land, so they dared to do so. 200,000 purple coins. Hong Mengshu smiled faintly, feeling very pleased with herself. 300,000. Xiao Yuemei snorted. 500,000. Hong Mengshu shouted. She never expected the little girl in front of her to bid so fiercely. Everyone was also curious about Xiao Yuemei's identity. She actually dared to oppose the gambling king. 7. Before Xiao Yuemei could finish shouting, Qin Yan hurriedly said, "Wait." When she heard Qin Yan's voice, she was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly put down the ore and ran over. "Brother." Xiao Yuemei happily held Qin Yan's hand. "Don't waste purple coins." Qin Yan did not know that Xiao Yuemei had brought out so many purple coins. He smiled and pinched her cheek. Xiao Yuemei looked at the ore and said with some reluctance, "Brother, I think that stone is good. I'm guessing that there's a stage 7 life marks crystal jade inside, at least 3 gene." A stage 7 life marks crystal jade was at least 700,000 crystal coins per gene. 3 gene was more than 2 million. Forget it. Let's go. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuemei and was about to leave. Xiao Yuemei refused to leave. She snorted and said, "Brother, I'll listen to you. I won't buy that stone. But I want to see if there's really a high-level life marks crystal jade inside." Hong Mengshu was extremely pleased with herself. She paid 500,000 purple coins and took out a very sharp knife. She easily cut open the stone. There was indeed a life marks crystal jade inside. However, upon closer inspection, there was only one life mark. This was a level 1 life marks crystal jade. However, it weighed 3 gene. Xiao Yuemei had accurately estimated the weight. This was already very good. A level 1 life marks crystal jade could be sold for 100,000 purple coins per gene. 3 gene was 300,000 purple crystals. If one were to buy that stone for 100,000 purple coins, it would definitely not be a loss. Little girl, you're quite accurate, aren't you? Hong Mengshu put away the life marks crystal jade and smiled. Old woman pretending to be young, you've made a mistake. Xiao Yuemei also smiled and said, "You've made a loss this time." Everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Yuemei. She actually dared to say such words to Princess Mengshu. Princess Mengshu was in her 30s but she looked like a young girl. She was indeed acting young. You look like a little girl but you're in the martial Dao realm. You're also an old woman. Hong Mengshu said angrily as she was poked in her sore spot. I'm only 18 years old. What's wrong? Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue at Hong Mengshu proudly. To be able to step into the martial Dao realm before the age of 20 meant that one's talent was very high. Hong Mengshu had only stepped into the martial Dao realm at the age of 20. The Xiao Yuemei in front of her was already in the martial Dao realm at the age of 18. She was even more powerful than Qin Yan. Qin Yan hurriedly pulled Xiao Yuemei towards the stairs. Hong Mengshu hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Don't go. I don't believe it, you're only 18 years old. If you have the guts, go to the Divine Inscription Palace and test your age. Let me see. Believe it or not, if you want me to test it, I'll test it. I won't stop you, I won't go." Xiao Yuemei mischievously made a face at Hong Mengshu. Hong Mengshu stomped her feet angrily and hurriedly said, "If you go and test your age and you're really 18 years old, I'll give you 100,000 purple coins. If you're not 18 years old, I don't want your purple coins. Alright, it's a waste not to earn a fool's purple coins. Let's go." Xiao Yuemei giggled at Qin Yun and said, "Brother, just watch how I earn purple coins." Xiao Yuemei also knew about Qin Yun's matter at the Black Tortoise Mountain. However, it was not the right time to ask about the details. Qin Yun was very happy to meet Xiao Yuemei here. Everyone wanted to go in and take a look, but they knew that they couldn't go in and take a look. Hong Mengshu was very famous here. After all, she was the gambling king and the 9th princess of Hongwu country. She often visited the Divine Inscription Palace. There weren't many people in the hall on the first floor of the Divine Inscription Palace. The people here also wanted to buy high-grade spirit artifacts and spirit talismans. Hong Mengshu came to the counter and said, "Elder Lu, take out the thing you used to test your age." This woman said that she's only 18 years old, I don't believe her. Xiao Yuemei's body exuded the aura of the Great Tao. An 18-year-old martial Tao realm, even Elder Lu did not believe it. Elder Lu, who was at the counter, hurriedly took out a round plate. Xiao Yuemei giggled as she pressed her lily-white hand on it. Then, 18 appeared. When Hong Mengshu saw it, she sucked in a breath of air. Her charming face was filled with surprise. "Did you see that?" Xiao Yuemei proudly stuck out her tongue at Hong Mengshu. "Quickly take out 100,000 purple coins." Hong Mengshu stomped her feet angrily. She took out her crystal card and gave Xiao Yuemei 100,000 purple coins. Xiao Yuemei said to Qin Yun with a smile, "Brother, I earned another 100,000 purple coins." Qin Yun pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "You little girl, you're even stronger than me." "Brother, how can I be as strong as you? You are a high-ranked inscription master." Xiao Yuemei wrinkled her nose and said with a smile, "You're much higher than me." When Hong Mengshu heard that, she looked at Qin Yun and said doubtfully, "This fellow looks very young. He should only be around 20 years old. How can he be a high-ranked inscription master?" Qin Yun did not wish to reveal his identity as well. He hurriedly said, "9th princess, how is your relationship with Hong Yan?" "Hong Yan? It's that little brother of mine who's like a monkey. This guy is clearly weaker than me, but he's ranked 7th. What kind of flame king is he?" "I think he's the Monkey King." Hong Mengshu snorted and said, "Our relationship is not bad. Do you know him?" "I know him too. This guy lost to me several times in the Northern Spirit City." Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, "Your little brother is really weak." Mystic Moonblade Hong Mengshu suddenly thought of something and asked softly, "Little girl, are you Xiao Yuemei? Yu Sha was crippled by you?" Yu Sha was the son of a martial king, yet someone dared to cripple him. Even a princess like Hong Mengshu would not dare to do so. Xiao Yuemei playfully smiled and said, "That's right, that bastard was almost killed by me." After Hong Mengshu recovered from her astonishment, she immediately covered Xiao Yuemei's mouth. "Little girl, don't say any more. It won't be good if others know your identity." Xiao Yuemei struggled free from Hong Mengshu and snorted, "Isn't it just crippling trash? What's the big deal? That guy is very vicious, killing people alive for fun." Hong Mengshu looked around and said, "Don't talk about this anymore. Remember to hide your identity in the future, or you won't live past 20 years old." Qin Yun grabbed Xiao Yuemei's hand and vigorously shook her hand. Xiao Yuemei said in low voice, "Why are you being so nice to me?" "Humph, this princess is that kind of warm-hearted person. Can't I?" Hong Mengshu snorted coldly before walking towards the door to leave the Divine Inscription Palace. Just as she was about to leave, an old man suddenly shouted, "Princess Mengshu, there's a small gathering of inscriptionists on the 2nd floor. There might be a few Xian inscriptionists present and there should be around 10 spirit inscriptionists. Aren't you looking for a Xian inscriptionist?" Hearing this, Hong Mengshu's face lit up and she said, "Good. I'll go up now." After Xiao Yuemei heard this, she hastily pulled Qin Yin over and said, "Princess Dreaming Pig, bring us along. We will also join in the fun." "Damn girl, don't randomly give me a name." When Hong Mengshu heard this, she immediately became angry and immediately pinched Xiao Yuemei's face. Xiao Yuemei promptly pushed away Hong Mengshu's hand. "Quickly bring us up, we also want to get some food." Hong Mengshu looked at the old man from the Divine Inscription Palace and saw him nod his head. "Princess Mengshu, you can bring your men up. It's not a problem as long as they don't act recklessly." Xiao Yuemei is also very thick-skinned. She pulled Hong Mengshu's hand and did not let go, she even shook it back and forth. Hong Mengshu has no choice but to bring Qin Yin and Xiao Yuemei up. "Sister Dreaming Pig, why are you looking for a Xian inscription master? Don't you have it in the palace?" Xiao Yuemei followed behind Hong Mengshu and asked. "My name is Hong Mengshu." The ninth princess, who was usually unruly, gritted her teeth in anger. Behind them, Qin Yin could not help but laugh. Hong Mengshu walked up the stairs and said, "I just obtained a Xian artifact, but the Xian runes inside are severely damaged. I found a Xian inscription master to help me repair it. All the inscription masters in our Hongwu royal palace said that they don't have time, so I can only find someone else." "Sister Dreaming Pig, you're so awesome. You're only in your 30s and you already have a profound artifact. When can I have one?" Xiao Yuemei frowned and said enviously. Hong Mengshu felt that there was no way to make Xiao Yuemei change her words, so she could only admit it. She snorted lightly, "I sold everything I had to get it and it's even a broken Xian tool. I've spent tens of millions of purple crystal coins in total. If you want to obtain a Xian artifact, you should wait until your brother becomes a Xian inscription master." Xiao Yuemei curled her lips. She also knew that Qin Yin had the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. That was a Dao artifact. However, she did not say it out loud. On the second floor, there were many rooms and a meeting hall. An old man led Hong Mengshu and company into a very spacious hall. Most of the people here were old men. They were all holding spirit artifacts in their hands. They were all refined by themselves. They were exchanging and commenting on each other. When Hong Mengshu and company entered, the elders were somewhat surprised. However, they quickly found out that this was the ninth princess of Hongwu country, Hong Mengshu. "Greetings, seniors." Hong Mengshu politely greeted these inscription masters. The inscription masters here were all at the level of Xian and spirit inscription masters. All of them were people who had their eyes on the top of their heads. They only nodded slightly. Although Hong Mengshu was the ninth princess and also had a title, she was not even at the spirit realm. These inscription masters felt that she was not worth befriending. "Princess Mengshu, what's the matter? Please speak quickly, don't disturb our mood." An old man smiled and said, "If you're asking us to refine profound armaments, then forget it. The orders that we've accepted have already been queued up for more than 10 years. So if you want to wait for us to refine a profound weapon, you will have to wait for more than 10 years. Princess Mengshu, could it be that you're here to become my disciple?" Qin Yin looked at Hong Mengshu and saw her clenching her jade-like fists. Clearly, she was somewhat angry. Hong Mengshu did not waste any time and quickly took out a red machete. The red scimitar was like a crescent moon. If it was raised in the air at night, it would look like a crescent moon. "This is an ancient Xian artifact that I obtained not long ago. It's called the Mystic Moon Saber, but because the runes inside are severely damaged, it can't be used normally. I'm here to ask all the masters to help me repair the Mystic Moon Saber. If I can successfully repair it, I will not mistreat the masters." Hong Mengshu handed over the Mystic Moon Saber in her hand. At a glance, Qin Yin could tell that many of the bright lines on the surface of the scimitar were moon runes. A Xian armament with a moon pattern carved on it was much more powerful than an ordinary Xian armament. The few Xian inscriptionists surrounded them and frowned as they watched. After looking for a while, they said, "Princess Mengshu, your saber is severely damaged. We are not sure if it can be repaired. Furthermore, the process of trying to repair it will take a lot of time, at least a year. If we can't repair it by then and we waste a lot of time and you don't give us any compensation, we will suffer a great loss. You should find someone else." The white-clothed Xian inscription master returned the Mystic Moon Saber to Hong Mengshu. Hong Mengshu took it and felt a little sad. She bit her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can help me try. If I really can't repair it, I will give you 200,000 purple coins as compensation." When the few Xian inscriptionists heard this, they looked at each other. The white-clothed old man said, "Well, your Xian artifact is too damaged, so we need the 5 of us to work together. If we can't succeed, you can give each of us 200,000 purple coins, okay?" Hong Mengshu looked at the red mystic moon saber in her hand and nodded slightly. It could be seen that she loved this saber very much and had poured a lot of effort into it. "Then it's a deal." The white-clothed old man chuckled. Hong Mengshu immediately handed over the mystic moon saber in her hand. Xiao Yuemei suddenly took a step forward and snatched it back. Xiao Yuemei said, "Big sister dreaming pig, you really are a pig. These old men are swindling your purple coins." The moment she said this, the dozen or so spirit inscriptionists were immediately infuriated. "Little girl, do you know what you're saying? You are insulting our Xian inscriptionists. A girl like you, don't even think about finding us to refine things for you in the future." Hong Mengshu was also dumbfounded. She had previously warned Xiao Yuemei not to cause trouble. Xiao Yuemei coldly snorted, "You old foxes, you must be planning to take the saber back and leave it there. A year later, you can come back and collect the purple coins. You guys can't repair this saber at all, but you don't dare to say it in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Furthermore, you even plan to swindle big sister dreaming pig's purple coins, you bunch of old swindlers." Hong Mengshu thought about it carefully and felt that it was possible. She didn't know what to do. The white-clothed old man also said angrily, "Little girl, you have to be clear about this. We just said that we don't have the confidence to repair it. We can only try and know. We are only intermediate Xian inscriptionists. Even if we are Dao inscriptionists, we can't guarantee that we can repair it. We are dignified Xian inscriptionists, do we need to swindle her of those few purple coins?" Xiao Yuemei was born with a straightforward personality and quickly said, "You guys are greedy and insatiable. You must have found an opportunity to make a fortune." Those few Xian inscriptionists wished they could slap Xiao Yuemei to death with a single palm. However, this was the divine inscription palace. Killing someone here and killing a little girl at that, it wouldn't be good to hear about it. Those spirit inscriptionists were indignant and accused Xiao Yuemei of gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. "Little girl, hurry up and leave. You're insulting our Xian inscriptionists like this. We, the Xian inscriptionists, receive a Xian artifact. That's an income of 1,000,000 purple coins. Is there a need to swindle these 200,000 purple coins? Some Xian artifacts are severely damaged and are indeed difficult to repair. This is also very normal. A girl who knows nothing about Xian artifacts, yet she's spouting nonsense." When Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuemei being attacked in such a manner, he became somewhat unhappy. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, you are all Xian inscriptionists. Naturally, you can tell that the inscriptions on this mystic moon saber are all dark inscriptions. They are severely damaged. You don't have the corresponding dark inscription, so it's impossible for you to repair it. Why aren't you sure that you can't repair it?" This caused the people in the hall to immediately fall silent. With just a glance, Qin Yan knew that the mystic moon saber was heavily damaged. It could be said that it was impossible to repair. However, these Xian inscriptionists were all ambiguous and did not say that they were unable to repair it. On one hand, it was because they did not want Hong Mengshu to look down on them. On the other hand, it was as Xiao Yuemei had said, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish a little. Hong Mengshu looked at Qin Yan in surprise. That was because Qin Yan had never even touched her saber before, yet he knew so much. She suddenly understood why the inscriptionists in the palace said that they didn't have the time to help her repair the mystic moon saber. It was because they couldn't repair it at all. Seeing that the few Xian inscriptionists were speechless, Xiao Yuemei sneered, "My brother is right, right? Why aren't you saying anything? You actually lied to people like us who don't know anything." "Brat, you're right. The dark inscriptions on this saber are more damaged. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible to repair." The white-clothed old man said, "However, if we have those damaged Xian runes, then it's possible." The others also nodded. "Brat, you only know a little about it. We have quite a few Xian runes. If we can match them, we can repair them. An old man mocked, don't pretend to understand. I'm a Xian inscription master. Ancient moon pattern. There was a moon pattern carved on the surface of the profound weapon. This meant that this was no ordinary Xian armament, even for ancient profound weapons with moon patterns were rare. In ancient times, this level of profound weapon was specially given to profound martial realm martial artists with very high status to use. Qin Yan had the moon rune. Although he had not grasped it, he had seen it before, so he could tell at a glance. You are all Xian inscriptionists. It can't be that you don't recognize the moon rune, right? Qin Yan smiled. This can't be a moon rune. Even if it is an ancient Xian artifact, it would never have moon runes carved on it. A Xian inscription master retorted. Brat, you're just deliberately mystifying things. Although we don't have moon runes, it doesn't mean that we can't see it. Even we can't tell, let alone a brat like you. It's not a moon rune at all. It's just a relatively profound Xian rune. Those few Xian inscription masters retorted. Qin Yan had thought that the Xian inscription masters here would be able to recognize the moon runes. But now, seeing their confident expressions, he was sure that they really didn't recognize the moon pattern. The general director of this divine inscription palace should also be here. How about we invite him to appraise it? Qin Yan said, if it's really a moon rune, what will you say? Xiao Yuemei and Hong Mengshu can only watch from the side in astonishment. This is a domain they are not familiar with, they don't know how to intervene. The general director of the divine inscription palace is very busy. Why would he casually come to appraise it for such a small matter? If you can summon him and identify that it is a moon rune, then each of us will compensate Princess Mengshu 100,000 purple coins and treat it as our fault. The old man in white said. Hong Mengshu frowned and said, the general director of the divine inscription palace is indeed very busy. Even if the city lord of Xian City comes, he might not necessarily be able to make him appear. The white-clothed old man sneered and said, young man, did you hear that? Now, you're saying that this is a moon rune, but that's just your side of the story. You're just refuting us. Qin Yan was rendered speechless. He never expected the standard of these Xian inscriptionists to be so poor. Here, there was an old man in charge of monitoring the scene. He was also the old man who had brought them in earlier. Qin Yan looked at the elder and asked, what is your general manager usually busy with? Could he appraise it? We will also give him a certain amount of purple crystal coins as compensation. Those inscription masters immediately roared with laughter. How could the general director of the divine inscription palace take a fancy to your purple coins? Ignorant brat, you actually dare to show off in front of us. That is simply a slightly more profound Xian rune, not some moon rune. The old man from the divine inscription palace sighed. Little brother, it is indeed difficult to invite the head chief out. Unless there was something that could interest him, he would not come out. Usually, he's refining tools and crafting talismans. Ordinary things can't disturb him. Qin Yan took out a piece of paper and quickly drew some runes on it. He said, Grandpa, please help me. Give him this piece of paper and ask him to come here. The old man from the divine inscription palace was also an inscription master, but he was only a high-ranked inscription master. He also had some understanding of inscriptions. He looked at the piece of paper that Qin Yan handed over and frowned. This inscription is very special. It's only a bright inscription. What kind of inscription is this? Little brother, please wait a moment. I'll go find the general director now. The old man left in a hurry. Xiao Yuemei said to the group of inscription masters, you bunch of old swindlers, you actually dared to swindle the 9th princess's purple coins. You guys sure have some guts. She hurriedly blocked the door and continued, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait for the general director to arrive before we talk. The few Xian inscription masters were very calm. The white-clothed old man sneered, whether or not the general director can come is one thing. Moreover, the mystic moon saber is definitely a Xian rune, I definitely won't be wrong. Enough of you. Don't mess around here. Why are the young people nowadays like this? They look down on us seniors so much. Qin Yan said, I'm very curious. Have you guys never seen the moon rune before? When he asked this question, the Xian and spirit inscriptionists immediately started stammering. Well, I've seen it a little before. A Xian inscription master said. I've seen it a little too. Although it's not complete, it can be considered as having seen it. I can also determine that the inscription on the mystic moon saber is not a moon rune. Following that, the inscription masters here all shouted that they had seen the moon rune before. However, they all said that they had only seen a small part of it. The moon rune is indeed very strange. When I saw that section, it was incomparably profound. It made me absent-minded for a moment. Although it's a bright inscription, it's very strange. The Dao charm it contains is not something that Xian runes can compare to. Not bad, not bad. The moon rune is very rare. It can be considered lucky for me to be able to see it. I've only seen a little bit of the moon rune and it has increased my comprehension of the Dao of inscriptions. I've really benefited a lot. These inscription masters kept praising the miracles of the moon rune. Qin Yan could be considered to have experienced the highest realm of creating something out of nothing. Now, he was even more certain that these inscription masters had never seen the moon rune before. Suddenly, the aura of the Xian martial realm approached, causing everyone in the hall to quiet down. To be able to have a Xian martial realm cultivator in the divine inscription palace, it was most likely the general director. Sure enough, a middle-aged man with a big belly wearing a black robe walked in quickly with a piece of paper in his hand. General Director, that inscription was drawn by this little brother. The old man from the divine inscription palace pointed at Qin Yun and said. Kid, where did you get this inscription? The general director looked at Qin Yun and hurriedly said, That's right, I am the general director of this divine inscription palace. My name is Mu Feng. Mu Feng was quite fat and had a big belly. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a powerful inscription master. The general director had really come. This caused the Xian inscriptionists to hurriedly come forward to greet him. They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. Hong Mengshu was also secretly surprised as she glanced at Qin Yun. As the daughter of a martial king, she was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. However, she had never heard of such a powerful young man. Just by casually drawing a rune, the general director had rushed over in a hurry. Qin Yun looked at Hong Mengshu and said with a smile, Ninth Princess, show your saber to the general director. He will definitely be very interested. Hong Mengshu hurriedly walked over and handed the mystic moon saber to Mu Feng. Mu Feng took it and looked at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, This saber. This saber, moon rune, ancient moon rune. The few Xian inscriptionists were all shocked. There was indeed a moon rune on the mystic moon saber. General Director, the rune drawn on that piece of paper is the moon rune on this saber. Although it is only an inscription, I believe that you will definitely be very interested in it. Qin Yun said. That's right, that's right. Moon runes are extremely rare. Even if it is only an inscription, it is still worth studying. Mu Feng looked at Hong Mengshu and hurriedly said, Ninth Princess, right? I also heard that the Honging martial king bestowed a girl the title of Gambling King. This saber is yours, right? Xiao Yuemei hurriedly said, General Director, Big Sister Dreaming Pig asked these inscriptionists to help repair the mystic moon saber. They are all quite powerful and said that it is possible for them to repair it. They also asked Big Sister Dreaming Pig to give each of them 200,000 purple coins. They said that even if they can't repair it, they won't refund the purple coins. Mu Feng immediately looked at the few Xian inscriptionists and said with a frown, Can you really repair this saber? The few Xian inscriptionists were immediately sweating profusely. We thought that the runes on it were all Xian runes, so we thought that we could try to repair it. An old man quickly explained. Indeed, we made a mistake. We didn't recognize the moon runes on it. General Director, you should know that moon runes are very rare. It's normal for us to make a mistake. Mu Feng snorted, even if it's a Xian rune, you guys can't repair it. Can't you see that the damage to the inner lines is so serious? You are all Xian inscriptionists. If you can't even see this, then you will only lose face for our inscription palace. All of you, hand over your badges. 10 years from now, we will begin the inscription master examination, starting from the beginner inscription master. The few Xian inscriptionists were immediately dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with fear. Please forgive us, General Director. We really didn't do it on purpose. The white-clothed old man shouted anxiously. You did it on purpose. You bullied us because we didn't know anything and wanted to cheat us of our purple coins. Xiao Yuemei snorted. The faces of these Xian inscriptionists turned green from fright and their intestines turned green with regret. That was a moon rune. If they studied it carefully, it would indeed be of great help. How could they have imagined that a moon rune would actually appear? The inscriptionists here were also surprised by Qin Yun. He could actually recognize the moon rune, and the most surprised one was Hong Mengshu. That was because Qin Yun had never carefully looked at the mystic moon saber from beginning to end. And not only could he quickly recognize that it was a moon rune, he could also remember it very quickly and draw it in an instant. Xiao Yuemei said, "You said before that you would compensate Big Sister Dreaming Pig with 10,000 purple coins. Quickly take it out." Those few Xian inscriptionists could only obediently give the purple coins to Hong Mengshu. They were suspected of deceiving the ninth princess. This was a big matter. Mu Feng laughed coldly and said, "Quickly take out your badges. It's fine if you make a mistake, but you actually plan to deceive people who don't understand inscriptions. This is going against the spirit of our Divine Inscription Palace. An inscription master certified by our Divine Inscription Palace cannot do such a thing." Those few Xian inscriptionists could only hand their badges over to Mu Feng and leave dejectedly. The other spirit inscriptionists did not dare to stay any longer. They were worried that they would not be able to protect their badges. That was something that could bring them great convenience. "Three little friends, let's talk about this saber somewhere else," Mu Feng said with a chuckle. Then, he hurriedly brought Qin Yun and company to a luxurious hall on the 5th floor of the Divine Inscription Palace. Repairing Xian artifacts. After Hong Mengshu heard this, she looked sad. Xiao Yuemei pouted and said, "General Director, is there really no other way? You are the General Director, so you must know many powerful inscription masters. Let them help you." She spent tens of millions of purple coins to get this saber. "You are the General Director, so you must know a lot of powerful inscription masters. Let them help you." She spent tens of millions of purple coins to get this saber. "Lend me this saber, I want to extract the moon runes on it." "I'll lend it to you for 2 hours and I'll give you 500,000 purple coins." "Lend it to me for 4 hours and I'll give you 1,000,000 purple coins." "How about it?" "I'll lend it to you for 2 hours and I'll give you 500,000 purple coins. This way, you can make up for some of your losses." "All right." Hong Mengshu nodded. "All of you wait here patiently. I'll arrange for someone to entertain you." Mu Feng hurriedly asked an old man to call a few women over to bring some food over. Seeing the food, Xiao Yuemei's eyes immediately lit up. Mu Feng also hurriedly took the mystic moon saber and entered the room to extract the moon runes. Xiao Yuemei did not stand on ceremony as she ate the food. "Big Sister Dreaming Pig, aren't you going to eat?" "This is free," Xiao Yuemei said. "I'm in a bad mood, I can't eat." Hong Mengshu pursed her lips and sighed. "Then I'll eat a little more and help you eat one." Xiao Yuemei bluntly picked up 2 fruits and shouted at Qin Yun, "Brother, how can you be like this? It's fine to eat here, but you still have to stuff it into your storage spirit artifact. You're even more greedy than me." Hong Mengshu was also convinced by these 2 siblings. One was wolfing down the food while the other was stuffing it into a bag. It was as if they had never eaten anything good in their lives. Qin Yun also felt that since it was free, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. Furthermore, they were all very delicious snacks and fruits. He also packed a little more for Imo to eat. The Divine Inscription Palace is so rich, it's not a big deal to stuff a little more. Could it be that the General Director of the Divine Inscription Palace will scold me for a few fruits? Qin Yun chuckled. Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, "That's true." After saying that, she happily ate a large peach in her hand. Hong Mengshu took out a crystal card and said to Qin Yun, "Brother Xiao, I'll give you 500,000 purple coins. If it wasn't for you, not only would I not have gotten these purple crystal coins, I would have been cheated out of them. Also, if you hadn't seen through the moon pattern, the head chief wouldn't have lent me his saber." Xiao Yuemei giggled as she arrived beside Qin Yun and pushed him to accept it. Qin Yun thought about it and felt that he was rather poor. Although he had a few million purple crystal coins, they were used to purchase the purple frost mysterious grass. Therefore, he took out his crystal card and accepted 500,000 purple crystal coins. Hong Mengshu thinks that Qin Yun is Xiao Yuemei's brother, so she calls him Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, how long do you think it will take for the head chief steward to come out? Hong Mengshu asked curiously. 2 hours? Those moon runes are very complicated, and there are a lot of them. When he is copying, in order to ensure the precision, he must be very slow. It will take at least 8 to 10 hours. Qin Yun thought about it and said. Xiao Yuemei very happily giggled and said, 4 to 5 hours? That's quite a long time. We can also eat outside for 8 to 10 hours. To be able to help me get 2 to 3 million purple coins, that's quite good. Hong Mengshu's mood became much better. She smiled and picked up a glass of fruit juice to drink. Qin Yun said, how can it be just 2 to 3 million purple coins? If the matter of the mystic moon saber having a moon rune gets out, you only need to lend it to those inscription masters and it will be calculated at 500,000 purple coins for 2 hours. When the time comes, the purple coins you earn, hee. When Xiao Yuemei heard this, her beautiful eyes widened. Brother, you're really brilliant. When Hong Mengshu heard this, she also revealed a smile. That's right. At that time, that bunch of arrogant inscription masters in the palace will also come looking for me. I never thought that they would be a bunch of idiots. They can't even tell that it's a moon rune. Brother Xiao, you're the best. You actually recognize the moon rune. What is the background of you siblings? Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, he's not my brother but he treats me better than my brother. He's also my brother-in-law. Although Hong Mengshu was curious, she did not continue asking. She could tell that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei were hiding their identities. More than 8 hours passed and Mu Feng came out of his room happily. He returned the mystic moon saber to Hong Mengshu and gave her 2 million purple coins. Ninth Princess, I have a presumptuous request. If someone wants to borrow a blade, I hope you won't lend it to them. Mu Feng said with a smile. Why? If I lend it to them, I can earn purple coins. I'm suffering a huge loss right now, I have to get my money back. Hong Mengshu said with a frown. Mu Feng said with some difficulty, about this. I also have my own selfish motives. Because in this way, I will be the only one who has it. If you lend it out, I won't be monopolizing it. Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, I understand. If the general director is the only one who has it, then he can rely on these moon runes to brag in the future. If everyone has it, then he won't be able to brag. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment before he said, little girl, you're really straightforward. Alright, that's the logic. How about this, Ninth Princess, I'll give you another 1,000,000 purple coins. Don't lend the mystic moon saber to anyone else, okay? Hong Mengshu thought for a moment. And looked at Qin Yun. Then, she said, General Director, can I still lend it to this friend? He's your friend, of course. Mu Feng said, if you need any help in the future, I'll do my best to help you. To be able to befriend the General Director of the Inscription Palace was a very good thing. Hong Mengshu had stayed in the palace for so long. When she went to the palace to look for the inscription masters, they were all indifferent. It was also because her cultivation was low that if her brothers at the spirit realm went, those inscription masters would receive them very warmly. Now that she was able to befriend Mu Feng and the other party's attitude was very good, it was worth it. After Hong Mengshu weighed the benefits, she nodded. Then in the future, I'll look for the General Director if I need anything. You can't be perfunctory with me. Mu Feng said, definitely not. Meeting you is also my fortuitous encounter. Seeing your moon rune will allow me to reach a higher level in the Tao of Inscriptions. You've done me a great favor. Hong Mengshu nodded and accepted the 1,000,000 purple coins from Mu Feng. General Director, can my brother and I stay in the Inscription Palace for free in the future? Xiao Yuemei asked. She also had feelings for the Inscription Palace because when she was in the Tianqin Imperial City, she and Xiao Xianqin had stayed in the Inscription Palace for a period of time. Of course not. Mu Feng patted Xiao Yuemei's head and said with a smile, "You can come whenever you want in the future." "Oh right, your brother is really amazing. The moon rune he drew is very accurate. He should have seen it for a while." Qinyan nodded and asked, "General Director, I want to buy the purple frost mysterious grass. I wonder where I can buy it." Hong Mengshu said in surprise, "Purple frost mysterious grass? That's a Xian medicine that's worth millions. It's quite rare. I'll send someone to help you ask around. This kind of Xian medicine is not easy to obtain. It will take some time." Mu Feng hurriedly called an old man over and had him inquire about it. "Then I'll be troubling the general director," Qinyan said gratefully. "It's a small matter. I'll be busy first. You guys can stroll around here." After Mu Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly entered the room. He should be going to study the moon runes. Qinyan and company were arranged to stay in a very luxurious suite. There were several rooms and secret rooms, bathrooms, baths, and so on. The decorations were also very luxurious. After Xiao Yuemei closed the door, Qinyan said, "Ninth Princess, can you show me your saber?" "I haven't touched it yet." It could be said that Qinyan had helped Hong Mengshu greatly. Naturally, he did not stand on ceremony and quickly handed the saber over. "It's a pretty good saber. The ancient Xian artifact has been maintained so well until now." Qinyan gently caressed the red blade. It looked like a ruby and the blade was incomparably sharp. This curved blade seems to be designed to match the moon rune. Qinyan carefully looked at the hilt of the saber. "I don't know what material the hilt is made of, but it's extremely cold." Hong Mengshu sighed and said, "I got this saber from the inside of a very large life marks crystal jade." "It's actually inside the life marks crystal jade? No wonder it's been preserved so well." Qinyan sighed in surprise. He also found it inconceivable. The life marks crystal jade was a very ancient item. Xiao Yuemei giggled as she walked behind Hong Mengshu and played with her ponytails. Because the mystic moon saber could not be repaired, Hong Mengshu was also depressed and allowed Xiao Yuemei to play with her hair. Qinyan said, "I might be able to repair it." "Really?" Hong Mengshu suddenly stood up. "Brother, the general director already said that it's impossible to repair it." "But you can do it?" Xiao Yuemei was also very surprised. Qinyan smiled. "I want to give it a try. I have my own methods. However, Ninth Princess, you have to promise me that if I can really repair it, you must not tell anyone about this." Hong Mengshu had always felt that Qinyan was very reliable. She hurriedly nodded and said, "No problem. If you can repair this saber, I will use my resources to help you find the purple frost mysterious grass." Hong Mengshu was the ninth princess, so she definitely had a lot of connections. "All right, wait for me." Qinyan held the saber and entered a quiet secret room. After entering, he let Momo come out and asked, "Momo, can you repair the moon rune?" "Sure." Momo hurriedly nodded. "That's great. Oh right, when you repair it, take a look at the dark lines on it. This set of moon runes should be spirit-level moon runes." Qinyan said, "It's more ordinary than what I got from the inscription gate, but it's very suitable for initial learning." Momo said, "I might need to use up a lot of dragon beast crystal eggs. At that time, there will only be one left." "It's fine." The reason why Qinyan kept so many dragon beast crystal eggs was because he needed them urgently. Following that, Momo began to repair the damaged moon runes on the mystic moon saber. At the same time, she also recorded them down. Qinyan looked at Momo, whose entire body was emitting a sparkling white light. He secretly praised this beautiful and lovely little fairy. Although she was called a magical fairy, she did not have the slightest demonic aura. 9 Extreme's internal force Momo absorbed the energy of the dragon beast crystal egg and activated her special ability to sense the dark lines on the mystic moon saber. At the same time, she also recorded the dark lines and bright lines in her mind. While waiting in the secret chamber, Qinyan took out the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and read it page by page. This 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is really difficult. Qinyan looked at the first page. There are only a few sentences and it is very short. The first page was an inner force mantra. Their main goal was to cultivate inner force, Only by cultivating a Tao core and having enough inner strength could one learn the inner strength of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. 9 Extinction Heart Sutra's internal power is the first extinction of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Xianxia muttered, 9 Extinction Heart Sutra has a total of 9 extinction, 9 peerless martial arts? Xianxia was also secretly guessing. He looked at the mental cultivation method of the 9 extinction inner strength and started to try to follow it. He tried many times but he didn't feel any reaction. Later on, as he continued to try and deepen his understanding of the mental cultivation method, he gradually caused the internal energy in the 3 Tao cores to boil. It's hot. Xianxia was alarmed as he suddenly felt the Tao core's internal energy boil and accelerate. When a large amount of inner energy boiled, it turned into another type of inner energy and rushed towards the 3 major meridians. If he wanted to completely transform the inner strength of the Tao core into the 9 extinction inner strength, he had to transform the 3 great scriptures. That was because the 3 major meridians were the key to converting spiritual energy into internal energy. If he could successfully convert the 3 great meridians, then he would be able to absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy into his body, and through the 3 great meridians, he would be able to refine the 9 extinction inner qi. Xianxia suddenly felt that the 9 extinction inner qi and the 9 sun spiritual energy were extremely compatible. When he cultivated, he felt an incomparably smooth feeling. The 9 extremes great formation has a large number of sun runes. Sun marks are derived from the evolution of the 9 suns. Could it be that the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra has something to do with the 9 suns? Xianxia was secretly puzzled. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Mo continued for 3 days and Xianxia also cultivated for 3 days. In the past 3 days, Xianxia's harvest was immense. His cultivation of the first chapter of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra went very smoothly. He successfully transformed the 3 great scriptures, and the inner energy in the Tao core also transformed into the 9 extinction. The 9 extinction inner force is very strong. It has perfectly refined the 9 sun spiritual energy and fully evolved the 9 sun spiritual energy into an even stronger energy that is stored in the Tao core. Xianxia looked at Mo and asked, Mo, how's it going? It can be perfectly repaired, but it will take another 2 to 3 days. Mo said. Xianxia continued flipping through the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and looked at the second page. Extinction Dragon Palm, use the 9 extinction inner force to execute it. It can be combined with the power of the great Tao and other energies. It must be the inner strength or Tao energy transformed from the 9 extinction inner force, otherwise it will cause harm to the user. The Extinction Dragon Palm had a total of more than 10 pages. It was very complicated, and there were also many pictures to accompany it. Extinction Dragon 36 palms, it is truly complicated and each palm is more difficult than the last. Xianxia felt a headache just looking at it. He feels that it would be pretty good if he can learn a few of them. After 2 days, Xianxia had only grasped the basics of the first 2 palms. He could only use the Vajra inner strength to activate them. For the time being, he could not use his Tao energy to activate them. As for Mo, she had also finished repairing the mystic moon saber. Mo, you must be very tired. Xianxia placed her in his palm and gently stroked her small head. I'm not very tired, as long as I have something to eat. Mo helped Xianxia with another matter and was very happy. There's still a dragon beast crystal egg. Next, I will search for a magical beast crystal egg or something that can replace it. Xianxia could not let Mo starve. The mystic moon saber had been repaired very well. Xianxia held it in his hand and could not help but admire Mo's magical power. When he opened the door to the secret room, Hong Mengshu hurriedly came over and asked, Brother Yun, how's the repair of my mystic moon saber? Xianxia did not immediately answer because he did not see Xiao Yuemei. He asked, where's Yuemei? The little girl left. She said that she wanted to roam the martial desolate land and borrowed 1,000,000 purple coins from me. She even used a mirror to look at my martial spirit, and in the end, she even took half of the Divine Inscription Palace's warehouse to eat. Hong Mengshu lightly snorted and said, what a greedy little girl. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lent her so many purple coins. This girl is going wild again. I hope she's safe and sound. Xianxia sighed. Don't worry, it's already good enough that others are safe and sound when they meet her. Hong Mengshu curled her lips and said, in the future, there will definitely be countless people who will be tricked by her. Qin Yan took out the mystic moon saber and handed it to Hong Mengshu. He said with a smile, "Ninth princess, your wish has been fulfilled." Hong Mengshu hurriedly took the mystic moon saber. The moment she held it in her hand, she felt an indescribable feeling that made her extremely pleasantly surprised. Drip your blood to recognize it as your master. This kind of Xian artifact also knows how to pick its master. Qin Yan smiled. Great, I have a Xian artifact. Hong Mengshu jumped up and down, giggling nonstop. She looked very much like Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yan felt that women who stayed with Xiao Yuemei for a long time would easily be led astray by her. Xiao Xianqin was a little like Xiao Yuemei, mischievous. After Hong Mengshu dripped her blood on the mystic moon saber, the red blade immediately overflowed with light and turned purple-red. This is great. Perfect refinement success. Hong Mengshu felt that she was connected to the saber and was even more overjoyed. She happily hugged Qin Yan. After Qin Yan pushed her away, he said, "Shoo. Don't make such a big noise. If someone asks, don't say that I repaired it. Also, you promised me that you would help me find the purple frost mysterious grass." Hong Mengshu was also someone who had experienced many storms, so she quickly calmed down. She admired Qin Yan even more. In her eyes, Qin Yan was someone who was even more capable than the general director of the Divine Inscription Palace. "No problem. If I can afford the price, I'll buy it for you." "How about it?" Hong Mengshu smiled. "No need, I have my own purple coins." Qin Yan smiled. "If I can't afford it, I'll borrow it from you when the time comes." Hong Mengshu smiled sweetly and said, "What? Do you not want a woman to give you something?" Qin Yan looked at Hong Mengshu's charming and somewhat cute face and could not help but secretly exclaim in admiration. She was indeed a rare beauty. "No." Qin Yan said with a smile, "I'm not such a shallow person. I'm not that easy to seduce." "Brother Yun, what's your surname?" "You may only calls you Big Brother Yun. With your conditions, your background is definitely not bad." Hong Mengshu asked curiously, "You must have a great background." "You can just call me Brother Yun." Qin Yan smiled and then asked, "Ninth princess, just call me Mengshu." Hong Mengshu said. It could be seen that she was a straightforward woman. Qin Yan said, "I'm not used to it. I'll call you Ninth princess. If you don't call me Mengshu, I'll ignore you." Hong Mengshu pouted and snorted. She sat on a chair and crossed her arms over her chest. She did not look at Qin Yan. Qin Yan had no good way to deal with a coquettish woman. He could only comply. He asked, "Mengshu, do you know where there are magical beast crystal eggs here?" When Hong Mengshu heard Qin Yan call her name, she smiled happily and said, "Magical beast crystal egg? We have to go to the Thorny Devil Road. That's the passageway to the magical desolate land. There are many magical beasts in the nearby mountains. What do you want a magical beast crystal egg for? Is it for cultivation? You are in the martial Dao realm, so it's best if you use Life Mark's crystal jade. What rank of Life Mark's crystal jade do you want? I'll keep an eye out for you in the future and give you more." Qin Yan said, "I'm at the second level of the martial Dao realm. What rank do I need? Of course it's best if it's a third stage Life Mark's crystal jade. Second stage, that's for the poor." Hong Mengshu said, "Don't worry, leave this to me." "Thank you, Mengshu." Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, "Then what is there that has the same energy as a magical beast crystal egg?" "The special energy of a magical beast crystal egg is of great use to me." Hong Mengshu found it somewhat strange. That was because Qin Yan was extremely proficient in inscriptions but he did not know much about them. She thought for a moment and said, "Spirit beast crystal core. Or maybe it's a spirit beast egg. But that's not easy to get. It might be even harder to get than a magical beast crystal egg. Alright, I'll have to make a trip to the Thorny Devil Road." Qin Yan was very concerned about Momo's food. If he did not prepare enough food for Momo, he would feel uneasy. Hong Mengshu said, "No need, you go yourself. I'll send someone to buy it for you. How about 20,000 purple coins each? The price is not bad. Try your best to help me collect more." Qin Yan also felt relieved. Alright, I'll be able to get some in about a month. Hong Mengshu also sincerely wanted to befriend Qin Yun because it was very difficult to find an inscription master like him who could repair the moon runes. In Hong Mengshu's heart, she secretly despised those so-called Xian inscriptionists. Even the general director, Mu Feng, was despised by her because they could not repair the mystic moon saber, but Qin Yun could. I'm going to change my clothes. I'll take you around the city later. I'll try my luck and see if I can find a good ore and cut out some good life-mark crystal jade. Hong Mengshu was in a very good mood and she was the gambling king, so she naturally had to make a gamble. Qin Yun was no longer in a hurry. With Hong Mengshu and Mu Feng's help in searching for the purple frost mysterious grass, there would definitely be news soon. He also entered his room and changed into a set of simple grey clothes. Hong Mengshu, on the other hand, changed into a light cyan dress. With 2 long ponytails, she looked refreshing and beautiful. When she smiled, she looked slightly charming. She was very charming and moving. Let's go. Hong Mengshu led Qin Yun out of the Divine Inscription Palace. Mengshu, aren't there a lot of stones over there? Can't we pick from here? Qin Yun pointed at the ones outside the Divine Inscription Palace. I've seen it with Yume over the past few days. There's nothing good about it. Hong Mengshu smiled and said, let's go to a place. There should be something new there. Qin Yun did not understand any of this. He was only watching the show. Mengshu, can your jade martial spirit really allow you to sense the life-mark crystal jade? Qin Yun asked softly before jumping onto the back of a spirit crane. Of course. Hong Mengshu could also control the spirit crane and have it fly according to her wishes. She was the 9th princess of Hongwu country, so it was normal for her to have her own spirit crane. Qin Yun did not know much about ores, so he asked Hong Mengshu for more details. Just as the spirit crane was flying in the air, a large group of spirit cranes suddenly flew in front of him. Hong Mengshu hurriedly made her spirit crane fly higher to avoid the group of spirit cranes. Feng Honglan Hong Mengshu was also very surprised. She hurriedly turned the spirit crane around and followed the group of people. Her spirit crane was rather powerful and its speed was also very fast. In an instant, she caught up. After catching up, she asked an old man in front of her, Senior, where are you all in a hurry to go? When the old man saw Hong Mengshu, he immediately said in surprise, it's the 9th princess. Don't you know? The ancient Jade Mountain range has been shaken and many huge jade mountains have collapsed. Everyone is going to pick up ores. Really? That's great, I'll go over now. Hong Mengshu was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly controlled the spirit crane to speed up and fly towards the city gate. In Jade Xian City, one could only ride a spirit crane to fly. If one were to fly on their own, they would be punished. Even Hong Mengshu was no exception. Hong Mengshu's spirit crane was the fastest and it flew to the city gate in an instant. After she and Qin Yun left the city, she took out a huge cylindrical object. The cylindrical object's head was very sharp and it looked like a bird's beak. This is a flying shuttle. It's very fast. Hong Mengshu opened a door at the back of the flying shuttle and walked in with Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not find it strange that this was a flying magic treasure. The interior of the flying shuttle was relatively large, so Qin Yun and Hong Mengshu could sit comfortably inside. Take off. Hong Mengshu controlled the flying shuttle and let it float in the air before flying forward at a high speed. The flying shuttle was driven by purple coins. Qin Yun also saw Hong Mengshu place many purple coins into a storage space on the flying shuttle. The ancient Jade Mountain range should be quite dangerous. Qin Yun said worriedly. Not afraid. There are often people inside, so there aren't many beasts. As long as we don't go too deep, we will be safe. Hong Mengshu smiled and said, don't worry, I can protect you. At this point, Qin Yun could only follow along to take a look. The speed of the flying shuttle was very fast, but the people inside could not feel it. Qin Yun could also see the outside from inside. In front of him, there were many tall mountains. Those mountains looked to be made of rock. And inside those rocks, there were all kinds of colored jade. The Jade Xian city was near the ancient Jade Mountain range. The speed of the flying shuttle was so fast that it could arrive very quickly. It had only been an hour. I wonder where the earthquake is. Hong Mengshu controlled the shuttle to hover in the air, then opened a lid on it, walked out, and stood on the shuttle. Qin Yan walked out as well and looked at the countless stone mountains that stretched for thousands of kilometers. They were stacked on top of each other and were densely packed together. It was like a sea of mountains. Ancient Jade Mountain Range is truly vast. Qin Yan cannot help but exclaim in admiration. This is an area under the jurisdiction of our Hongwu country. The other martial countries have always wanted it. Hong Mengshu said proudly, "Let's go down and take a look. Let's see if we can find someone and ask where the earthquake is." The moment he reached the bottom, Qin Yan sensed a very familiar aura. That was the Tao of vibration. His vibration martial spirit was this kind of Tao power. The aura of this Tao energy was extremely strong and it came from a direction. Qin Yan looked over and said, "I seem to be able to sense a fluctuating aura over there." "Really? Let's go take a look." "Get into the shuttle," Hong Mengshu hurriedly said. After Hong Mengshu and Qin Yan entered the flying shuttle, they immediately flew in the direction Qin Yan said. With a whoosh, the flying shuttle flew into the ancient Jade Mountain Range. Qin Yan said, "Mengshu, I can't sense any aura from here. Let's go to the ground. This way, we can more accurately find the location." "All right." Hong Mengshu hurriedly controlled the flying shuttle to stop on the ground. There were also many trees in the ancient Jade Mountain Range. These trees were also very strange and extremely sturdy. Some of the leaves on the trees were like jadeite. They were extremely beautiful. When Qin Yan arrived on the ground, he immediately sensed the Tao of vibration. "Over there." Qin Yan pointed in a direction and ran over. "I'll walk in front." Hong Mengshu increased her speed and took out her mystic moon saber. Although there weren't many beasts here, they still had to make sufficient preparations. As they ran, the sky soon darkened. It was already evening. Suddenly, Hong Mengshu stopped and said with a frown, "There are a lot of auras. Looks like someone came here a long time ago." "Is the earthquake man-made?" Qin Yan asked. "I'm not sure yet. If it can destroy many Jade Mountains, then it must be a battle between martial kings. The Jade Mountains are extremely sturdy. Even if a Xian martial realm cultivator were to fight here, they might not be able to collapse a few Jade Mountains." Hong Mengshu said, "There are a lot of people nearby and they are all in the martial Tao realm." Qin Yan said, "Let's go over and take a look carefully." Hong Mengshu nodded. Then, she took a deep breath and withdrew her aura. Qin Yan had long concealed his aura. As the sky gradually darkened, the two of them carefully advanced through the forest. After climbing over two relatively short Jade Mountains, they saw many tents in the open space at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Looking at those luxurious tents, one could tell that the people below all had high statuses and were very rich. Qin Yan hurriedly took out a mask and put it on. He was worried that he would be recognized. He had been seen by many people on the battling platform at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. When Hong Mengshu saw that he was wearing a mask, she did not ask any further questions. She said, "These people are all from various famous sections. Let's go down and ask about the situation." Qin Yan followed her down. Hong Mengshu was the daughter of a martial king and her status was considered very high. She was not afraid of being bullied by these famous sections. As soon as they left, the people in the tent sensed them and came out one after another. "Isn't this Hong Mengshu, the 9th princess of Hongwu country?" A handsome man with skin as white as jade walked out from a golden tent. "Yue, the 90th prince of Yuwu country? It's been a few years and you're still at the 4th level of the martial Tao. You haven't broken through at all," Hong Mengshu said coldly. At this time, the people from the other tents also came out and greeted Hong Mengshu. Qin Yan did not say a word because he planned to pretend to be Hong Mengshu's follower. That way, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Just as the crowd was exchanging pleasantries, a faint fragrance suddenly drifted over. Everyone greedily sucked in this wonderful fragrance. In the darkness, there was also a faint pink mist floating about. That intoxicating fragrance came from this pink mist. "Feng Honglan, is this the legendary variant martial spirit, the Midnight Red Orchid martial spirit?" Hong Mengshu was slightly alarmed as she looked in the direction of the aura. Everyone abruptly looked up. Following that, Yue and a few young men hurriedly walked over. These men were all very strong, around the third or fourth level of the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, their statuses were all very noble. Miss Honglan, it's only been a few months and you've actually become much more beautiful. Even the fairies of Heavenly Mountain are only SOSO. A red-cloaked man laughed. Little Eagle King, you must be joking. Honglan doesn't dare. Feng Honglan smiled lightly. The Little Eagle King was a young martial Dao realm disciple from the mysterious Eagle sect. He was also very famous because his grandfather was the sect leader of the mysterious Eagle sect. Qin Yan looked at the peerless beauty from afar. Feng Honglan was in her 20s and she wore a light red dress. Her charm was outstanding and her eyes were bright like the stars in the sky. She walked over gracefully and slowly. Her entire body was surrounded by a light pink fluorescence. She was bright and holy, like a flower fairy in a painting. Miss Honglan, you are the youngest and most powerful martial Dao realm disciple of the divine sound profound mountain and also the #1 beauty of the northern region. Why wouldn't you dare? Yui laughed heartily. Miss Honglan, the #1 beauty of the northern region, other than you, I don't recognize anyone else. Miss Honglan. I am Hu Haojuan of the Gourd Profound Island, the grandson of the island master. I have long heard of Miss Honglan's beauty and today, I am fortunate enough to witness it with my own eyes. You are indeed as beautiful as a fairy as the legends say. Hu Haojuan was plump and round, looking like a gourd. Young master who is 30 years old. At such a young age, he is already at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. Honglan has also heard of young master's great name for a long time. Feng Honglan smiled elegantly before slowly walking towards Hong Mengshu. At this moment, many young masters were rushing to praise Feng Honglan's beauty. It was unknown who was so reckless as to say in a low voice that Hong Mengshu looks small and she is dressed like a country bumpkin. She is already such a big girl and she even has a pair of ponytails. She looks like a little girl and her manners are not noble and elegant enough. Compared to Miss Honglan, she is just a bumpkin. To think that she is a princess. She doesn't have the slightest bit of the temperament of a princess. That's right. Look at the follower she brought with her. He even wore a mask and was deliberately mystifying. From his aura, he is only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. Hong Mengshu really came at the wrong time. No matter what, she is inferior to Feng Honglan. Hong Mengshu was so angry that she wanted to die. She wished that she could capture all those people who had criticized her and ruthlessly teach them a lesson. Honglan greets the 9th princess. Feng Honglan came in front of Hong Mengshu and greeted her politely. You're welcome. Hong Mengshu said indifferently. She couldn't show her jealousy right now, otherwise, people would look down on her even more. Qin Yan found it funny. Hong Mengshu, the 9th princess, was the same as the 7th prince of Hong Yan. She was also often ridiculed. Brother Yun, let's go. There are still important matters to attend to. Hong Mengshu patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. Feng Honglan also knew that Hong Mengshu was not in a good mood. After all, she was a dignified 9th princess. Being belittled by so many people, she definitely did not feel good in her heart. Hong Mengshu's appearance was not bad. It was just that she was rather petite and her personality was very straightforward. She did not have that kind of luxurious bearing, so she did not look like a princess. Compared to the elegant and tranquil Feng Honglan, she was still lacking. 9th princess, please wait. Honglan has something to discuss with you. Feng Honglan hurriedly said softly, I wonder if we can talk in private. Hong Mengshu took out her flying shuttle and said, if you don't mind my simple and crude flying shuttle, then go in. Then, we'll fly far away and talk. Feng Honglan smiled sweetly, 9th princess, your flying shuttle is a royal-grade spirit artifact and it was also created by a master. It takes into account both defense and speed and it's not cheap. Even with purple crystal coins, it's not easy to buy. This is not simple at all. When Hong Mengshu heard this, her mood improved a little. Feng Honglan also walked in. Brother Yun, let's go in. Hong Mengshu pushed Qin Yun into the flying shuttle before entering herself. Bang, the door of the flying shuttle slammed shut. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jade Mountain treasure Qin Yun never expected that he would be pushed into the flying shuttle by Hong Mengshu. By the time he reacted, the flying shuttle was already high in the sky. Feng Honglan's beautiful eyes looked at Qin Yun's mask and revealed traces of unease. Honglan, this is my friend. You are much stronger than him, there's no need to be afraid of him. Hong Mengshu smiled. Just pretend that he doesn't exist. Qin Yun only nodded at Feng Honglan without saying a word. However, he was secretly surprised. The fragrance on Feng Honglan's body seemed to be innate. It was a very natural and pure floral fragrance, with traces of spiritual energy. Feng Honglan politely said to Qin Yun, "Friend, I was indeed wary of you just now. Please forgive me." Qin Yun still nodded. Hong Mengshu said, "Ignore him." "Honglan, how did you know I was here?" "On the way to Jade Xian City, I met some people. They said that they saw your flying shuttle rushing over here, so I came." Feng Honglan's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. Hong Mengshu seemed to be quite familiar with Feng Honglan. It was as if she had seen her before. "Honglan, why are you looking for me? Is it really that important? You actually came here yourself." Hong Mengshu said. "Ninth Princess, I heard that you are sending people everywhere to purchase purple frost mysterious grass and you are in a hurry. What use does this mysterious grass have to you?" Feng Honglan asked. Hong Mengshu glanced at Qin Yun and hurriedly said with a smile, "You came to find me because you found the purple frost mysterious grass?" Feng Honglan frowned slightly and shook her head, "I. Ninth Princess, don't you know the use of the purple frost mysterious grass?" Hong Mengshu thought for a moment and said, "It's for healing." "What's wrong?" "Ninth Princess, this is usually used after being hit by the burning soul palm." Feng Honglan said softly, "And the only person who has been hit by the burning soul palm recently is the 9 Extinction sect leader." Feng Honglan saw Hong Mengshu's face full of surprise and paused for a moment before continuing, "There are a few Xian sects that have purple frost mysterious grass. Our divine sound profound mountain has them." Hong Mengshu looked at Qin Yun again and felt incomparably shocked. She also understood the matter of the 9 Extinction Gate and the sword profound mountain. The cause was that Qin Yun, now, she finally knows who this brother Yun is. He is the Qin Yun who stirred up so many big events. She always called Qin Yun as brother Yun because she thought that Qin Yun was older than her. Now, she knows that brother Yun is a young man who is much younger than her. Qin Yun was not even 20 years old and he was already at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, he had dual martial spirits, dual Dao cores and the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. This was something that many people knew. Now, Hong Mengshu also knows that Qin Yun is a very strong inscription master. This was what shocked her the most. With this kind of talent, he could instantly crush the group of disciples from the famous sections. When Feng Honglan saw Hong Mengshu's expression, she looked at Qin Yun and suddenly thought of something. She muttered, "Is this brother Yun Qin Yun?" "No." Hong Mengshu quickly said. She also understood that Qin Yun's identity could not be exposed. Otherwise, there would be many spirit martial realm cultivators chasing after him. Not for anything else, just the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron alone was enough to make many people fight over it crazily. Feng Honglan's beautiful eyes moved. She seemed to have guessed something and did not ask any further. Qin Yun took off his mask and revealed his handsome face. He smiled and said, "That's right, I am Qin Yun. Miss Honglan, I am indeed in urgent need of the purple frost mysterious grass. I wonder how much your divine sound profound mountain is willing to pay for it." Hong Mengshu rolled her eyes at Qin Yun. "You rascal. I just helped you conceal your identity but now I've exposed myself. This time, I'm very embarrassed." Feng Honglan smiled sweetly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not speak of this matter to anyone." Hong Mengshu glared at Qin Yun. "So you are Qin Yun, a kid who isn't even 20 years old. To think that I even called you brother Yun." "Humph." Feng Honglan was also surprised. She thought that Hong Mengshu had long known of Qin Yun's identity. She immediately thought that Qin Yun had used an unfamiliar identity to befriend Hong Mengshu. To be able to befriend a woman like Hong Mengshu, there must be something extraordinary about him. "Honglan, how much do you plan to sell the purple frost mysterious grass for?" Hong Mengshu said. "It's not up to me to decide how much to sell. Furthermore, Our sects that have the purple frost mysterious grass have all been instructed by the sword profound mountain not to sell it. Feng Hanlan sighed softly and said with some difficulty. Qin Yan frowned and scolded, looks like I can only find someone else to buy it. These bastards of the sword profound mountain are truly vile. Hong Mengshu said, Hanlan, you didn't come looking for me just to remind me of this, did you? I obtained first place in the martial arts competition in the Divine Sound Profound Mountain, so I received the purple frost mysterious grass as a reward. Feng Hanlan said with a troubled expression, I originally thought that since the ninth princess needed it herself, I would sell it to you, but don't blame yourself. Qin Yan said, you have your own difficulties. If our sect leader's injuries were to suddenly recover and your purple frost mysterious grass's whereabouts were to be unknown, it would definitely raise suspicions. Hong Mengshu snorted lightly, just say that you sold it to me. If the sword profound mountain blames you, then let them come find me. If they have the guts, then come. I'm not afraid of them. Qin Yan smiled. It's true that the sword profound mountain does not dare to look for you. However, they will place the blame on Honglan and will definitely put pressure on the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. Feng Honglan nodded slightly. Hong Mengshu said unhappily, the Divine Sound Profound Mountain is too cowardly. You are the youngest martial Dao realm expert. Won't they protect you when the time comes? Why are you afraid of the Sword Profound Mountain? Qin Yan said, Mengshu, there must be a few factions within the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. If Honglan causes trouble, then the group of people who oppose her will come out to fan the flames or take the opportunity to weaken her side's strength. It's another damn struggle. This kind of thing exists everywhere. Within our Hongwu country, there are also open and secret struggles, fighting to the death. They seem to be fighting endlessly, and they haven't stopped for so many years. With Hong Mengshu's personality, she was not suitable for such schemes and struggles, so she was very disgusted. Qin Yan smiled, our 9 Extinction Profound Gate doesn't have it. Do you want to join our 9 Extinction Profound Gate? Our 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is very powerful. I'll think about it. My father said that he would stuff me into a king-level sect. Hong Mengshu also suddenly had the thought of entering the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Feng Honglan said, Young Master Qin, thank you for your understanding. Qin Yan only felt that it was a pity. He could not force Feng Honglan. He could only buy the purple frost mysterious grass through other means. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hong Mengshu waved her hand and said, many of the Jade Mountains were suddenly shattered. I don't know the reason. As for Yu Yi and the Little Eagle King, they all ran over. They seem to have known about it for a long time. Feng Honglan said, they were originally in Jade Xian City and gathered to gamble on ores. However, ores are expensive, so they came in together to search for ores. They just so happened to encounter an earthquake. This matter is also known by the elders in the sect, so I followed the elders here. The elders of the other sects should be coming as well. Hong Mengshu said, Honglan, then you should quickly go back and be with your elders so that they won't worry about you. Feng Honglan nodded before bidding farewell to Qin Yan and Hong Mengshu. Then, she flew out of the shuttle. After Qin Yan saw Feng Honglan leave, he took a deep breath of the lingering fragrance. Brother Yun, how is the great beauty Honglan? Isn't she much prettier than me? Hong Mengshu snorted when she saw Qin Yan's intoxicated expression. Isn't that obvious? Qin Yan said with a smile. Hong Mengshu kicked Qin Yan and said, you fellow, you've hidden yourself so deeply. You're actually a very powerful inscription master. Speaking of which, you're not even 20 years old yet, how did you learn so many complicated inscriptions? Furthermore, you're even more powerful than those Xian inscriptionists. Talent. Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious. Mengshu, will Feng Honglan tell others about me? Don't worry, she definitely won't. You saw it too. She came all the way to find me just to get close to me. Hong Mengshu sat beside Qin Yan and controlled the shuttle to land on the ground. She continued, there are a lot of disciples from famous sects who want to get close to me. Some of them even have bad intentions towards me, so they've all been humiliated by me. Qin Yan said with a smile, no wonder they hate you so much. So it's because you're unmoved by force or persuasion. Hong Mengshu said disdainfully, let's see what kind of trash they are. Don't look at how polite Feng Honglan is to them. In her heart, she must hate those fart bugs to death. That group of fart bugs don't have any ability at all. Yet, they want to press her on the bed. Just thinking about it makes me sick. I can also tell that she prefers to befriend people like you. However, she's worried that she'll implicate her sect. Qin Yan took out a mirror and looked at himself. He said with a smile, looks like I'm still very handsome to be recognized by the #1 beauty of the northern region. Stop being so smug. Hong Mengshu snorted. Qin Yan walked out of the flying shuttle and looked at the sky. It was already late at night. However, he could still sense the Tao of vibration. The earthquake caused many sect elders to come over. It shouldn't be caused by a battle between martial kings. Hong Mengshu said, it looks like something suddenly ran out from the ground. Qin Yan said with a frown, I can sense the Tao of vibration. Generally speaking, only a formation can produce such a power. It seems like someone in the ancient Jade Mountain range has triggered a mysterious killing array and caused a huge commotion. Then why aren't you going over quickly? With such a powerful killing array, it's most likely protecting something. Hong Mengshu hurriedly said, quickly determine the direction. After Qin Yan determined the direction, Hong Mengshu immediately ran. Qin Yan followed behind and asked, Mengshu, are you sure there's a treasure? Isn't my mystic moon saber very powerful? That thing came out from inside the Lifemark's crystal jade. Hong Mengshu said, the formation of this jade mountain is also very mysterious. Eruption of the Black Mountain. Qin Yan and Hong Mengshu hurried through the night, heading in the direction of the earthquake. More than 4 hours later. They also saw quite a few collapsed jade mountains. Hong Mengshu only took a few glances and knew that this was the rubble that had fallen from the jade mountain. There were no Lifemark's crystal jades inside. Let's not waste time on these things. Let's go to the center of the earthquake. There might be many treasures there. Hong Mengshu was also somewhat excited, as if she was very sure that there were treasures. Qin Yan could also sense the Tao of vibration even more clearly now. Soon, he and Hong Mengshu entered an area filled with rubble. In this area, there were originally many tall jade mountains. However, because of the intense earthquake, all the mountains had collapsed. Furthermore, there were many cracks on the ground. It could be said that there were no tall mountains within 100 miles. Because it was night time, Qin Yan and company could not see the situation in the distance. However, they were certain that the surrounding jade mountains had all collapsed. As they continued forward, they suddenly saw a mountain that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. It was also because of the moonlight that they could roughly see that this was a mountain made of black jade. Only this mountain hasn't collapsed. Hong Mengshu said in surprise, let's not get any closer for now. Qin Yan said, the center of the earthquake is right in front of us. Just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly trembled. The most terrifying thing was that the power of the tremors came from the gigantic mountain. What kind of mountain is that? Hong Mengshu was extremely shocked. They were tens of thousands of meters away from the gigantic black mountain, but the shockwave still caused the blood in their bodies to surge wildly. Qin Yan said with a frown, inside that mountain, there should be a very powerful formation that can unleash a terrifying shockwave. What exactly is inside? Black mountains are very common in the ancient Jade Mountain range. Hong Mengshu also wanted to go take a look, but she didn't dare to approach. This was because the shockwave covered a very wide area. When the Black Mountain shook, it would be enveloped by the shockwave in all directions. With our strength, it will be very dangerous to go over like this. Hong Mengshu's cultivation was higher than Qin Yan's, but she did not dare to continue forward. The vibrating power released by the gigantic Black Mountain was still relatively gentle. If it were to suddenly increase, it would be extremely dangerous at their current distance. Qin Yan said, let's wait and see. Perhaps with the continuous vibrations, that Black Mountain will be blasted into pieces by the vibrations inside. Hong Mengshu nodded. Let's retreat a little more. If you get hurt, it will be very troublesome. Qin Yan agreed as well. Then, the two of them moved back more than 5,000 meters and stood on a piece of rubble. The other Jade Mountains closest to the Black Mountain region were the most severely shaken. The Jade Mountain here had been turned into rubble, and the largest of the rubble was only half a meter wide. It could be seen that there had been many shockwaves before. Even the Jade Mountain, which was further away, had collapsed a lot. Someone is coming, Qin Yan suddenly said. Hong Mengshu also discovered it. She hurriedly pulled Qin Yan and hid in the crown of a fallen tree. As long as their auras were not obvious, they would not be easily discovered in this dark night. It's those guys. Hong Mengshu snorted when she saw Yu Yi's figure. It was the Little Eagle King, Yu Yi, and Hu Haojuan. They were all young cultivators of the martial Dao realm and they shared the same interests. Therefore, they walked together and even brought along their friends who were more familiar with them. There were more than 20 people in this group. Most of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial Dao realm. Among them, there was a middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. He was the strongest. Aren't the elders from the other sects here? Why don't I see them? Qin Yan looked around and did not sense anyone else's aura. Boom, just as he finished speaking, the Black Mountain suddenly shook. A large amount of glowing objects shot out from the top of the mountain and scattered in all directions. The treasure is out. Let's split up and pick it up. We must be careful, Hong Mengshu warned. Qin Yan nodded and rushed towards the place where the red light had fallen. The top of the mountain suddenly exploded and many things sprayed out. In the night, it was like fireworks blooming. It was colorful and beautiful. The only people who had come here were Qin Yan, Hong Mengshu, the Little Eagle King, Yu Yi, and company. Previously, Feng Hanlan had said that there were elders coming but they did not see any warriors of the spirit realm. Qin Yan and Hong Mengshu split up and charged towards the items that had landed nearby. They were all secretly looking forward to seeing what kind of treasure the Black Mountain would spit out. Qin Yan quickly rushed to the spot where the red light had landed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, there were no treasures at all. Instead, there was a large expanse of jade that was burning with flames. There were many balls of light that flew out. Qin Yan could only continue charging at the other falling. Balls of light, boom, the Black Mountain suddenly trembled again and spat out many more balls of light. This time, the balls of light were much larger than before and they were all white. However, there weren't many of them. There were only a few in total. Qin Yan looked in the direction where the huge ball of white light had flown out from. Then, he used the mysterious star steps with all his might, causing his body to move like lightning as he charged towards the ball of white light that had fallen near him. Hong Mengshu did the same. She locked onto a huge ball of white light and quickly rushed over. At this moment, everyone could tell that these white balls of light were likely to contain treasures. When Qin Yan approached, he could sense a thick aura of the Lifemark's crystal jade. It's the Lifemark's crystal jade. He was somewhat disappointed because he felt that the Lifemark's crystal jade could not be considered a treasure. However, when he got closer, he was quite happy because the Lifemark's crystal jade was very big. It's white and weighs 1,000 jin. The stone is just a group of 3 Lifemarks. This should be a 3rd stage Lifemark. Qin Yan touched it and felt that it was very hot. Then, he hurriedly kept it in his storage space. He continued to run to the location where the other ball of light had fallen. After going over, he discovered that it was a pair of silver boots. They looked very simple and there were no strange patterns on them. Something that came out of an ancient and mysterious mountain was definitely not simple. Qin Yan hurriedly put it away. Bastard, hand over the thing you just obtained. A yellow-clothed man came over. When he saw that the item had been taken by someone else, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. When the yellow-clothed man saw that it was a masked man, he knew that it was Hong Mengshu's follower, Brother Yun. When he thought of this Brother Yun and Feng Hanlan entering a narrow space, he became even angrier. I got it first, Qin Yan said coldly as he took out the giant king spirit hammer. I saw it first. It's just that you were fast, so you got it first. The yellow-clothed man said angrily as he hurriedly took out a long rod that shone with a red light. There were many sharp thorns on the rod. If one was hit by the rod, the thorns would pierce into the bones. It was a very terrifying weapon. Die. The yellow-clothed man did not know what was inside the ball of light but he was certain that it was a treasure. Qin Yan looked at the incoming rod and hurriedly dodged. His movement technique also surprised the yellow-clothed man. You follower, you're quite capable. The yellow-cloaked man swung his rod again and again as he shouted, "Die! Die! Die! Die!" Qin Yun, who was dodging, suddenly saw an opportunity and struck out with his hammer. It landed on the rod and produced a loud boom sound, causing the yellow-cloaked man to be astonished. The yellow-cloaked man was at the third level of the martial Dao realm. If any other second-level martial Dao met him, they would have no chance of winning. As for Qin Yun, who was at the second level of the martial Dao realm, he had 3 Dao cores. Furthermore, he had just cultivated the 9 extinction inner force. His strength was enough to contend against a third-level martial Dao realm cultivator. "You. Why is your strength so terrifying?" When the yellow-cloaked man saw Qin Yun constantly dodging, he thought that he was weak and did not have the strength to retaliate. However, when he felt the power of Qin Yun's hammer, he was dumbfounded. "It's because you're too weak." Qin Yun swung the giant king spirit hammer and struck down again. The yellow-cloaked man's movement technique was very rough and he did not have time to dodge. His shoulder was struck by Qin Yun's hammer from the side. His shoulder and arm were torn apart by the hammer. It was a tragic sight to behold. "Your hammer is a Xian artifact?" Not only did the yellow-cloaked man realize that Qin Yun's strength was terrifying, the hammer was also very frightening. "It's just a spirit weapon." As Qin Yun spoke indifferently, he struck again. The yellow-cloaked man let out a loud roar as he unleashed a powerful force, causing Qin Yun's hammer to deviate slightly. However, his body was still struck. Bang! The giant king spirit hammer exploded with a terrifying shockwave, shattering the bones in the yellow-cloaked man's body. The yellow-cloaked man was shocked to the extreme. That was because Qin Yun's Dao energy aura was only at the level of 2 life marks, but his strength was terrifying. At this moment, he regretted coming over to snatch it. This had caused him to lose his life. "Save me!" Just as the yellow-cloaked man finished shouting, his body was enveloped by the alchemy power that erupted from the giant king spirit hammer. Whoosh! The sledgehammer carried an incomparably scorching alchemy power as it landed on the yellow-cloaked man's body, igniting lava. At that moment, the yellow-cloaked man felt extremely unwilling because he did not know who had killed him. Qin Yun frowned as he looked in Hong Mingshu's direction. Sounds of battle could be heard as he hurriedly rushed over. When he arrived, he was extremely surprised because Hong Mingshu had been besieged. She was the daughter of a martial king, yet she was being attacked by the Little Eagle King, Yui, and Hu Haojuan with more than 10 people. "Mingshu, I'm here!" Qin Yun bellowed as he threw a punch forward. Through the vibration Dao force, he executed the tsunami technique and sent out 9 shockwaves. A vast shockwave surged over, causing the group of people to retreat. Hong Mingshu, who was surrounded, was alarmed. At the same time, she rushed towards Qin Yun in a bid to escape with him. "Don't let them escape or we'll all be in big trouble," Yui hurriedly shouted. There were quite a few at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial Dao realm in their group. There were even some at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. This was because the one besieging them was the 9th princess of Hongwu country. Once Hong Mingshu returned alive, they would have no choice but to live a life of fugitives. "Kill!" The Little Eagle King charged forward with all his might. The dozen or so people charged at Qin Yun and Hong Mingshu with no regard for their lives, surrounding them. The middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm had also used his strongest power. Qin Yun was immediately infuriated as he said, "Mingshu, help me block that middle-aged man." Red Orchid martial spirit. The moment the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw appeared, it was accompanied by a fierce ancient beast power, causing everyone to be extremely frightened. With the mystic moon saber in hand, Hong Mingshu hurriedly attacked the 5th level martial Dao realm cultivator to prevent Qin Yun from being attacked. Qin Yun's defense was extremely terrifying. His body constantly trembled as shockwaves surged out, blasting away all the Dao energy that came from all directions. Hong Mingshu also witnessed Qin Yun's terrifying power. The lightning and fire on Qin Yun's left arm surged as his Dao power roared like a heavenly lion's roar. Using the mysterious star steps, he dashed toward the group of people like a meteor, cutting wind and breaking wave style. With a swoosh, the heavenly lion's gigantic claw, accompanied by a wave of sword chi, swept towards the few martial Dao realm cultivators, producing the sound of a huge wave crashing onto the shore. "Ah!" The few martial Dao realm cultivators cried out miserably as their bodies were instantly torn into several pieces. A few martial Dao realm cultivators had actually been smashed to pieces in an instant. This stunned the little eagle king and the others. Qin Yun brandished the heavenly lion's fighting dragon claw and ran towards Hong Mengshu. On the way, he killed a few martial Dao realm cultivators. Mengshu. Qin Yun hugged Hong Mengshu and waved his claws at the group of people attacking him, forcing them to retreat. The other party had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, they all had powerful spirit artifacts and were at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun and Hong Mengshu were unable to escape. Hong Mengshu was injured, and her combat power had dropped a lot. She didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. Fight. If we let them return alive, we will die. The middle-aged man shouted. Huff huff, everyone immediately released waves of Dao energy to attack Qin Yun and Hong Mengshu from afar. Qin Yun shielded Hong Mengshu behind him as he punched out continuously. The 9 extinction inner force continuously transformed into vibration Dao energy and held out, blocking the first round of attacks. Just as Qin Yun found it hard to resist, a masked man in black suddenly appeared. No one knew where the black-clothed man came from. He suddenly floated down and began fighting with the 5th level martial Dao realm cultivator. At the same time that Qin Yun was greatly alarmed, he also relaxed a lot. He used the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw with all his might and quickly killed 3 more people. The little eagle king, Hu Haojuan, and Yui were all very cunning. He would never rush to the front, and if the situation wasn't right, he would retreat. Die. The middle-aged man was at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. He was the strongest here. With an angry roar, he released a golden explosive flame that shot towards the black-clothed man like a meteor. The man in black was sent flying, but he did not make a sound. Qin Yun immediately used Tsunami Heaven Destruction to attack the group of black-clothed youths. The earth trembled violently, whistling endlessly. The youths attacking the black-robed men were all pushed back. The little eagle king was sent flying as he vomited blood. Don't let them go. Yui shouted. As the little eagle king and company's people dwindled, Qin Yun and company felt much more relaxed. The injured and weak Hong Mengshu finally seized the opportunity to take out the shuttle. Qin Yun sent out a tsunami shockwave, forcing the group of people to retreat dozens of meters. Then, he carried the black-clothed man and rushed towards the shuttle. Whiz! The flying shuttle flew towards the Black Mountain. Boom! Boom! The Black Mountain suddenly trembled violently and spat out countless balls of fire. This was a volcanic eruption, and what it spewed out were balls of explosive flames. The flying shuttle was suddenly struck by a ball of blue flames and fell into the distance. They're dead. That's great. Let's hurry up and leave. Yui shouted in pleasant surprise. When the little eagle king and company saw that the shuttle was enveloped by the huge explosion, they felt much more at ease and hurriedly left the place. The flying shuttle was struck by the explosive flames. Its interior trembled violently as it flew into the distance along with the explosive flames. Qin Yun, who was inside the flying shuttle, felt the intense explosion and knew that the flying shuttle had fallen to the ground along with the explosive flames. The interior of the flying shuttle suddenly became hot. Not good, the shuttle is severely damaged. Qin Yun hurriedly carried Hong Mengshu and the black-cloaked man and walked out of the shuttle. Outside the flying shuttle was a sea of fire. There was lava everywhere and it was incomparably hot. Qin Yun had the bloodline of the heavenly lion, so he was not afraid of the heat. He carried the 2 of them and flew above the lava, charging into the distance. Those bastards, when they saw me get something good, they tried to snatch it. And they also planned to kill me. The weak Hong Mengshu said angrily. They are still alive. I will definitely settle the score with them in the future. Qin Yun said. I obtained a special life mark crystal jade. There are 10 life marks on it and those fellows are nearby. They obtained a jade coffin with a dead person inside. Hong Mengshu cursed in a low voice. They are very jealous of me, so they attacked me. The black-cloaked man took off his mask and saw a peerlessly beautiful face. It was Feng Honglan. Honglan, why is it you? Hong Mengshu said in surprise. Qin Yun was also extremely astonished. He never expected it to be Feng Honglan. That was because she had a unique fragrance on her body, but it did not appear earlier. I was nearby. When I heard the sounds of battle, I came over. When I saw that they were besieging you, I changed my clothes and rushed over. Feng Honglan had been struck by the middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. She was severely injured. Qin Yun was also secretly grateful to her. Feng Honglan's sudden appearance had disrupted the opponent's rhythm and bought time for Qin Yun. Only by killing a few youths would he have the opportunity to escape. Let me see if I can contact my grandmother. She said that she is in the ancient Jade Mountain range all year round. Hong Mengshu took out a jade tablet and injected her Dao energy into it to make it tremble. This was a special spatial spirit artifact that could allow others to sense the direction. A few hours later, Qin Yun brought the two girls to a quiet forest. Dozens of black needles had been inserted into Hong Mengshu's body. They were all hidden weapons that carried poison. Fortunately, Hong Mengshu had a very good antidote pill on her that could cure the poison. With Qin Yun's help, she endured the pain and forced all the poison needles out of her body. Those bastards, I won't let them off when I get back. Hong Mengshu cursed continuously. Hong Lan, how are you? Hong Mengshu immediately felt her heart ache as she looked at the incomparably pale Feng Honglan. My martial spirit is finished, I have to bid farewell to martial arts. Feng Honglan's eyes flashed with tears as she sighed softly. When Hong Mengshu heard this, she hurriedly went to investigate Feng Honglan's martial spirit. She saw that Feng Honglan's Dao core had shattered and her martial spirit had completely shattered. I want to hack the Little Eagle King and his group of bastards into pieces. Hong Mengshu was also extremely pained. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were not light either. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. It was an old woman dressed in a black robe who looked somewhat sinister. She stood behind Hong Mengshu with a gloomy expression. Grandmother. Hong Mengshu said in pleasant surprise, quickly help me take a look at Honglan's injuries. She's severely injured. Qin Yun looked at the old woman and felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. The old woman's strength was extremely terrifying. It was extremely likely that she was at the peak of the Xian martial realm. When I received your message, I hurried over. You're severely injured. The old woman's voice was very low and hoarse. She grabbed Hong Mengshu's wrist and said, don't meddle in other people's business. Let's go. Crash, the old woman pulled Hong Mengshu along and with a great leap, she pierced through the canopy of the tree and disappeared in an instant. Feng Honglan looked at Qin Yun with a sorrowful expression. She said, young Master Qin, I'll give you the purple frost mysterious grass right now. Since I'm already like this, I'm not afraid of pursuing the matter. The general director of the Divine Inscription Palace is also purchasing the purple frost mysterious grass. You must have asked him for help, right? Qin Yun nodded and walked over. He pressed his hand on Feng Honglan's lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. Feng Honglan's delicate body immediately trembled. She seemed to be very afraid of a man touching her, but she still endured it. She said softly, right now, no one will sell the purple frost mysterious grass. Otherwise, they will offend the Sword Profound Mountain. The terrifying thing about the Sword Profound Mountain is that they have people in the royal clan. I'll heal your injuries first. Qin Yun smiled. You will recover and be able to continue cultivating the martial Dao. Is this true? Feng Honglan found it hard to believe. Qin Yun took out many soul-sealing pearls. Inside each soul-sealing pearl was a martial spirit. They were all martial spirits that he had collected in the past. They were all trash martial spirits. In his eyes, a trash martial spirit was a martial spirit below the gold rank. Although these martial spirits were very poor in his eyes, they all had the power of a martial spirit. Feng Honglan did not know what Qin Yun was doing, but she could guess that the thing inside the soul-sealing pearl was a martial spirit. Qin Yun released the soul-sealing pearl's martial spirit and lifted Feng Honglan's clothes, revealing her jade-white waist. Feng Honglan knew that Qin Yun was helping her, so she did not say anything. She only felt a little shy. After all, her stomach was being rubbed by a man. Relax, I will use my mental power to open a soul gate in your Dao core and then construct a soul road to allow the martial spirit to enter your Dao core. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he controlled a golden water martial spirit to enter Feng Honglan's Dao core through her abdomen. The martial spirit easily entered, and under Qin Yan's control, it sucked in all the shattered pieces of the red orchid martial spirit. The shattered red orchid martial spirit was like many granules. Under Qin Yan's control, the red granules approached the golden water martial spirit and constantly absorbed the power of the water martial spirit. After absorbing, the granules grew a little bigger. Following that, Qin Yan continued to put in many trash martial spirits, allowing the granules to absorb them. Not long after, a red mist leaked out from the dot. When Qin Yan saw this, he hurriedly gathered the dots together. Then, he released a platinum wind martial spirit to envelop the gathered red dots. After the red dots were enveloped, they began to devour the platinum water martial spirit. After devouring it, the dots swelled up and fused into a ball. After fusing into a ball, it gradually turned into a beautiful red orchid. "All right." Qin Yan wiped his sweat and said with a happy smile. To be able to cure such a shattered martial spirit, Qin Yan felt a sense of accomplishment. Feng Honglan's complexion gradually recovered. Her beautiful face was filled with surprise. "This is the soul refining art." "That's right. You saved me and Mengshu, you saved our lives. Even if I expose the soul refining technique, I will still save you." Qin Yan smiled. "Right now, your Dao core is only slightly injured. You just need to recuperate for a period of time." Feng Honglan stood up and tidied up her clothes. With a sincere expression, she said, "Young Master Qin, I will definitely keep this matter a secret. I will definitely not tell anyone." After saying that, she took out a purple grass. It looked like it was covered in frost. Dragon-resisting boots. Feng Honglan sincerely thanked Qin Yan and said with a sweet smile, "Young Master Qin, please accept it. This way, you don't have to buy it everywhere. Your 9 Extinction Gate sect leader can also get better soon." Qin Yan wanted to accept it, but he was not a selfish person. The reason he saved Feng Honglan now was because Feng Honglan had saved him before. Feng Honglan did not owe him anything. Now that Feng Honglan had given him the purple frost mysterious grass, she had to bear a certain amount of risk. After all, the Sword Profound Mountain was extremely concerned about this matter. If they were to find out about this, they would definitely hold Feng Honglan accountable. Qin Yan shook his head. "Forget it. Our sect leader's injuries have already stabilized. There's enough time for me to search for the purple frost mysterious grass. It's not easy for a woman like you to grow up in a big sect. I don't want you to be caught because of this matter." "It's all right." Feng Honglan gave a refreshing smile. "I understand. Sometimes, as a person, you can't think too much for yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to make true friends." Qin Yan said with a smile, "You risked your life to save me and Mengshu. With just your guidance, we can become true friends. You don't have to give me the purple frost mysterious grass. With General Manager Mu Feng's help, I should be able to find it soon." Feng Honglan suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's hand and stuffed the purple frost mysterious grass into his hand. She held it tightly. Qin Yan was held by Feng Honglan's boneless, warm, and jade-like hands. He could also feel her sincere goodwill. "You're a man, don't be so sentimental. If there's anything in the future, let's talk about it in the future." Feng Honglan smiled sweetly. It was a pure and beautiful smile that came from the bottom of her heart. "All right. Then you have to accept these 5 million purple coins." Qin Yan took out his crystal card and smiled. Feng Honglan could only accept Qin Yan's 5 million purple coins. Furthermore, this was a relatively large sum of money for her. "Brother Yun, are you going to return to the 9 Extinction Gate next?" Feng Honglan asked. She was wearing a set of black clothes, making her look very tall and slender. She was tidying up her long hair that hung in front of her chest with a gentle smile on her face. She was elegant and beautiful, beautiful and moving. Qin Yan nodded. "I will return to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate as soon as possible. However, I still have to return to Jade Xian City and tell the General Director that there's no need for him to purchase the purple frost mysterious grass for me. I'm going to find my elders. Something big has happened in the ancient Jade Mountains. It should be pretty serious." Feng Honglan chuckled. "Brother Yun, I'm very happy to have made a friend like you. We can be considered friends of life and death. I am an unfortunate friend. Xianxia said with a self-deprecating smile. Right now, I'm the #1 target of the sword profound mountain. To be my friend, it's very easy to be implicated by me. Feng Honglan smiled slightly. Brother Yun, don't say that. To be honest, you dared to challenge those evil sections. Just this alone is enough to make many people admire you. Many of us young disciples can only submit to a colossus like the sword profound mountain. Sometimes, when we are bullied by their disciples, we don't even dare to offend them, nor do we dare to make it public. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and asked, Honglan, is there a disciple named Xianxia in your divine sound profound mountain? Feng Honglan hurriedly nodded. You know her? She just entered the divine sound profound mountain not long ago and can be considered my junior sister. She is also very hardworking and usually very quiet. I don't know much about her. Give this talisman to her and tell her that I, Qin Yun, gave it to her. Qin Yun took out a body-securing talisman and handed it over. When you give it to her, you need to make sure that there's no one else. You must keep this a secret. She's my good friend. Ah. Feng Honglan was slightly alarmed before she said with a smile, I never thought that there would be so many beauties among Brother Yun's friends. But that's normal. Brother Yun, you are righteous, brave and strong. Qin Yun said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Honglan, quickly return to your elder's side. You will also be safer. Alright, we'll meet again. You must also pay attention to your safety. After Feng Honglan bade farewell to Qin Yun, she flew out of the forest. Qin Yun found it strange as well. Feng Honglan seemed to be able to control the fragrance of red orchids on her body. Now, he could smell a little more. After he put on the mask, he rested for a while. When the sky darkened, he used the power of the shadow force to hide in the darkness and head in the direction of the Black Mountain. He was extremely curious about the Black Mountain, so he planned to take a look. After running for 4 to 6 hours, Qin Yun sensed the auras of others at the mountainside. It's the Little Eagle King and the others. He suddenly stopped and hid in a big tree in the mountain. He used the power of the shadow force to conceal himself and not be discovered by others. He gradually approached them. When he approached Yui and company, he saw that they were surrounding a jade coffin. Previously, Mengshu said that this group of fellows picked up a jade coffin with a dead person inside. Qin Yun thought to himself. The Little Eagle King suddenly slammed his palm on the jade coffin and said angrily, this damned old man inside doesn't have any treasures on him. Yui scolded, that bitch Hong Mengshu obtained a few 100 kilograms of 10 life marks crystal jade. That is something that can allow a 9th level martial Dao cultivator to step into the spirit realm. The most infuriating thing is that with so many of us, we can't even take down her and her follower. We have people at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm and there are so many at the 2nd or 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. More than half of them have died. Hu Haojuan said, what's the point of saying all this now? It's a good thing that Hong Mengshu is also dead. Otherwise, we would all be in trouble. We didn't get anything and we even suffered such a huge loss. Consider it our bad luck. The Little Eagle King fiercely kicked the jade coffin. Damned old man. Let's go back to Jade Xian City and continue gambling. Let's go and gamble to our heart's content. With that, the group of people left, leaving behind the jade coffin. Qin Yun waited for less than an hour before hurriedly walking over. He opened the lid and saw a white-robed old man. The old man was lying peacefully inside. His body was sealed in a transparent crystal. Is this old man dead? Qin Yun looked at the old man's white and tender skin and did not feel that he was dead. The old man only had some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and his hair was completely white. His skin was extremely well maintained, just like a young man's. From the looks of it, he looked like he was asleep. Qin Yun touched the crystal with his hand and felt that it was very cold. It's been frozen. He felt that the crystals were very special. Then, he took a closer look but did not discover anything. Qin Yun covered the coffin and kept it in his storage space before running towards the Black Mountain. More than 2 hours later, Qin Yun floated in the air and looked at the fiery red lava below him. He muttered, what happened to that Black Mountain? There are actually so many things hidden there. The top of the Black Mountain was covered in volcanic ash, colliding with each other and creating terrifying, colorful lightning bolts. The mouth of the mountain continued to spew out magma, overflowing with scorching waves of air. Qin did not discover anything and left the Black Mountain. Half a day later, he hid in a forest to rest and took out the pair of silver boots he had obtained. "Drip some blood on it and let's see." He dripped some blood on it and the boots immediately flashed, reacting to him. Dragon-resisting boots. Information regarding this pair of boots also appeared in his mind. I wonder what level of magic treasure it is. After Qin put it on, he injected his inner force into it and took a step forward. He traveled more than 1,000 meters. Good piece. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he combined it with the inner force of the mysterious star steps to execute it. Whoosh, this time, he ran even further than before. It doesn't matter if it consumes a lot of energy. At the very least, it can play a key role in a critical moment. Qin also realized that if he used this pair of boots to fight, he would be able to unleash a very strong force when he kicked out. Qin was very happy to obtain the dragon-resisting boots. At the very least, this trip was not in vain. After traveling for half a day, he returned to Xianxia City and arrived at the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin went to the Divine Inscription Palace and immediately sent someone to inform Mu Feng. When Mu Feng learned that he had returned, he also rushed over. "General Director, I don't need the purple frost mysterious grass anymore," Qin said with a smile. Did you kill the 9th princess?" Mu Feng's face darkened as he asked. "How is that possible? She's still alive." Qin frowned and said, "Who said that I killed Mengshu?" "The Little Eagle King and the others said that Hong Mengshu was killed by that brother Yun by her side. The city lord of Xianxia City should be arriving soon. I've already informed him." Mu Feng said, "When the time comes, you can explain it to him clearly." Qin was secretly infuriated. He never expected that Yue and the rest of the dregs would actually accuse him of killing Hong Mengshu. Hong Mengshu had been taken away by her grandmother and it was unknown where she had gone. He couldn't explain it in a few words. Not long after, a tall and sturdy old man appeared in the hall on the first floor of the Divine Inscription Palace. "You are that brother Yun?" the old man asked coldly when he saw Qin. The old man was the city lord of Xianxia City, Song Jingdong. He was dressed in black armor and looked even more imposing. He had made ample preparations. City Lord Song, he did not kill the 9th princess. Mu Feng also believed Qin. Song Jingdong did not seem to believe him. He walked over and lifted Qin before quickly walking out of the hall. He soared into the air and flew towards the city lord's mansion in the middle. Mu Feng cursed inwardly. He called a spirit crane over and hurriedly chased after him. The city lord's mansion had a large martial arts practice field. It was usually used for soldiers to train. This place was filled with people. They were all Xianxia City's spirit realm and martial Dao realm soldiers. Other than the soldiers and generals, there were also Yue, the Little Eagle King, Hu Haojuan and many disciples from famous sections. Qin was captured by Song Jingdong and thrown into the middle of the martial arts practice field. "Little Eagle King, come over and take a look. Is this the person who killed Mengshu?" Song Jingdong said coldly. "This?" At that time, Brother Yun was wearing a mask, so we weren't sure if it was this guy. The Little Eagle King looked at Qin and frowned. Yue and company were secretly worried because they were certain that Hong Mengshu and Brother Yun were dead. Mu Feng, who was riding on a spirit crane, hurriedly walked down from the corner of the martial arts practice field. Consequences. Qin glared angrily at the Little Eagle King and company and said coldly, "They stole the 9th princess's things. In order to avoid retaliation, they killed us all." Yue immediately said angrily, "You are slandering us, there is no such thing. It was clearly you, a follower, who wanted to snatch Princess Mengshu's treasures, that's why you acted so ruthlessly. You are very strong. We are not your match and you even killed more than a dozen of us." The Little Eagle King quickly said, "We are all people of status, how could we snatch the princess's things?" "That's right, the 9th princess must have been killed by you. Otherwise, she would have returned long ago." Hu Haojuan also said, "We can't go against the entire Hongwu country for a little treasure. Besides, she is a woman, how could we do it? Your lies are too illogical. The Little Eagle King, Yui, and Hu Haojuan were all disciples of famous sections. Yui was also the son of a martial king. He definitely knew the consequences of killing the princess of another country, so he would never do such a thing. Song Jingdong looked at Qin Yun and shouted, "What else do you have to say? The princess is dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to suppress the anger of the Honging martial king." Song Jingdong lifted Qin Yun and threw him out. Yui and company heaved a sigh of relief. They believed that Hong Mengshu was dead and only this follower was still alive. "Now, I will kill you and avenge the princess." Song Jingdong charged at Qin Yun and roared angrily as he threw a punch. As the city lord, Song Jingdong was at the Xian realm. His strength was naturally terrifying. When he punched, the entire city lord's mansion trembled. Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly released the dragon suppression cauldron to block in front of him. Boom! Song Jingdong punched the dragon suppression cauldron, sending it flying far away and crashing through several buildings. The dragon suppression cauldron could only offset the power of the punch. Qin Yun was still affected by the force. His body felt as though it had been heavily pressed down, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. Dragon suppression cauldron. Mu Feng hurriedly shouted, "You are Qin Yun." As Mu Feng spoke, the dragon suppression cauldron flew back and floated in the air above Qin Yun. "That's right, I am Qin Yun." Facing a Xian martial realm martial artist, Qin Yun had no strength to fight back. Mu Feng hurriedly walked over and checked on Qin Yun's injuries. He circulated his power to heal Qin Yun. Song Jingdong's fist was broken and bleeding. While he was angry, he was also shocked. The Qin Yun who had caused the Sword Profound Mountain to be in a sorry state was actually here. After the Little Eagle King and the others found out about Qin Yun's identity, they immediately understood why that follower was so terrifying, so it was the second level of the martial Dao realm with dual Dao cores. "City Lord Song, do you know that Mengshu has a grandmother?" Qin Yun said hurriedly when he saw Song Jingdong walk over with an angry expression. When Song Jingdong heard this, he also stopped in his tracks. With a shocked expression, he said, "Of course I know. Describe her attire and appearance." Qin Yun quickly described Hong Mengshu's sinister grandmother's appearance to Song Jingdong. "After the 9th princess and I entered the shuttle, we were hit by the explosive flames spewed out from the Black Mountain and fell into the magma. Then, I escaped with her and a friend. It was also at that time that she took out a jade pendant and contacted that grandmother. As soon as her grandmother appeared, she didn't say anything and flew away with her. After I recuperated from my injuries, I hurriedly returned to Jade Xian City." Song Jingdong looked at Yui and company and shouted, "Are you lying to me?" "No. No. It might be all made up by Qin Yun." The expressions of Yui and company had already turned into one of extreme fear. Song Jingdong hurriedly shouted, "Activate the great formation of the city lord's mansion and don't let anyone out. Wait for the 9th princess to return." Under Mu Feng's treatment, Qin Yun's complexion improved significantly. "Old Song, if you wronged someone, you have to compensate that young man. Look at how much he has suffered." As Mu Feng spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at the dragon suppression cauldron. The inscriptions on the dragon suppression cauldron were all totem inscriptions. They were very attractive to inscription masters. Everyone here is seriously sizing up Qin Yun. Qin Yun was an influential figure. The Sword Profound Mountain had offered a bounty of 1,000,000 purple coins. Although the Sword Profound Mountain had a portrait, the portrait was of a slovenly Qin Yun. It was impossible to tell anything from it. And at that moment, the Qin Yun they saw was very handsome and very young. He had an extraordinary temperament. Although he was an extraordinary genius, he was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was very polite, neither servile nor overbearing. Song Jingdong did not say a word as he walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. He could only wait for Hong Mengshu to return. He naturally knew that Hong Mengshu's grandmother was also a #1 figure. She rarely appeared, and the fact that Qin Yun could see her meant that the matter was most likely true. If Qin Yun had met Hong Mengshu's grandmother, then Hong Mengshu would definitely have been taken away. She would definitely still be alive. If Qin Yan really wanted to kill Hong Mengshu and his grandmother appeared, he would not be able to survive. Qin Yan looked at the little eagle king and company. They were actually able to remain calm. Yui and company were extremely uneasy and filled with fear. They were very worried that Hong Mengshu would return. If Hong Mengshu was still alive, then they would have to die. Qin Yan controlled the dragon suppression cauldron to land on the ground, allowing Mu Feng to take a closer look. The dragon suppression cauldron could be big or small. Under Qin Yan's control, it became half the height of a person. The feet of the cauldron were lion heads and the two arms of the cauldron were also lion heads. The outside of the cauldron was covered with heavenly lion totem runes. The entire cauldron was golden in color and emitted bursts of light. It was as though it was burning with golden flames. It was extremely domineering. "Put it away first," Mu Feng said with a smile to Qin Yan. With a thought, Qin Yan put away the dragon suppression cauldron. Without the cultivation of the Xian martial realm, it would be difficult to use this cauldron. There is no longer the power of the Xian martial realm in the cauldron. Otherwise, when old Song punched out just now, he would have been severely injured. Mu Feng said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This dragon suppression cauldron was too terrifying. There were quite a few people in the spirit realm and martial Dao realm in the city lord's mansion. This was the first time they had seen Song Jingdong bleed. When Song Jingdong's punch landed on the dragon suppression cauldron, he had injured his fist. As for the dragon suppression cauldron, it was completely fine. Today, everyone had witnessed the terror of an ancient Dao artifact. They also understood why the Sword Profound Mountain wanted to take it back. Mu Feng seemed to be able to see the totem runes on the dragon suppression cauldron, but he did not say anything. It could be seen that he was very vigilant about the totem runes. Although Mu Feng was fat and had a big belly, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that Qin Yan's talent was not something that those geniuses could compare to. He also knew that Qin Yan was still hiding his inscription talent, so he treated Qin Yan especially well. More than 2 hours later, the cry of a spirit crane came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a woman wearing a simple yellow robe. She had a pair of long ponytails and looked petite and exquisite. Her appearance was charming and moving. It was Hong Mengshu. When Song Jingdong saw Hong Mengshu return, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Yui and company. The faces of the little eagle king and company were ashen. Now, everyone could tell that what Qin Yan said was true. Everyone was stunned. The little eagle king and company were really too daring. They actually dared to surround and kill the 9th princess in the territory of Hongwu country's Jade Xian city. Sometimes, when a few youths gathered together, they would indeed do many daring things. Hong Mengshu rode a spirit crane and flew in through the door. When she saw the injured Qin Yan sitting on the ground, she hurriedly asked, "Uncle Song, what's going on? Who injured Brother Yun?" Song Jingdong took a deep breath. "It's me. Uncle Song, why did you hit him?" Hong Mengshu walked over with a pained heart and checked on Qin Yan's injuries. "Mengshu, I'm much better. There's a misunderstanding here." Before Qin Yan could finish speaking, Song Jingdong hurriedly jumped to the little eagle king's side and struck him with his palm. Boom! The little eagle king's body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The strong smell of blood filled the air, causing many people's hearts to tremble. "Don't kill me!" Hu Haojuan cried out. With a palm strike from Song Jingdong, Hu Haojuan also exploded into a bloody mist. Yui immediately collapsed to the ground, his face filled with fear. He cried out involuntarily, "My father is the martial king of Yuwu country. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Even if your father wants to kill the 9th princess, he has to die. Our Hongwu country has never been afraid of your Yuwu country." Song Jingdong said coldly as he struck Yui with his palm. Crash! Song Jingdong did not turn into a bloody mist but into pieces. This was because he had a strong defensive equipment on him that could offset a portion of the power. Of course, he was completely dead. "Uncle Song, that middle-aged man, he used a poisonous concealed weapon to deal with me." Hong Mengshu pointed at a middle-aged man and shouted angrily. Song Jingdong immediately went over and shattered the middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm with a single palm strike. And this, that. Hong Mengshu pointed and Song Jingdong went over to slap one to death. The other disciples of the famous sects were all worried that Hong Mengshu would kill them, so they all ran far away. More than 10 youths were in the martial Dao realm. They were all slapped to death by Song Jingdong and turned into a mist of blood. Those disciples from various sects had finally witnessed the outcome of attempting to kill the 9th princess. Even Yue, the prince of the martial kingdom, was instantly slapped to death. Qin Yun, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Song Jingdong walked towards Qin Yun and bowed. City Lord Song was too impatient and impulsive. I'm fine now, so let's just let this matter pass. Qin Yun smiled. Song Jingdong nodded and said, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Jade Xian City's City Lord's mansion to seek refuge. As long as I, Song Jingdong, am still alive, I will never let you suffer any harm. Then I'll thank the City Lord for your care. Qin Yun said with a smile. Although Song Jingdong was a reckless person, he was very trustworthy. Furthermore, if he said it in front of so many people, he would definitely not go back on his word. He had killed Yue. This could be considered a big deal, so he had to report it to the capital before leaving in a hurry. Hong Mengshu pulled Qin Yun back to the Divine Inscription Palace with him. When Mu Feng learned that Brother Yun was Qin Yun and that he had the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, his attitude towards Qin Yun became even better. The moment he returned to the Divine Inscription Palace, he warmly received Qin Yun. Spirit Inscription Master Mu Feng also knew that Qin Yun was an inscription master, but he never expected him to be a high-ranked inscription master. This, a young high-level inscription master, is very rare. For example, in the current Martial Desolate Inscription Palace, there were no high-level inscriptionists under the age of 20. It was only recorded in the records, and that was many years ago. Mu Feng smiled and said. Qin Yun asked, General Director, if I want to become a spirit inscription master, what kind of test do I need? When Mu Feng and Hong Mengshu heard this, they looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Qin Yun actually had the heart to become a spirit inscription master. Mu Feng said with a smile, as long as you can refine top-grade spirit talismans, you will be a beginner spirit inscription master. If he could refine a top-grade spirit artifact, he would be an intermediate spirit inscription master. If you can also set up a top-grade spirit array, you will be a high-level spirit inscription master. Qin Yun was immediately taken aback. Brother Yun, are you scared? It's quite difficult to become a spirit inscription master. Hong Mengshu said with a smile, it's already pretty good that you're a high-level inscription master now. Young man, your talent should be pretty good. Furthermore, you have the heart to become a spirit inscription master. You will definitely succeed in the future. Mu Feng also nodded. Qin Yun said, becoming a spirit inscription master is too simple. Hong Mengshu and Mu Feng looked at each other in surprise. In Qin Yun's eyes, the test of a spirit inscription master was actually very simple. Qin Yun took out his golden badge and handed it to Mu Feng. He said with a smile, General Director, I'm going to begin the Spirit Inscription Master exam now. When will it begin? Hong Mengshu exclaimed, are you serious? Qin Yun said with a smile, I've long been able to craft top-grade spirit talismans. As for the supreme-grade spirit formation, I haven't tried it yet, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Previously, it was only because of the limitations of his cultivation that his mental strength could not be improved, so he could not refine supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Now that he was at the second level of the martial Dao realm, becoming a spirit inscription master was a matter of course for him. Mu Feng received Qin Yun's badge in surprise. When he looked at the badge, he was shocked again. You came from there. Mu Feng had thought that Qin Yun was a disciple of one of the ancient aristocratic families in the martial desolate land. But now, he could tell from the badge that it was issued by the Divine Inscription Palace in the Borderlands. Qin Yun hurriedly nodded. General Director, I want to take the test to become a Spirit Inscription Master. If I were a Spirit Inscription Master, would I receive any good treatment? Beginner and intermediate Spirit Inscriptionists don't have any special treatment. If it's a high-level Spirit Inscriptionist, then the treatment is not bad. For example, we can borrow 2 million purple coins from the Divine Inscription Palace. When we need materials to refine artifacts, as long as our Divine Inscription Palace has them, we will give them priority and delay the payment for a year. Also, you can participate in some lectures held by our Divine Inscription Palace. In these lectures, Xian inscription masters will talk about their own experiences. Sometimes, there will also be lectures by Dao inscription masters. In addition, if the Dao inscription masters of our Divine Inscription Palace have time, you can also ask them for guidance. Mu Feng looked at Hong Mengshu and said with a smile, some palaces will also give high-level spirit inscriptionists some treatment. In short, it's very convenient. Hong Mengshu said somewhat excitedly, Brother Yun, if you become a high-level spirit inscription master, I can hire you to become a guest spirit inscription master of our Hongwu Palace. You will only occasionally help us refine some things. At that time, the Sword Profound Mountain won't dare to deal with you. Mu Feng said with a smile, if you really become a high-level spirit inscription master, the Sword Profound Mountain will have to think twice before killing you. At that time, many Xian sects will curry favor with you. You're a high-level spirit inscription master before you're even 20 years old. This means that it won't be long before you become a Xian inscription master. In the future, you might even become a Dao inscription master. Dao inscription masters were the most terrifying. King-level sects and martial countries all had to have a Dao inscription master in charge. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recognized as king-level powers. Even the martial countries and sects that were king-level powers still tried their best to rope in Dao inscription masters. Therefore, many Xian sects were unable to rope in a Dao inscription master, making it difficult for them to become king-level sects. Then let's begin. Qin Yan did not want to be hunted down all day. This kind of life was quite tiring. Don't worry, if you really display your potential, our Divine Inscription Palace will secretly help you. Mu Feng said with a smile. Hong Mengshu hurriedly went over and pulled Mu Feng's hand. She said, General Director, I also want to see him take the exam. Is that okay? Qin Yan said, there's nothing to see and it's very boring. The exam should take a long time as well. However, for us inscription masters, we find it very interesting. Those who don't understand inscriptions are just here to watch the show. Mu Feng said with a smile. I want to witness the birth of the youngest spirit inscription master. Hong Mengshu smiled tenderly and said, no matter how boring it is, I still want to see it. Even if my life is in danger, I still want to persevere to the end. All right, follow me. Mu Feng shook his head with a smile. Qin Yan and company followed Mu Feng to a very ancient stone room. The stone room was very bright and there were many mysterious runes engraved on the four walls, causing the stone room to appear mysterious and unfathomable. The general director was also in charge of the examination to become a spirit inscription master. Normally, very few people would come to take the examination. Therefore, Mu Feng would only need to enter the stone room once in a while. First is to refine a top-grade spirit talisman. Mu Feng said, to refine a top-grade spirit talisman, one needs to use multiple sets of high-grade spirit inscriptions or a combination of top-grade spirit inscriptions and mid-grade spirit inscriptions. Qin Yun nodded. He did not have many top-grade spirit inscriptions. Even if he did, they were rather special. It was difficult to use them for assessment. Normally, this kind of test would be conducted to create a water spirit talisman or a fire spirit talisman. This was because one could accurately determine whether the strength of the talisman could reach the standard of a top-grade spirit talisman based on the condensed water or the released flames. Qin Yan had a high-grade fire spirit inscription, so he made a top-grade fire talisman. If he had a top-grade fire spirit talisman, he would only need to inscribe a set of top-grade fire inscriptions. The other spirit inscriptions would all be of low quality. As long as he could gather a total of 7 or 8 sets of spirit inscriptions, he would be able to create a top-grade spirit talisman. Qin Yan did not have a top-grade fire talisman, so he needed to inscribe at least 3 sets of high-grade fire spirit inscriptions. During the examination, the tools used were all his own. Qin Yan's carving knife was a Xian artifact-grade mental resonance Xian pen. As for the furnace, he used the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron as a replacement. You're using the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron as a furnace, it's really scary. Even many Dao inscription masters do not have such a good furnace. As the general director, Mu Feng looked at the Dragon Suppression Cauldron with incomparable envy. With Qin Yan's current cultivation, he was unable to use the Dragon Suppression Cauldron for battle. However, it was still pretty good for burning things. Hong Mengshu sat on a chair and watched quietly. She did not understand these things, so she did not ask any questions. Qin Yan took out the spirit beast skin and placed it into the dragon suppression cauldron. Then, he poured the flames into the 2 lion heads of the cauldron. When the dragon suppression cauldron was being refined, it was originally used to burn things. The 2 ears of the cauldron were lion heads and the feet of the cauldron were also lion heads. Those were the places where the flames were injected. There were also many inscriptions that strengthened the flames within the cauldron, so it could melt the spirit beast skin in an instant. Qin Yan took out the melted spirit beast skin and mixed it into the bone steel to forge it. After an hour of forging, it had turned into a thin piece of talisman paper. Then, he began to inscribe high-grade water spirit inscriptions. In the martial desolate land, high-grade spirit inscriptions were not too rare. It was just that the rarer spirit inscriptions were rare. For example, light inscriptions, body-securing inscriptions and alchemy inscriptions were all relatively rare spirit inscriptions. As for water, fire, wind, lightning, ice and other high-grade spirit inscriptions, they were all relatively common. Qin Yan had inscribed 4 sets of high-grade water spirit inscriptions and the other 4 sets were mid-grade water spirit inscriptions. It had only taken him 8 hours. It could be considered very fast. Hong Mengshu was indeed able to keep her cool. She did not say a single word and just watched seriously from the side. It was unknown what she was looking at. Mu Feng said, 4 sets of high-grade spirit inscriptions and 4 sets of mid-grade spirit inscriptions. This is also for the sake of stability, right? From the looks of it, there's no problem at all. The finesse of your inscription seems to be very high. He looked at the top-grade water-gathering talisman that Qin Yan had crafted and could not help but be astonished. Especially when he saw the spirit inscriptions, he could immediately tell that the finesse was very high. Mu Feng hurriedly took out his equipment to inspect it and shouted in shock, 6th level of finesse. Qin Yan was not surprised by the increase in his finesse. He felt that it was mainly due to the increase in his mental strength. After entering the purple immortal pool, his stark crystal had turned silver and his mental strength had increased by a large amount. When Hong Mengshu saw Mu Feng's shocked expression, she could not help but ask, General Director, what does this mean? It means that his level of finesse is the same as most Xian inscriptionists. Mu Feng said, I am a high-ranked Xian inscription master. My finesse is at the 7th level and most Xian inscriptionists are at the 6th level. Only a few can reach the 7th level. The finesse required for a Dao inscription master is at least at the 7th or 8th level. Because there are some Xian runes and Dao runes that cannot reach a certain level of finesse, they cannot be activated. They are dead runes. With that, he tested the top-grade water-gathering talisman. He took out a few large buckets for testing and activated the water-gathering talisman. The water-gathering talisman quickly condensed water and filled a bucket with water. Then, it switched to another bucket. There were a total of 7 buckets. For Qin Yan's water-gathering talisman to be filled to the brim meant that he had passed the test of a beginner spirit inscription master. Congratulations, you're a spirit inscription master. Mu Feng was also surprised as he said with a smile. Next, I'm going to take the intermediate spirit inscription master exam. Qin Yan smiled. Artifact forging, right? Hong Mengshu said, Brother Yun, aren't you going to rest? No need, I'm full of energy right now. Qin Yan took out many top-grade bone steel and prepared to begin. Alright, let's begin now. Mu Feng could also tell that Qin Yan's level of inscriptions was very high, especially his finesse. He had reached the level of a Xian inscription master. The top-grade spirit artifact that Qin Yan was preparing to forge was a saber. He did not feel any pressure when it came to the creation of the blade. He was already very familiar with the forging of materials. The difficulty lay in inscribing spirit inscriptions. This was his previous bottleneck. 384 Chapter 384 A profound flag array. When Qin Yan was forging the saber, in order to pass the examination smoothly, he did not go overboard with his forging. Instead, he proceeded with it in a relatively stable manner. This way, he could indeed forge a top-grade spirit artifact saber. However, such a saber was destined to be mediocre. If he wanted to refine a powerful and unique spirit artifact, he would need to use all sorts of extreme techniques or be more radical during the refining process. In this way, he would be able to refine a more powerful spirit artifact. However, it was also very easy to fail when refining this kind of spirit artifact. Only an inscription master would suddenly be in the mood to carry out all sorts of experiments until he succeeded. The saber that Qin Yun was currently forging was a ghost head saber. The blade weighed more than 1,000 pounds and the back of the saber was very thick. Its entire body was silvery white and the blade's edge flickered with a cold light. The inscriptions on the blade were high-grade fire and thunder spirit inscriptions. They were also very suitable for Qin Yun's current use. A very good top-grade spirit artifact. Mu Feng held the saber and said with a smile, "It took me more than 40 hours to refine it. This is very fast." Hong Mengshu had been watching from the side the entire time. Now, she felt that the inscription master was even more powerful. This was because even she felt a little bored just by looking at it. However, an inscription master who refined a spirit artifact could persevere in such a boring matter for such a long time. Qin Yun had passed the intermediate spirit inscription master exam. He still had to continue the exam, but before the exam, he rested for half a day. Next, it's time to test the creation and layout of the array formation. As long as you can create a top-grade spirit array, I suggest that you create a top-grade qi gathering array. Mu Feng said with a smile. Qin Yun nodded and took out a large piece of beast skin. The beast skin had to be refined before spirit inscriptions could be carved on it. This way, the beast skin and the spirit inscriptions would be more compatible and the absorption of energy would be smoother. Creating a spirit array was the most difficult part of the inscription master exam. However, to Qin Yun, the difficulty was about the same as crafting talismans. The only difference was that it would take a longer time. It took Qin Yun nearly 3 days to complete the top-grade qi gathering array. Mu Feng placed an energy gathering pearl in the middle of the array and activated the qi gathering array. If you can fill up the energy gathering pearl within an hour, the top-grade qi gathering array you created will be qualified. Mu Feng said with a smile. In less than an hour, the energy gathering pearl was filled to the brim. Hong Mengshu, who had been watching the assessment for a few days, also jumped up. "Brother Yun, congratulations on becoming a high-ranked spirit inscription master." Hong Mengshu giggled. "I never thought that you would really become a high-ranked spirit inscription master." Mu Feng also congratulated Qin Yun before making a badge for him. The badge of a spirit inscription master was platinum in color, and on the badge of a high-level inscription master, there were 3 stars formed from inscriptions. If it was a beginner spirit inscription master, there would only be 1 star on it. Mu Feng was also astonished by the spirit inscriptions that Qin Yun had carved. He really could not understand how Qin Yun could grasp spirit inscriptions so well at such a young age. The finesse of the carved runes is very high. One had to know that the finesse of a Xian inscription master could only reach the 6th level after hundreds or even thousands of years of practice and comprehension. As for Qin Yun, he was not even 20 years old. Even if he had started learning inscriptions in his mother's womb, it would not have been as long as many inscriptionists. Yet, he was able to achieve such a high degree of finesse. Mu Feng could only believe that it was Qin Yun's innate talent. Qin Yun was secretly delighted when he obtained the badge. It had been a few days since he left the 9 Extinction Gate. Not only had he found the purple frost mysterious grass, he had also completed the assessment of a high-ranked spirit inscription master. Also, he got to know Hong Mengshu and Mu Feng, 2 friends. At night, Mu Feng treated Qin Yun and Hong Mengshu to a meal. "I'll return to the 9 Extinction Gate tonight." After Qin Yun finished eating, he wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "The sect master is waiting for my profound medicine. I have to hurry back. Let's send you out of the city. This way, it will be safer." Mu Feng said with a smile. Qin Yun nodded. At night, Mu Feng and Hong Mengshu sent Qin Yun out of Jade Xian City. Not only did they send Qin Yun out of the city, they even sent him a long distance away. Furthermore, they made sure that no one was following them before bidding farewell to Qin Yun. At night, Qin Yun used the power of shadow to hide in the darkness as he advanced towards the 9 Extinction Gate. On the way back, there was no teleportation array like when he came out, so he could only enter the desert. He was careful and it took him more than 10 days to return to the 9 Extinction Gate. "Little Yun, you're back so quickly. The person who came out to receive Qin Yun was the second elder. The chubby him moved very quickly. When he sensed the message from Qin Yun's jade token, he hurriedly ran out. Qin Yun had been out for more than a month and most of his time had been wasted on the road. Second elder, how is the sect master's condition? Qin Yun hurriedly asked. He was worried that Wei Zhongxing would not be able to recover. His injuries have stabilized. If you can find the purple frost mysterious grass, with the sect master's strength, he will be able to recover very quickly. The second elder sighed, it's not easy to get the purple frost mysterious grass. Don't be discouraged. Come back and rest first before going out to look for it. Qin Yun said with a smile, second elder, I've found it. He took out a jade box and handed it to the second elder. The second elder opened it and was pleasantly surprised. I'm going to look for Yenying. Take the purple frost mysterious grass and give it to the sect master. Qin Yun said with a smile. Good, good, good. That little girl has been worried about you for the past few days. The second elder chuckled and hurriedly ran towards the house where Wei Zhongxing was. Qin Yun, on the other hand, headed for the medicinal field. Yuan Yenying was controlling the water-gathering array to gather the spirit liquid condensed from the nine suns spiritual energy into large buckets. Because she often had to work, she dressed very casually. She wore a simple braid that hung in front of her chest and a very simple set of green clothes. At this moment, she was holding a ladle and splashing water on the lush green spirit herbs. Yenying! Qin Yun shouted when he saw Yuan Yenying from afar. Brother Yun! Yuan Yenying hurriedly put down the ladle and gently flew towards Qin Yun like a lively and joyful bird. The moment Yuan Yenying came over, she hurriedly asked, You've been out for so long, are you injured? Are you being chased by the people from the sword-profound mountain? Qin Yun scratched her beautiful nose and said with a smile, I'm fine. Furthermore, I successfully bought the purple frost mysterious grass. Really? That's great, the sect master will recover very soon. At that time, our 9 extinction profound gate won't have to be so worried. Yuan Yenying was very happy. Yenying, I'll help you water the spirit medicine. Qin Yun chuckled. No, you just came back. You must be very tired. Go and rest well. I can take care of such a small matter myself. Yuan Yenying pushed Qin Yun into the ancient bronze building. Qin Yun was indeed a little tired from the journey. When he arrived at his room, he realized that Yuan Yenying had cleaned it up. He also knew that she would come in every day to clean the dust. This made his heart feel warm, as if he was at home. When Qin Yun woke up, it was already the next day. Yuan Yenying brought him around the 9 extinction profound gate to familiarize herself with the disciples here. In the past few days, many disciples had learned of Qin Yun's matter and were filled with admiration for him. They were also very happy that such an outstanding disciple had come to the 9 extinction profound gate. Xianxia injuries had long since healed. Because he was willing to help others and was very forthright, he had made many friends here. After Qin Yun familiarized himself with the disciples of the 9 extinction profound gate, he realized that the disciples here were all rather simple and did not have any schemes. It could be seen that they were all carefully selected by Wei Zhongxing and the others. They were all disciples with good personalities. Normally, Yuan Yenying would appear more delicate in front of Qin Yun, like a little sister next door. However, in front of the other disciples, she was a very dignified big sister. On the day that Qin Yun interacted with the disciples of the sect, he was also very happy. There weren't many sects that were as harmonious as this. At night, Yuan Yenying and Qin Yun returned to the medicinal field. Yuan Yenying still had something to do, which was to water the medicinal field. She had to water it once in the morning, once in the evening. Spirit herbs needed to absorb a large amount of spirit liquid in order to grow quickly. However, at night, the quality of the spirit liquid gathered by the water-gathering array was slightly lower and its speed was also very slow. Brother, you should go rest. This is my job, don't interfere. Yuan Yenying said with a chuckle. She also knew that Qin Yun could easily help her. She wanted to be an independent strong woman and did not want Qin Yun's help. Alright, I won't interfere. I'll just watch from the side, right? Qin Yun smiled before taking out a 9 yang spirit convergence array and handing it to Yuan Yenying. Yenying, spread out this beast skin and place a water-gathering array on it. The water will gather faster. Yuan Yenying pouted and said, "You're still helping me." Even though she said that, her heart felt warm. Using such a stupid method to irrigate the medicinal field is time-consuming and inefficient. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then what do you think? It's been like this before I came. It's said that the other sects use the same method. Yuan Yenying sighed and said, although it's a bit cumbersome, I like this kind of work. Especially when I see the spirit herbs grow, I'm very happy. Qin Yan said, I can refine a large group of flag arrays. The flag array can absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy and turn it into water. Then, it can fall down like rain. Is this true? It's very magical. Yuan Yenying said in surprise and disbelief. You'll know when I'm done. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'll go now. In a sect, inscription masters also needed to be responsible for creating this kind of formation that could help with development. However, this kind of formation was not easy to make. On one hand, it required a high level of attainment in formations. On the other hand, it required a good grasp of spirit inscriptions. The requirements for the precision of spirit inscriptions were very high. Qin Yan had wanted to try refining a flag array for a long time. Now, he finally had the chance. He estimated the size of the entire medicinal garden and calculated how many array flags he would need. Then, he began to make them. The flag array he refined could not only gather the 9 yang spirit liquid, it could also gather energy and store it for the maintenance of the array formation. This way, he would only need a small amount of purple coins to maintain the operation of the formation. 9-colored spirit rain. Qin Yan entered a quiet secret chamber and took out many beast skins. He was prepared to make the flags needed for the flag array. I need about 50 array flags to cover the entire medicinal garden. He looked at the beast skins in his storage space. It was still enough. Originally, he had planned to refine array pillars. Using array pillars to set up a large formation would be much more effective than using a flag array. However, it would take a long time to refine an array pillar. This was because the materials needed to refine an array pillar were all hard materials and the grade requirements were also high. It could not be completed in a short period of time. If he wanted to refine a flag array, then he would only need to create flags. Right now, Qin Yan was tidying up the beast skins. More than 2 hours later, Yuan Yenying finished watering the spirit herb field. Qin Yan opened the door to the secret chamber and asked her to come in and help. Yuan Yenying was at the martial Dao realm. With her help in dealing with the beast skins, it would save Qin Yan a lot of time. Right now, Qin Yan was only refining the flags for the flag array. He did not need to deal with the beast skins like he did with the beast skin spirit array. Because the beast skin spirit array had to bear a lot of energy, it needed to be stabilized by refining bone steel. Because there were many flags in the flag array to disperse the pressure, there was no need to refine bone steel when making the flags. However, there was still a need to go through some processing to make the beast skin fit the spirit inscriptions. When inscribing the spirit inscriptions, it would be even more distinct. The process of processing was relatively simple. After cutting the beast skin, he would inject the Vajra inner force of the martial Dao realm into it, allowing the beast skin to contain energy. Then, he would burn the beast skin once, allowing the beast skin to absorb energy and fit the spirit inscriptions. Finally, he just needed to inscribe spirit inscriptions on the flag. With Yuan Yenying's help, Qin Yan was able to make 10 flags in a day. They were all triangular flags that were as tall as a person. The flagpole was made of ordinary iron rods that could be inserted into the ground. After the flag was made, he still needed to inscribe spirit inscriptions. This was the most difficult part. In 5 days, Qin Yan and Yuan Yenying had completed 50 flags. I just need to inscribe the spirit inscriptions now. Qin Yan took a deep breath. He also felt a headache. To inscribe the same spirit inscription on 50 flags was indeed a headache. Brother, your inscription level is very high. Although I don't understand it, it's more powerful than many of the inscription masters I've heard of. Yuan Yenying exclaimed when she saw Qin Yan holding the mental resonance Xian pen. Qin Yan only responded with a smile. The spirit inscriptions he needed to inscribe were extremely complicated. First, He had to inscribe the spirit inscriptions needed for the entire set of 9 Yang spirit convergence array onto a small flag before fusing it into the water gathering array. This was the fusion of 2 spirit formations. It was not difficult to inscribe 2 spirit arrays separately. The difficult part was to combine the spirit arrays so that they did not conflict with each other and could even complement each other. The 9 Sun Spirit Convergence Array is responsible for gathering a large amount of 9 Sun spiritual energy. Then, the water gathering array will quickly absorb the gathered 9 Sun spiritual energy and condense it into spirit liquid. Qin Yan did not know if it would work. It was just his imagination. Looks like I need 2 sets of flag arrays. As Qin Yan inscribed the spirit inscriptions, he pondered. Because after condensing the 9 Sun spirit liquid, a flag array was needed to gather the spiritual liquid and float it in the air, then evenly sprinkle it over the medicine field. I just need to add a rain spirit array. Qin Yan said to Yuan Yening, Yening, go find the second elder and ask him if he has set up a rain spirit array. All right. Yuan Yening hurriedly left. An ordinary rain spirit array would only gather the water in the air and then let the water fall. It was also a very simple type of spirit array. This kind of array was usually a flag array because it could cover a large area. After all, it was going to rain. If the second elder had it, Qin Yan would not need to refine it. Yuan Yening quickly returned. He took out dozens of flags from his storage bag. The second elder said that he hasn't used it in a long time. Before using it, he needs to use his inner force to comb through the spirit inscriptions. Yuan Yening said. Yening, I'll leave this to you. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's a very simple matter. Under Qin Yan's guidance, Yuan Yening had also mastered the technique of combing through the spirit inscriptions. It was indeed very simple. After all, it was only the spirit inscriptions on a flag. Qin Yan looked at the many flags that were waiting to be inscribed. He wished that he could immediately go to the Moon Profound Valley and kidnap Lan Fengjing to help him. After all, he was still too young. When he carried out this kind of repetitive and highly concentrated flag production, he appeared rather impetuous. Fortunately, he was able to quickly overcome the impetuousness in his heart and quietly and seriously inscribe. He had the mental resonance Xian pen, so he was much faster when inscribing spirit inscriptions. 50 flags meant that he had to inscribe the 9 Yang spirit convergence array 50 times. One could imagine how complicated the spirit inscriptions of a great formation were. Now, he wanted to concentrate them on a single flag. It took him 5 days to complete a single flag. To other spirit inscriptionists, Qin Yan's speed was very fast. Most importantly, other inscription masters were unable to inscribe such complicated array patterns on such a small flag. Actually, to create a set of flag array, there was no need for all the flags to have the same spirit inscriptions. It was possible to inscribe multiple sets of spirit inscriptions needed for a large formation on different flags. For example, 10 flags would use a set of spirit inscriptions. If a large formation required 7 sets of spirit inscriptions, then one would be able to achieve the effect of a large formation by inscribing a set of spirit inscriptions on every 10 flags. Of course, the more scattered, the weaker the power of the flag array. And Qin Yan's method could make the power of the flag array very strong. The advantage of the mental resonance Xian pen was that the Xian pen and the user had a telepathic connection. After Qin Yan familiarized himself with a type of inscription, he would use the mental resonance Xian pen to inscribe it. Then, he would be able to directly inscribe it without using his brain. Under the control of the mental resonance Xian pen's miraculous ability, his body consciously injected the power of his blood soul. It was as if his hand and the Xian pen had fused together. Naturally and smoothly, he was able to quickly inscribe complex and profound spirit inscriptions. After Qin Yan finished crafting the 2 flags, his speed became faster and faster. Previously, it had taken him 5 days to inscribe runes on the flag, but now, it had only been 3 days. The more familiar he was, the faster he was. Later on, he would be able to make a flag in half a day. The total amount of time it took for 50 flags was only slightly more than a month. It was much faster than he had expected. After he was done, Qin Yan asked Yuan Yening to invite the second elder over to plant the flag. When the second elder arrived, he picked up the golden flag that Qin Yan had refined and looked at it. He was so shocked that his jaw nearly dislocated. This, you made it? The second elder's chubby expression of surprise made Yuan Yanning unable to help but laugh. Yes, I just made it. Qinyan chuckled and said, this is also the first time I've made a flag array, so I've invited second elder to plant the flag. First time? The second elder was shocked once again. Of course, he could tell that these were all brand new flags. However, he never expected that it would be Qinyan's first time making them. Qinyan nodded and said, I saw that Yanning's process of watering the medicinal field was very troublesome, so I wanted to make it more convenient for her. If nothing unexpected happens, the flag array that I made, combined with the second elder's rain flag array, I think. Under the control of a person, it should be able to quickly gather the 9 suns spiritual energy and condense it into the 9 yang spirit liquid. Then, like rain, it will irrigate all the medicinal fields in the medicinal garden. The second elder's eyes widened. Little Yun, do you know what this means? What does it mean? This should be very common. The other Xian sects must have it as well. Qinyan smiled. The second elder let out a long sigh of relief and said, only a king-level sect has this kind of flag array. If it really succeeds, then it means we have a medicinal garden that only a king-level sect has. The other Xian sects only have better qi-gathering formations and water-gathering formations. They still have to be done one by one and not a complete set. Qinyan said with a frown, I think that if someone were to do it step by step, the effect should be about the same as using the flag array to complete it automatically. I just want Yanning to not waste so much time and effort. When Yuan Yanning heard this, she chuckled happily. The second elder shook his head and said, it's completely different. Qi gathering, watering, these are 3 steps. During the interval, the spiritual energy will dissipate a lot, causing the final spirit liquid to not contain much 9 yang energy. If we can produce an extremely high-quality spirit liquid in one go and it requires less resources, then it's very worth it. It can also increase the number of watering, allowing the spirit herbs to grow faster. The quality of the spirit herbs is also very good. Moreover, some spirit herbs need to absorb spirit liquid many times in order to grow. If we have this flag array, then we can grow some spirit herbs that are very difficult to grow. Qinyan never expected that there would be so many ways to grow spirit herbs. Yuan Yanning nodded repeatedly, brother, this formation of yours can allow our 9 extinction profound gate to rise quickly. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's give it a try and see if we can succeed. The second elder was also extremely excited as he hurriedly set up a flag array with Qinyan in the medicinal garden. It took them more than 2 hours to set up the array flags. At this moment, it was noon, the time when the 9 blazing suns were at their most intense. We need to put some purple coins in the middle for the flag array to absorb and activate the spirit inscriptions. When the second elder inserted the flag, he had asked Qinyan about the production process. As for Qinyan's explanation, it was very simple. It was as if he was drawing a picture. It made the second elder feel like dying. He also realized that Qinyan's inscription talent was terrifyingly high. The second elder placed 10,000 purple coins in the middle of the medicinal garden and nodded at Qinyan. Qinyan activated the spirit inscriptions within a flag and the entire set of 9 sun spirit rain formation flags lit up. Very quickly, a layer of 9 colored clouds condensed above the medicinal garden. Walala! It was raining. The rain that fell was golden in color and accompanied by 9 colored spiritual energy. It was a very pure 9 sun spirit liquid. Yuan Yanning was so happy that she danced with joy. The second elder also entered the rain and opened his arms wide as he laughed happily. It's a success, it's a success. The second elder laughed loudly. Only after an hour did the formation stop. The entire medicinal garden was enveloped in a 9-colored glow. It was very beautiful, as if it was a fairyland on earth. Every time the formation is activated, it will cost 10,000 purple coins. It's worth it. Watering it 3 times a day would cost 30,000. The second elder said. 1 month would require nearly 1,000,000 purple coins. Is this still worth it? Qinyan said with a frown, somewhat puzzled. Little Yun, you might not know this, but if you water it like this for half a year, the spirit medicine will mature once in half a year. It can be sold for tens of millions of purple coins. This is a guaranteed profit. The second elder chuckled and said, if we plant better spirit herbs, we can sell them for a higher price. Ancient garden. The flag array created by Qin Yun not only made it easier for Yuan Yening to water the spirit herbs, it was also of great help to the 9 extinction gate. The second elder said, the sect leader will be able to recover very soon. At that time, he will definitely be very happy. For many years, he has been hoping that I would be able to create this kind of flag array. I never thought that I would succeed after so long. And little Yun, you would be able to create it not long after you entered our 9 extinction gate. How amazing! The second elder felt that accepting Qin Yun as his disciple was like picking up a treasure. Qin Yun smiled. He asked, the sect leader is an alchemist. What level is he at? He is a Xian alchemist. Many of the resources of our 9 extinction profound gate were accumulated through his own hard work. It's all our elder's fault for being useless and not putting in much effort. The second elder said in shame. A Xian alchemist was the same as a Xian inscription master. They were extremely important to a Xian sect. The second elder was also at the peak of the spirit realm, but he was already an intermediate level Xian inscription master. This was also very powerful. Yuan Yening walked through the medicinal field and looked at the flowers and grass that were enveloped by the 9-colored spiritual energy. She was very happy. Suddenly, a beautiful white bird flew towards Yuan Yening and chirped. Yuan Yening held the little bird and said with a frown, second elder, there's a spirit pigeon outside. It should be here to deliver a message. Alright, I'll go and take a look at the letter sent by the spirit pigeon. The second elder hurriedly left. Qin Yan went to inspect the flag arrays and taught Yuan Yening how to use them. After Yuan Yening learned how to use the flag array, she went to wash the feathers of a dirty bird. Yening, what is your martial spirit? Qin Yan asked curiously. I don't know either. My martial spirit is a ball of red, but it can also allow me to cultivate a very strong inner force. Although my Dao energy is powerful, I still don't know what type of Dao energy it is. Yuan Yening shook her head. You can communicate with birds and beasts. Is it because of your martial spirit? Qin Yan asked curiously. It should be. My martial spirit wasn't like that at first, but it changed later on. Yuan Yening was also puzzled as she nodded. Qin Yan recalled that Feng Honglan's red orchid martial soul was also red. If it wasn't a common colored martial spirit, it would be a variant martial spirit. Let me see. Qin Yan placed his hand on Yuan Yening's abdomen and probed it. Soon, he saw a red martial spirit inside the Dao core. He said with some surprise, there is a flame aura, but it is being suppressed. Really? Then is it possible for me to condense a flame? Yuan Yening said in pleasant surprise. It should be possible. Qin Yan nodded. Yuan Yening smiled happily and said, sect leader said that I have the talent to grow spiritual herbs and have a special feeling for spiritual herbs. It's very suitable for alchemy. But I don't have a fire martial spirit, which is a pity. Otherwise, I would be able to learn alchemy from him. Qin Yan felt that using the soul refining art to refine the fire soul into Yuan Yening's body would make up for her regret. However, he also thought that Yuan Yening's martial spirit was rather special and was currently in a state of growth. If he were to act recklessly, it would also affect her. The second elder returned with a small piece of paper. He handed it to Qin Yan and said, Little Yun, this is a message for you. Qin Yan received it and was slightly surprised. The person who sent the message was Hong Yan, the 9th prince of Hongwu country. Hong Yan had successfully entered the king-level sect, the Fire King sect. A month later, a celebration banquet would be held in the Hongwu Palace. In addition, the Fire King sect would also hold a pill competition. However, only Xian alchemists could participate. Hong Yan also said that if Wei Zhongxing's injuries were healed, he could participate in the pill competition. The rewards would be very generous. There's still a month. Will the sect leader be able to make it in time? Qin Yan looked at the second elder and asked. He should be able to make it in time. I have to say, this brat Hong Yan really has some ability. He has been accepted as a disciple of the Fire King sect. The second elder said with a smile, "You have to know that if you want to enter a king-level sect, you have to reach the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. Then, you have to compete with the disciples of many Xian sections. If you enter the top 8, you will have the chance to participate in the king-level sect's examination." Yuan Yening said, "Is there an age limit?" "Under the age of 50, 5th level of the martial Dao realm." The second elder smiled, "All of you, work hard. If you can enter a king-level sect, then our 9 Extinction Profound Gate will have a backer. The reason why the Sword Profound Mountain is so powerful is because they have 2 disciples in a king-level sect. Those 2 disciples are at the Xian martial realm and they entered a king-level sect very early on." Qin Yan had previously learned from Han Yan that if he were to enter a king-level sect, the sect he originally belonged to would continue to support him and provide him with all sorts of resources. This was because the competition in the king-level sects was very cruel. If one wanted to stand out, they would have to rely on the support of their original sect. Therefore, after entering a king-level sect, there was a great deal of connection between them and the Xian sect they originally belonged to. When the sect leader's injuries are not healed, I will also make a trip to the Hongwu Palace. Qin Yan still wanted to retrieve the magical beast crystal egg. Hong Mengshu had already sent someone to buy it for him. The second elder nodded. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll go back to work first." He still needed to forge artifacts for his disciples. He had a lot of things to do. As for Qin Yan, he headed to the library of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate to look up some information. The library of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate was not small either. There were several floors in the tower. They were all records of the various things that had happened in the martial desolate land or all sorts of legends. Although Qin Yan was interested, it would take him a lot of time to finish reading the records. And the book he came here to find was to solve the problem. He wandered around the first floor and didn't know where to start searching. He went to find the old man in charge of the library. "Old Grandpa, have you heard of an ancient garden? Where are the relevant books?" Qin Yan asked. From the second pearl of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit, he obtained the ancient Era's garden pass. When the old man heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "An ancient garden? That is an extremely terrifying forbidden area. It's near the road of the thorny devil." In the very ancient times, the magical desolate, demon desolate and martial desolate, these 3 powerful beings of the great desolate, built a very powerful region. There are 3 desolate veins of the great desolate, so there are all kinds of medicinal herbs and powerful beasts living there. But later on, the 3 powerful creatures of the great desolate land fought inside and destroyed it. Then, the experts from the spirit desolate sealed off the ancient garden. Qin Yan said with a frown, "Spirit desolate?" The old man nodded. Legend has it that in the land of the 9 suns, there are 9 great desolate lands. The weakest ones are the martial desolate, demon desolate and beast desolate. Above these 3 weakest desolate lands are the spirit desolate and magical desolate lands. Later on, some of the devil cultivators of the magical desolate land entered the beast emperor and occupied the beast desolate land. The beast desolate land also became the magical beast desolate land, which is also commonly known as the magical desolate land. When Qin Yan heard this, he understood why there were so many magical beasts in the magical desolate land. It turned out that it had been occupied by the devil cultivators. Now, although he knew about the ancient garden, he did not know what use the token had. "Then does the ancient garden still exist?" Qin Yan asked. "It should still exist, but it's been sealed. As for what happened inside, I don't know." The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "I heard it from the seniors." "Thank you, Grandpa." After thanking him, Qin Yan hurriedly returned to the medicinal field. Yuan Yening was cultivating in the secret chamber and Qin Yan did not disturb her. He also entered the secret chamber. However, he did not cultivate. Instead, he took out the mysterious pill scripture. "I need to refine some medicine refining equipment." Qin Yan looked at the blueprints of the medicine refining equipment in the mysterious pill scripture and pondered. In order to concoct pills and make medicines, one needed to have a very good concoction equipment. If I can refine those tools, even Yening can use them to refine medicine. Qin Yan also recalled that a senior had told him before that alchemy was closely related to the Tao of inscriptions. He looked at the blueprints and felt that the most difficult part of making medicine refining equipment was to inscribe star runes. If I can create these things, I might be able to become an alchemist as well. Qin Yun was secretly excited. There were two common types of alchemy equipment. They were used to refine medicinal powder and medicinal liquid. From the blueprints, Qin Yun could see that they were all in the shape of jars. As long as the medicinal ingredients were placed into the jar and injected internal force into it, the jar would be able to refine the medicinal ingredients into powder. Refining medicinal liquid was about the same. If it's pill refining, then you need to follow the pill formula and mix the medicinal powder and medicinal liquid into a medicinal paste. Then, you need to put it into the furnace and control the fire to dry it and condense it into a pill. During the process of drying and solidifying, you also need to constantly put in medicinal liquid and medicinal powder or inject energy. After Qin Yun carefully looked at the items, he had a rough understanding of the process of refining pills. Many alchemists had to hire an inscription master to refine tools, and the quality of the tools also determined the quality of the pills. The pill tools sold on the market should all be inscribed with ordinary spirit runes. Qin Yun looked at the mysterious pill scripture in his hand. The alchemy runes on it were all star runes and moon runes. The difficulty is to inscribe star runes. I have to try using star runes. Qin Yun took out a piece of paper and used the mental resonance Xian pen to condense the power of the blood soul to inscribe star runes on the paper. Right now, the star runes he was inscribing were spirit-level alchemy star runes. The alchemy star runes looked messy, as if a child was randomly drawing on a piece of paper with a pen, or perhaps it was scratched on the ground by a chicken. There was no rhyme or reason to it at all. That was why he felt a headache the moment he saw it. Even if it was a very high-level spirit rune or Xian rune, one could see the overall regularity, so it was easier to learn and master. Star runes and moon runes were a mess. If he were to draw the bright and dark lines and show them to a spirit inscription master, he might laugh at him for drawing ghost runes. Even in the martial desolate, there weren't many people who could recognize moon runes and star runes. Previously, the Xian inscription master Qin Yun had met in the Divine Inscription Palace did not understand moon runes. Qin Yun had originally thought that star runes would be difficult to grasp, but when he linked them on paper, he unexpectedly discovered that they were very easy to draw. Unknowingly, he had grasped the smooth route of drawing star runes. This spirit-level star rune seems to be easier to master than royal-grade spirit runes. Could it be because I cultivate the Star Yang Heart Sutra? Qin Yun suddenly thought of this. The reason why he had passed the inscription gates assessment was because of the Star Yang Heart Sutra. From this, it could be seen that after mastering the Star Yang Heart Sutra, learning star runes and moon runes would be even easier. 387 Chapter 387 Medicine Refining Spirit Artifact Refining pills and tools alone was also a challenge for a spirit inscription master. There weren't many spirit inscriptionists who could refine pills and tools because they needed to master the rare alchemy runes. Spirit inscriptionists without alchemy runes could only let other inscriptionists carve them after they finished refining the tools. Moreover, good medicinal pills and equipment required blueprints. For example, what Qin Yun was currently refining had a complete set of blueprints. Furthermore, there were many different types of tools. I'll just refine the most commonly used ones first. After Qin Yun familiarized himself with the alchemy star runes, he felt that he wouldn't encounter any problems refining tools according to the blueprints. Alchemy star runes were rarer than other alchemy runes. As for what effects they had, Qin Yun was not sure either. He needed to understand the process of refining pills in order to understand the differences between him and others. A commonly used tool can turn a variety of spirit medicines into medicinal powder and liquid. What Qin Yun was currently refining was a jar. Special refining tools were used to refine special spirit medicines and were not commonly used. The jar he was currently refining had an ordinary appearance, just like a wine jar. As for the alchemy star runes, they were carved on the inside of the jar and not on the outside. There were two types of alchemy star runes that needed to be carved. When these two types of alchemy star runes were combined, they could turn spirit medicines into medicinal powder. This kind of alchemy tool was usually called a powder refining spirit artifact. As for the medicinal liquid, it was called a medicinal liquid spirit artifact. Qin Yun used top-grade bone steel to refine 4 jars. In order to prevent failure, he refined 4 jars in one go. The next step was to carve the alchemy star runes. Due to the special nature of the star runes, he only needed to carve the 2 alchemy star runes. It wouldn't take too long. Qin Yan held the mental resonance Xian pen in his hand and earnestly carved. He discovered that it was unexpectedly smooth. This spirit-level star rune is actually so simple. When he was carving, he couldn't believe it. He suspected even more that the main purpose of the Star Yang Heart Sutra was to easily control star runes and moon runes. In just 2 days, he had finished carving a jar. He stayed in the secret room for 10 days and refined 4 alchemy tools. There were 2 powder refining and 2 medicinal liquid refining tools. After that, he comfortably soaked in a hot bath and then went to rest. He rested until dawn, put on his gray clothes, and ran out of the room excitedly. In the morning, it was raining over the herb garden. It was the 9-colored spirit rain. Yuan Yanning could skillfully control the 2 flag arrays. Every time it was time to water the elixirs, she would take out the purple crystal coins, put them in a position, and then activate the flag array. "Brother, have you been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 days? Yuan Yanning giggled. She was wearing a thin red dress and was playing in the spiritual rain in the herb garden. Her whole body was drenched and it also outlined the beautiful curves of her body. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Yanning, I refined 2 alchemy tools. Do you want to give it a try?" All right. When Yuan Yanning heard that, she was overjoyed and hurriedly ran over. Qin Yan looked at her drenched body and smiled. Then, he released a strange warmth that enveloped her curvaceous and moist body. Not long after, the clothes on Yuan Yanning's body were dried. Qin Yan and Yuan Yanning sat on the threshold of the ancient bronze building's door and fiddled with the 2 jars. Logically speaking, using tools to refine medicinal powder and liquid does not require the use of flames. As long as a certain amount of energy is injected, the alchemy runes in the tool will circulate. Qin Yan handed a jar to Yuan Yanning and said, "This is a powder refining spirit artifact. What level is it?" Yuan Yanning was even more impressed by Qin Yan. He was actually able to refine extremely expensive alchemy tools. "I'm not sure either." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. As it was refined using star runes, there was no standard for evaluation. He could not tell what level it was. Yuan Yanning had also read many alchemy books, so she knew a thing or two. She hurriedly took out a fruit and placed it in the jar. She said, "This fruit is a royal-grade spirit medicine. It can cure many poisons. If it can be refined into powder and applied to the poisonous wounds, it will quickly heal." Royal-grade spirit medicine. "Yanning, where did you get it?" Qin Yan asked in surprise. "I found it in the Martial Desolate. Big Tiger had brought me to find it." Yuan Yanning smiled as she placed her hands on both sides of the jar. Then, she closed her eyes and used her mental power to sense the runes inside. After sensing the inscription, she injected her inner force into it. "There's a reaction." Yuan Yanning opened her eyes in pleasant surprise and looked at the slightly trembling jar. "The effect seems to be pretty good. It can be used to refine royal-grade spirit medicines." "That's a royal-grade spirit artifact." After saying that, she looked at Qin Yan in shock. To be able to refine a royal-grade spirit artifact, he was the strongest spirit inscription master, a royal-grade spirit inscription master. Yuan Yanning did not believe it either. Qin Yan was a royal-grade spirit inscription master. She was alarmed and uncertain. In the Divine Inscription Palace, the royal-level spirit inscription master examination was conducted at a fixed time for multiple spirit inscription masters to be tested. The royal-grade spirit inscription master examination required a lot of time. If it was unified, it would not be so troublesome for the invigilators. It was said that the examination would sometimes last as long as a month. After an hour, Yuan Yanning opened the lid and the smell of medicinal powder wafted out. She hurriedly took out a jade box and poured out the golden medicinal powder. "Brother, look, the quality of this medicinal powder is very good. It's crystal clear." Yuan Yanning was very happy. "I'll give these 2 jars to you. In the future, you will have to refine more medicinal powders and liquids. That way, you will be able to earn more purple coins. If I don't have any more purple coins to spend, I'll come back and find you." Qin Yan said with a smile. Yuan Yining nodded happily as she hugged the 2 jars tightly. She loved them so much that she could not bear to part with them. Wild girl, what's in the jar? Is it the pickled vegetables you pickled? Why are you laughing so happily? Can you eat it now? A benevolent laughter suddenly came from outside the medicinal garden's gate. Qin Yun and Yuan Yining, who were sitting on the threshold, hurriedly stood up and looked at the entrance of the medicinal garden. They saw an old man wearing a gray robe flying over. The old man had short hair and a long beard. His slightly wrinkled face was filled with a benevolent smile. He looked extremely spirited. This old man was Wei Zhongjing, sect master. Qin Yun and Yuan Yining shouted together happily. Wei Zhongjing's injuries had healed, allowing Qin Yun and Yuan Yining to heave a sigh of relief. The reason why Wei Zhongjing was severely injured was also because of Qin Yun. If he could not recover, he would feel very guilty. Little Yun, you really hid your strength. You're actually a very powerful inscription master. Tell me, what level of inscription master are you now? Wei Zhongjing placed his hands on Qin Yun and Yuan Yining's heads as he looked at them lovingly. Yuan Yining giggled and said, Brother, I also want to know what level of inscription master you are. Qin Yun took out a platinum badge with 3 stars on it. High-level spirit inscription master. Although Wei Zhongjing was already mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked. There were still some who had reached the martial Dao realm before the age of 20, as for a spirit inscription master who was not even 20 years old, it was extremely rare, not to mention a high-level spirit inscription master. Yuan Yining, who was originally giggling, immediately disappeared. She became incomparably shocked. She was so shocked that she opened her mouth slightly, unable to say a word. Wei Zhongjing looked at the 2 jars in Yuan Yining's arms and said with a frown, Are these medicine refining tools? Yuan Yining, whose face was filled with astonishment, hurriedly nodded and said, It's a very powerful medicine refining tool. It can refine royal-grade spirit medicines, and it has just been refined. Wei Zhongjing took a deep breath and took one of them to inspect the interior. After taking a closer look, he was astonished once again. Wild girl, when you use these 2 medicine refining tools, you must keep it a secret. It's best if you only use them in the medicine garden. Wei Zhongjing's voice was solemn as he warned Yuan Yining. Yuan Yining hurriedly nodded. Wei Zhongjing looked at Qin Yun and warned, Little Yun, you must not expose that inscription. Even if the 4 elders and I knew about it, we wouldn't say anything. At that moment, Qin Yun also knew that Wei Zhongjing could tell that it was a star rune. In the martial desolate land, star runes and moon runes were both taboo runes. Although there were people who grasped it, they would never reveal that they had grasped it. It was unknown why. Wei Zhongjing's serious expression disappeared as he smiled and said, Little Yun, with your help, our 9 extinction profound gate will definitely rise quickly. With that, he took out a book and handed it to Yuan Yining. He continued, Wild girl, use those 2 jars and try refining medicine according to this book. I will go out and buy some good spiritual medicine seeds. When the time comes, we will grow even better spiritual medicines. Thank you, headmaster. I will definitely study hard. Yuan Yining took the book and said with an excited smile. Wei Zhongjing nodded in relief before looking at Qin Yun and said, Little Yun, the 2nd elder told me about the Hongwu Palace. Your friend invited you to the celebration banquet, right? Headmaster, there will be a Xian alchemist competition. Are you going? Qin Yun asked. Of course. We can't let those fellows look down on us. We have to let them know that I, Wei Zhongjing, am still alive and well. Wei Zhongjing chuckled, I'll go with you. Qin Yun suddenly felt worried because the purple frost mysterious grass was given to him by Feng Honglan. If the Sword Profound Mountain knew that the 9 extinction sect master had recovered, they would definitely suspect something. Right now, he could only hope that Feng Honglan's elders would be able to shoulder this matter. Wei Zhongjing gave some instructions to the elders before leaving the 9 extinction profound gate with Qin Yun. They headed for the capital of Hongwu Kingdom, Hongwu Royal City. Qin Yun sat on Wei Zhongjing's flying boat and felt very comfortable. He planned to forge a good flying spirit artifact when he had time. Little Yun, the 2nd elder has given you the 9 extinction heart sutra. Have you cultivated it before? Wei Zhongjing asked. I've cultivated it. I've cultivated the 9 extinction inner qi. Qin Yan arrived truthfully. Wei Zhongjing was only secretly alarmed. Now, he was certain that Qin Yan's comprehension of cultivation techniques and inscriptions was very high. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's good that you have cultivated the 9 extinction inner qi. As for the rest, you will need to comprehend it yourself. For example, the extinction dragon palm will produce different powers according to different people." Hongwu Royal City Qin Yan never expected that the extinction dragon palm would have such a method. Wei Zhongjing said with a smile, "Extinction dragon palm is an open martial art. It allows cultivators with extremely high comprehension ability to combine other martial techniques and form an even stronger extinction dragon palm technique. For example, mine is the extinction dragon wind fire palm. Second elder's extinction dragon raging fire palm, third elder's extinction dragon wild thunder palm." Now, Qin Yan has an idea on how to cultivate the extinction dragon palm. The first volume of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra only has the 9 Extinction Inner Force, Extinction Dragon Palm, Extinction Shadow Style, and Extinction Spirit Eye. As for the second volume, it is even more powerful. Unfortunately, it has been lost. Wei Zhongjing sighed and said, "Why is it lost?" Qin Yan was puzzled. This is something very important to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. It shouldn't be lost. The main reason is that a group of seniors suddenly died back then. Wei Zhongjing seemed to be very unwilling to mention this matter. Qin Yan had previously heard about this matter from the elders. Many experts of the 9 Extinction Gate had suddenly been assassinated. Later on, he had sent people to investigate and found some clues. However, only Wei Zhongjing had the clue. Qin Yan did not continue asking about this matter. He only felt that it was a pity. He changed the topic and asked, "Sect Master, what kind of martial art is the Extinction Spirit Eye?" The Extinction Spirit Eye is a type of mental force martial art. It's very difficult to learn. Wei Zhongjing frowned. "Even if I studied for many years, I still haven't succeeded." Mental energy martial arts? Does it have anything to do with the eyes? When Qin Yan heard that, he immediately became excited. His mental force was very special, so he felt that it wouldn't be difficult to learn it. Wei Zhongjing said very patiently, "Normally, we can use our mental power to cover the surrounding area. After we release our spiritual power, we can receive some feedback in our minds. But it's only a vague outline." Qin Yan nodded and said, "When I close my eyes, I can see the seats in the cabin, but it's only the outline. I can't see the specific color and details. And after cultivating the Extinction Spirit Eye, you can use your mental power to see." Wei Zhongjing said with a smile, "Very powerful, right? However, it's extremely difficult to grasp. It's said that if one manages to grasp it, they'll be able to see through many things with their eyes." Qin Yan took out the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and looked at the introduction of the Extinction Spirit Eye. He could not help but fall into deep thought as he pondered over the difficulties within. Wei Zhongjing smiled and said, "If you can't grasp it, don't be too sad. The elders and I have cultivated for many years, but we are still unable to learn it. That shows how difficult it is. Using mental power to temper the eyes, this is truly a strange martial art." Qin Yan smiled. He felt that he should be able to learn it well, so he looked very seriously. After memorizing some chants, he put away the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Wei Zhongjing also asked him about going to Jade Xian City. Qin Yan told Wei Zhongjing about his experiences in Jade Xian City and the ancient Jade Mountain Range. "Leader, Hongwu country is really powerful. They are not afraid of you Wu country at all." "Jade Xian City City Lord, are you really not afraid of killing Prince Yu?" Qin Yan asked. Wei Zhongjing said, "This was originally the fault of the Prince of Yu country. He actually wanted to kill the 9th princess. Even King Yu can't say anything about this matter. However, since his son was killed, he will definitely do something about it. This matter is related to you. I think Yu country will think of a way to deal with you." Qin Yan said with a light snort, "They don't dare to make a move on Hongwu country. They will definitely dare to deal with me. They only dare to pinch a soft persimmon." Wei Zhongjing smiled and said, "Just be careful. Even King Yu is unable to break through the 9 Extinction Formation. You don't have to worry about implicating the 9 Extinction Gate. Sect Master, what's going on with that Black Mountain? Have you heard of any legends related to it? Qin Yan asked curiously. Wei Zhongjing was also very surprised by this matter. He shook his head and said, "This matter is very strange. It seems like there are many secrets hidden within the ancient Jade Mountain range." The small boat flew very fast and it only took 10 days to reach Hongwu Royal City. If Qin Yan were to travel by himself, it would take him at least 15 days to arrive. In the past 10 days, Qin Yan had been diligently learning the Extinction Spirit Eye because he felt that it would be of great help to him. When it came to observing or inscribing runes, having a good pair of eyes would also be of great help. As for the Extinction Spirit Eye, it was a martial art that could enhance one's eyesight. It could also fuse one's mental power and vision together. After 10 days of fumbling, Qin Yan had a certain level of understanding of the Extinction Spirit Eye. He felt that he was just a step away from mastering it. At the north gate of Hongwu Royal City, there were many people queuing up, waiting to enter. The conditions to enter the capital were very high. One needed to use a large amount of purple coins to buy a pass and they had to be someone with status. Even the disciples of Xian sects could not enter for free. They had to buy another pass. Even so, there were still a lot of people who wanted to enter the city. There were 4,000 to 5,000 people queuing up at the north gate. There are so many people. Let's go to the east gate. Wei Zhongjing sighed and controlled the boat to fly towards the east gate. There was no one at the east gate because this gate was for people with special identities. Qin Yan was a high-ranked spirit inscription master and Wei Zhongjing was a Xian alchemist. As long as he showed his badge, he would be able to enter the capital for free. Sect Master, do you want me to contact the 9th princess now? Qin Yan asked, let her arrange for us. Not for now. Wei Zhongjing said in a low voice, come, take me to the Divine Inscription Palace to stay. Wei Zhongjing was a Xian alchemist. He also had a mystical medicine villa here. However, there were too many people inside, so he did not want to go in. The number of inscriptionists was fewer than that of alchemists. Usually, there were not many people staying in the Divine Inscription Palace, so the environment was the best. Qin Yan brought Wei Zhongjing to the Divine Inscription Palace in the capital. The Divine Inscription Palace in Hongwu Royal City was like a small town in the city. There were many shops and pavilions established by the Divine Inscription Palace and many people were gathered here to trade. The Divine Inscription Palace in the middle was also dozens of floors tall. It was extremely grand and huge. Its entire body was purplish gold and when the sunlight shone on it, it could reflect a very strong purplish gold ray that enveloped the surrounding gardens and pavilions. Qin Yan flashed his badge and was arranged to stay in a luxurious suite. After Wei Zhongjing entered, he took off his bamboo hat and sighed with emotion, the treatment of you inscriptionists is much better than that of us alchemists. I have never had such an environment in the mystical medicine villa. After all, there are more alchemists. Qin Yan chuckled and said, Sect Master, there are still about 10 days before we have to enter the palace for the celebration banquet. Then, what should we do in the next 10 days? You can stroll around by yourself. I want to see if my old friend is still here and ask around about something. Wei Zhongjing said. Then I'll go out and play first. After saying that, Qin Yan ran off like a wisp of smoke. Wei Zhongjing had just obtained a jade token that allowed him to enter and exit freely. Even without Qin Yan's company, he could still enter and exit this luxurious suite. Qin Yan walked out of the Divine Inscription Palace and called for a spirit crane to fly towards the entrance of the palace. Hongwu Royal City was not much bigger than a Xian city. The most powerful thing about this city was that there were many Xian stage martial artists, Xian inscriptionists, and Xian alchemists. Because there were many experts here, it caused the royal city to be very lively. The time of those experts was very precious. If they needed anything, they would directly put up a bounty to buy it. This way, many people would be able to sell some things at a very good price. In addition, there were many strange things in the capital city and there were large and small auctions. As long as one had enough purple coins, they could buy some of the rarer things here. After flying for half a day, the spirit crane arrived at the entrance of the palace. Qin Yan gave the middle-aged man 2,000 purple coins. He was secretly unhappy because the location of the Divine Inscription Palace was too far away from the palace. Even flying here had consumed a lot of purple coins. He wore a black robe and a bamboo hat. He was dressed like a wandering martial artist so that he wouldn't be easily recognized. The grand entrance of the palace was as huge as a city gate. At this moment, it was completely open. From time to time, there would be majestic spirit beasts dragging large carriages slowly in. Xianxia stood at the door and saw many luxurious carriages or flying spirit artifacts entering the palace through the grand entrance. Using spirit beasts to pull the carriage can also show off one's identity and strength. He was secretly surprised. He never expected that Hong Yan's entrance banquet would be so grand. It seems like this seventh prince Hong Yan did not just enter a king-level sect. He must have taken in a powerful master. Could it be that he has become the disciple of a martial king? Xianxia felt that his guess was not far from the truth. He walked to the door, took out a token and handed it to the guard. He asked him to help pass a message to Hong Mengshu and ask her to come out. When the guard saw the token, he was surprised and quickly arranged for someone to inform Hong Mengshu. The token was given to Xianxia by Hong Mengshu so that he could go to the palace to find her. Xianxia paced back and forth at the door, patiently waiting. An hour later, someone suddenly patted him on the back. He turned his head and saw a person wearing a white jade mask and a white robe. "Brother Yun, it's me," Hong Mengshu said in a low voice. "I know it's you." Xianxia smiled. Hong Mengshu was dressed in such a way so that no one would recognize her. "Let's go." As Hong Mengshu spoke, she summoned a spirit crane. The two of them rode on the back of the huge spirit crane and flew in the sky above the capital. Hong Mengshu took off her mask, revealing her charming and sweet face. She said with a tender smile, "Seventh brother, and I thought you wouldn't come." I'm here with the sect leader." Xianxia curled his lips. "Am I a coward in your eyes?" The spirit crane was flying towards the divine inscription palace. Xianxia did not know what Hong Mengshu was up to. "Mengshu, Hong Yan has entered a king-level sect. The celebration is really grand." Xianxia said with a sigh, "Did he become the disciple of some amazing person?" The secret killer Hong Yan being able to become the disciple of the Fire King sect master also made Hong Mengshu a little jealous. Her face was filled with envy. Hong Yan was ranked 7th, and she was only ranked 9th. This meant that Hong Yan's talent in certain aspects was indeed much stronger than hers. "Here, these are your magical beast crystal eggs." Hong Mengshu took out 2 magical beast crystal eggs. "Only 2? Xianxia took it and stored it in his storage space. Hong Mengshu continued to take out the magical beast crystal eggs and said with a smile, "There are still quite a few." When Xianxia saw that there were many magical beast crystal eggs, he was very happy. Hong Mengshu had obtained a total of 20 magical beast crystal eggs. Xianxia also gave her 400,000 purple coins. Hong Mengshu did not say anything and directly accepted it. "Mengshu, do you have any historical records in your palace?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "Of course. The history of our Hongwu country is also very long." Hong Mengshu hurriedly nodded. "What do you want to ask me about?" "Tell me." Xianxia hesitated for a moment and asked, There are 2 things. I'm just curious." "Speak." Hong Mengshu was filled with interest when she saw how mysterious Xianxia was. Xianxia looked around and said in a low voice, "Help me check the specifics of Totem Pavilion. Also, in the history of our 9 Extinction Profound Gate, a group of experts died because of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Later on, many disciples were hunted down and we still don't know who the mastermind is." Hong Mengshu frowned and said, "Totem Pavilion? I seem to have heard of it before." "Who did you hear it from?" asked Xianxia immediately. "When I was very young. At that time, my father received a guest. Because I was still young, he brought me with him. I heard them talk about it. Something about having to pay tribute to Totem Pavilion every 100 years. When Hong Mengshu heard Xianxia mention Totem Pavilion, the childhood memories sealed in her mind were awakened. She recalled for a moment and couldn't help but be shocked. Our Hongwu country actually has to pay tribute to Totem Pavilion. I remember the helpless look on my father's face. When Xianxia heard this, he said in a deep voice, "Mengshu, then don't inquire about the matter of Totem Pavilion. help me check up on the 9 extinction profound gate. Brother Yun, it seems that in the martial desolate, there are forces stronger than the martial kingdom and the king-level sects. Hong Mengshu said in a low voice, who knows, the matter of a group of experts being killed in your 9 extinction profound gate might be related to Totem Pavilion. Qin Yan's expression immediately turned heavy. If that was really the case, then it meant that there must be something within the 9 extinction profound gate that Totem Pavilion valued greatly. Hong Mengshu said, I've also heard of the matter regarding the 9 extinction gate. Back then, the strength of the 9 extinction profound gate was one of the top Xian sects and the entire sect was very united. Later on, the sect leader and a bunch of elders were killed. Even the elders who were close to reaching the martial emperor realm were killed. A huge number of the disciples who went out were killed too. Then, many of the inheritances of the 9 extinction profound gate were severed just like that. When Qin Yan heard this, he clenched his fists tightly and remained silent. I heard from my royal father that the 9 extinction profound gate almost became a king-level sect at that time. After this incident, it completely declined. Hong Mengshu said in a low voice, this matter has also become an eternal mystery because no one knows who did it. This also caused many aristocratic families to not dare to send their disciples to the 9 extinction profound gate. Currently, in the eyes of many, the 9 extinction profound gate had no chance of rising. It was even inferior to some spirit-level sects. Hong Mengshu patted the dazed Qin Yun and said, Brother Yun, you are very talented and very mysterious. You are at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm at such a young age and you are even a high-ranked spirit inscription master. If you were to be exposed, it is extremely likely that you will be targeted by that mysterious force. When I returned to the palace, I didn't hear about you becoming a spirit inscription master. It can be seen that the general director, Mu Feng, did not publicize this matter. Qin Yun sighed. He had also thought of this matter. Don't worry, I won't speak nonsense. I don't want to lose a good friend like you. Otherwise, who will I find to refine artifacts for me in the future? Hong Mengshu laughed mischievously. Mengshu, when will you join a king-level sect? Qin Yan asked. I don't know yet. This is all arranged by my royal father. In short, I have a title, he will definitely help me do it well. Hong Mengshu curled her lips and snorted, in any case, I'm not like 7th brother, who can have a sect master as his master. Hong Mengshu's spirit crane flew at a relatively fast speed. Not long after, it arrived at the entrance of the Divine Inscription Palace. She sent Qin Yan back to the Divine Inscription Palace before returning to the palace. Qin Yan looked at the Divine Inscription Palace. For some reason, he suddenly felt worried. However, he still walked in. When he returned to his suite, he saw Wei Zhongxing. Sect Master, you're back. Qin Yan said with a smile. Little Yun, because the alchemist competition is about to begin, I can't leave. Can you help me deliver a letter to an old friend? Wei Zhongxing said. Will the celebration begin first or will the competition begin first? Qin Yan asked. Now, the pill competition has been brought forward. Therefore, after the competition, there will be a celebration. There are still 8 to 9 days left, enough for you to deliver the letter. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile. Qin Yan took the letter and asked, where should I deliver it? Jade Xian City. Wei Zhongxing's words surprised Qin Yan. Jade Xian City is quite far from here. The journey will take 8 to 9 days, right? At that time I might not be able to make it in time for the celebration. Qin Yan said with a frown, Sect Master, is this letter really that important? It's very important. Wei Zhongxing nodded. Don't worry, when the time comes, that old friend of mine will be able to send you back to Hongwu Royal City very quickly. Following that, Qin Yan asked for another address and learned that he had to deliver the letter to the Jade Xian City's mysterious medicine villa. He hurriedly left Hongwu Royal City and ran all the way to Jade Xian City. Seriously, Sect Master, you want me to deliver a letter at a time like this? Qin Yan was puzzled. Right now, he could only increase his speed and constantly use the mysterious star steps as he ran all the way. When Qin Yan left the city, it was evening. After running until late at night, he arrived at the mountainside of a tall mountain and rested on a rock under a large tree. Swoosh, he suddenly heard a sound and his body instinctively jumped up, avoiding the object that was flying at him. Zzz. It was actually an arrow. What was terrifying was that after the arrow pierced into the tree, it actually caused the tree to rapidly melt. The 100-meter-tall tree's trunk melted into a black liquid, causing the tree to break and collapse to the ground. Xianxia looked at the tree that was still melting and his heart was filled with extreme fear. It was an incomparably toxic poison. If he were to be hit by that arrow, he would definitely turn into a pool of black mud. A chill surged into Xianxia's heart. He hurriedly used his shadow force to hide in the darkness. Is he sneak attacking me? And is he using this method just to destroy the corpse? Xianxia hid behind a huge rock in the darkness. He recalled that after he left the city, he had been on his way and there was no one in the area he had passed through. Although he was currently in a forest, it was not an area where demon beasts and spirit beasts roamed. It was impossible for there to be any hunters. Furthermore, even if a powerful spirit beast was hit by that incomparably poisonous arrow, it would definitely turn into black poisonous mud. It was not used for hunting. Could it be that this person followed me from Hongwu Royal City? When Xianxia thought of this, his heart could not help but pound wildly. When he entered Hongwu Royal City, the only one who knew of his whereabouts was Hong Mengshu. However, it was impossible for Hong Mengshu to do anything to him. She had no motive. The sect leader arranged for me to deliver the letter. It was also very sudden. Just who wants to kill me? He hid behind the rock and kept thinking. He did not know if the assassin had left or not. Could it be that the sect leader wants to kill me? That's impossible. He thought for a moment and suddenly felt that Wei Zhongxing's sudden request for him to deliver the letter was indeed rather sudden. Hoo-hoo, Xianxia suddenly heard a weak sound. It was the sound of a person flying over. It was obvious that the assassin was unable to discover him, so he came over to take a look. He carefully took out 5 body-securing talismans and used his mental energy to control a rock to fly towards a distant tree. After the rock he controlled flew over, a black shadow also leaped over. Xianxia hurriedly threw the 5 body-securing talismans. Over. The black shadow was immediately frozen. Although the body-securing talisman could only be maintained for an instant, Xianxia had already teleported over. He took out the dragon suppression cauldron and covered the black shadow. Xianxia's heart raced as he became extremely nervous. He closed the lid and hurriedly used the mysterious star steps with all his might. In a few blinks of an eye, he had traversed several thousand meters. After cultivating the 9 extinction inner chi, his speed became even faster. Xianxia left the mountain and remained hidden in the darkness. Then, he retracted his aura and carefully walked. He did not know if there were any assassins behind him. He could only leave the mountain first. The dragon suppression cauldron had become very small because of him. The person trapped inside was also very strong, causing the small cauldron to constantly tremble. Xianxia did not have the time to deal with that person. He could only wait until he was safe. At night, he only used the strength of his body to run. He climbed over a few mountains and found a natural cave. Xianxia hid inside the cave and finally let out a long sigh. He began to rest and recover his exhausted stamina. After resting, he took out the letter that Wei Zhongxing had asked him to send to Jade Xian City. Let's open it and take a look. Xianxia felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. His intuition told him that Wei Zhongxing's entrustment of him to deliver the letter was just a pretense. He opened the letter and it was completely blank. There's nothing in it. Xianxia read it carefully a few times and confirmed that there were no other words hidden inside. It was indeed the sect leader who sent me away. He told me to leave the city and I was assassinated. Why is that? Xianxia absolutely did not believe that Wei Zhongxing wanted to harm him. He took out the dragon suppression cauldron. The cauldron was still shaking non-stop. Quickly release me. If I am unable to return within a certain period of time, the consequences will be very serious. A voice came from the dragon suppression cauldron. Xianxia said with a sneer, I was almost killed by you. You actually think I will let you go back? You are very naive. With that, he took out a black bottle. The bottle was filled with beast oil. Xianxia did not know what cultivation level the person inside was at. However, even if he was at the spirit realm, he would still be burned to death by a large amount of beast oil. He poured a large amount of beast oil into the cauldron from the handle of the dragon suppression cauldron. The handle of the cauldron was a lion's head with its mouth open. The beast oil could also be quickly poured in. The mastermind. When Xianxia heard the terrified shout of the person inside the cauldron, he sneered, "I never thought that an assassin like you would be so afraid of death. Not competent at all. Are you going to burn me to death? If I die, your days will not be easy." The man shouted. "You still plan to threaten me at this point?" Xianxia laughed. "I don't even know who you are. Why should I be afraid of you? If you want me to be afraid of you, then tell me where you came from." He really wanted to know why this assassin wanted to kill him. Although the other party's tracking and concealment skills were very high, he did not seem like a professional assassin. "Are you asking about my background?" The man laughed sinisterly. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. If you knew, it would definitely scare you to death." Xianxia thought for a moment and said slowly, "I believe you should know that I am Xianxia. I am now a disciple of the Nine Extinction Gate and my talent is not bad." "Are you related to the power that massacred the disciples of the Nine Extinction Gate?" Back then, that power specifically killed the outstanding disciples of the Nine Extinction Gate. The Nine Extinction Gate will never rise again. The man laughed sinisterly. "You guessed right. The reason why we specifically killed the outstanding disciples of the Nine Extinction Gate is to cut off your roots. Xianxia, you are so outstanding and you are also a disciple of the Nine Extinction Gate. Therefore, in our eyes, you are already destined to die." Xianxia never expected that he would be guessed correctly. This assassin really did come from that mysterious power. What he could not understand was that his whereabouts were considered very secretive. Only sect master Wei Zhongxing and Hong Mengshu knew about it. The sect master would never deal with him like this. Hong Mengshu did not have any suspicions either. After all, they were life and death friends. "What kind of power are you? You should at least have a name." Xianxia asked again. "If I was really afraid, I wouldn't have burned you to death." That person said with a sneer, "All you need to know is that the king-level sects have to submit to us. We are the only emperor-level power in the northern region." Xianxia was slightly taken aback. An emperor-level power was above a king-level power. In the Martial Desolate, once a force proclaimed itself as an emperor, it would definitely be suppressed by many king-level forces. Only a powerful force could resist. Now, in the northern region of the Martial Desolate land, there was actually an emperor-level power. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious. Xianxia immediately thought of Totem Pavilion. Previously, Hong Mengshu had also said that their Hongwu country would pay tribute to Totem Pavilion. "Are you from Totem Pavilion?" Xianxia asked indifferently. You know quite a lot." That person's surprised voice came from the cauldron. Xianxia frowned. The faction that was dealing with the Nine Extinction Gate was actually Totem Pavilion. In this way, he could guess the reason why Totem Pavilion had attacked the Nine Extinction Profound Gate. It was possible that the Nine Extinction Gate was about to become a king-level sect back then, but it did not submit to Totem Pavilion. Thus, the headmaster, elders, and outstanding disciples of the Nine Extinction Gate were all killed. Totem Pavilion was very powerful, but it was hidden in the dark. Many people did not know of its existence, and that was the most terrifying thing. "Very powerful, you scared me." Xianxia sighed. "How did you know my whereabouts?" "Your sect master went to register for the pill competition and then I followed him back to the Divine Inscription Palace." That person laughed. "I have to say, this old man is very vigilant. He also noticed that something was amiss, so he pretended to have you deliver a letter and let you leave Hongwu Royal City." When Xianxia heard this, he was alarmed. "You've been in that suite the entire time?" "That's right. I followed Wei Zhongxing in but he didn't know." That person smiled proudly and said, "He thought that our Totem Pavilion's target was him and he knew that he wouldn't be able to leave Hongwu Royal City, so he sent you away. He was worried that you would know too much, so he didn't tell you the truth. He only wanted you to leave Hongwu Royal City as soon as possible. He was also afraid that you would disregard everything to avenge him, so he didn't say much to you." Xianxia took a long breath as he suddenly thought of many things. Han Yan acknowledged the Fire King sect master as his master and at the same time asked Han Yan to invite him to the banquet. This way, Totem Pavilion would have the chance to attack him. Totem Pavilion's target was originally him because Totem Pavilion did not know that Wei Zhongjing had recovered so quickly. This brat Hong Yan. He must have told the Fire King sect master that he knows me, and the Fire King sect master has a good relationship with your Totem Pavilion. So he set up this trap to deal with me, right? Qin Yan asked angrily after he understood what was going on. The man said, "You are very smart. Furthermore, your talent in the martial Dao and inscription are both very impressive. If you are allowed to grow, then the 9 extinction profound gate will definitely rise. The threat you bring to us is much greater than that old man Wei Zhongjing." Qin Yan felt that the Honging martial king might also know about his inscription talent, but he did not collude with Totem Pavilion to harm him. After all, he had saved Hong Mengshu. As for Hong Yan, he probably did not know that his master was secretly working for Totem Pavilion. Qin Yan asked again, "In that case, there are still many experts in this banquet? Originally, we only wanted to kill you, but now both you and Wei Zhongjing have to die. Especially Wei Zhongjing, he won't be able to leave Hongwu Royal City." The man laughed loudly. "Now, do you know fear? In order to deal with Wei Zhongjing, we can get the Fire King sect master to cooperate with us." After Qin Yan calmed down, he asked indifferently, "Then, do you think that I dare to kill you now?" That person said confidently, "Of course not. Since you know how powerful our Totem Pavilion is, if you still dare to kill me, just wait to be hunted down by the most outstanding assassins of Totem Pavilion." Qin Yan also knew that if the assassins sent by the great powers died, then the assassins sent would be even stronger. How many experts from Totem Pavilion are there in Hongwu Royal City? How strong are they? Qin Yan asked. They are all at the peak of the Xian martial realm. There are only a few of them. It's more than enough to deal with that old man Wei Zhongjing. If we can't deal with him, there's still the Fire King sect master. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. The Fire King sect master was a martial king. Our Totem Pavilion is secretly in charge of the pill competition. The moment Wei Zhongjing registered, we immediately found out. Then, we replaced the guards of the 4 city gates with people from Totem Pavilion. That person laughed proudly and said, "Do you know how strong our Totem Pavilion is now? Even Wei Zhongjing himself does not hold any hope of survival and is prepared to die." Qin Yan was infuriated to the extreme as his voice turned incomparably cold. "Do you think this beast oil is enough to burn you to death? You really want to kill me?" When the man heard Qin Yan's tone, he immediately panicked. "Why do people like you always feel that you can kill others and others can't kill you?" Qin Yan said with a sneer, "If there's not enough beast oil, I still have more. You. If you really kill me, it will only intensify the strength of Totem Pavilion against your 9 extinction profound gate." That person hurriedly shouted. "Looks like your position in Totem Pavilion isn't low. Quickly tell me, what is your status? Only someone with a high status would be so afraid of death." Qin Yan laughed out loud. "Looking at the arrogance on your body, you don't seem like an assassin." That person snorted coldly, "You can tell that my position in Totem Pavilion is high and you still dare to kill me? I'm not afraid to tell you that in Totem Pavilion, other than those martial kings, the strongest are the 36 hall masters at the peak of the Xian martial realm, and I am the son of one of the hall masters. In Totem Pavilion, there were 36 people at the peak of the Xian martial realm. Then, there would definitely be many other Xian martial realm cultivators. This huge power had always been unknown and only a few people knew of it. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Thank you very much for letting me know so much." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he injected flames into the dragon suppression cauldron. "You really want to kill me?" "Aha." The person inside let out incomparably terrified cries of pain. Qin Yan said coldly, "Your Totem Pavilion has killed so many people from my 9 extinction profound gate. So what if I kill someone from your Totem Pavilion? Regardless of whether I kill you or not, Totem Pavilion will not let me off, nor will they let the 9 extinction profound gate off. Since that's the case, why should I let you go? You will regret it." The screams that were filled with pain were also filled with anger. "No matter what, I will not regret killing someone who wants to kill me." Qin Yan touched the dragon suppression cauldron with an incomparably heavy heart. That was because he did not know what the consequences of killing this person would be, after all, his cultivation wasn't too low. He wouldn't be able to burn to death in a short period of time. This was also the most painful because he would have to be burned by the beast oil for a period of time before dying. Although Qin Yun did not have the strength of the Xian realm to activate the dragon suppression cauldron, it was very sturdy. Without a certain level of strength, the person who was covered in the cauldron would not be able to come out. Moments later, Qin Yun probed the interior of the cauldron and was surprised to discover that the person was still alive. The defensive magic treasure on you is not bad. It actually helped you hold on for so long. Qin Yun said in surprise. You will die a horrible death. That person was not dead yet as he roared angrily. The one who will die a horrible death is you. As Qin Yun spoke, he poured more beast oil into the cauldron. That person screamed again in pain and agony. Qin Yun also observed the interior and discovered that when the beast oil burned, the flames at the center emitted traces of black gas. Black flames. If the fire martial spirit is black, then the flame will also be black. He secretly exclaimed. Of course, when the beast meat was burning, only the center would have traces of black flames, while the outside would be the normal fiery red color. 2 hours later. That person's defensive magic treasure was finally burnt to a crisp. Without a defensive magic treasure, flesh and blood could not withstand the intense flames at all. In just a few moves, the man was burned to the point where he could not even scream. Qin Yun quickly opened the lid and fished out the person inside. That person's entire body was scorched black and his appearance was indistinguishable. However, he was still alive and could still moan in a low voice. For you to be able to follow the sect leader into the room without being discovered by him, it must be because your martial spirit is rather strange, right? Qin Yun placed his hand on the person's dantian and began extracting his martial spirit. Aha! Soul refining technique. That person cried out in pain. An ancient expert, the martial spirit that Qin Yun extracted from that person's body was a light red variant martial spirit. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. However, that martial spirit was very strange. It was translucent red. What martial spirit is this? Qin Yun muttered to himself as he placed the martial spirit into the soul-sealing pearl. After that person's martial spirit was extracted, he died with hatred in his heart. Qin Yun placed the corpse into the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and added beast oil to continue burning it. The beast oil is really amazing. The temperature it produces is extremely high. If it continues to burn, it will be stronger than the flames I release. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and took out the jade coffin. The jade coffin came from the Black Mountain in the ancient Jade Mountain range. There was an old man lying inside, sealed in ice. If I pour in the beast oil, I might be able to melt the ice. Qin Yun muttered to himself as he looked at the old man lying inside. Then, he poured in a bit of beast oil and hurriedly stopped. He muttered to himself, what if I burn him to ashes? Forget it, let's talk about it later. No, burn it now. Suddenly, a hasty voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun trembled in fright. He immediately looked at the old man inside the jade coffin and asked in surprise, Grandpa, are you talking to me? It's me. I didn't expect you to have beast oil. Quickly pour it into the jade coffin and ignite it. The voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind once again. Qin Yun curled his lips. Why didn't you talk to me when I obtained the jade coffin? Did you look down on me at that time? Cough cough, of course not. I might have been sleeping at that time. It was the smell of the beast oil that woke me up. The old man said. This old man was sealed in the jade coffin. He was definitely a figure from the ancient era. To be able to live for such a long time, his strength was definitely not weak. And now, Qin Yun did not understand this old man at all. He did not know if it was good or bad. If he were to rashly release him and be killed, he would be reaping what he sowed. What if you come out and kill me? Qin Yun did not immediately pour the beast oil. How could I kill you? Not only will I not kill you, I can also help you do something. The old man laughed and said, although I've been lying here for a long time, I'm still very strong. Qin Yun guessed that the old man's strength was most likely at the martial king realm. If the old man in the jade coffin was really a martial king, then he might be able to save Wei Zhongxing. Wei Zhongxing was trapped in Hongwu Royal City. He was being watched by the peak of the Xian martial realm from Totem Pavilion and the Fire King sect leader. He couldn't get out at all. Unless a Martial King realm expert came to his rescue, Wei Zhongxing would definitely be killed. How can I trust you? I'm really worried that if I let you out, you'll kill me. These days, there are too many bad people. I was almost killed by those fellows from Totem Pavilion. Qin Yin said. Totem Pavilion? Young man, where are you now? Is it in the magical beast Desolate? The old man's surprised voice was heard. No, I'm in the northern region of the Martial Desolate. What's wrong? Qin Yin was secretly alarmed. The old man said in surprise, Totem Pavilion is a sect of the magical Desolate Land. The beast Desolate Land was invaded by the sects of the magical Desolate Land and became the magical beast Desolate Land. Totem Pavilion is a sect of the magical beast Desolate Land. Now, it has actually run to the Martial Desolate Land. Qin Yin was immediately stunned. Totem Pavilion was actually a demonic sect. Furthermore, it dominated the northern region of the Martial Desolate Land. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Yin had previously learned about Totem Pavilion from his father. He had felt that Totem Pavilion was an evil sect. Now, it was true. Young man, you've been targeted by Totem Pavilion. There must be something related to totems on you. The old man said again. Qin Yin thought of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. There were Heavenly Lion totem runes on it. However, only the General Director, Mu Feng, knew of this matter. It was not easy for others to tell that it was a totem rune. Totem Pavilion wants to kill me because they want to destroy the foundation of our 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Qin Yin sighed before telling the old man about the death of the disciples of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. After the old man heard this, he hurriedly asked, You just mentioned the 9 pillars. What are the specifics? Can you describe it in detail? Of course I can. Qin Yin also felt that the 9 pillars were too powerful. They did not seem like something that a force from the Martial Desolate could produce. It was extremely likely that they were created by someone from the Spirit Desolate. After he finished describing it in detail, the old man exclaimed in surprise. The runes on the 9 pillars are not sun runes. It's the 9 sun totem. The old man's words shocked Qin Yin to the point of being speechless. It might not all be the 9 sun totem, or there might only be one of the sun totem. I don't know the specifics either. The reason why Totem Pavilion is targeting you guys is definitely because of the sun totem. Qin Yin was even more curious about the old man's identity. He hurriedly asked, Grandpa, what's your background? Can you let me out first? The old man said, I've consumed a lot of energy to be able to let my will penetrate the ice and talk to you. I'm worried. You should be a martial king. Once you come out, you can easily kill me. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. The old man felt helpless as he said, Didn't you just say that your sect leader is in danger? You've been targeted by the people from Totem Pavilion? If you let me out, I will definitely be able to save your sect leader. With your current strength, you are unable to contend against Totem Pavilion. Do you want to watch your sect leader die? Why don't you take a gamble? The old man said. When Qin Yin heard this, his heart wavered. How much beast oil do you want? Finally, he made a decision. I don't know. Just keep burning. As long as the ice melts, it should be enough. The old man said. This will use up a lot of my beast oil. Qin Yin curled his lips as he poured the beast oil from the black bottle and lit it on fire. The jade coffin immediately burst into flames. After the beast oil was burned, the layer of ice did not show any signs of melting. Qin Yin could only continue pouring beast oil. He kept pouring beast oil into the jade coffin, burning the ice layer below. Grandpa, it's been burning for more than half a day and it still hasn't melted. Is it because the beast oil isn't good? If I don't succeed and waste my beast oil, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Qin Yin complained. Lad, there's a lot of beast oil in that bottle of yours. Don't think that I don't know. It won't be a problem even if it burns for a few years. The old man chuckled. Qin Yin was alarmed. The black bottle that contained a large amount of beast oil was a very powerful treasure. Now that it was known by others, it would be very dangerous. You're worried that I'll snatch your bottle, right? The old man said again. You can't let go of your guard. Xianxia harumphed. That's right, it's good to be more vigilant. The old man said. Xianxia waited by the side and felt very bored. He took out the soul-sealing pearl and carefully observed it. Grandpa, do you know what kind of martial spirit this soul-sealing pearl is? He had only casually asked and did not think that the old man would know. This martial spirit is a variant martial spirit, called the transparent martial spirit. It can make things transparent. Of course, it can also make itself transparent. The old man chuckled and said, Where did you get this martial spirit? Xianxia was secretly alarmed. He also understood why the person from Totem Pavilion was able to follow Wei Zhongxing into that room and even secretly follow him out of the city. I picked it up. I didn't expect it to be such a good thing. Xianxia planned to refine this martial spirit into a spirit artifact in the future. Then, he would be able to use the spirit artifact to realize the abilities of the martial spirit. However, this would consume a lot of energy. The old man said with a smile, Give it a try. Inject your energy into this soul-sealing pearl and activate the power of your martial spirit. Maybe it can make you transparent. When Xianxia heard that, he immediately gave it a try. He injected pure Vajra inner force into it and activated an invisible energy. His body was wrapped up by the energy and gradually became transparent. He didn't need to refine a spirit artifact to use the power of the transparent martial spirit to make himself transparent. However, this did consume a lot of energy. In just a short moment, more than half of my energy has been drained. Xianxia hurriedly stopped channeling his energy. The rate of consumption was too terrifying. Only by reaching the spirit martial realm can one unleash the power of a variant martial spirit. After the old man finished speaking, he shouted, Quickly add more beast oil, it's about to run out. Xianxia took out the bottle and continued pouring beast oil into it. It took a full 5 days for the ice to gradually melt. Following that, it took another 2 days for the ice to completely melt. It took a total of 7 days. Crash, the old man flew out from a large amount of beast oil. The beast oil was splattered everywhere and his body was also burning with flames. Xianxia curled his lips and said, What a waste of beast oil. After saying that, he made preparations to escape. He was wearing the dragon-resisting boots. If he ran at full speed, his speed would definitely not be slow. Young man, thank you. The old man smiled and said, Do you have any other clothes? The old man's entire body was originally dirty. It was unknown what kind of power he used to shake off all the beast oil on his body. However, his clothes were also burned to tatters. Xianxia hurriedly took out a set of white clothes and handed it to him. Just wear it. The old man changed his clothes and became very spirited. He only had white hair and some wrinkles on his face. My name is Xianxia. Grandpa, what about you? Xianxia asked. Jiang Dazhu. The old man chuckled. Xianxia frowned. Big Pig? This name is quite casual. It doesn't seem like a name that a strong person should have. Jiang Dazhu's smile froze as he hurriedly explained, It's the death sentence. Senior Big Pig, now I've made the right bet. You didn't kill me. Xianxia felt much more at ease. Don't call me Senior Big Pig, just call me Elder Jiang. Jiang Dazhu smiled. I told you not to worry. Xianxia hurriedly said, Elder Jiang, hurry up and go to Hongwu Royal City. I've already been out of the city for 7 days. I wonder what's going on inside. Alright, I'll go with you now. Oh right, do you have a storage spirit artifact or something? Give me one. Jiang Dazhu said. Xianxia took out a rather shabby storage bag and handed it to Jiang Dazhu. Jiang Dazhu took the storage bag with a look of disdain and placed the jade coffin inside. Heavenly Fire Marshal King Xianxia led the way and flew ahead. Jiang Dazhu followed behind and asked, Brat, your boots are dragon-resisting boots, right? That's right. Do you know these boots? Xianxia asked. Jiang Dazhu said, Of course I know. It's a pretty good item that can make your speed very fast. If you have enough strength, combined with the dragon-resisting leg technique, you will still be very strong in battle. Elder Jiang, are you a martial king? Qin Yan asked curiously. I guess so. Jiang Dazhu chuckled and said, don't worry, I'll definitely help you save him. Qin Yan did not know why, but Jiang Dazhu gave off an unreliable feeling. What do you mean by I guess so? Qin Yan curled his lips and asked, can't you say for sure if you're a martial king or not? I feel that my strength is on par with a martial king. Jiang Dazhu smiled and said, don't worry. Even if I face two martial kings, I will be able to save them. When Qin Yan saw Jiang Dazhu's expression, he lost his confidence. In particular, he could not sense Jiang Dazhu's exact strength, nor did he know what his cultivation level was. At this point, he could only trust Jiang Dazhu. This place was very close to the Hongwu royal city. Qin Yan pointed in a direction and Jiang Dazhu took out the jade coffin for Qin Yan to sit in. Then, the two of them sat in the jade coffin and flew through the air. Qin Yan sat in the flying coffin and felt that it was strange. However, the coffin was extremely fast. This made him feel a little more confident in Jiang Dazhu. Lad, is the Hongwu royal city up ahead? Jiang Dazhu pointed at the huge city in front of him and asked. There's a great formation enveloping the city, we can't fly in directly. Qin Yan hurriedly said, worried that Jiang Dazhu would crash into it. Jiang Dazhu controlled the jade coffin to land on the ground. After putting it away, he said, let's go in. I hope it's not too late. The city gate they were at was the east gate. Only people with status could enter. Although Jiang Dazhu was very strong, he did not have any status, so he could not just directly enter. Elder Jiang, enter the coffin. I'll store the coffin in my storage spirit artifact and bring you in. Qin Yan said. It was very easy for him to enter using his high-ranked spirit inscription master badge. Jiang Dazhu nodded before taking out the jade coffin and lying in it. Qin Yan closed the lid and stored the jade coffin in his storage space. Then, he walked towards the East City Gate. On the way back, he had disguised himself as a middle-aged man. Even if there were people from Totem Pavilion at the city gate, they would not be able to recognize him. Not long after, he arrived at an inn and took out the jade coffin. Jiang Dazhu snorted, I'm clearly still alive, but I always have to lie in that coffin. Old Jiang, your coffin is pretty good. Qin Yan said with a smile, you are also reluctant to throw it away, it should be a very powerful magic tool. Damn brat, don't even think about my jade coffin. After Jiang Dazhu finished speaking, he hurriedly walked out of the inn. Quickly lead the way. Qin Yan summoned the spirit crane and let it fly to the palace. On the back of the spirit crane, Qin Yan learned from the old man that the pill competition had ended. The winner was the sect master of the 9 Extinction Gate, Wei Zhongjing. He had obtained a royal-grade profound medicine, 10,000 whiskers mysterious ginseng. However, later on, Wei Zhongjing was suspected of cheating and was arrested. He was still being tried in the palace. These guys are much more shameless than I imagined. They actually came up with such a grand reason. When Qin Yan heard this, he cursed in a low voice, feeling indignant. The spirit crane quickly landed at the entrance of the palace. Qin Yan stood at the entrance of the palace and took out a pass. It was given to him by Hong Mengshu and allowed him to enter the palace smoothly. Before entering, Qin Yan could only place Jiang Dazhu in his storage spirit artifact. Only then would he be able to bring Jiang Dazhu in. The palace was very big, but there was a guard who brought him in. Sir, tonight is the start of the banquet. If you were any slower, you would have missed it. The guard said. Tonight? It's 2 or 3 days in advance. Qin Yan said with a frown. Yes, because the pill competition has just ended. Wei Zhongjing, who cheated, will be judged tonight and a celebratory banquet will also be held. At that time, the 7th prince might kill Wei Zhongjing. The guard said. Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat. He never expected to use such a method to kill Wei Zhongjing. Hong Yan was the 7th prince, but he was only at the 1st level of the martial Dao realm. If he were to kill a peak Xian martial realm warrior, his reputation would definitely soar. At that time, the Fire King sect master would also have a lot of face. If I'm caught, then I'll be the one Hong Yan kills. Qin Yan thought to himself. He did not know what was going on with Hong Yan. He could only go and take a look. It was evening and the banquet was about to begin. In the square of the palace, many guards were busy setting up tables and chairs. The participants of the banquet also arrived one after another. When Qin Yan arrived, the seats at the front were already occupied. They were all at the Xian realm from the Xian sections. As for the seats at the back, they were all from the spirit sections. With the prestige of the Fire King sect and Hongwu country, they were able to invite many sects to participate. Qin Yan strolled around the plaza. Suddenly, he darted into a thicket and released Jiang Dazhu. After Jiang Dazhu was released, he followed Qin Yan to the plaza and sat at a seat at the back. Qin Yan looked around, wanting to see if Wei Zhongxing had been escorted out. He did not see Wei Zhongxing. He only saw a platform that was more than 10 meters wide in the middle of the plaza. There were formation pillars around it. It was probably used to hold Wei Zhongxing. As night fell, the square of the palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was illuminated by many huge glowing stones. Many of the huge buildings in the palace were also illuminated by glowing stones, making the palace look very festive. Jiang Dazhu sat there and did not eat. It was as if he did not like these things. He said in a low voice, "There are 3 martial kings present." Qin Yan could not see the people in front of him. After all, he was sitting outside, 100 tables away from the front. The plaza was also bustling with noise and there were more than 10 to 20,000 people. Many experts from the sects of the martial desolate northern region were here. Qin Yan was also looking for Hong Mengshu but he could not find her. Suddenly, an old man wearing a cloak landed on the high platform in front of him. The old man's long hair fluttered in the wind as it burned with flames. The robe he wore was also burning with dancing flames. This was an old man whose entire body was covered in fire. It was obvious that this person was the sect leader of the Fire King sect. He had given himself the title of Heavenly Fire Martial King. After the Heavenly Fire Martial King appeared, he took out a small pagoda and released an old man who was in a sorry state. It was Wei Zhongxing. Wei Zhongxing's entire body was bound by chains that emitted black gas. His hair was disheveled and although his face was covered in bruises, his expression was resolute. His eyes were bright and as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the people below. Sect leader. When Qin Yan saw that Wei Zhongxing had been tortured, he clenched his fists. The Heavenly Fire Martial King beside Wei Zhongxing only had an exaggerated appearance but the aura in his bones was far inferior to Wei Zhongxing's. Although Wei Zhongxing was tied up, injured and in a sorry state, his unyielding arrogance was something that no one dared to underestimate. The Heavenly Fire Martial King said loudly in a hoarse voice, "Cheating has occurred in the pill competition organized by our Fire King sect. As for this Wei Zhongxing, he cheated using some small methods that were hard to detect and obtained first place, seizing our royal-grade profound medicine. Moreover, he refuses to admit it. Our Fire King sect has never been lenient towards such despicable people. As long as we catch him, we will definitely behead him in public." Wei Zhongxing had been severely injured previously but he was still able to participate in the pill competition and obtain first place. This also made many people suspicious. The Fire King sect did not have any evidence but if they wanted to kill Wei Zhongxing, no one could say anything. Everyone could only secretly feel regret. A powerful peak Xian martial realm like Wei Zhongxing was going to die just like that, to be beheaded in public. This kind of death had no dignity at all. The executor will be my little disciple, Hong Yan. The Heavenly Fire Martial King looked at Hong Yan who was below the stage and shouted softly, "Come up." Hong Yan was also wearing a fiery red cloak. His bald head was burning with a cluster of flames. With a grave expression, he flew onto the stage and received an extremely sharp saber. "Don't worry, I'm here. Your sect leader will be fine." When Jiang Dazhu saw that Qin Yan was about to fly over, he hurriedly pressed down on his shoulder. Hong Yan held a long saber in his hand and raised it high as he stared at Wei Zhongxing's neck. When he saw Wei Zhongxing's expressionless face, as though he was indifferent to life and death, he could not help but feel moved. He suddenly recalled the situation when he and Qin Yan met Wei Zhongxing. In order to help Qin Yan, Wei Zhongxing was willing to suffer more than 10 palms. The other sects did not accept a man like Jiang Jihu but Wei Zhongxing did. in the entire martial desolate northern region, it would be hard to find a second sect leader like him. In Hong Yan's heart, he did not believe that Wei Zhongxing had cheated. He also thought of Qin Yun. Back then, he had lost everything in the bet and was quite down and out. Later on, Qin Yun had helped him. Wei Zhongxing was Qin Yun's sect leader. If he killed Wei Zhongxing, then this enmity would be formed. I can't do it. Hong Yan, who was holding his saber high, suddenly said as he put it down. The people in the plaza were immediately alarmed. Hong Yan, the seventh prince, could not bear to kill. Hong Yan, what's wrong with you? Quickly kill him. He is the sect leader of the Nine Extinction Gate, a martial artist at the peak of the Xian martial realm. If you kill him, this is your honor. The Heavenly Fire Martial King was also alarmed as he hurriedly said. He's been captured. What glory can I have by killing him? It's not like I defeated him fair and square. Hong Yan said as he rubbed his bald head. If you don't kill him, you are not worthy of being my disciple. The Heavenly Fire Martial King was somewhat angry as he said in a deep voice. Hong Yan gripped his saber tightly and hesitated for a moment before saying loudly, I, Hong Yan, will never do anything that goes against my heart. A person who forces me to do something that goes against my conscience is not worthy of being my master. The plaza immediately fell silent. Hong Yan was actually contradicting the Heavenly Fire Martial King. He actually didn't want to be the Martial King's disciple. Well said. What's the difference between being the disciple of a lowly person and being a lowly person? Hong Yan, you are the dignified son of the Hongying Martial King. If you take a scoundrel as your master, it will be a disgrace to the reputation of your Hongwu country. And the Heavenly Fire Martial King is a despicable and shameless villain. Qin Yun suddenly stood up and said loudly. Battle of the Royal Palace. Qin Yun's sudden voice surprised everyone in the plaza. Everyone looked behind them, wanting to see who it was that had the guts to insult the Heavenly Fire Martial King in such a manner. Qin Yun brought Jiang Dazhu and slowly walked towards the high platform in the middle of the plaza. Heavenly Fire Martial King, you scum, why aren't you releasing my Nine Extinction Gates sect leader? Qin Yun shouted as he walked over. The Heavenly Fire Martial King stood on the platform and watched Qin Yun walk over. His face was also filled with shock. This was because he could sense that Qin Yun's aura was only at the second level of the martial Dao realm. He actually dared to be impudent in front of a martial king like him. Qin Yun. On the platform, Hong Yan shouted in surprise when he recognized Qin Yun. When everyone heard the two words Qin Yun, they were secretly alarmed. They stared at Qin Yun's face even more seriously. This was the Qin Yun who had caused the Sword Profound Mountain to be in such a sorry state. At the scene, there were also people from the Sword Profound Mountain. At that moment, they were all looking at Qin Yun angrily. The Heavenly Fire Martial King was secretly alarmed because he knew that Qin Yun had left the city. Furthermore, they had sent people out to kill Qin Yun. But now, Qin Yun was still alive. Qin Yun, you came at the right time. You villain who stole someone else's Dao artifact, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. The Heavenly Fire Martial King shouted coldly, quickly hand over the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. The Dragon Suppression Cauldron in Qin Yun's hands was indeed coveted. Even the Heavenly Fire Martial King was no exception. You, a martial king who serves the evil forces, actually dare to bark here. You are just a dog of Totem Pavilion. Qin Yun cursed angrily. All the sect leaders and elders of the Xian rank sects were shocked to the extreme. They naturally knew of the existence of Totem Pavilion. However, this was a taboo matter. No one had ever mentioned it or discussed it in public. And now, Qin Yun had actually brought out Totem Pavilion and even cursed them for being a demonic sect. This was simply openly opposing Totem Pavilion. Quickly go and kill him. The Heavenly Fire Martial King panicked as he hurriedly shouted. 3 warriors at the peak of the Xian martial realm suddenly flew over and stopped Qin Yun and Jiang Dazhu. Qin Yun, how dare you insult Totem Pavilion? Die. An old man said angrily as he struck at Qin Yun with his palm. As the old man waved his palm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the night sky. The earth trembled and gusts of wind were set off. The people nearby all left their seats, and the tables and chairs were also blown into pieces. It was only an old man at the peak of the Xianwu realm, but his power was terrifying. After the old man's palm strike, Jiang Dazhu shot forward and slashed at the old man's arm. When Jiang Dazhu struck out with his palm, there were still no fluctuations in his aura, making him look like an ordinary warrior. However, the speed of his palm strike was extremely fast. Shua, after Jiang Dazhu's palm struck the old man's wrist, it actually chopped off the palm. The palm of a martial artist at the peak of the Xian martial realm was actually chopped off with bare hands, Qin Yan had thought. That Jiang Dazhu was unreliable, but he never expected his strength to be so terrifying. Everyone present was moved, especially the Heavenly Fire Martial King. His face was filled with astonishment as he looked at Jiang Dazhu. In his mind, he was also recalling this person. After Jiang Dazhu struck out with his palm, he paused for a moment before sending out a second palm strike. He used that incomparably fast speed of his palm to strike at the old man's neck. Swish. The old man's head was separated from his body and fell to the ground. A warrior at the peak of the Xian martial realm had actually died. Qin Yan looked at Jiang Dazhu's palm. It was as if it was a sharp weapon of human flesh. A bunch of trash. Jiang Dazhu gave a disdainful snort. His figure flashed as he charged out. He continuously struck out with his palm towards the other two elders at the peak of the Xian martial realm. With a few swoosh 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 swoosh, the two warriors at the peak of the Xian martial realm were killed by Jiang Dazhu before they could even react. The three warriors at the peak of the Xian martial realm were all hall masters of Totem Pavilion. Yet, they had been killed in the blink of an eye. That could only mean that the person who killed them was a martial king. The old man beside Qin Yun was actually at the martial king realm. This shocked the people nearby as they ran even further away. Who are you? The Heavenly Fire Martial King on the high platform asked angrily. A dog of Totem Pavilion like you is not worthy of knowing my name. After Jiang Dazhu finished speaking, he instantly appeared on the high platform and charged towards the Heavenly Fire Martial King with a palm strike. The Heavenly Fire Martial King was sent flying and crashed into a tall tower in the distance. With a loud boom, the tower collapsed and the earth trembled. Qin Yan hurriedly flew to the high platform and used Momo's power to destroy the chain and rescue Wei Zhongxing. Seventh Prince, thank you. Qin Yan said to Hong Yan. All of you, leave quickly. Hong Yan frowned and said, I really didn't expect such a thing to happen so suddenly. Wei Zhongxing looked at the Spirit Realm and Xian Realm warriors and said, Seventh Prince, does your father not plan on interfering in this matter? This way, he won't offend anyone. Hong Yan said, I can only help you to this point. Take care of yourselves. After Hong Yan finished speaking, he flew down and left the high platform. In the distance, Jiang Dazhu and the Heavenly Fire Martial King were engaged in an intense battle in the air. They fought until the pitch-black night sky was filled with flames and trembling sounds. The entire capital was shaking non-stop. The people in the capital city all ran out to prevent their houses from collapsing. Xiaoyun, who is that senior? After Wei Zhongxing ate a pill, he hurriedly asked. I don't know where he came from either. In short, he's very strong. He seems to hate Totem Pavilion. Before Qin Yan could finish his sentence, Wei Zhongxing flew out and repelled a Xian realm martial artist who was attacking him. Xiaoyun, you go. Without a martial king to deal with me, I'm not afraid of anyone. Wei Zhongxing said. Qin Yan hurriedly used the mysterious star steps to leave through the air. However, he was repelled by a ball of flames that suddenly flew over. You want to leave? You have to ask me first. A long-faced man wearing a flaming cloak suddenly appeared in the sky. He held a flaming folding fan in his hand as he floated in the air and looked at Qin Yun. From afar, Hong Yan shouted, Qin Yun, that's the ninth disciple of the Heavenly Fire Martial King, young Master Flame Fan. Third stage of the Martial Dao, 8 spirit veins, dual fire martial spirits, and also dual Dao cores. Young Master Flame Fan laughed loudly and waved his folding fan at Qin Yun, creating a sea of fire. Such a great battle had occurred in the palace, yet the Hongying Martial King did not care. He really did not intend to interfere. What Qin Yun fears the least is flames. Flame Fan Young Master's flames are unable to cause any harm to him. He stomped on the ground with great force, creating a shockwave that blew away the surrounding flames. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from afar, carrying with it the aura of lightning. It was extremely fast. Ah! The white shadow was also sent flying by the fierce lightning. Qin Yan immediately hugged the person. It was Hong Mengshu. Brother Yun, leave quickly. The one who ambushed you just now was the Wind Lejia, the 8th disciple of the Heavenly Fire Martial King. He is at the 4th level of the Martial Dao realm and his Wind Thunder Martial Spirit is at the Purple Gold rank. Blood flowed from the corner of Hong Mengshu's mouth. She was severely injured. 9th Princess, does your Hongwu country want to interfere in this matter? Then don't blame us for being impolite. Young Master Flame Fan, who was in the air, said coldly, hurry up and leave. Qin Yan looked at the heavily injured Hong Mengshu and felt infuriated. Jiang Dazhu and the Heavenly Fire Martial King were engaged in a fierce battle in the distant sky. Wei Zhongjing was surrounded by the Xian realm and the Spirit realm. At this moment, there was no one to help him. As for the experts from the sects in the distance, they could only watch from afar and watch the show. Hong Yan, come over and take Mengshu away. Qin Yan's cold voice reverberated through the palace, bringing with it a strong killing intent and a domineering aura. Hong Yan flew over and took the injured Hong Mengshu away. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly as he looked coldly at young Master Flame Fan in the sky. At the same time, he could sense that the hidden Wind Lejia had already launched an attack on him. Bastard from Totem Pavilion, die! Qin Yan roared angrily as he activated the power of the dragon-resisting boots, causing his body to fly into the air like a bolt of lightning. His sudden burst of speed caught young Master Flame Fan by surprise. It also caused the spectators in the distance to let out waves of exclamations. Master! The moment young Master Flame Fan sensed Qin Yan's arrival, he suddenly sensed the terrifying power within Qin Yan's body. Knowing that he was about to be killed, he hurriedly shouted in fear. However, before he could finish shouting, he saw a cold light. Qin Yan wielded a top-grade spirit saber and executed the 6th-style Wind Slayer. When he raised his saber, his aura was like a raging gale, a stormy sea, setting off a bolt of lightning. After the saber fell, the remnant shockwaves shook the mountains and cracked the earth, like a broken river, and all of this happened in an instant. Young Master Flame Fan was also instantly sliced into pieces by the 6th-style Wind Slayer, scattering all over the shattered ground. Everyone was shocked. The 9th disciple of the Heavenly Fire Martial King, who was most proud of, had actually been smashed into pieces. Young Master Flame Fan had dual fire martial spirits and a super talent of 8 spirit veins. Furthermore, he was only in his 20s and he was already at the 3rd level of the martial Dao, but now, he had been instantly killed by Qin Yan, who was at the 2nd level of the martial Dao. Master, 9th junior brother is dead. He was killed by Qin Yan. A voice shook the sky like a thunderclap. It was the voice of Feng Lejia. Ajiao! The Heavenly Fire Martial King in the distance immediately roared angrily, causing the ground to tremble once again. Feng Lejia also appeared. He was a very short but very muscular man. He held a long rod that flickered with lightning and exuded a frighteningly powerful aura. Someone in the distance exclaimed, "That's a Xian artifact, Thunder Wave Rod. Strike out, thunder surges like waves." As expected of the disciple of the Heavenly Fire Martial King, he actually has such a terrifying Xian artifact. Feng Lejia looked coldly at Qin Yan. No one has ever dared to declare war on Totem Pavilion. You are the first. Now, if you want our Totem Pavilion to surface, you will have to pay a painful price. Jiuju Martial King. No one had ever dared to insult Feng like in such a manner. However, not only had Qin Yan insulted him, he had also mocked Totem Pavilion. He was completely infuriated. Totem Pavilion was a very sacred existence in the eyes of Feng like. He could not tolerate others insulting it. You arrogant bastard, no one can save you. Feng Lejia waved the Thunder Wave Rod in his hand, releasing a violent lightning bolt. The bolts of lightning were like giant beasts that surged forward like waves. Qin Yan hurriedly took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and placed it in front of him. Voila! The lightning struck the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and was blocked. The people from the Sword Profound Mountain watched from afar, their eyes red to the extreme. The warriors of the Spirit Realm and the Xian Realm of the Sword Profound Mountain had all gone to deal with Wei Zhongjing. Thus, he could only watch from afar, not daring to act rashly. Through the dragon-resisting boots, Qin Yan's speed had become extremely fast. Even Feng Lejia, who was at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm, could not compare to him. You are the arrogant one. Xianxia instantly rushed over. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly smashed down. Feng Leijia dodged in horror. Boom! The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron landed on the ground, creating a terrifying wave of fire that engulfed the surrounding 100 meters. Feng Leijia leaped into the air and waved the thunder wave rod in his hand crazily, continuously shooting out terrifying lightning. Xianxia constantly dodged on the ground, dodging the rapidly descending lightning. Wind Thunder Guest is only his nickname. I didn't expect him to be as terrifying as Wind Thunder. Xianxia is not weak either. At the second level of the martial Dao realm, he is actually able to fight Feng like to a standstill. The Flame Fan young master from before was also at the third level of the martial Dao realm. However, he was killed by Xianxia in an instant. This is the most terrifying thing. That is also because young master Flame Fan and Feng Leijia underestimated the enemy. Looks like no matter who I face, I can't underestimate my enemy. When everyone saw how long Xianxia lasted, they were greatly astonished. Xianxia made the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron very small. If he could not dodge in time, he would use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to block the lightning bolts. The ground was already a mess to begin with. Now, the lightning bolts blasted large craters into the ground. Feng Leijia was anxious and angry because he could not kill Xianxia, who was at the second level of the martial Dao realm. It meant that Xianxia was equally matched with him. At that moment, everyone could tell that if Xianxia was at the third level of the martial Dao realm, Feng Like would have died a long time ago. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is truly powerful. Although Xianxia is not at the Xian martial realm and is unable to inject energy into it, he can use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to defend. Xianxia has the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Wind Leijia is unable to hit him. Feng Leijia hasn't used any martial skills yet. Look, Wind Thunder Guest is about to make a move. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Feng Leijia roared, his entire body flashing with lightning. The flashing lightning suddenly condensed together and charged at Xianxia. As it flew over, it brought with it a gust of wind. It turned into an angry eagle and charged at Xianxia. Xianxia was secretly alarmed as he hurriedly threw the dragon suppression cauldron over. That angry eagle had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. It was extremely huge. When it landed, it used its claws to attack and actually grabbed the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is mine. Feng Leijia shouted excitedly. Wishful thinking. Xianxia roared loudly as he threw a punch at the giant wind thunder eagle. He executed the tsunami technique and blasted out waves of shockwaves. The giant wind thunder eagle's claws that were grabbing onto the dragon suppression cauldron were scattered. Xianxia was alarmed. Just a moment ago, the dragon suppression cauldron had almost been snatched away. Following that, he hurriedly punched the giant wind thunder eagle a few times. However, the giant wind thunder eagle suddenly dispersed and turned into bolts of lightning that returned to Feng Leijia's body. This kind of martial art also astonished Xianxia. Someone in the distance exclaimed, "That's a mysterious technique. A martial art that uses a martial spirit to attack. It should be the eagle transformation mysterious technique." Xianxia was alarmed. He never expected it to be a mysterious technique. This was a very rare martial art. Just now, he had also experienced the might of a mysterious technique. It could turn the wind and thunder martial spirit into an eagle and almost capture his dragon suppression cauldron. "Come again if you have the guts." Xianxia shouted at Feng Leijia, who was in the air. Feng Leijia sneered, "You are courting death." After he finished speaking, his entire body flashed with lightning again. This time, the giant wind thunder eagle released by Feng Leijia was even stronger. It was like a giant eagle formed from violent lightning bolts as it charged at Xianxia. The giant wind thunder eagle swooped down and used its huge beak to charge at him. Releasing your martial spirit is courting death. Xianxia suddenly enlarged the dragon suppression cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron was more than 10 meters wide and dozens of meters tall. Feng Leijia's expression suddenly changed. However, the giant wind thunder eagle he released had already charged into the dragon suppression cauldron. Bang! Xianxia closed the lid and kept the cauldron into his storage space. Feng Leijia's face turned pale as a sharp pain came from his head. His martial spirit had been taken away. The spectators in the distance were also in an uproar. A mysterious technique was to release the martial spirit and coordinate it with the powerful inner force of the Tao core to attack. However, the martial spirit that was released was locked into the cauldron by Qin Yun and stripped away. In the air was Xianxia. He suffered the pain of having his soul stolen as he fell from the sky. Just as he fell, Qin Yun leaped over and stomped on the ground with his dragon-resisting boots. Roar! The dragon-resisting boots let out a dragon's roar as a purplish-gold lightning flame burst out. Qin Yun stomped on Xianxia's body with a loud boom. The ground seemed to be torn apart as the wild thunder and fire splashed out like countless fireworks hitting the ground, flying in all directions. It was very shocking. Xianxia is dead. Heavens, Qin Yun is at the second level of the martial Tao realm. He actually killed someone at the fourth level of the martial Tao realm. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron is truly powerful. Although the martial Tao realm is unable to unleash the power of a Tao artifact, using a Tao artifact to fight is extremely terrifying. It can allow one to fight above one's level. Another genius disciple of the Heavenly Fire Martial King has died. The disciple of a martial king actually died so miserably and turned into a pile of pieces. Hoo! 2 gusts of wind suddenly blew over as 2 black-clothed men flew over from the direction of the palace's entrance at an extremely fast speed. Little Yun, hurry up and leave. Those are the people from Totem Pavilion. Wei Zhongxing shouted from afar. He was surrounded by more than 10 Xian martial realm and more than 20 spirit martial realm. Everyone was also intimidated by Wei Zhongxing's strength. He had been injured by a martial king before, and now that he was surrounded, he was still able to hold on for so long. However, his body was riddled with wounds. Just as Qin Yun wanted to fly away, he was struck to the ground by a black-clothed man. Spiritual martial realm, Qin Yun was punched in the abdomen and fell to the ground, heavily injured. He was still far from being able to face someone at the spirit martial realm. Stop! The injured Hong Mengshu also hurriedly flew over and pounced on Qin Yun. However, the man in black at the spirit martial realm did not stop. He punched Hong Mengshu's back. Ah! Hong Mengshu screamed and fainted. You bastards, I'll fight it out with you. Hong Yan also rushed over. With a furious roar, he punched the black-clothed man at the spirit realm. Scram! The black-clothed man sent Hong Yan flying with a palm strike. Qin Yun looked at the injured Hong Mengshu and Hong Yan. He was infuriated to the extreme. The 2 black-clothed men came over. Just as they were about to attack Hong Mengshu and Qin Yun, a golden light suddenly shot down from afar. A golden-robed middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man's appearance was average but his expression was cold. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as they flickered with a golden light. He glared at the 2 black-clothed men and said coldly, "She is my daughter. You actually plan to kill her? Hong Ying, our Totem Pavilion is only eliminating the enemy. Do you want to interfere in this matter? You want to help the enemies of Totem Pavilion?" The warrior at the spirit realm took a few steps back. It's your business to kill Qin Yun. It's my business to save my children. I didn't say I was going to interfere. The golden-robed middle-aged man raised his hand and Hong Mengshu floated into the air. He hugged Hong Mengshu and rushed towards Hong Yan, who was not far away. He left behind a sentence for Qin Yun. You once helped Shu'er and Yan'er. They have repaid your kindness now. You don't owe each other anything. Royal father, save brother Yun. He will die. Hong Mengshu, who was in a daze, muttered softly. If I save him, who will save our Hongwu country? The Hongying martial king sighed and flew away with Hong Yan and Hong Mengshu. No one dared to breathe. The 2 black-clothed men at the spirit realm had actually forced the Hongying martial king to retreat. Many people did not know about Totem Pavilion. When they heard Qin Yun mention Totem Pavilion, they thought that Qin Yun had fabricated it. But now, when they saw the 2 black-clothed men from Totem Pavilion being so powerful, they immediately believed that Totem Pavilion truly existed and that it was very powerful. Even the Hongying martial king did not dare to offend Totem Pavilion. Qin Yun had suffered a punch from a warrior at the spirit realm. A chaotic energy had been injected into his body. It was constantly wreaking havoc within his body, making it difficult for him to circulate his inner force. Hand over the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. A black-clothed man stepped on Qin Yun's chest and said coldly. Qin Yan looked at the black mask and said with a sneer, "You bunch of evil demons, don't even think about getting anything from me. Looks like you don't want to die easily. You want to be tortured by us, right?" A black-cloaked man's voice contained a trace of viciousness as he took out a few long needles. The long needle glowed with a purple light. It was obvious that it was poisonous. "I'll let you have a taste of our poison needles," the black-cloaked man spoke and pierced the needle into Qin Yan's shoulder. "Ah!" Qin Yan's screams echoed in the square. "Ha ha ha ha." The Totem Pavilion Spirit Martial Realm martial artist laughed wildly, again. As he spoke, he pierced a long needle into Qin Yan's thigh. Qin Yan's body convulsed as he screamed again and again. Stabbing pain surged through his body, causing his face to contort from the pain. "Totem Pavilion, you bunch of bastards, I won't let you off." Wei Zhongxing was in the distance. When he saw Qin Yan being captured, he was infuriated. "Wei Zhongxing, you can't even protect yourself, and you're still spouting such empty words." The black-cloaked man who was stepping on Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry. When you get caught later, we'll let you have a taste of how powerful our poison needles are." Wei Zhongxing, who was burning with rage, suddenly let out a loud roar. His body shone brightly like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire palace. The sky was immediately enveloped in a golden flame. At this moment, Wei Zhongxing was like the sun at dawn, illuminating half the sky. Boom. Boom. The ground of the palace constantly rose and fell, producing muffled tremors. The sudden burst of power from Wei Zhongxing made all the Xian realm cultivators present extremely envious. "Martial King. He's broken through. Wei Zhongxing has stepped into the Martial King realm and become a Martial King. He has finally broken through after being stuck at the peak of the Xian martial realm." Legend of the Nine Arrows. Qin Yan lay on the ground. When he saw Wei Zhongxing break through, he was extremely excited. The pain in his body seemed to be swept away. The people besieging Wei Zhongxing were also terrified and fled. "Die." Wei Zhongxing waved his hand and released a flame that condensed into a 100-meter-long whip. It swept towards the dozen Xian martial realm cultivators and the 30 spirit martial realm cultivators who were running away. Those at the Xian martial realm and the spirit martial realm immediately let out miserable cries as their bodies were broken by the flaming whip. Everyone looked at the pile of wriggling corpses on the ground, their fear reaching its peak. This was the terror of a martial king, instantly killing a Xian martial realm warrior. The two black-cloaked men surrounding Qin Yan saw that the situation was amiss and brandished their sabers to kill Qin Yan, who, a beam of fiery red light rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhongxing flew thousands of meters and rushed to Qin Yan's side. He pressed his hands on the heads of the two black-clothed men and forcefully pulled, ripping off their heads. Bang! He poured 2 streams of flames into the 2 heads and made them explode. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly took out a detoxification pill and placed it in Qin Yan's mouth. Then he injected his power into Qin Yan's body and discovered the 3 Dao cores in Qin Yan's body. While Wei Zhongxing was shocked, he frowned and said, "Xiao Yun, your injuries are very serious. Relax your entire body and let me heal you." Qin Yan also knows that the secret of his 3 Dao cores has been discovered by Wei Zhongxing. He trusted Wei Zhongxing, so he relaxed his body and let Wei Zhongxing send a healing power to repair his damaged body. After Wei Zhongxing injected a wave of energy into Qin Yan's body, he carried him on his back and ran into the distance. In the distant sky, Jiang Dazhu and the Heavenly Fire Martial King were locked in battle. "Heavenly Fire Martial King, you dog of Totem Pavilion. Back then, many experts and genius disciples of my 9 Extinction Gate were killed by the combined forces of Totem Pavilion and Fire King sect. Today, you shall pay with your life." Wei Zhongxing, who was carrying Qin Yan on his back, swung the fire whip in his hand and flew out to tie up the Heavenly Fire Martial King. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Dazhu's strength was on par with the Heavenly Fire Martial King. Now that the Heavenly Fire Martial King was tied up, he immediately flew over, picked up the jade coffin and smashed it at the Heavenly Fire Martial Spirit's head. Bang! 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 Every time the jade coffin hit the ground, the rocks on the ground would jump high. Everyone looked into the distance, their hearts filled with shock and fear. The Heavenly Fire Martial King, who was looked up to by hundreds of millions of people, was actually smashed to the point of bleeding with a coffin. "Catch him!" The injured Qin Yun suddenly shouted. "All right. Jiang Dazhu opened the coffin lid and placed the heavenly fire martial king inside. Let's go. Wei Zhongxing carried Qin Yun on his back as he flew towards the entrance of the palace. Jiang Dazhu followed behind and was also wary of the two hidden martial kings. In the palace, there were two other martial kings. One was the Honging martial king and the other was unknown. From the beginning to the end, they had not interfered in this matter. Even though the Hongwu palace had been turned into ruins, the Honging martial king had been watching from the sidelines. He had only saved his children. Finally, the palace that had been turned into ruins gradually quietened down. Everyone, the banquet is over. Everyone, please return. Is everyone satisfied with tonight's banquet? The voice of the Honging martial king could be heard. Many people were satisfied. After all, they were able to witness such a major event with their own eyes. Everyone was filled with excitement and fear as they hurriedly left the palace. They had to quickly return and report this matter to the elders of their forces. In the Hongwu royal palace, in a pavilion that had not collapsed. Father, what's wrong with Brother Yun? Hong Mengshu, who was lying on the bed, asked softly. Wei Zhongxing suddenly broke through and stepped into the martial king realm. The heavenly fire martial king was captured and Qin Yun was treated. He left Hongwu royal city. Honging sighed softly. I really didn't expect such an outcome tonight. Hong Yan, who was sitting on a chair, looked much better. He asked, Father, will Totem Pavilion blame you for not helping the heavenly fire martial king and the others? Blame? We give them so many rare treasures every 100 years, isn't that enough? Honging sneered. Hong Mengshu said in a low voice, Father, you won't blame us for helping Qin Yun, right? Of course not. As a person, one must be able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges and be happy with gratitude and enmity. Honging smiled. It's not bad that you can make friends with this person. If Totem Pavilion is unable to completely annihilate the 9 Extinction Profound Gate in the future, then no one will be able to stop the 9 Extinction Profound Gate from becoming stronger. Hong Yan said, Father, was it really Totem Pavilion that killed so many people from the 9 Extinction Profound Gate? Could it be that it was just to prevent them from becoming stronger? Hong Mengshu was also very curious as she looked at Honging. Honging nodded and said, You should all know that the 9 Extinction Profound Gate has 9 pillars, right? That is a totem carved with the sun. Legend has it that it fell from the 9 suns in ancient times. Every pillar is an arrow. Legend has it that in the primordial era, there were a total of 10 suns. One of them has never been seen and is hidden in the sky. The 9 suns that can be seen release a very strong heat, making it impossible for the living beings on the earth to survive. Then, a god appeared and refined 9 bows and arrows. He shot them into the 9 suns and sealed the heat of the 9 suns. He only allowed the 9 suns to release the 9 suns' spiritual energy. Hong Mengshu frowned and said, Didn't the 9 arrows seal the heat of the 9 suns? Why did they appear in the martial desolate land? Now that the 9 suns are not sealed by the 9 arrows, they are not hot. Father, since the 9 arrows have left the 9 suns, does that mean that the heat of the 9 suns is about to be unsealed? Honging shook his head and said, When I was young, I heard from the older generation that there was a mysterious divine desolate land in the 9 desolate lands. There were many powerful deities there that maintained the stable operation of the 9 desolate lands and the 9 suns. It's possible that the 9 suns were later controlled by the gods. Those gods felt that the 9 arrows were useless, so they took them down and fell into the martial desolate land. He patted Hong Mengshu's head and smiled, These are all legends. You can't take it seriously. Just treat it as a story. In short, the 9 pillars of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate are all extremely precious young totems. Therefore, Totem Pavilion has always wanted to control the 9 Extinction Profound Gate and pry into the secrets of the Sun Totem from the inside. Is this also the reason why the 9 Extinction Profound Gate can become stronger in the future? Hong Yan asked. Honging nodded and said, As long as someone can control the Sun Totem on the 9 pillars, the 9 Extinction Profound Gate will definitely become the strongest sect in the martial desolate land. Inside Wei Zhongxing's flying golden boat, Qin Yun was recuperating with his eyes closed. Elder Jiang, didn't you say that you could deal with 2 martial kings? But against the heavenly fire martial king, you actually fought for so long. Qin Yun said faintly. I've been sealed for many years and my strength has been greatly depleted. I haven't been able to recover to my peak state in a short period of time. Otherwise, I would have slapped that flaming head to death with a single palm. Jiang Dazhu said. Humph. I was almost tricked to death by you. Qin Yin snorted softly. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, little Yun. What Elder Jiang said was true because he was not considered a human. He was a puppet that was close to a human. If he had really been sealed for a long time, then the energy loss would have been severe. Qin Yin opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Dazhu in disbelief. He never expected that the old man who had been sealed in ice for 10,000 years was actually a puppet. What was terrifying was that this puppet actually had the strength of a martial king. In that case, the person who refined him must have a very high cultivation, far surpassing the martial king realm. Although I'm a puppet, I'm a very high-level one. I have a soul and emotions. Furthermore, I'm loyal and I know how to repay kindness. When Jiang Dazhu saw Qin Yin's strange gaze, he hurriedly said, "Don't look at me like a tool." Qin Yin stroked his chin and said with a smile, "I actually want to cut you into 8 pieces and study the totem runes in your body. Don't act recklessly." Jiang Dazhu hurriedly shrunk into a corner. Following that, Qin Yin told Wei Zhongxing about the jade coffin he had obtained. "Elder Jiang, what happened to you back then?" Wei Zhongxing asked curiously. Jiang Dazhu let out a long sigh. "Isn't it because of the ancient garden? Back then, there was a huge fight inside and I was sent by the spirit desolate to settle the fight. However, those guys didn't listen to my advice and even started fighting with me. Later on, I fought my way out of the ancient garden and came outside, which is that ancient jade mountain range. I was surrounded by many powerful fellows and then captured and sealed inside the jade coffin. Just as I was sealed, the experts of the spirit desolate appeared and created a huge black mountain to suppress me and that group of fellows. Those fellows who besieged me also died and I was completely suppressed under that mountain." Qin Yin said, "So you were abandoned?" Jiang Dazhu said with some sadness, "It should be. I don't know how to head to the spirit desolate either. I want to find my master." Wei Zhongxing patted the jade coffin and said, "Xiao Yun, this guy is the heavenly fire martial king. If we capture him alive, the Fire King sect will definitely explode. Don't be in a hurry to kill me after capturing me. I have great use for it." Qin Yin chuckled. For the heavenly fire martial king to become a martial king, his martial spirit must be very powerful. Qin Yin wanted to use the soul refining art to extract the heavenly fire martial king's martial spirit. Jian Xuanzi's cultivation was at the peak of the Xian martial realm. Qin Yin could also successfully extract him. As for the martial king realm, he did not know. Now I have stepped into the martial king realm. Our 9 extinction profound gate will also draw our swords against Totem Pavilion. The enmity from back then must be settled. Wei Zhongxing said angrily. Jiang Dazhu said in a deep voice, "Totem Pavilion is not that simple. One must know that Totem Pavilion entered the Beast Desolate Land from the Magical Desolate Land. After attacking the Beast Desolate Land and turning it into the Magical Beast Desolate Land, they sent people into the Martial Desolate Land. In other words, the strongest power of Totem Pavilion is still in the Magical Desolate Land. And the Magical Desolate Land is an existence that is as powerful as the Spirit Desolate Land. If we provoke Totem Pavilion, the Magical Beast Desolate Land and the Magical Desolate Land will definitely send reinforcements." Qin Yin said, "Isn't the Spirit Desolate Land going to help? If we allow the Magical Desolate Land to expand, the Spirit Desolate Land might even be annexed by the Magical Desolate Land in the end." Jiang Dazhu shook his head and said, "You might not know this. There are no passages between the Spirit Desolate Land and the other Great Desolate Lands. It is extremely difficult to travel back and forth. And back then, a passage suddenly appeared between the Beast Desolate Land and the Magical Desolate Land. Therefore, the Magical Desolate forces attacked the Beast Desolate Land and took it down. Because the Beast Desolate Land, the Martial Desolate Land and the Demon Desolate Land are connected, the Demon Desolate Land and the Demon Desolate Land are connected, the Magical Desolate Land and the Desolate Land. Martial Spirit Evolution. Wei Zhongxing and company did not encounter any attacks along the way and smoothly returned to the 9 Extinction Gate. Along the way, Jiang Dazhu said that he had matters to attend to and did not follow Qin Yun and company back to the 9 Extinction Gate. He also transferred the Heavenly Fire Martial King into Qin Yun's Dragon Suppression Cauldron. After Qin Yun followed Wei Zhongxing back to the 9 Extinction Gate, he was brought to a secret chamber. After Wei Zhongxing entered the secret chamber, he hurriedly said, "Little Yun, what's the situation with the Dao core in your body? In your heart, there is another martial spirit. Your dual martial spirits are not thunder and fire. Furthermore, your thunder-fire martial spirit is still on your arm. The martial spirit in your dantian is even stranger." In the past few days, Qin Yun knew that Wei Zhongxing was trustworthy. Therefore, he did not hide anything and said, "My heart is a black vibration martial spirit and my dantian is a very strange nether sun martial spirit. In short, I managed to cultivate it in a muddle-headed manner." When Wei Zhongxing heard this, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. A moment later, he said, "Nether sun martial spirit? This is a very mysterious martial spirit and there are only a few records of it. No one knows the exact situation. You have 3 martial spirits coexisting in your body and you have even cultivated 3 Dao cores. This is indeed not easy. This will definitely require a lot of resources. Sect Master, if I continue cultivating like this, will there be other problems?" Qin Yun asked worriedly. Wei Zhongxing said, "I don't know about anything else, but since you have a black martial spirit, it will be extremely difficult for you to break through to the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm." "Why?" Qin Yun frowned. "Isn't the martial Dao realm cultivating life marks? What does it have to do with a martial spirit?" Wei Zhongxing said, "The 3rd level of the martial Dao realm is to cultivate the 3rd life mark. If you want to cultivate the 3rd life mark, you have to evolve your martial spirit. It's fine for the purple gold martial spirit to evolve, but it's even more difficult for the black martial spirit to evolve." Qin Yun asked anxiously, "Why do you say that? Evolution, is it to change the color of the martial spirit? My martial spirit is black. Does it mean that I have reached the peak and am unable to evolve, so I am unable to cultivate the 3rd life mark?" Wei Zhongxing shook his head and said, "Evolution is not about changing colors. The evolution of changing color is something only a few people can achieve. Normally, one's martial spirit will undergo a dual elemental evolution, or the evolution of the martial spirit. For example, there was originally only a thunder martial spirit. After evolution, it became a wind thunder martial spirit. If one's luck is good, then they can become dual martial spirits or change colors, but these are very rare. The most common is to undergo a dual attribute evolution." Qin Yun now understood why high-level martial artists had dual martial spirits. Wei Zhongxing said, "If you have a dual attributed martial spirit, then when your martial spirit evolves, it might only strengthen your martial spirit and deepen its color. In that case, my vibration martial spirit and nether sun martial spirit are both black. Is it very difficult to evolve them?" Qin Yun said worriedly. "Yes. The 3rd life mark is condensed at the same time as the martial spirit evolves." Wei Zhongxing nodded. There have been martial artists with black martial spirits in the past. Because it was difficult to evolve, that martial artist died of old age at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Sect Master, don't scare me." Wei Zhongxing said with a grave expression, "I'm not trying to scare you. But don't worry, I will ask around to see if there are any successful examples. During this period of time, you should also try and see if you can break through. You have cultivated the 2nd life mark and can now condense the martial spirit's Dao energy. You can use the Dao energy of the martial spirit to nurture it until it evolves." Qin Yun nodded. "Perhaps this will require a large amount of resources. It's indeed not easy for you to cultivate 3 Dao cores. Furthermore, it's a miracle that you can cultivate to such a level at such a young age. Don't worry, I will support you as well. I think you can continue to create miracles in the future." Wei Zhongxing suddenly smiled. "Perhaps I'm too worried. After all, I can't use common sense to judge your situation." "That's right, Sect Master, let's deal with this guy now." Qin Yun took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and opened the lid. The heavily injured Heavenly Fire Martial King was bound by Wei Zhongxing's fire whip and unable to move. Wei Zhongxing said, "Little Yun, you told me not to kill him. What do you plan to do?" You guys will die a horrible death. The Heavenly Fire Martial King roared angrily. Sect Master, I can extract other people's martial spirits. However, I have never extracted a martial king before, so I want you to watch from my side. If anything goes wrong, you can help me in time. Qin Yan said with a smile. When Wei Zhongxing and the Heavenly Fire Martial King heard this, they were incomparably astonished. That's great. Wei Zhongxing laughed. Qin Yan, you bastard, you can't extract my martial spirit, this is against the martial way. The Heavenly Fire Martial King shouted with a face full of fear. You have killed so many people from our 9 Extinction Profound Gate, and Totem Pavilion has also extracted other people's totems. Isn't this something that goes against the Great Tao? Wei Zhongxing sneered and said to Qin Yan, Little Yun, you can begin now. Qin Yan placed his hand on the Heavenly Fire Martial King's abdomen and whispered, I wonder what this guy's martial spirit is. It should be very strong. Little bastard, I'm going to eat you alive. The Heavenly Fire Martial King was so angry that his eyes spat fire as he roared. Qin Yan frowned and cast the soul extraction art. Suddenly, he felt that his strength was insufficient. Sect Master, help me, I need energy. Qin Yan promptly shouted. Wei Zhongxing quickly placed his hand on Qin Yan's back and injected his Martial King's robust power. Not long after, Qin Yan, who was sweating profusely, extracted a purplish gold pearl from the abdomen of the Heavenly Fire Martial Spirit. The pearl was surrounded by purplish gold flames, and from time to time, it would flicker with a very strong aura. The moment the bead appeared, the temperature in the secret chamber suddenly rose and became extremely hot. It's the purple gold star spirit. He has cultivated his martial spirit into a star and condensed it into a small star. Wei Zhongxing chuckled, Little Yun, what do you plan on doing with this martial spirit? The Heavenly Fire Martial King, who was lying in the Dragon Suppression Cauldron, had a pale face and a face full of death aura. He was about to die. The Heavenly Fire Martial King felt extremely aggrieved. He, a dignified Martial King, had been tortured to such a state. He held back a wave of resentment in his heart. I plan to absorb this martial spirit. As Qin Yan spoke, he placed it into his abdomen and allowed the Nether Sun Martial Spirit to absorb it. The Nether Sun Martial Spirit's absorption power was the strongest, and it was also a bottomless pit. It required a large amount of energy in order to make it stronger. Then you have to be careful, don't let anything go wrong. Wei Zhongxing patted Qin Yan on the shoulder and said, I'll take this fellow out and show it to the disciples to increase their confidence. Qin Yan stayed in the secret chamber and circulated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra to refine the martial spirit that had been devoured. He had mastered the soul-refining art and could extract martial spirits. Furthermore, he could fuse his martial spirit with other martial spirits, allowing his martial spirit to quickly become stronger. Therefore, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem for his 3 martial spirits to evolve. At most, it would take a little more time. The 3rd level of the martial Dao realm can allow my martial spirit to evolve once. I wonder what will happen to my 3 martial spirits after they evolve. Qin Yan was secretly looking forward to it. Qin Yan had been in seclusion for more than 10 days and had also digested the Heavenly Fire Martial King's martial spirit. He walked out of the secret chamber and hurried to the medicine garden. At noon, Yuan Yenying was controlling the Great Formation and summoning the 9-colored spirit rain to water the spirit herbs. Yenying. Qin Yan hurriedly walked over and said with a chuckle, I just so happened to be taking a bath. As he spoke, he entered the 9-colored spirit rain and allowed the rain to wash him. Yuan Yenying said with a chuckle, Brother, our 9 Extinction Profound Gate is finally not the weakest Xian sect. Once you join our 9 Extinction Profound Gate, our luck will change. You are truly the lucky star of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Yenying, with the help of this formation, you won't be that tired during this period of time, right? Qin Yan said with a smile. Yes, I can spare a lot of time to cultivate. I also need to become stronger as soon as possible. Yuan Yenying nodded. Not long after, the 9-colored spirit rain stopped and the medicinal garden was filled with 9-colored clouds. Yuan Yening, who was wearing a simple white dress, also walked into the medicinal field and flew around. She was like a happy butterfly fairy, lively, beautiful and enchanting. Qin Yan had also absorbed the energy of the 9-colored spirit rain and became extremely spirited. He returned to his room and changed into a set of clean blue clothes. When he came out of the small building, he saw the second elder there. "Little Yun, there's a masked woman looking for you outside." When the second elder saw Qin Yan come out, he hurriedly said, "Could it be the 9th princess, Hong Mengshu?" Yuan Yening smiled and said, "Brother, according to the legends, Princess Mengshu has been captivated by you." Qin Yan pinched Yuan Yening's face. "Yening, don't spout nonsense. She and I are just good friends." He looked at the second elder and asked, "Did that woman say her name?" "She didn't. However, she gave me a small bottle and said that as long as you open it, you will know who she is." The second elder shrugged and said, "This woman seems to want to hide her identity." Qin Yan took the bottle and opened it. He could sense the aura of the purple immortal dew. It carried a faint fragrance. It was Xianxia's purple immortal dew. "Second elder, can you let that woman in?" Qin Yan asked softly. "If she's really worthy of your trust, then of course she can come in." The second elder smiled. "Little Yun, I didn't expect a woman to come looking for you so quickly." Yuan Yening smiled tenderly and said, "Who asked my brother Yun to be so charming? This is very normal." Qin Yan also wanted to meet Xianxia and ask her about Xiao Yuan and company. Ever since they parted ways in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, he had always wanted to know about Xiao Yuan and Yang Shiyu's situation. He only knew that Xiao Yuan was in the Moon Profound Valley. After the second elder left, Yuan Yening asked curiously, "Brother, who is that woman? Is it Sister Shuriwei or Sister Yuan?" "A fat woman with a face like a steamed bun. If everything goes well, I will get her to bring my disciple here. At that time, my disciple will be able to accompany you in cultivation," Qin Yan said with a smile. Forging talisman weapons. Not long after, the second elder brought Xianxia into the herb garden. Xianxia was wearing a purple robe and a hood, revealing only her eyes. In the desert, this was a rather normal attire. "If you want to go out, just let me know," the second elder said and left in a hurry. In and out of the 9 extremes formation, only the elders and the sect leader could open the passage out. If he wanted to enter and exit the 9 extinction profound gate, he would have to look for them. Xianxia entered the ancient bronze building and took off her hood, revealing her slightly round and beautiful face. Yuan Yening, who was at the side, could not help but be taken aback when she saw such a beauty. That was because Qin Yan had previously said that this woman was a fat woman. "Sister Steamed Bun, your face seems to be a little round, let me pinch it," Qin Yan said with a grin. He also walked over and pinched Xianxia's face. Xianxia spat and slapped Qin Yan's hand away. "You little brat, you're still so annoying." She looked at Yuan Yening and said, "Qin Yan, you never lack beauties by your side." "Sister Steamed Bun, this is my recognized sister, Yuan Yening." After Qin Yan said that, he said to Yuan Yening, "Yening, this Sister Steamed Bun's name is Xianxia. She's quite strong and is a martial artist of the spirit realm." "Sister Xianxia, hello." Just now, Yuan Yening could tell that Xianxia's cultivation was not low. It was rare for her to see such a young and beautiful spirit realm cultivator. She was very envious. "Hello, little girl." Xianxia smiled charmingly. Yuan Yening hurriedly said, "Sister Xianxia, please take a seat." After Xianxia sat down, Yuan Yening took out the juice she had made and poured it for Xianxia to drink. "Sister Xianxia, are you from the Moon Profound Valley? I seem to have heard that the #1 beauty in the northern region was once born in the Moon Profound Valley. Her name seems to be Xianxia as well." Yuan Yening suddenly thought of something and said with some doubt. When she first came to the martial desolate land, she also wanted to enter the Moon Profound Valley. Therefore, she went to gather information about the Moon Profound Valley and had a good understanding of it. Qin Yan immediately shook his head and laughed. Sister Steamed Bun was once the #1 beauty in the northern prefecture. How is that possible? Yening, you remembered wrongly. But then again, she was indeed a disciple of the Moon Profound Valley. Xianxia glared at Qin Yun bitterly. "Brat, you actually look down on me. I was indeed the #1 beauty in the northern region back then. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to be, I would still be the #1 chubby beauty in the northern region. That's more like it." Qin Yun laughed. I'll pinch you to death." Xianxia stomped her feet in anger and immediately went over. She pinched Qin Yun's handsome face and rubbed it vigorously. Yuan Yening was somewhat dumbfounded when she saw this. She really could not believe that a great beauty of the spirit martial realm was actually playing around with Qin Yun like a child. Xianxia was at the spirit martial realm. She now had the upper hand as she rubbed Qin Yun's face until it turned red. "Damn steamed bun, relying on your strength to bully me. I'll also pinch you." Qin Yun's hands grabbed randomly and accidentally grabbed something soft. "Ah!" Xianxia screamed. Yuan Yening blushed when she saw this because Qin Yun refused to let go of a certain part of Xianxia. She hurriedly said, "Sister Qingqing, you must have something important to say to Brother Yun. Stop messing around and get down to business." Xianxia's hand left Qin Yun's face and Qin Yun's hand also left Xianxia's body. "You little brat, you're infuriating me to death." Xianxia did not blush either. Instead, she glared at Qin Yun angrily. Qin Yun never expected that the feeling of grabbing her would be so wonderful that it left him with an endless aftertaste. He snorted, "Sister steamed bun, you have to pay the price for taking advantage of me." Seeing that the two of them were about to bicker, Yuan Yening hurriedly said, "Sister Qingqing, don't lower yourself to his level. Quickly drink the juice. Yening, you're such a good person. You have to stay away from this bad brat. Don't be led astray by him." Xianxia drank Yuan Yening's juice and her mood improved. Qin Yun sat on a chair and crossed his legs as he asked, "The #1 beauty of the northern region. What business do you have with a little brat like me? I'm so bad, yet you still came to find me. Could it be that you miss me?" Xianxia snorted, "Who the hell would miss you? I came here to find you because I wanted to tell you about Yuan and the others. I never thought that you would treat them like that." "Alright, Sister Steamed Bun, I was wrong." Qin Yun walked over and said with a smile, "Come, drink some juice." Xianxia said proudly, "That's more like it." Following that, she also talked about the situation of Xiaoyu, Lan Jin and the others. Because they all came from the borderlands and their talents were extraordinary, the Moon Profound Valley hid them and temporarily did not let them show their faces to avoid causing too much trouble. When Qin Yun learned that Xiaoyu's injuries were completely healed, he felt a lot more at ease. As for Xiaoyu Lan, she had naturally successfully stepped into the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun knew Xiaoyu Lan's situation the best. She also had 3 martial spirits and none of them were weak. It was also because she had the immortal graveyard diagram on her, so her cultivation speed was definitely not slow. "Sister Steamed Bun, can you get Sister Lan to come here?" Qin Yun asked. "She's my disciple. I want to impart the knowledge of inscription to her." "This? I have to go back and ask Grandma Du, I can't make a decision. Right now, Feng Jin is also a disciple of the Moon Profound Valley. If she wants to lead the sect, she has to get Grandma Du's approval." Xianxia said with some difficulty. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Sister Steamed Bun, weren't you kicked out of the Moon Profound Valley? You can still go back now." Xianxia said, "I am now a new disciple of the Moon Profound Valley. Also, the Violet Spirit Star Palace in the Borderlands has also been taken over by the Moon Profound Valley. The Floating Spirit Valley and the Wind Spirit Sect have been destroyed by the Moon Profound Valley. The Borderlands should be under the control of the Moon Profound Valley. I have also instructed them to cooperate more with the Tianqin Empire. As for the matter of you having a totem, I am not sure how long you can keep it a secret." Qin Yun had exposed his vibration martial spirit, Heavenly Lion Totem and Dragon Tiger Totem at the borders. Sooner or later, this matter would spread. At that time it would definitely cause Totem Pavilion to become even more frenzied to deal with him. Xianxia had also told Qin Yun that Moon Profound Valley's old lady Du would secretly help him and try her best to keep it a secret. Qin Yun could naturally guess that old lady Du had taken a fancy to his potential. He didn't mind having another powerful helper. Sister Steamed Bun, can you do me a favor? I want to know the situation after she entered the martial desolate land. Qin Yan had always been very worried about this matter. Previously, he had entrusted Mu Feng to help him inquire about it. No problem. Zi Qingqing nodded. Old Madame Du had instructed her to develop a good relationship with Qin Yun so that it would be convenient for the Moon Profound Valley and the Nine Extinction Gate to cooperate in the future. Little brat, I was unable to save you at the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. I'm really sorry. Zi Qingqing lowered her head and said guiltily. At that time I was bleeding and almost killed. Qin Yun snorted softly. I'm sorry, but I did my best. If not for old Lady Du keeping me and Feng Jin in her storage space, I would have fought them to the death. Zi Qingqing bit her lips and said. Qin Yun said, if you let me rub your face, I won't blame you. Zi Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she bitterly spat, come on. Qin Yun poked his hand and said with a chuckle, Sister Steamed Bun, I don't know if your face has some kind of magic, but I want to rub it the moment I see it. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Zi Qingqing's beautiful face and gently rubbed it. Zi Qingqing also had an expression of being at the mercy of others, filled with helplessness. Brother, enough. Sister Qingqing's face is almost swollen from your rubbing. Yuan Yening hurriedly walked over and pulled Qin Yun away. Qin Yun said, I only rubbed it a few times. Yuan Yening said with a smile, brother, Sister Qingqing is the #1 beauty in the history of the northern region. You should give her some face. Zi Qingqing smiled tenderly and said, Yening, you're such a good person. Don't be led astray by this little brat in the future. She held Yuan Yening's lily-white hand and took out a bottle. She said, this is a small gift from Sister Qingqing. It's the famous Moon Profound Dew of the Moon Profound Valley. Yuan Yening took the bottle and opened it. She exclaimed, an entire bottle. So many, thank you, Sister Qingqing. This thing is too precious. You're welcome. As long as you like it. Zi Qingqing also liked Yuan Yening very much as she smiled sweetly. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Sister Steamed Bun, aren't you going to give me some gifts? I don't have anything good left. At most, I'll let you rub my face. Zi Qingqing smiled mischievously. Come on, I'm not afraid of you rubbing my face anymore. I'm already used to it. If you rub my face thin, you won't call me Sister Steamed Bun anymore. Qin Yun said snappily, then forget it. Sister Steamed Bun, Yening likes you so much. You can stay here with her for a few days, right? No problem. I will also guide her in her cultivation. Our Moon Profound Valley has a lot of experience in women's cultivation. After Zi Qingqing finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled Yuan Yening and said with a smile, Yening, bring me to the secret chamber now. I'll teach you a special method of cultivation that will allow you to advance by leaps and bounds. Yuan Yening was very happy as she hurriedly entered a secret chamber with Zi Qingqing. Qin Yun looked at the medicinal field outside before running into the secret chamber. He took out 2 pieces of paper and drew a royal grade spirit mark on them. The spirit marks needed for a talisman artifact? When he was in Jade Xian City, he had also learned about talisman artifacts. They were a special type of spirit artifact. When forging a spirit artifact, there would be a storage space reserved inside the spirit artifact. This storage space was special and was specially used to store special spirit talismans. The spirit talisman would first fuse with the spirit artifact. During battle, if needed, the spirit talisman hidden within the spirit artifact could be shot out and branded onto the body of others. Sometimes, in order to cause damage to the enemy, the spirit artifact would be shot out, causing the spirit artifact and the spirit talisman inside to explode together. Zi Qingqing had been attacked by 2 talisman artifacts before and her body had been branded with spirit marks. After that, she had no choice but to endure the shame and let Qin Yun take away the spirit marks on her delicate body. Inscription Royal City Qin Yun was still unable to forge a royal-grade spirit artifact. Previously, when he was forging a top-grade spirit artifact, he realized that he was still a little short of being able to reach the level of a royal-grade spirit artifact. However, crafting a royal-grade spirit talisman was not a problem. He had been able to refine top-grade spirit talismans for a long time. Now that he was at the Martial Dao realm, it was not too difficult for him to craft a royal-grade spirit talisman. A top-grade talisman weapon should have quite a bit of power. Qin Yan took out a saber. This saber was a top-grade spirit artifact that he had forged during the examination. Now, he was going to transform this saber into a talisman weapon. He had forged that saber himself, so he knew the internal structure the best. It would be easier to modify it. He only added a void spirit stone and created a small storage space within the blade. Then, he added some spirit inscriptions to allow the storage space to fit with the talisman, allowing him to freely retract it. After the saber was modified by him, he began to refine a royal-grade spirit talisman. He did not know what the name of the talisman was because those royal-grade spirit inscriptions were all copied from Xianxia's body. Although the two royal-grade spirit inscriptions were complicated, Qin Yan's mental strength was powerful. Furthermore, his extinction spirit eye had some degree of mastery, allowing him to see the complicated and chaotic spirit inscriptions in an orderly manner. In addition to his innate talent, he was able to smoothly inscribe the royal-grade spirit inscriptions onto the talisman paper. He could make a royal-grade spirit talisman in a day. Only after he had made 6 did he walk out of the secret room. Outside the ancient bronze building, Xianxia's black hair was straight to her waist. She wore a simple purple dress, but it did not lose its elegance and dignity. The luxurious purple dress accentuated her voluptuous figure and added a bit of seductive charm to her. Xianxia seriously looked at the 9-colored spirit rain falling from the medicinal garden. She was lost in thought. Sister Steamed Bun. Qin Yan came to her side and gently caressed her beautiful face. Xianxia seemed to be used to Qin Yan touching her. She did not say anything as she watched Yuan Yanning play in the rain in the medicinal garden. Little brat, what's going on with this medicinal garden? Yanning said that only if you agree can she reveal this secret. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan and asked curiously. Flag formation. While condensing spiritual energy, rain will fall at the same time. Qin Yan smiled. I set this up. Originally, the sect leader and the elders had classified this as a secret. However, now that Wei Zhongxing had become a martial king, there was no need to keep this a secret. Furthermore, he wanted others to know that their 9 extinction profound gate had such a powerful thing. Xianxia was startled and revealed an expression of disbelief. When Qin Yan saw her shocked expression, he found it strange. He could not help but stretch out his hand and rub her slightly round face. Sister Steamed Bun, what's wrong? The moment Qin Yan's hand touched Xianxia's face, he didn't want to take it away. Xianxia pushed Qin Yan's hand away and said in surprise, was this really set up by you? Only king-level sects have this kind of flag array. Qin Yan said with a smile, now our 9 extinction profound gate also has it. Our sect master is a martial king, so we can be considered half a king sect. You. Did you really set it up? Xianxia still did not believe it. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Qin Yan stuck out his tongue. Xianxia lowered her head and said softly, can you help our Moon Profound Valley set up one as well? Qin Yan said with a smile, of course you can. However, this kind of flag array is very difficult to set up, so you have to use something to exchange with me. That's no problem. I'll go back and tell the elders of the Moon Profound Valley. I'll ask them to come here and talk to you. How about it? Xianxia said somewhat excitedly, I can't negotiate such a big matter. She was worried that Qin Yan would refuse. She believed that as long as Qin Yan agreed to help set it up, the Moon Profound Valley would be able to discuss any conditions. However, don't make this matter too public. It's fine as long as the elders and headmasters of our 2 sects know about it. Qin Yan said, when you go back, tell them a time and have them come here to talk to me. All right. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was nothing to be pinched by Qin Yan. If she could make the Moon Profound Valley have such a great formation, it would be a great contribution. Qin Yan took out a saber and asked, Sister Steamed Bun, do you still remember the 2 royal-grade spirit marks that were branded on your body last time? Xianxia's face immediately flushed red as she nodded. Why did you bring this up? Didn't we agree not to mention it in the future? When Qin Yan saw the blushing Xianxia, he could not help but pinch her face. However, he did not succeed. His hand was pushed away by Xianxia. Little brat, let me tell you. If you want to rub my face in the future, you have to look at the occasion. Otherwise, it will embarrass me. Xianxia said with a pout. Qinyan said, Sister Steamed Bun, I've refined a talisman weapon. During battle, I can create those kinds of spirit marks and brand them on other people's bodies. What harm will it cause after being branded on someone else's body? I want to know more. Xianxia looked at Qinyan's words and was secretly surprised. She never expected Qinyan to create it so quickly. She said, the last time I was hit, I couldn't circulate my power smoothly and it made my body feel very uncomfortable. I felt as if something was sticking to my skin and it was a little itchy and painful. In short, if you're hit by a talisman weapon in battle, you'll definitely be affected quite a bit. Xianxia said, the most powerful part of that kind of talisman weapon is that it can ignore armor and directly imprint on the surface of a person's skin. Qinyan nodded in understanding. It can directly pass through armor and get on the skin. Oh right, Sister Steamed Bun, your skin is really good. It's smooth and feels very good. You're still talking. Xianxia was so angry that she stomped on Qinyan's foot. It was still raining when a white-clothed old man suddenly arrived. It was Wei Zhongxing. He entered the medicine garden and saw Xianxia playing with Qinyan. He was suddenly shocked. Isn't this little girl Qinxing? Why are you here? Xianxia's hand was originally pinching Qinyan's handsome face. When she saw that Wei Zhongxing had arrived, she immediately let go and politely shouted, Hello, Grandpa Wei. I never thought that Grandpa Wei would still remember me. Wei Zhongxing chuckled and said, Of course I remember. Back then, you were the prettiest little girl in the northern region and you often stayed by old Madame Du's side. Later on, you also caused a lot of trouble and were chased out of the Moon Profound Valley. Oh right, I still remember that you have a famous nickname. You're called Purple Succubus, right? Xianxia nodded somewhat shyly. Grandpa Wei, your memory is really good. Sect Master, is she really the #1 beauty in the northern region? I can't tell. Qinyan sized up Xianxia with a suspicious expression and asked, Sect Master, why was she chased out back then? He's causing too much trouble. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, back then, many young geniuses were captivated by her and many of them were killed by her. I didn't expect you two to know each other. When Qinyan heard this, he hurriedly distanced himself from Xianxia. Sister Steamed Bun, so you're such a witch. You little brat, do you know how powerful I am? If anyone else bullied me like you, they would have died thousands of times over. Xianxia snorted lightly. Sect Master, I plan to help the Moon Profound Valley set up a 9-colored spirit rain formation. Qinyan said. Xianxia hurriedly said, Grandpa Wei, I will get Grandma Du to talk to this little brat. Our Moon Profound Valley will definitely not mistreat him and try our best to satisfy his conditions. Wei Zhongxing smiled and nodded. That's good. I haven't seen old Madame Du in a long time. When the time comes, I can talk to her. Little Yun, the Inscription Royal City will become very lively in the next few days. Do you want to go watch the show? It's absolutely safe in the Inscription Royal City. Xianxia also said, I almost forgot. That's the time when the Inscription Royal City updates the rankings every 100 years. At that time, there will be a new ranking of inscriptionists, a ranking of beauties, a ranking of strength and so on. With my face, can I get the title of the most handsome person in the northern region? Qinyan asked. Dream on. Xianxia said. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, Little Yun, you can try to rank your strength. There is a ranking of the youngest martial Dao realm cultivators. At that time, the young martial Dao realm cultivators of the various provinces will gather and compete. If you are ranked in the top 8, the rewards will be very generous. What's first place? Qinyan hurriedly asked. It should be a high-grade Xian pill, the mysterious soul ascension pill. It could allow the martial spirit to evolve and become stronger. Because generally speaking, the youngest martial Dao realm cultivators in the various provinces are at the 2nd or 3rd level of the martial body realm. They need the mysterious soul ascension pill. Xianxia said. Qinyan said with a smile, then I'll give it a try and see if I can get first place. Sister Steamed Bun, are you coming with me? No, I'm going back to the Moon Profound Valley. Xianxia said, I'm leaving now. After saying that, she flew over and bid farewell to Yuan Yening before following Wei Zhongxing out of the medicinal garden. Qin Yan chatted with Yuan Yening for a while. He also knew that Xianxia had imparted some cultivation techniques to her and guided her to the basics. It was of great help to her. After Wei Zhongxing returned, he left the 9 Extinction Gate with Qin Yan and headed for the Inscription Royal City. The Heavenly Fire Martial King had been completely killed by Wei Zhongxing. The head was still hanging outside. As long as one approached the 9 Extinction Gate, they would be able to see the head of the Heavenly Fire Martial King. This had a great deterrent effect. Of course, this had also completely infuriated the Fire King sect. A few Xian martial realm cultivators from the Sword Profound Mountain had also been killed. At this moment, they shared a common enemy with the Fire King sect. They had already joined forces and announced to the outside world that they were officially declaring war on the 9 Extinction Gate. Furthermore, they wanted their disciples to immediately kill the disciples of the 9 Extinction Gate as long as the conditions allowed. As long as they killed a disciple of the 9 Extinction Gate, they would be rewarded with 1,000,000 purple coins. Wei Zhongxing was now a martial king, and the 9 Extinction formation was very strong. Even a martial king would not be able to break through it, so he had nothing to worry about for the time being. Although the Heavenly Fire Martial King was dead, there were still martial kings in the Fire King sect. Naturally, they had to take revenge on the people who provoked their Fire King sect. This could establish prestige. Flower Girl. The Inscription Royal City was the greatest power of the Inscription Palace in the northern region. It was also the headquarters of the Inscription Palace in the northern region. It was very close to the Road of the Thorny Devil, which meant that it was very close to the magical beast Desolate Land. The capital city built by the Divine Inscription Palace was very different from the other capital cities. This royal city did not have city walls. However, the entire city was surrounded by many round pillars that were over 100 meters tall. There was an invisible barrier here, just that it was invisible. There was no gate to the Inscription Royal City. The entrance was made by 2 square pillars. As long as there was a square pillar, it was equivalent to a gate. Although there were no city walls, the defense of the Inscription Royal City should be one of the strongest cities in the northern region. Qin Yan and Wei Zhongxing wore hoods and gray robes. They were dressed very inconspicuously. At the entrance, Wei Zhongxing used 100,000 purple crystal coins to buy a pass. As for Qin Yan, as long as he flashed his high-ranked Spirit Inscription Master badge, he would be able to enter for free. After entering, Wei Zhongxing said unhappily, "This Inscription Royal City has really earned big. Every entry required 100,000 purple crystal coins. But sometimes, you have no choice but to go in. So that's how it is. I thought that the pass could be used for a year." Qin Yan was somewhat surprised. "One-time use?" Wei Zhongxing looked at the towering tower in front of him and said, "That's the tower in the Inscription Manor. It's more than 1,000 meters tall. I wonder what's inside." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sect Master, let's go. I should be able to bring you to the Inscription Manor." Wei Zhongxing nodded. This was also the reason why he was willing to accompany Qin Yan. Qin Yan was a high-ranked Spirit Inscription Master, so it would be very convenient for him. The buildings in the Inscription Royal City were all simple and unadorned. There were many carvings of similar patterns, and most of them were made of bronze or ancient wood. The entire city looked very ancient, especially the huge stone bricks on the ground, which seemed to have been there for many years. Although the city was huge, it was relatively deserted compared to the other royal cities. Wei Zhongxing told Qin Yan that it was also because of this period of time that the number of people here gradually increased. Therefore, there weren't many shops and buildings in the city. Instead, he saw many gardens on the street. There were also rivers, lakes, and rockery. This Inscription Royal City was a huge garden. Although entering the Inscription Royal City required a high entrance fee of 100,000 purple coins, there would always be people coming in from time to time. That was because this was the headquarters of the Divine Inscription Palace. If they were to post a bounty for refining a Xian artifact here, there would definitely be a Xian inscription master who would help them refine it. However, they would need to wait for a very long time. Many martial Dao realm cultivators would come here to request to customize the first Xian artifact in their lives after accumulating enough purple coins. One had to know that many Xian inscription masters and sects usually only refined Xian artifacts for outstanding disciples. Most of the warriors who wanted to own a profound level weapon could only come here. Qin Yan also liked this kind of environment. He felt that he could come here often in the future to seek refuge. The Divine Inscription Palace is also a very large and mysterious power. Although they have built many Divine Inscription Palace, they have never had the intention to dominate. It seemed that it was only a gathering of many inscription masters, or was responsible for issuing certificates to inscription masters. Of course, the Divine Inscription Palace also invisibly ruled over the order of the inscription masters. This was extremely powerful. Over the years, the Divine Inscription Palace had also absorbed many talented inscription masters and constantly developed powerful inscriptions. As for who created the Divine Inscription Palace, it was still a mystery to this day. Therefore, in the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace, there was no need to be afraid of Totem Pavilion. Qin Yan felt that with the scale of the Divine Inscription Palace, it might be a force that had developed from the Spirit Desolate Land. The inside of the inscription manor was no different from the outside. There were also many gardens and landscapes. The only difference was that only inscription masters could stay in. As for the others, they would need to pay a lot of purple coins to stay in the inscription manor. Staying in the inscription manor costs 10,000 purple coins a day. It's so expensive. Even though Wei Zhongxing was the sect leader, he felt that the price was too high. Of course, he had followed Qin Yan in and could stay for free. Furthermore, he was staying in a small building in the inscription manor. This was a treatment that could only be obtained with tens of thousands of purple coins a day. Even if it was a prince or a disciple of the royal city, they would still have to spend 100,000 purple coins to enter the inscription royal city. After all, only these people could afford to spend so many purple coins. After entering the city, in order to show off their status and strength, these people naturally had to stay in the inscription manor. Otherwise, if they met acquaintances in the city, they would be too embarrassed to greet them. "Xiao Yun, I'm really basking in your light," Wei Zhongxing said cheerfully. He held a jade token that allowed him to enter and leave the inscription manor. It was free. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sect leader, is the treatment of your mysterious medicine villa really that bad?" "Of course. He's so stingy." Wei Zhongxing curled his lips. It's still better to be an inscription master. However, the threshold for an inscription master is much higher than an alchemist's. Wei Zhongxing made a gesture in the hall and said with a smile, "I also have a few old friends here. I'll go see if they're all dead. You can walk around by yourself. You don't have to be afraid of Totem Pavilion in the territory of the Inscription Palace." Qin Yan nodded. Wei Zhongxing left the inscription manor full of confidence. Qin Yan also walked out of the small building and strolled alone in the garden of the inscription manor. The most important thing about the inscription manor was the giant tower that was more than 1,000 meters tall. The buildings in the garden were only used for accommodation. Other than that, there was a huge martial arts practice field to the south of the inscription manor. That place was used for martial arts competitions or large-scale competitions. Qin Yan lived on the east side of the inscription manor. The east side was filled with small buildings. On the west side, there were many pavilions. They were similar to inns and restaurants. They also provided lodging, but they were all rooms or suites. The west side was of a lower grade, but many princes and princesses lived in the west side. For example, even if one was willing to pay enough purple coins, they might not be able to stay in a small building. They needed a certain amount of status. Qin Yan felt that the east side was too deserted. He headed to the inns and restaurants in the west side to drink and chat with people. He was waiting for the inscription palace to begin its various activities. When he arrived at the west side, he saw a group of handsome men and beautiful women dressed in luxurious clothes in a garden. It seemed like they were surrounding a flower bed. He did not know what they were doing. Qin Yan was somewhat curious and hurriedly walked over. He saw a woman in a wrinkled white dress. She had a cloth wrapped around her head and was squatting beside a flower bed filled with orchids. Beside her, there was a coquettish woman wearing a luxurious blue dress. Her eyebrows were raised and she had an arrogant air about her. Beside this woman, there were several young masters from famous sections. Their clothes were all very expensive. Furthermore, all of them were holding royal-grade spirit artifacts in their hands. It was obvious that they were a group of noble disciples from famous sections. Lowly servant, quickly raise your head. Don't think that I don't recognize you. The woman in the blue dress shouted coldly. When Qin Yun saw this scene, he was secretly infuriated as he squeezed through the crowd. He was wearing a hood and a robe. He looked like a wandering martial artist. Everyone only felt that it was strange. Why would such a person come to join in the fun? Even in the inscription manner, you are still so impudent. Qin Yun said with a deep voice. Upon hearing his voice, the woman who was squatting on the ground trembled. She hugged her head even tighter, not daring to raise her head. A golden-robed man walked up and shouted coldly at Qin Yun, "Who are you? How dare you be impudent in front of the 90 princess of Songwu country?" Another man walked up and sneered, "You don't know Song Chenwei? She is the princess of Songwu country and she is about to become the #1 beauty in the northern region." Qin Yun frowned. Although I don't know much, I have seen Feng Honglan before. How can you compare to Feng Honglan? Isn't the selection of the #1 beauty in the northern region held once every 100 years? Feng Honglan was selected a few years ago. Ha ha ha. Don't you know that the lowly servant squatting on the ground is Feng Honglan? Song Chenwei immediately laughed loudly. Everyone burst into laughter as well. Qin Yun was stunned. Feng Honglan had actually become a servant girl? Her proud red orchid martial spirit is gone, so she came here to plant flowers. It's just a lowly thing. For you to be able to enter the inscription manor, you also have some status. Why are you showing off for such a lowly thing? You don't know, right? Feng Honglan lost her red orchid martial spirit and her face was also disfigured. That's why the inscription manor chose the #1 beauty in the northern region. Back then, Feng Honglan only relied on luck to become the #1 beauty in the northern region. That originally belonged to our Princess Chenwei. Song Chenwei proudly put her hands on her hips and looked at Feng Honglan on the ground. She laughed shrilly and said, "Feng Honglan, quickly raise your head and let everyone see your ugly appearance. Let everyone see how ugly the once #1 beauty of the northern region is now." After saying that, she suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Feng Honglan's long hair. When Qin Yun heard the words of those people, he was struck by a wave of anger and sadness. His mind went blank as he stood rooted to the ground. This was because he could guess that Feng Honglan had become like this because of the Sword Profound Mountain's revenge. Stop! Qin Yun roared angrily and slammed his palm on Song Chenwei's arm, shattering the bones. Then, he slapped Song Chenwei's face. Ah! Song Chenwei let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing into a rockery. Those young masters were dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to hit Song Chenwei, and with such ruthlessness. You must be tired of living. The few young masters immediately rushed forward. Although they were all at the martial Dao realm, their strength was far inferior to Qin Yun's. Pa 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 pa, Qin Yun quickly waved his hand like a flashing shadow. With afterimages, he slapped the faces of those young masters a few times before sending them flying. Princess Chenwei, are you all right? When a young master saw how powerful Qin Yun was, he did not dare to go up. Instead, he ran towards the fake mountain and shouted. A battle had broken out here and the people from the inscription manor had also rushed over. Furthermore, they had alarmed the people in the restaurant. The onlookers immediately surrounded the garden. Honglan's sorrow to be able to enter the inscription manor, one had to have some ability. However, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble here. That was because everyone knew that one could not cause trouble in the inscription royal city. Otherwise, no one would be able to protect you. But now, someone had caused such a huge commotion here. He had sent a few people flying on the spot and his attacks were extremely heavy. When everyone saw this, they began to criticize Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood in front of Feng Honglan, his heart in a mess. He did not know how to comfort Feng Honglan. Feng Honglan's appearance had been ruined and her red orchid martial spirit was gone. This was a double blow. The only thing Qin Yun could do now was to do his best to prevent Feng Honglan from suffering any further injuries. The middle-aged man from the inscription manor looked at Qin Yun and asked in a deep voice, "Did you make the first move?" Qin Yun answered truthfully, "That's right, I was the one who made the first move." Then come with me obediently. The middle-aged man at the spirit realm looked at Song Chenwei and the others who were walking over and said, "You guys come as well. I will get to the bottom of this matter." Qin Yan said, "Uncle, may I ask if this woman is from your inscription manor?" He looked at Feng Honglan behind him. Yes. She was introduced by the divine sound profound mountain. She has a lot of experience in growing all kinds of flowers and plants. The middle-aged man nodded. Just now, it was this princess from Songwu country who bullied the workers of your inscription manor and even made a move on them. That's why I made a move. Qin Yan said. The middle-aged man looked at Song Chenwei, whose face was swollen, and asked with a frown, "Princess Wei Chen, is there such a thing?" Song Chenwei covered her face and looked at Qin Yan with anger. "She's just a lowly slave. So what if I kill her? I am the dignified princess of Songwu country. Even if I kill 10 or 100 of these lowly slaves, I don't need to take any responsibility." The expression of the middle-aged man from the inscription manor changed as he said, "Firstly, she is not a slave. Secondly, even if she is a slave, she is still a member of our inscription manor. What right do you have to bully her?" Qin Yan said, "Uncle, you saw it too. They are all a bunch of unreasonable and arrogant playboys. I had no choice but to attack them." "Bastard, who the hell are you? How dare you offend this princess?" Song Chenwei looked at Qin Yan and cursed loudly. Qin Yan lifted his hood and said, "I am a disciple of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate, Qin Yan." Even if the people here had never seen Qin Yan before, they had definitely heard of his name. At that moment, all of them took a few steps back. In the northern region, there was absolutely no one who dared to impersonate Qin Yan, therefore, everyone believed that the young and handsome man in front of them was Qin Yan. Song Chenwei's face also revealed a trace of fear. Right now, the entire northern desolate land knew how powerful the 9 Extinction Profound Gate was. This was because Wei Zhongxing had killed the martial king of the Fire King sect and his head was even hanging outside. The 9 Extinction Gate. Rumor has it that Feng Honglan was crippled by the people of the Sword Profound Mountain. It was because she sold the purple frost mysterious grass that the 9 Extinction sect leader recovered from his injuries. Qin Yan is so protective of Feng Honglan. Could it be that Qin Yan bought the purple frost mysterious grass from her? No matter what, the divine sound profound mountain is still a Xian sect, but someone actually crippled such an outstanding disciple. Divine sound profound mountain is too useless. What do you know? Feng Honglan gave up her purple frost mysterious grass to allow Wei Zhongxing to recover from his injuries and become a martial king. Then, she killed the heavenly fire martial king and went against Totem Pavilion. The reason why the Sword Profound Mountain dared to cripple Feng Honglan is because they have the support of the Fire King sect and Totem Pavilion. The Sword Profound Mountain has the support of the mighty heavenly royal clan. The divine sound Profound Mountain does not have a martial king, so they can only admit defeat. When Qin Yan heard the whispers of the crowd, he clenched his fists tightly. This was all because of the Totem Pavilion. The middle-aged man from the inscription manor was also slightly surprised. So this woman is actually Feng Honglan. For the divine sound Profound Mountain to send her here, it can be considered as giving her a good home. "Uncle, these people are bullying the workers of your inscription manor. How should we deal with them?" Qin Yan said. "Each of you will be beaten 100 times and expelled from the inscription manor." The middle-aged man said, "Everyone, you can all disperse." When Song Chenwei heard this, she immediately shouted in anger. She couldn't believe that she was going to be beaten 100 times. She was an incomparably noble princess. "All of you obediently accept your punishment. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave the inscription manor. Follow me." With his hands behind his back, the middle-aged man walked towards a black iron building in the distance. Song Chenwei's delicate body trembled slightly. Her eyes were filled with incomparable hatred as she glared at Qin Yan before following the middle-aged man away. The onlookers could be considered to have completely witnessed the strength of the inscription palace. In order to protect the dignity of the inscription palace, even the princess of the martial kingdom would not be spared. "Honglan, come," Qin Yan said in a low voice as he helped Feng Honglan up. Feng Honglan resisted Qin Yan somewhat. She did not want Qin Yan to see her in such a miserable state. When everyone saw Feng Honglan's tightly wrapped face, revealing only a pair of eyes, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. Previously, many young masters had tried to curry favor with the #1 beauty of the northern region, but now, she had become so miserable. The disciples of the famous sects who had pursued her back then all acted as if they did not know her. "Honglan, believe me, I will make you better." Qin Yan held Feng Honglan's hand and said with a resolute tone. Feng Honglan, who had been resisting Qin Yan, suddenly quietened down. Her bright eyes were also filled with tears. "Let's go." Qin Yan pulled her towards the east district of the inscription manor. Everyone sighed inwardly. Qin Yan was actually so loyal. He did not kick Feng Honglan away. After Qin Yan and Feng Honglan left, someone said in surprise, "The direction they are heading in is the east district, right? Not just anyone can go to the east district." What right does Qin Yan have to go to the east district? Could he be an inscription master? Impossible. To stay in the east district, one must be a high-level spirit inscription master. He's only around 20 years old, how could he be a high-level spirit inscription master? As the crowd was bewildered, they dispersed and returned to the restaurant to drink. Qin Yan brought Feng Honglan into the small building. After Feng Honglan sat down, she looked around. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She never expected Qin Yan to be able to stay in such a high-end place. "Honglan, was it done by the sword Profound Mountain?" Qin Yan asked with some sadness. After a moment of silence, Feng Honglan said, "Qin Yan, thank you very much. You still treat me as a friend. Let bygones be bygones." Qin Yan also knew that Feng Honglan did not want to implicate him. Back then, Feng Honglan had risked her life to save him and Hong Mengshu. Although she was a woman, she was filled with chivalry. Qin Yan would never abandon such a friend. "Good. Let me see your martial spirit first." Qin Yan walked over and placed his hand on her abdomen to probe the situation within her Dao core. Feng Honglan's Dao core had many cracks and there was no aura of a martial spirit inside. Without a martial spirit to condense a powerful inner force, it would be impossible to repair the Dao core. "Your martial spirit has been taken away." Qin Yan's expression was solemn. The other party used a soul extraction technique. It was definitely not done by the sword Profound Mountain. Now, he seemed to understand why Feng Honglan told Qin Yan not to pursue the matter. "Is it Totem Pavilion?" Feng Honglan nodded slightly. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly and said, "Honglan, can you let me see the wound on your face?" "No. I don't look good right now." Feng Honglan hurriedly shook her head. Qin Yan smiled faintly. "A beautiful heart is the most beautiful. I just want to see if there's any way to treat the wound on your face." Feng Honglan hesitated for a moment before finally pulling off the cloth on her face. She tilted her head, not daring to look into Qin Yan's eyes. She was worried that she would see disgust in Qin Yan's eyes. However, she could not help but take a look. She saw a look of heartache and anger on Qin Yan's face. Feng Honglan's face and forehead were covered in black scars. "This seems to be a type of poison." Qin Yan said angrily, "It should also be done by Totem Pavilion." When Feng Honglan saw how concerned Qin Yan was for her, she could not help but feel much better. However, she still hurriedly wrapped up her face. "Honglan, how did they extract your martial spirit back then?" Qin Yan asked. "They came to the Divine Sound Profound Mountain and captured me. They said that they would not kill me and would only punish me. Because we are facing Totem Pavilion, my sect can only agree." When Feng Honglan mentioned this matter, her face was filled with helplessness and sorrow. "After I was tied up by them, a black-clothed old man took out a small snake and pointed it at my abdomen. After that little snake opened its mouth, it spat out a black mist. That mist entered my Dao core and wrapped around the red orchid martial spirit inside. Then, that old man pulled the little snake with great force and pulled out the red orchid martial spirit. At that time, I fainted from the pain. When I woke up, my face was also covered in black poison scars. My master felt very guilty towards me. He said that I had been expelled from the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. Later on, he brought me here and arranged a job for me so that I could spend the rest of my life here in peace." Qin Yan paced back and forth in the hall and asked Mo about some things. He also learned that the small snake was a strange beast from the magical desolate land. It was called the soul-devouring spirit snake and it could suck out a person's martial spirit. It was a very rare spirit beast. These fellows from Totem Pavilion sure have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Qin Yun was infuriated. Qin Yun, is my martial spirit unable to recover? Feng Hanlan also had deep feelings for her red orchid martial spirit. As long as my red orchid martial spirit comes back, it doesn't matter if I look a little ugly. Qin Yun sighed, the red orchid martial spirit does not have any aura left in the Dao core. I am unable to regenerate the red orchid martial spirit. However, I can get other martial spirits in. That's fine too. At least I don't have to live a mediocre life. Feng Hanlan hurriedly nodded and said, when I earn purple coins in the future, I will thank you. We are friends, what is there to thank? Qin Yun took out a platinum water martial spirit and said, the water martial spirit is a relatively docile martial spirit. I'll first get your Dao core in and let it recover from its injuries. Feng Hanlan nodded. Qin Yun walked over and began using the soul-shifting art. However, Feng Hanlan's Dao core did not accept the water martial spirit at all. Wrath of the martial king. When Feng Hanlan saw Wei Zhongjing, she stood up in panic and said in a low voice, greetings, senior. It's still a little girl. Hello, hello. You don't have to be so polite. Sit down, sit down. Wei Zhongjing didn't put on any airs and said with a smile. This caused Feng Hanlan to be a little surprised, because the elders and headmasters of the sect were all filled with dignity. She had also heard that Wei Zhongjing had killed the Heavenly Fire Martial King, so she felt that Wei Zhongjing was a relatively fierce person. Now that she had seen Wei Zhongjing with her own eyes, she discovered that he was a very lively and kind old man. Wei Zhongjing took out a lot of fruits and placed them on the table. He said with a smile, I just went to see a few old friends and took them back from them. They are all quite expensive. Quickly eat. Sect leader, she is Han Lan. Qin Yun said, her crimson orchid martial spirit was taken away by that fellow from Totem Pavilion. Her face was also disfigured by Totem Pavilion's poison. This should be what the Sword Profound Mountain told Totem Pavilion to do. Wei Zhongjing, who was originally grinning, was stunned for a moment before he immediately flew into a rage. These bastards from the Sword Profound Mountain, I'll go flatten them right now. Wei Zhongjing had previously learned from Qin Yun that it was because Feng Hanlan had given him the purple frost mysterious grass that his injuries had healed. Otherwise, Qin Yun did not know how long he would have to buy the purple frost mysterious grass. Feng Hanlan was secretly moved in her heart. She did not expect Wei Zhongjing to be so angry about this matter. Sect leader, take a look at Hanlan's injuries first. Her Dao core is seriously injured. Qin Yun said. Wei Zhongjing suppressed the anger in his heart and walked over to investigate the situation of Feng Hanlan's Dao core. It is indeed very heavy, but it can still be cured. It's just that without a martial spirit, it's more troublesome. I originally planned to move the other martial spirits in, but the Dao core is very repulsive, so I can't do it. Qin Yun said. The Dao core formed by a red variant martial spirit is indeed like this. If the red orchid martial spirit is gone, the Dao core will not accept any martial spirits. Wei Zhongjing's expression was solemn. It looks like I have to kill my way to Totem Pavilion and snatch back the red orchid martial spirit. Senior. There's no need. If Totem Pavilion finds out that you're here for this matter, they'll definitely use this to threaten you. Let's think of another way. Feng Hanlan also knew how terrifying Totem Pavilion was. It was a powerful force with many martial kings. Miss Feng, let me cure your Dao core first. In any case, I won't let them off. Wei Zhongjing was originally in a good mood. Now that he saw Feng Hanlan's situation, his heart was filled with anger. Wei Zhongjing used the powerful strength of a martial king to quickly repair Feng Hanlan's martial spirit. Then, he looked at the poison scar on Feng Hanlan's face. Those guys are really vicious. This is a taboo poison, the ancient demonic spider blood poison. Wei Zhongjing was even more furious. Is there a way to get rid of it? Qin Yun asked. You need to use the exquisite profound fruit to refine a medicinal liquid that seeps into the skin and flesh to completely expel the poison. Wei Zhongjing said, the exquisite profound fruit is harder to find, but it's not like it doesn't exist. Don't worry, it can still be cured. Qin Yin immediately felt a lot more at ease. He said, I can entrust the inscription palace to help me investigate the whereabouts of the exquisite profound fruit. I also want to make a trip to the Sword Profound Mountain. After Wei Zhongxing finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the small building. Feng Hanlan stood up anxiously and was about to chase after him when she realized that Wei Zhongxing had already walked far away. Qin Yun, why didn't you stop Senior Wei? Qin Yun was not worried about Wei Zhongxing. He patted Feng Hanlan's shoulder and said, I can't stop him either. Don't worry, the sect leader is only going to deal with the Sword Profound Mountain. The Sword Profound Mountain would never have thought that the sect leader would stand up for you. Hanlan, it's best if you don't go out. I'll go and entrust the inscription palace to help me investigate the whereabouts of the exquisite profound fruit. Thank you so much. Feng Hanlan was very touched and her eyes were filled with tears. Why are you being so polite? Oh right, Hanlan, did you see Aunt Xiao in the Divine Sound Profound Mountain? Qin Yin asked with a smile. I saw her. I chatted with her for a long time. I never expected her to be such a good person. Furthermore, she also advised me to leave the Divine Sound Profound Mountain as soon as possible. It's all my fault for not listening to her. Feng Hanlan sighed. Qin Yin asked, is she still in the Divine Sound Profound Mountain? Feng Hanlan shook her head. I don't know either. She said that when her cultivation is about done, she will leave the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. Then you should go rest first. Qin Yin sent her into a room before walking out of the small building. The tall tower of the Inscription Manor was the Divine Inscription Palace here. The lower floors were all responsible for various matters. For example, receiving inscription masters, selling all kinds of weapons, spirit talismans, and array formations. The moment Qin Yin arrived, he saw many people gathered in the hall on the first floor, looking at something. He was not interested and did not go over. Instead, he went to a counter and asked a middle-aged woman, Auntie, help me find out where the exquisite profound fruit is. With that, he took out his badge. When the woman saw Qin Yun, who was wearing a bamboo hat and a robe, she only felt that he was relatively young. She did not ask for his name and immediately nodded. I will record it down. You can come here every 3 days to inquire about the results. Alright, I'll be troubling you. Qin Yun said. You're welcome. This is what we should do. The middle-aged woman smiled. She rarely met a spirit inscription master with such a good attitude. Just as Qin Yun was about to walk out of the first level, he heard a familiar voice. He suddenly looked towards the place in the hall that was surrounded by people. Do you see that? There's a rank 3 life marks crystal jade in this stone. I've won. All of you, quickly kneel down and call me Grandaunt. Xiao Yuemei giggled as she shouted. Princess Wushuang, you. We were just joking, you don't have to take it seriously. That's right. I never thought that Princess Wushuang's gambling skills would be so good, to actually be so clear about the life marks crystal jade in the stone. Princess Wushuang, you're really amazing. We've lost wholeheartedly. Xiao Yuemei coldly snorted, didn't you guys say it before? If I lose, I will strip naked. If you lose, you will kneel down and call me Grandaunt. Why are you going back on your word now? When Qin Yin heard Xiao Yuemei's voice, he hurriedly walked over. He knew that Xiao Yuemei was tormenting people again. The young masters were put in a difficult position. How dare you offend me, Princess Wushuang? I am Princess Wushuang of the Huowu country of the eastern region. You fellows from the northern region, why don't you go and ask around about my reputation in the eastern region? How dare you lie to me? Xiao Yuemei's beautiful face was ice cold. Qin Yin snickered in his heart. Xiao Yuemei was actually pretending to be a princess again. This time, she was pretending to be a princess of a martial kingdom in the eastern region. The few young masters immediately knelt on a pile of rocks and shouted for their Grandaunt. They were just some disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. The consequences of offending the princess of a martial kingdom were extremely serious. Xiao Yuemei laughed coldly. This princess has lived for hundreds of years. I'm not someone that can be deceived by brats like you. All of you, scram far away. After saying that, she stored a large piece of life marks crystal jade into her storage spirit artifact and swaggered out. There would be many lively events held in the inscription royal city. Xiao Yuemei would definitely not miss them, so it was not strange for her to appear here. Qin Yan quietly followed behind her. Xiao Yuemei was walking towards the Western Palace. She seemed to have noticed that someone was following him. Which scoundrel are you sneakily following this princess? What business do you have? Xiao Yuemei suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Yan. This princess has lived for 800 years, but I've never met anyone who dares to follow me like this. Damn girl, don't pretend in front of me. Qin Yan said with a low laugh. He really could not understand how Xiao Yuemei could deceive so many people. Brother. Xiao Yuemei immediately looked around and realized that there was no one around. Then, she skipped over. Qin Yan said with a smile, you little girl, you really know how to spout nonsense. The miraculous thing is that those guys actually believed it. Xiao Yuemei mischievously stuck out her tongue and said with a charming smile, I am a princess to begin with. Furthermore, those guys are too easily fooled by me. Brother, do you live in the East District? That's a high-class area, quickly take me there. All right. Qin Yan pulled her along and quickly walked towards the East District. At the entrance to the high-class area, Qin Yan had someone get her an access sign. He was a high-ranked spirit inscription master, so he could get the Divine Inscription Palace to give him 5 jade tokens. Xiao Yuemei held the jade token and said with a chuckle, that's great. This way, I won't have to live in the noisy Western District. That's where a bunch of trash live. Qin Yan could not help but laugh. Many of the princes and princesses of the martial kingdom and the disciples of the king-level sects were in the Western District. As for Xiao Yuemei, she treated them as trash. The location of the small building that Qin Yan was in was also very good. It was near a pond and there was a garden nearby. The scenery was very good. The moment Xiao Yuemei entered, she took out her mirror and said, Brother, I can now make my mirror provide me with the power of 3 martial spirits. In other words, I am a person with 3 martial spirits. 3 martial spirits? Qin Yan could not help but be alarmed. Xiao Yuemei's mirror martial spirit was also a very heaven-defying existence. It could preserve many martial spirits. As long as she needed the power of that martial spirit, she could switch over. Her mirror martial spirit had reflected many martial spirits. As for how many there were, even she did not know. Feng Honglan, who was in her room, heard the noise outside and walked out. She still wrapped her head tightly, revealing only her eyes. When she came to the hall and saw Xiao Yuemei, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. It's you. Your big sister Honglan. When Xiao Yuemei saw Feng Honglan's eyes, she happily jumped out of her seat and came to Feng Honglan's side. Qin Yan was taken aback. He never expected that Xiao Yuemei would recognize Feng Honglan. Furthermore, she recognized her with just her eyes. Hello, Princess Yuemei. Feng Honglan never expected that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei would know each other. Xiao Yuemei frowned slightly and said, Big sister Honglan, why are you wrapped up? Also, I can't feel your martial spirit anymore. What's wrong with you? Qin Yan hurriedly pulled her over and told Xiao Yuemei the situation. When Xiao Yuemei heard this, she flew into a rage and wished that she could kill her way to the sword-profound mountain. Hand in hand Xiao Yuemei held Feng Honglan's hand with a pained expression. It could be seen that she was also very concerned about Feng Honglan. Yuemei, when did you and Honglan meet? Qin Yan asked curiously. Back then, in a large mountain outside the Divine Sound Profound Mountain, I was besieged by a few old bandits of the martial Dao realm. It was Sister Honglan who helped me. Xiao Yuemei bit her lips in sadness and said, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, Big Sister Honglan's cultivation would disappear. Feng Honglan caressed Xiao Yuemei's lovely face and said with a chuckle, Yuemei, I'm fine. I am very satisfied that you are so concerned about me. Xiao Yuemei took out her mirror martial spirit. After closing her eyes, a beautiful red orchid appeared in the mirror. Sister Honglan, I made this according to your martial spirit, but I can't make it for you. Qin Yan looked at the beautiful red orchid in the mirror and suddenly had a strange idea. He wanted to extract the martial spirit from Xiao Yuemei's mirror. Feng Honglan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the red orchid martial spirit. Feeling the familiar aura, she could not help but become slightly excited. I'm very happy that I can still see her. She caressed the red orchid on the mirror and said sadly. I've mastered the soul refining art. Why don't we join hands and see if we can get the martial spirit out of the mirror? Qin Yan's eyes are filled with excitement. Maybe we can help Hanlan reconstruct her martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei doesn't dare to believe it and promptly asked, Brother, how should I cooperate? Let me think. Qin Yan stroked his chin as he paced back and forth. After a moment, he said, I'll try to see if I can sense the red orchid martial spirit through your mirror. Xiao Yuemei nodded and handed over the mirror. This mirror is Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit. It is a very mystical existence. It is similar to Xia Wufeng's origin sword. After Qin Yan received it, he released a special mental power to sense the mirror martial spirit. That kind of special mental power was cultivated by him through the soul refining technique. As long as he sensed a martial spirit, he could extract it. Not long after, Qin Yan sensed the aura of the red orchid martial spirit, but he did not immediately extract it. This was because the red orchid martial spirit and the mirror martial spirit were connected and could not be separated. The current situation was that Xiao Yuemei's miraculous mirror martial spirit could produce the power of the red orchid martial spirit. It was not the true red orchid martial spirit, it was only a temporary red orchid martial spirit. Feng Hanlan sat by the side and watched with wide eyes. She also hoped that Qin Yan would succeed. Qin Yan returned the mirror martial spirit to Xiao Yuemei and said, Yuemei, release the red orchid martial spirit's energy with all your strength. It would be best if you can release a large amount of soul power. I will give it a try. Xiao Yuemei tightly grabbed the handle of the mirror and frowned. Suddenly, traces of red mist seeped out of the mirror. When Qin Yan saw it, he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly took out a soul-sealing pearl and channeled the power of the red orchid martial spirit that overflowed from the mirror into the pearl. Yuemei, if this continues, it won't affect you, right? Qin Yan asked. Of course there's no effect. It's just a loss of energy. I can recover after resting for a while. Xiao Yuemei laughed lightly. As long as I can help big sister Hanlan, I'm willing to do anything. Yuemei, thank you. Feng Hanlan was very touched. Big sister Hanlan, I haven't thanked you for saving me last time. If it wasn't for your kind intentions to save me, I might have been killed by those bandits. Xiao Yuemei smiled sweetly at Feng Hanlan. Don't worry, my brother is very powerful. He will definitely think of a way to help you recover. Qin Yan held the soul-sealing pearl and released his mental energy, channeling the power of his martial spirit into it. After all, it was only soul power. It was still far from a true martial spirit. Feng Hanlan asked softly, Yuemei, have you known Qin Yan for a long time? He's also my brother-in-law. Xiao Yuemei smiled. Ah. I never thought that he would have a wife. Feng Hanlan said in surprise. And, my sister is also a very good person. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce her to you. Xiao Yuemei said sweetly, that's right, Xiao Xianqin in the Divine Sound Profound Mountain is my aunt. You should know her. Feng Hanlan nodded. She suddenly felt that Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan were very mysterious. Not only were they talented, their relationship was also very good. At this moment, she also wanted to meet Qin Yan's wife. She felt that a woman who could become Qin Yan's wife was definitely not simple. Just like that, Xiao Yuemei continued to release soul power for 2 days. However, it only caused the soul-sealing pearl to emit a faint red light. The color is still so light, I have to continue. Xiao Yuemei looked at the soul-sealing pearl in Qin Yan's hand and waved the mirror in her hand. Go rest first. Qin Yan smiled. We'll talk after you recover. Xiao Yuemei yawned and looked very tired. She only laid on the chair and closed her eyes to sleep. She did not return to her room. Hanlan, I'll try to channel this strand of soul power into your Dao core and see how it goes. Qin Yan said. Feng Hanlan nodded and lifted her clothes, revealing her slender waist. Qin Yan rubbed it a few times and injected a special mental force to open a soul path. Then, he guided the soul power in the soul-sealing pearl into Feng Hanlan's Dao core. The soul power condensed from the power of the red orchid martial spirit also had the foundation of a martial spirit. After entering the Dao core, it very naturally floated inside. Great, the next step is to let this strand of martial spirit grow up quickly. Qin Yan smiled. I should be able to succeed. I'll rest first. Good. Then I'll carry Yuemei in first and let her rest well. Feng Honglan also saw hope and her mood immediately became extremely good. She gently carried Xiao Yuemei and walked into the room. Qin Yan took a light breath and took out an empty soul-sealing pearl. He forced out the power of his purple gold thunder soul. He wanted to see if he could condense a soul strand onto the soul-sealing pearl. However, he did not succeed. It seems that only Yuemei's mirror martial spirit can extract a trace of her martial spirit. This little girl's mirror martial spirit is simply too astonishing. Qin Yan immediately thought of many things. He felt that if he were to join forces with Xiao Yuemei in the future, he might be able to create many powerful martial spirits. As long as Xiao Yuemei knew someone and had a good relationship with them, she would use a mirror to look at their martial spirit and record it in the mirror. Therefore, she collected many messy martial spirits. She had looked at the Golden Fire Lion's Golden Sun martial spirit and Xianxia Yu's Purple Moon martial spirit. With her cooperating with my soul refining technique, wouldn't I be able to obtain a lot of rare martial spirits? When Qin Yan thought of this, he became extremely excited. He rested for half a day and recovered. Although Xiao Yuemei had consumed a lot of energy, after resting, she was able to jump out of the room. Let's enter the secret room this time. Qin Yan said. I want to go too. I'll watch from the side and not speak. Xiao Yuemei said. Feng Honglan saw that Qin Yan was a little nervous and said, Qin Yan, you don't have to put pressure on yourself. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you are the best soul refiner. Feng Honglan had also heard of the mysterious soul refiner. After Qin Yan and the two girls entered the secret chamber, they took out 3 platinum and 2 purple gold ranked soul-sealing pearls. Now, I need to refine the martial spirit inside into a pure martial spirit and then guide it into your dantian for the red orchid martial spirit inside to absorb. Qin Yan took a deep breath and took out the dragon suppression cauldron. He reduced the dragon suppression cauldron to the size of an incense burner and placed the martial spirits inside. Those martial spirits were all relatively common elemental martial spirits. Qin Yan did not feel any heartache as he would have plenty of opportunities to obtain them in the future. After he used the soul refining technique to refine them, he condensed a ball of white mist. It was a pure martial spirit that contained an extremely strong martial spirit energy. Honglan, let's begin. Qin Yan said with a serious expression. Feng Honglan lifted her clothes and closed her eyes slightly, relaxing her entire body. Qin Yan guided the pure martial spirit energy into Feng Honglan's Dao core. Then, he used the soul refining technique to refine the martial spirit energy within her Dao core. At this moment, he also needed to guide the red orchid martial spirit to absorb the large mass of pure martial spirit energy. After half a day of guidance, the red orchid martial spirit had become much stronger. Under Qin Yan's guidance, Feng Honglan established a connection with the red orchid martial spirit. She could also control the circulation of the red orchid martial spirit and absorb the martial spirit's energy. Honglan, you'll have to rely on yourself next. Qin Yan said. Thank you all. I will definitely work hard to recover. Feng Honglan could once again feel the familiar red orchid martial spirit and was extremely happy. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuemei out of the secret chamber. I'm going to the Divine Inscription Palace to ask about the whereabouts of the exquisite profound fruit. Are you coming with me? Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuemei. No, I want to stay here and guard. Xiao Yuemei really wanted to go, but she thought that once she left, there would be no one to protect Feng Honglan, so she didn't go. Qin Yan said with a smile, Good girl, I'll be back soon. On the first floor of the Divine Inscription Palace, there were many young masters gambling on stones, so it was very lively. This was also the reason why the Divine Inscription Palace had deliberately gotten so many stones to make a killing. The last time Qin Yan came, he had met Xiao Yuemei gambling on stones here. However, there weren't that many people at that time. And today, there were many more people than last time. There were thousands of people here. Qin Yan went to the counter and found the middle-aged woman to ask about the exquisite profound fruit. I'm really sorry, there's no news for the time being. I will send it to multiple Divine Inscription Palace and continue to inquire about it. Come back in 5 days. The middle-aged woman said apologetically. It doesn't matter. After all, the exquisite profound fruit is also a rare profound medicine. Qin Yin only sighed in disappointment. Following that, he entered the crowd to see if there was anyone he knew here. Originally, he only wanted to take a look, but he never expected to actually see a familiar figure. Morong Shaoran, can you do it? If you're wrong, I'm going to lose miserably. The one who spoke was Hong Yen. He was actually walking together with Morong Daran. The two of them were carrying a large piece of blue stone. It should be the ore they had just bought. Hong Yen and Morong Daran were both wearing the same grayish-blue clothes. The clothes were embroidered with many beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. These were the clothes of the violent beast profound sect. The three desolate competition Qin Yin only knew that Morong Daran's martial spirit was a beast martial spirit. He did not know what kind of martial spirit it was and had always been curious about it. Morong Daran took out a knife and slowly cut open the blue rock. The onlookers also watched quietly. Hong Yen, who was beside Morong Daran, was sweating profusely. His mouth was wide open as he stared nervously at the stone. The blue stone was half the height of a person. Morong Daran was about to cut to the center, but no life marks crystal jade appeared. In other words, even if there was a life marks crystal jade, it would be a very small piece. Hong Yen was in despair. Got it. Morong Daran suddenly shouted in shock. Sure enough, everyone saw a white life marks crystal jade in the middle of the stone. Morong Daran used a lot of strength to take out the life marks crystal spirit. It was only the size of an apple and it was very light, which meant that it contained very little energy. Rank 4 life marks crystal jade, half a gene. Morong Daran did not dare to look at Hong Yen. The corner of Hong Yan's mouth twitched as he angrily grabbed Morong Daran's collar. He roared, Morong Duck, didn't you just say that there is a level 5 crystal jade inside? And it weighs at least 8 gene. I bought this stone for 2 million purple coins. There is only 1 gene of level 4 crystal jade inside. I can only sell it for 400,000 purple coins. Hong Yen had suffered a huge loss. This was something that everyone was happy to see. At least if you sell this crystal jade, you'll still have 400,000 purple coins. You won't lose everything. Morong Daran cursed, that's how stone gambling is. I can't guarantee that I'll be right every time. Hong Yen cursed in a low voice, you bastard, you're pissing me off. With that, he squeezed out of the crowd and walked out of the hall. Morong Daran followed behind him and shouted, Red-eyed chicken, wait for me. You said you would treat me to a meal. I've lost so badly, treat your grandpa. Hong Yen was filled with anger as he quickly walked out of the divine inscription palace. Qin Yin followed behind them and walked outside. He said with a smile, then, I'll treat you to a drink. Morong Daran and Hong Yen were very familiar with Qin Yin's voice. They had originally been arguing but now, they hurriedly turned their heads to look behind them. Brother Yun! Morong Daran exclaimed in joy. Hong Yen also smiled in surprise. You're here too. Qin Yin laughed, I didn't expect you two to actually know each other. Let's go, I'll treat you to a drink. They all knew that Qin Yin was an inscription master and had preferential treatment in the territory of the divine inscription palace. Thus, they did not stand on ceremony and brought Qin Yin to the highest grade hotel. The hotel was also in the 1,000-meter-tall inscription tower, more than 100 floors above. You guys really didn't hold back with me. In the private room, Qin Yin looked at the prices on the menu and could not help but raise his eyebrows. They were all dishes worth 4,000 to 5,000 purple coins. Mu Rongjun and Hong Yen didn't stand on ceremony at all. They ordered more than 20 dishes in one go and began to eat and drink heartily. Seventh Prince, why did you go to the wild beast profound sect? You have a beast martial spirit? Qin Yin asked curiously. My dragon flame martial spirit is somewhat similar to a dragon, so I went. My royal father has a good relationship with the wild beast profound sect, so my days there are better. Hong Yen said. Mu Rongjun curled his lips and said, you bastard who relies on your father. If it wasn't for your royal father, you would definitely have a hard time in the wild beast profound sect. Third brother who didn't come? Qin Yin asked. He's very diligent. He goes out to train all day and fights magical beasts. Mu Rongjun said, I can't keep up with his pace. Hong Yan said, Huazhong is indeed hardworking. Although his strength isn't high, he is definitely the most diligent one. On the other hand, you, Morong Duck, are just lazy. No matter how you look at it, you look like you're just wasting your time. At the very least, I stepped into the martial Dao realm before the age of 30. Am I just wasting my time? Mu Rongjun was unconvinced as he pointed at Hong Yan with his chopsticks. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Qin Yan hurriedly said, Princess Mengshu didn't come? Is her injury all right? Hong Yan said, she will definitely come. She came with my royal father and should still be on the way. The sect masters and elders of the various sects and the martial kings of the martial kingdom might all be gathered here. Qin Yan said in surprise, is the event in the inscription royal city so important? You don't know how important this time is. Hong Yan said, especially the third level of the martial Dao realm, it's especially important. At that time, our northern region will decide on the strongest third level martial Dao realm martial artist. I also heard that when the time comes, you will represent the northern region and fight against the warriors of the other 3 regions, right? Qin Yan said. Hong Yan burped and said, it's not our martial desolate 4 prefectures fighting. It's our martial desolate 4 prefectures competing with the fellows from the magical desolate and demon desolate. It's said that the final victor will be able to enter that ancient garden. Qin Yan had just picked up a piece of meat when he heard this. He was stunned. Ancient garden? You can enter as you please? He asked curiously. Hong Yan said, my royal father said that when the time comes, these martial kings will join hands to open the gate to the ancient garden. As long as you have the ancient garden pass, you will be able to enter. That's right, people who have formed the 4th life mark are not allowed to enter. As for why, I'm not sure either. Furthermore, when they open the gate to the ancient garden, only one person can enter. The ancient garden is extremely mysterious. It can only be opened once every 1,000 years. Morong Darren asked, how do I obtain the ancient garden pass? After entering, can I still come out? Hong Yan said, I heard that you'll be out after a year. Furthermore, after you come out, you can't talk about what happened inside. You have to keep it a secret. As for the ancient garden pass, as long as a few powers have it, our Hongwu country doesn't have it. However, those king-level sects do. Therefore, if the final victor is not from a king-level sect, then you must enter a king-level sect and obtain the pass they provide in order to enter the ancient garden. Otherwise, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Morong Darren curled his lips and said, Brother Yun, if you really get first place, I'm afraid you'll have to join a king-level sect. You're a disciple of the 9 Extinction Gate now, so you shouldn't be going to other sects, right? Let's talk about it when I really get first place. I am only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm and my opponents are definitely outstanding disciples of king-level sects. The experts of the magical desolate and demon desolate are definitely very strong as well. I don't even know if I can win. Qin Yan smiled. Hong Yan said, it's also possible that we don't need to be first. I remember my father saying that sometimes when the gate to an ancient garden is opened, there will be a message that allows more people to enter. There was once a time when 5 or 6 people entered. Morong Darren said with a smile, Brother Yun, although you are at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm, you have 2 Dao cores. You are still very strong. You have to have some confidence in yourself. That's right. In a one-on-one fight, even a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial body might not be your match. Hong Yan also felt that Qin Yan had a chance of obtaining a higher ranking. Second Brother Morong, what exactly is your martial spirit? Is it strong? Qin Yan asked. He wanted Xiao Yuemei to take a look at Morong Darren's martial spirit. Hong Yan said with a laugh, Qin Yan, you've known Morong Duck for so long but you don't know his martial spirit? Let me tell you, his martial spirit is purple gold rank, but it's just a duck. Morong Darren glared fiercely at Hong Yan. Red-eyed chicken, don't underestimate my martial spirit. It's a very strong beast martial spirit. Qin Yan finally understood why Morong Darren had always concealed his martial spirit. It was because he was worried that others would make fun of him. Second Brother Morong, your duck martial spirit should have something special about it, right? Qin Yan said with a smile. My duck martial spirit can fly. It's just that it can't fly that fast. However, it can make me very agile. It's still very powerful. Morong Darren said proudly. Stop bragging. Do you think I don't know your strength? Hong Yan said with a smile. Qin Yan said, I live in the East District. What about you? Do you want to come to my place? Yes, yes, yes. We'll go after we finish eating. Hong Yan hurriedly said, Qin Yan, you actually live in the East District. Amazing. Morong Darren and Hong Yan also sped up their eating. After eating, Qin Yan went to pay the bill. As he was a high-ranked spirit inscription master, he only wanted half the price. In the eastern district of the inscription manor, Qin Yan brought Morong Darren and Hong Yan along a small path. When Hong Yan and Morong Darren saw the exquisite buildings, they could not help but sigh. Hong Yan was the seventh prince, but if he wanted to live in the East District, he had to follow his father. When Morong Darren and Hong Yan entered Qin Yan's building, they saw a beautiful woman in a white dress sitting in the hall, eating fruits and reading a book. When Hong Yan saw Xiaoyuemei, he cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Red-eyed chicken, have you never seen a woman before? Morong Darren recognized Xiaoyuemei and knew that Qin Yan and Xiaoyuemei had a very close relationship. Morong Duck, you don't know how terrifying she is. Hong Yan had originally planned to stay in this building for a few days, but now that he saw Xiaoyuemei, he completely dispelled that thought. Qin Yan could not help but laugh. He said, Yuemei, the seventh prince and second brother Morong have pretty good martial spirits, so I let them come here. When Xiaoyuemei heard this, she took out the mirror with a smile and walked over. What are you doing? Hong Yan immediately felt that he was in danger. Don't worry, just cooperate a little. Xiaoyuemei used a threatening tone to tell Hong Yan to cooperate with her. Very quickly, Xiaoyuemei collected Hong Yan's dragon flame martial spirit and Morong Darren's martial spirit. Morong Duck, your martial spirit is really strange. Xiaoyuemei laughed. That's right, my martial spirit is unique in the world. Morong Darren said proudly, if I were to get serious, even the dragon flame martial spirit of the red-eyed chicken might not be able to compare to me. Qin Yan asked, Seventh Prince, when will the martial arts competition begin? Probably in a few days. You can go to the Divine Inscription Palace to register now. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Hong Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by Xiaoyuemei. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. Morong Darren also knew how terrifying Xiaoyuemei was, so he hurriedly left with Hong Yan. These two guys, why are they running so fast? Xiaoyuemei curled her lips. I originally wanted to play a little game with them. Not long after the two of them left, a commotion could be heard from outside. Qin Yan and Xiaoyuemei arrived at the second floor of the building. Looking outside, they saw a large group of people chatting and laughing as they walked on the road. Soul-devouring spirit snake Qin Yan had heard from Hong Yan that the king-level sects would bring their outstanding disciples to participate in the martial arts competition to compete for the spots to enter the ancient garden. Qin Yan did not know what benefits there would be in entering the ancient garden. Now that all the major powers were paying so much attention to this martial arts competition, they were definitely aiming for the ancient garden. The three king-level sects of the northern region are the Fire King sect, the Mighty Heavenly King sect and the Overlord sect. They are all related to Totem Pavilion. Especially the Fire King sect, their relationship with Totem Pavilion should be the deepest. Xiaoyuemei said. When Qin Yan saw the group of people, he clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, It's because these fellows are too powerful that Hong Lan has become like this. I won't let them off. Totem Pavilion should only be able to control the northern region. After all, the northern region is the closest to the thorny devil's path. Xiaoyuemei had wandered outside and knew many things. Qin Yan said in a low voice, maybe the disciples of Totem Pavilion will participate as well. Xiaoyuemei said, Brother, quickly go and register. There must be a lot of good things in that ancient garden. If those fellows' disciples were to go in for a year, they would be able to create something good that would make them stronger in the future. Qin Yan nodded and hurriedly walked out of the building and headed for the tower. He entered the first floor of the tower and saw many people waiting there to register. The moment he arrived at the Great Hall, he saw Hong Mengshu chatting with a few well-dressed young people. There were both men and women, and it seemed that they were all from king-level sects or the children of other martial kings of the martial kingdom. Although Hong Mengshu was a princess, her attire was relatively simple. At this moment, she was wearing a light and elegant white dress with a pair of long ponytails hanging down to her waist. On her pretty and charming face, there was a smile as well as a faint trace of arrogance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and chatted and laughed with those handsome men and beautiful women. It could be seen that their relationship was very good. Qin Yan did not go over and Hong Mengshu did not notice him. There were too many people here and there were many disciples from famous sections. He did not want to make too much noise for the time being. He entered a room and registered inside. When registering, one needed to take out the jade token of the Northern Desolate sect. Qin Yan took out the jade token of the 9 Extinction Gate, surprising the old man. "Are you called Qin Yan?" After the old man recovered from his surprise, he smiled and asked. "N." Qin Yan also smiled and nodded. He came in wearing a hood, so no one recognized him. "You have a lot of strong opponents this time. Among them are disciples of Totem Pavilion, and they also have dual Dao cores. It is said that they also have very strong totems," the old man said in a low voice. "How many disciples does Totem Pavilion have?" Qin Yan asked in surprise. "1. The old man said in a low voice, "When you compete with them, you need to be careful." The old man made a jade token to participate in the competition and handed it to Qin Yan to drip blood on it. Then he said, "If there is no accident, the disciples sent by the king-level sects will also have totems on them." "They are so awesome, they actually have totems!" Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration. The old man said, "It was all given to them by Totem Pavilion. Totem Pavilion has a powerful inscription master who can carve totem marks on a person's body, allowing them to obtain a powerful totem. However, not everyone can meet the requirements to accept the totem." Qin Yan nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, senior. I will definitely pay attention." "You're welcome." The old man smiled. "Just be careful." Qin Yan left the room and hurriedly left the hall. Hong Mengshu was no longer there. In the evening, Qin Yan returned to the small building in the East District. He also discovered that there were many powerful auras in the East District. When he entered the hall, he saw Wei Zhongxing sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. "Sect Master." Qin Yan was somewhat surprised as he shouted, "You're back so quickly." Wei Zhongxing had only been out for a few days. "I used my fastest speed to head to the Sword Profound Mountain." When Wei Zhongxing saw Qin Yan, he smiled. "You went to register?" Qin Yan nodded and hurriedly asked, "Sect Master, what's the situation with the Sword Profound Mountain?" "Humph, the entire mountain has been flattened by me. There is no longer a Sword Profound Mountain in the northern region." Wei Zhongxing stroked his long beard and snorted coldly. "Next up is Totem Pavilion and those king-level sects." When Qin Yan heard this, his heart was filled with shock. Wei Zhongxing had really gone to flatten the Sword Profound Mountain, and in such a short period of time. Qin Yan suppressed the surprise in his heart and sat down. He said, "Sect Master, Honglan's martial spirit has returned. All that's left is the exquisite profound fruit. But the exquisite profound fruit is not easy to find. Honglan's poison can't be delayed for too long or it will spread throughout her body." Wei Zhongxing's expression was solemn. "I will let her join our 9 Extinction Gate. That way, I can help her suppress the poison every once in a while." Qin Yan said with a frown, "Sect Master, how long can this last?" "At most 2 years. That poison came from the ancient demon spider and only the exquisite profound fruit can completely remove it." Wei Zhongxing said, "You should also know that the martial arts competition in the Inscription Royal City is aimed at the ancient gardens, right?" "Sect Master, are you saying that there is an exquisite profound fruit in the ancient gardens?" Qin Yan's heart stirred as he hurriedly asked. "Definitely. The ancient demon spider is a poisonous creature in the ancient gardens. However, to enter the ancient gardens, one needs a garden pass." Wei Zhongxing sighed helplessly. "Even if you can obtain the qualifications to enter, you won't be able to enter without the pass provided by a king-level sect." Qin Yan hurriedly took out a thin golden token and handed it to Wei Zhongxing. He said, "Sect Master, take a look. Ancient Garden Pass." When Wei Zhongxing saw it, he suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. "Little Yun, where did you get it?" "An elder of mine left it for me." Qin Yun did not elaborate. "Only king-level sects have them. It said that there are only about 20 of them." Wei Zhongxing looked carefully before returning the pass to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, "Let's see if we can obtain the qualifications. This is indeed not easy because those fellows all have totems. However, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't do it, we'll think of another way." Wei Zhongxing patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said, "I'm going to rest." It was already dark and Xiao Yuemei had returned to her room early to rest. As for Qin Yun, he continued to think about the ancient gardens in the hall. Late at night, just as Qin Yun was about to return to his room, he saw Wei Zhongxing suddenly walk out of his room. "Someone's approaching." Wei Zhongxing hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Yun. He also signaled Qin Yun to not make a sound and hide. Qin Yun and Wei Zhongxing hurriedly hid beside the tables and chairs in the hall. In the quiet hall, the sound of very light footsteps and a very weak and peculiar aura suddenly came. Soon after, something suddenly penetrated through the closed door. It was a black-clothed old man. On his arm, there was a small black snake. Qin Yun was alarmed. He never expected that the black-clothed old man would be able to penetrate through the door without destroying it. This was a very miraculous power. What surprised him the most was that the small snake on the old man's arm was the soul-devouring spirit snake that Momo had mentioned. There was a weak light in the hall. Qin Yun could clearly see the old man's face. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles and his pair of dark green eyes emitted a cold light. This old man's entire body gave off a very sinister feeling. Just as the old man entered the middle of the small hall, he realized that something was amiss. Just as he was about to leave, Wei Zhongxing suddenly ran out and struck the old man's abdomen with his palm. Following that, Wei Zhongxing released the fire whip and tied up the black-clothed old man. He also grabbed the small black snake. You are Wei Zhongxing." The old man was incomparably astonished. "Why are you here?" Qin Yun also walked out and said, "Sect Master, this is the fellow who took away Honglan's martial spirit. I didn't expect him to come here." Wei Zhongxing looked at the small snake and said, "This is a soul-devouring spirit snake. It takes 1,000 years to hatch and then 2,000 to 3,000 years to awaken the ability to devour souls. It is a very precious spirit beast. In Totem Pavilion, only soul refiners can possess this kind of spirit snake." At this moment, Xiao Yuemei also came out of her room. When she learned that someone had ambushed them, she was extremely excited. She took out a few poison needles and walked over. She said, "Old man, quickly hand over the Crimson Orchid martial spirit. Otherwise, I'll stab the poison needle into your body. The Crimson Orchid martial spirit is not in my hands. Don't do anything to me. I am the only soul refiner of Totem Pavilion in the martial desolate land. If I die, Totem Pavilion will not let you off." The old man's face was filled with panic as he spoke. "Then why are you here?" Wei Zhongxing said coldly. The black-clothed old man's voice trembled as he spoke in fear. My spirit snake sensed that there were a few good martial spirits here, so I couldn't help but come over to take a look. I have no ill intentions, I just want to see those rare and powerful martial spirits." Wei Zhongxing glanced at Qin Yun, indicating that he could begin. Qin Yun took out a set of flag array and said with a smile, "I'll set up a soundproof array first. You can't kill me. The elders of our Totem Pavilion are all here and they are all martial kings." The black-clothed old man was only at the peak of the Xian martial realm, but he had met Wei Zhongxing. The black-clothed old man also knew that he could not wander around in the East District. However, the spirit snake had sensed a very strong martial spirit, which made him greedy. He could not help but run over to take a look. Qin Yun's Nether Sun martial spirit, Vibration martial spirit and Xiao Yuemei's Mirror martial spirit were all extremely powerful and rare. It was no wonder that the spirit snake was so sensitive. "What are you doing?" When the black-clothed old man saw Qin Yun set up the soundproof array, he became even more alarmed. After Qin Yun was done, he walked to the old man's side and said with a smile, "Senior is a soul refiner, right? What a coincidence, this kid is also a soul refiner." Now, I'll let Senior see if my soul refining technique is powerful enough. Divine ability martial spirit Qin Yun was filled with curiosity towards the black-clothed old man's martial spirit. Just now, he had witnessed the black-clothed old man use the legendary wall-piercing technique to pass through the door. Senior, your martial spirit should be very special, right? Qin Yun's face was filled with a smile of anticipation. He pressed his hand on the old man's abdomen and used the soul extraction technique. The black-clothed old man immediately screamed. You all. Let me go. The black-clothed old man shouted in pain. At this time, Feng Honglan, who was in the secret room, also hurriedly walked out. The moment she came out, she saw the black-clothed old man and could not help but cry out in alarm. She never expected that the old man who had extracted her martial spirit would have his soul extracted by someone else. When the black-clothed old man saw Feng Honglan, he felt even more despair. Old fellow, when you extracted someone else's martial spirit, you never thought of this day, right? Xiao Yuemei laughed tenderly. This is called evil has evil retribution. Don't worry, in the future, the fellows from Totem Pavilion will also end up like you. Xiao Yuemei impatiently took out her small mirror and prepared to look at the black-clothed old man's martial spirit. With Wei Zhongxing here, the black-clothed old man was unable to self-destruct his Dao core. He could only watch as his martial spirit was extracted. When Qin Yun extracted the martial spirit, everyone was astonished. The martial spirit was actually blue, the red martial spirit was a variant martial spirit. It only had a specific effect at the spirit realm. As for a blue martial spirit, Qin Yun had never heard of it before. Xiao Yuemei also looked at Wei Zhongxing in surprise and hurriedly asked, Grandpa Wei, what kind of martial spirit is this blue martial spirit? Qin Yun placed the martial spirit into the soul sealing pearl and was extremely curious. This is a divine ability martial spirit. Wei Zhongxing said in pleasant surprise, after awakening this martial spirit, one can master the divine abilities and spells that come with the martial spirit. When the black-clothed old man saw his martial spirit in Qin Yun's hands, his heart died. He regretted coming to this small building and hated the soul-devouring spirit snake to death. It had brought him into a pit of fire and caused him to suffer. My penetration divine ability martial spirit. Quickly return it to me. The black-clothed old man said with a sinister expression, you will definitely die a horrible death. I am very important to Totem Pavilion. I am the only soul refiner of Totem Pavilion in the northern region. Once I die, Totem Pavilion will definitely kill your 9 extinction profound gate. Wei Zhongxing sneered, back then, our 9 extinction profound gate did not have a martial king expert. Even Totem Pavilion did not exterminate our 9 extinction profound gate, let alone now. Xiao Yuemei promptly used her mirror to look at the divine ability martial spirit. After successfully recording it, she happily smiled and said, I also have this divine ability martial spirit. When the black-clothed old man saw Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit, he was even more shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he was thrown into a furnace by Wei Zhongxing. Grandpa Wei, you came back from the Sword Profound Mountain. Are you injured? Feng Honglan asked worriedly. There's no injury at all. The Sword Profound Mountain was flattened by me. This group of fellows had previously restricted others from selling the purple frost mysterious grass. They were clearly targeting me. Wei Zhongxing smiled, Miss Honglan, you have also been expelled by the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. How about joining our 9 extinction profound gate? Honglan. You are very good at growing flowers and plants. If you enter our 9 extinction profound gate, you can help us grow spirit herbs. Qin Yun hurriedly said. Do you really not despise me? Feng Honglan said in a low voice. How is this possible? Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, our 9 extinction profound gate has never rejected an outstanding disciple like you. When Feng Honglan saw how well Qin Yun and Wei Zhongxing treated her and did not despise her at all, she happily agreed. Honglan pays her respects to sect master. Feng Honglan hurriedly bowed to Wei Zhongxing. Our 9 extinction profound gate doesn't have that much etiquette. As long as we help each other and respect each other within the sect, that's enough. Everyone is harmonious, just like family. Wei Zhongxing also said with a happy smile. In all these years, the 9 extinction profound gate had only accepted a few disciples. Little girl Yuemei, Do you want to join our 9 Extinction Profound Gate? Wei Zhongxing asked with a smile. No, I like to be free and unfettered. Xiao Yuemei smiled tenderly and said, if you want me to be an elder of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate, then I can consider it. Little girl, you want to be an elder? That's very tiring. Qin Yan scolded with a smile. Then I won't do it. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, it's getting dark, I'm going back to sleep. Qin Yan looked at Feng Honglan and asked, Honglan, how is your Crimson Orchid martial spirit? It's gradually getting better. It's just a little small. It will definitely grow up in the future. Although Feng Honglan only revealed a pair of beautiful eyes, one could tell from her eyes that she was extremely happy. Feng Honglan also returned to her room and continued cultivating her martial spirit. Wei Zhongxing and Qin Yun were in the hall. Little Yun, you have to keep your soul refining technique a secret. If Totem Pavilion finds out, it won't be good. Wei Zhongxing said. Those who know that I have mastered the art of soul refining are all people I trust. Qin Yun smiled. Sect Master, the martial spirits in the martial desolate land are really varied. That's right. There are many strange martial spirits that I have never even heard of before. Wei Zhongxing said, not only martial spirits, there are also countless other miraculous things in the 9 desolate lands. Qin Yan recalled the mysterious Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and asked, Sect Master, has the dragon in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range been killed? No. That dragon is very strong, it's not that easy to kill. The Honging Martial King fought with that dragon and came back injured. Wei Zhongxing frowned and said, the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range should be the most mysterious place in the martial desolate land. Qin Yan recalled what Zi Qingqing had said before. The tomb that Jian Xuanzi and company had discovered was not the real immortal graveyard. Originally, we all thought that there was only one immortal tomb in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. But now, it seems that there are many immortal tombs in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. When Wei Zhongxing thought of this matter, he could not help but feel troubled. Sect Master, what kind of legend is there in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Why are there so many immortal tombs? Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease now. That was because the truly strongest immortal tomb could only be reached by the immortal graveyard diagram. The legends are just those. That is to say, there is an immortal tomb inside. The burial items in the immortal tomb are all immortal items from the immortal desolate land. The immortal desolate land of the 9 desolate lands was an ancient desolate land above the spirit desolate land and the magical desolate land. If he wanted to go to the immortal desolate land, he had to go to the spirit desolate land. Then why doesn't everyone go to the immortal desolate land? Wouldn't that be a lot of immortal items? Qin Yan asked curiously. Wei Zhongxing shook his head and said, if you want to go to the immortal desolate land, you must first go to the spirit desolate land. And there is a huge door leading to the spirit desolate land. Even if many martial kings join hands, they would still be unable to open that door. Even if we open the door to the spirit desolate land, we still have to pass through that terrifying passageway to enter the spirit desolate land. Qin Yan now knew how difficult it was to enter the spirit desolate land. Little Yun, go rest. Wei Zhongxing patted Qin Yan on the shoulder. Qin Yan returned to his room and thought about Xiaqiru and the immortal graveyard. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Yuemei knocked on Qin Yan's door and shouted softly, Brother, someone wants to challenge you. Qin Yan had just woken up when he heard the news. He hurriedly opened the door and said with a frown, Challenge me? Is it a martial arts competition? Go send him away and let him fight again when the martial arts competition begins. No, there's a guy who found out that you're an inscription master and said that he wants to compete with you. Xiao Yuemei said, I don't know when the news spread, but it's said that you're a high-ranked inscription master. When I was in the northern spirit city, Yusha knew that I was a high-ranked inscription master. It should have been exposed at that time. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said with a smile, they only know that I'm a high-ranked inscription master. They don't know that I've become a spirit inscription master. Then are you going to deal with that guy? Xiao Yuemei said. I'm too lazy to go. Qin Yan waved his hand. I have other things to do. Xiao Yuemei continued, that guy seems to be from the mighty Heavenly King sect and he's very young and very arrogant. The moment he saw the Honging Martial King, He said that he wanted to marry big sister Dreaming Pig. Mengshu isn't blind. She shouldn't be marrying the wrong person. Qin Yan smiled. I don't want Dreaming Pig to marry that bastard, and it seems like the Honging Martial King is going to agree. Xiao Yuemei hurriedly pulled Qin Yan's hand. If that idiot Dreaming Pig marries that bastard, she will be bullied miserably. Qin Yan said with a smile, all right, all right. I really couldn't tell that you would care so much about Mengshu. Humph, I'm just concerned about her, so what? She also saved your life in the palace. You can't just watch her marry that bastard. Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan out of the room. You're the best at helping a girl get rid of an engagement. If you don't do it, who else will do it? Yuemei, where are the sect master and Hong Lan? Qin Yan asked. The sect master brought Hong Lan to find his friends. He said that he was suppressing the poison in Hong Lan's body. Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan out of the building and anxiously ran towards the tower. On the second floor of the Divine Inscription Palace Tower, there was a luxurious hall. Here, there were many distinguished people chatting with each other. The entire hall was very lively. After Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan up, she shouted, Chu Longjia, Qin Yan is here. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge his inscription technique? Hurry up and come out. The bustling hall suddenly became very quiet. Everyone immediately looked towards the door. Xiao Yuemei was wearing a simple and elegant white dress while Qin Yan was wearing a set of black clothes. Both of them looked very simple and plain, but their temperament was not inferior to the luxuriously dressed disciples of famous sections. Everyone knew that Qin Yan had come and injured Princess Chenwei. He had taken away Feng Honglan, who had her martial spirit crippled and her appearance disfigured. Princess Chenwei had been beaten 100 times. This matter had spread throughout the entire Inscription Royal City, causing her to lose all her face. It also made Song Wu Wang extremely angry. Song Chenwei had originally participated in the beauty contest, but now, she couldn't even enter the inscription manor. Many people here had never seen Qin Yan before, so they were sizing him up very seriously. Everyone admired Qin Yan very much. He dared to hit someone in the inscription manor, and it was Princess Chenwei at that. Not just anyone had such courage. Refining with bare hands after everyone opened up a path, a man wearing a green luxurious robe slowly walked out. It was Chu Longjia. Chu Longjia looked a little thin and had an ordinary appearance. However, his entire body was filled with confidence and his face was filled with arrogance. Hong Mengshu, the Honging Martial King, and a group of old and middle-aged men with high status also hurriedly walked over. Chu Longjia was at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. He was in his 30s and a disciple of the mighty Heavenly Royal Sect. He was a high-ranked inscription master, and he was also a disciple of an ancient family. No matter what, he was extremely outstanding. Chu Longjia, Qin Yan is here. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Xiao Yuemei asked. Chu Longjia sized up Qin Yan. He had also heard of Qin Yan's various deeds. Although he was very surprised, he did not show it. Instead, he looked at Qin Yan with disdain. He also wanted everyone to know that he, Chu Longjia, looked down on Qin Yan. Everyone felt that it was normal for Chu Longjia to look down on Qin Yan. After all, Chu Longjia was a very young high-ranked inscription master. Qin Yan, I heard that you are also a high-ranked inscription master? Where's your gold badge? Chu Longjia had a contemptuous smile on his face. Gold badge? I gave it to someone else. Qin Yan said. What he said was the truth. He had given the badge to Mu Feng. When everyone heard this, they did not believe it. Badges were extremely important to an inscription master. Qin Yan had actually given it away. You're really generous, giving away the gold badge so casually. Chu Longjia chuckled, then took out a dazzling gold badge and wore it on his chest. Qin Yan did not plan on taking out his platinum badge. He was afraid that it would blind the other party's dog eyes. Hong Mengshu, who was at the side, could not help but chuckle. No one knew what she was laughing at. This was because Hong Mengshu knew that Qin Yan was a high-ranked spirit inscription master. In her eyes, Chu Longjia and Qin Yan's competition was just asking for humiliation. Qin Yan said, cut the crap. You want to challenge me, right? How do you want to compete? Hurry up and say it. Since you're in such a hurry to lose to me, I won't make you wait any longer. Xianxia was also extremely confident. When everyone saw that Qin Yun did not have an badge, they began to suspect if he was an inscription master. Now, he could only wait and see the results of the competition. Xianxia ordered someone to take out 2 sets of refining tools, 2 sets of furnaces, carving knives, forging hammers, and a sturdy table. Let's compete in refining low-grade spiritual weapons. This way, we can also save time. As Xianxia spoke, he walked to the side of a table and continued, we will use the same tools, so that we can ensure fairness. Qin Yun said, I choose your set of tools. No problem. Xianxia smiled and then walked to another table. I'll use my own low-grade bone steel. The competition time is 2 hours. How about it? Crafting a low-grade spirit weapon in 2 hours was also very fast. When everyone saw how relaxed Xianxia was, they all exclaimed in admiration. For Xianxia to be able to refine a low-grade spirit weapon in 2 hours, he's really amazing. As expected of a disciple of the mighty Heavenly King sect. With Xianxia's talent, he will definitely become a Dao inscription master in the future. Are all the disciples of King sect so terrifying? Most of the people who exclaimed were from the Xian sects and some aristocratic families. Xianxia said with a smile, a competition requires a lot of energy. Furthermore, this is a competition that relies on strength to win. How about we bet some purple coins? 2 million purple coins. When Xiaoyuemei heard that, she immediately shouted happily. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. They could not tell that this little girl was actually so arrogant. The moment she opened her mouth, she said 2 million purple coins. Xianxia, who was originally smiling, immediately fell silent. Isn't that too little? Then 3 million purple coins. Xiaoyuemei muttered, that's all I have. Xianxia could no longer laugh. He hurriedly looked at the group of elders dressed in golden robes. They were the elders of the mighty Heavenly King sect. Qin Yun said in a low voice. Xiaoyuemei said, Yuemei, you're too outrageous. You've scared young Master Chu by betting so much. How about this, let's bet 300 purple coins. This way, young Master Chu and the mighty Heavenly King sect will be able to bear it. Although he spoke in a low voice, everyone here could hear him. Everyone could tell that Qin Yun had deliberately said that to mock Xianxia. Xiaoyuemei also cooperated with Qin Yun and said softly, is the mighty Heavenly King sect a king-level sect? They will definitely be able to take out 3 million purple coins. Don't tell me they don't have confidence in Xianxia? Qin Yun and Xiaoyuemei echoed each other and unbridledly ridiculed the mighty Heavenly King sect. How could everyone not tell? 3 million purple coins was not a small amount for Xianxia. He would never be able to take it out. Han Yan had also said before that the 2 million purple coins he had were the expenses his father had given him for the next 20 years. However, he had wasted more than half of it in an instant. 3 million it is. An old man from the mighty Heavenly King sect said indifferently. They were a king-level sect, they could not lose face in front of so many Xian-level sections. Hong Mengshu suddenly felt envious of Xiaoyuemei. That was because Qin Yun would definitely win. When the time came, he would easily win 3 million purple coins. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace walked out and said with a smile, this competition will be hosted by our Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun will forge armor and Xianxia will forge weapons. When the time comes, the one who suffers the most damage will lose. Are you all ready? Let's begin. He also took out an hourglass and flipped it over. Qin Yun hurriedly took out a large piece of low-grade bone steel. If he wanted to forge a defensive tool, he would need a lot of bone steel. The forging steps would also be a bit complicated. However, the advantage was that defensive tools were usually sturdy and not so easily damaged. After Qin Yun injected the flames into the furnace, he suddenly realized that there were some cracks inside the furnace. He hurriedly shouted, this furnace is broken. Qin Yun, you chose this yourself. It's already starting and you only said it now. Are you afraid? Xianxia sneered. Maybe you broke it yourself? An old man from the mighty Heavenly King sect said. Qin Yun hurriedly grabbed the forging hammer and realized that it was also broken. There was a problem with the spirit inscriptions inside. He could not help but curse in his heart. Then, he went to look at the carving knife. There was a problem with it as well. It was unable to inject the power of the blood soul. I was careless. This group of fellows, even if they knew that I would choose the set of tools that Xianxia chose just now. When Qin Yun realized that he had been tricked, he could only blame himself for being careless. He had checked the tools earlier and found that there were no problems with them. However, he did not expect that there would be a problem with the tools after injecting the flames. It was obvious that those tools had been specially refined to set a trap for him. Qin Yun thought to himself, if I had not chosen Xianxia would have said that the tools were broken from the very beginning and given him a better set. Motherf***, this group of fellows are really scheming. When Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Yun's gloomy expression, she hurriedly asked, brother, what's wrong? Other than this table, no other tools can be used. Qin Yun said slowly as he thought of a solution. Qin Yun, you chose this set of tools yourself and you have also checked it. Why did you only say that there was a problem now? Do you want to go back on your word? You promised to bet 3 million purple coins. Xianxia said proudly. Xiao Yuemei's face was also cold as she stomped her feet in anger. Most of the people present were biased towards the mighty heavenly royal sect. These Xian sects all wanted to curry favor with the king-level sections. Furthermore, the elders of the king-level sects were all here. Many people began to criticize Qin Yun, saying that he was going to go back on his word. Mengshu, do you think Qin Yun can win? A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe asked Hong Mengshu in a low voice. Father, how would I know? Qin Yun's tools can't be used anymore. Hong Mengshu was also very angry. She glared at Xianxia and cursed in a low voice, this group of scoundrels, even a king-level sect, they actually dared to cheat. Hong Ying said with a smile, the outcome of this competition is extremely important to Xianxia. If he loses, not only will his reputation be tarnished, he will also lose 3 million purple coins. Hong Mengshu immediately understood. Xianxia was the signboard of the mighty heavenly royal sect. There were a few young martial Dao realm cultivators in the Xian sect, but there were very few young inscriptionists. Therefore, what was worth bragging about in the king-level sects was their young inscriptionists. Whenever they had the chance, they would brag about it. If the youngest inscription master of the royal clan lost to the young inscription master of the 9 Extinction Profound Gate, then others would say that the royal clan was inferior to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. This concerned the honor of the entire royal clan. Honor had to be protected with true strength. Honor that was protected by despicable means would not last long. Xianxia was extremely pleased with himself. Because there was no pressure in his heart, it went very smoothly. In his eyes, Qin Yun had already lost. Qin Yun stood there and stared blankly at the large piece of bone steel on the table, as though he had given up. Looks like Qin Yun doesn't know anything about artifact forging. In other words, the gold badge he showed when he entered the Northern Spirit City was fake. His ability to make fake badges is quite amazing. Look at Xianxia, how passionate, how smooth, he has the demeanor of a great master. Everyone kept praising Xianxia. Suddenly, Qin Yun's fists turned incomparably red. They were like a pair of burning golden fists. It was the flaming light fist, Qin Yun bellowed in a deep voice as his fists danced wildly. He constantly struck the bone on the platform. He punched out 12 times and then stopped to rub the red bone steel a few times. It was as easy as kneading flour. The old inscriptionists who had been praising Xianxia were all dumbfounded when they saw Qin Yun's hand. Everyone knew that even low-grade bone steel would be scorching hot and firm after being burned red. However, Qin Yun was not afraid of the heat at all. Furthermore, the low-grade bone steel was like flour in his hands as he casually kneaded it. The most terrifying thing was that when his fists struck down, there were no alchemy inscriptions and he was still able to forge the low-grade bone steel so thoroughly. Lightning summoning talisman array. Qin Yun's flame was the nether sun purple flame. Only by carefully observing it would one be able to discover traces of black hidden within the flame. Even without the support of the alchemy inscriptions, he could easily burn low-grade bone steel with the nether sun flame. Xianxia, who was originally very relaxed, was also shocked by Qin Yun. The large piece of low-grade bone steel was flipped around and kneaded by Qin Yun. It was as if he was making flour and preparing to make a steamed bun. Qin Yan's fists were like two nimble and powerful forging hammers. They alternated back and forth as they quickly hammered the piece of bone steel, creating bursts of sparks. The bone steel was beaten very thin and then folded into several layers by Qin Yan as he continued hammering. Qin Yan did not even use a furnace or a forging hammer to quickly forge bone steel. He repeatedly folded and forged the large piece of bone steel, increasing the strength of the bone steel. Half an hour later, Qin Yan shot out a shiny black square shield. Next was the stage of inscribing spirit inscriptions. Chu Longjie was sweating profusely. He had just finished forging an axe and entered the stage of inscribing spirit inscriptions. The people in the lobby have been looking at Qin Yan very quietly. That was because Qin Yan's forging process was simply too astonishing. Even those who did not know how to forge artifacts were amazed in their hearts. Xiao Yuemei also revealed a sweet smile. Her fingers curled around the ends of her hair as she waited for the final result. From time to time, she would stick out her tongue and make faces at Hong Mengshu. Qin Yan gripped the carving knife tightly. After trying a few times, he failed to inject the power of the blood soul into it. Hong Ying glanced at the elders from the mighty Heavenly King sect and discovered that their eyes were filled with pride and relief. It was obvious that there was a huge problem with the carving knife. Qin Yan hasn't started inscribing spirit inscriptions yet. He just said that there's a problem with the carving knife. It seems like there's really a problem with his set of tools. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort to forge the materials. I have to say, he's still very strong. The moves he revealed just now are not something that a high-ranked inscription master can do. Everyone looked at Qin Yan with a frown and disgust in low voices. Xiao Yuemei began to worry again. After a few attempts, Qin Yan sighed softly and put the carving knife aside. He closed his eyes, as if he was gathering his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead, and white steam rose from his hair. The sleeve of his left arm was also gradually emitting a white mist. Just when everyone was curious about what he was doing, they saw him use the fingers of his left hand to draw on the shield. What was even more frightening was that a drop of golden red water seeped out from his fingertip. It looked like golden red blood. It was the power of the blood soul. All the inscription masters present were moved as they sucked in a breath of cold air. He condensed the power of his blood soul and used his hand as a carving knife to inscribe spirit runes. This was an extremely high realm. Many of the spirit inscriptionists present felt ashamed of their inferiority. Although Qin Yan's finger is condensed with a very strong blood soul power, it is extremely stable and can move very smoothly. He even released a mist that enveloped his hand and shield, preventing others from seeing his high-grade solid inscription. Inferior-grade spirit weapons required 1 or 2 sets of spirit inscriptions. Right now, Qin Yan was inscribing 2 sets of high-grade solid inscriptions. Solid inscriptions could make the entire spirit artifact stronger. They were also relatively common spirit inscriptions on defensive equipment. Qin Yan quickly completed the dark part of the inscription and began inscribing the bright lines. Everyone immediately watched with wide eyes. When Qin Yan was inscribing the bright lines, it was as if he was using his fingers to draw. It looked extremely easy and simple. In fact, this was not easy at all. Everyone could tell that Qin Yan's entire body was drenched in sweat. He was extremely serious as he focused all his energy on inscribing spirit inscriptions. Only by being extremely familiar with spirit inscriptions can one reach such a realm. The old man in charge of the competition exclaimed, his mastery of inscriptions should far surpass that of many high-level inscription masters. At this moment, most of the inscription masters were discussing the technique that Qin Yan was using. They were all discussing the key points and essentials. In comparison, Chu Longjie was not the focus of attention. The progress of the two was about the same, but Chu Longjie had used a tool while Qin Yan had not. In comparison, Chu Longjie's was far inferior. The expressions of the elders from the mighty heavenly royal sect were extremely ugly. At this moment, they could tell how terrifying Qin Yan's inscription talent was. Those who did not believe that Qin Yan was an inscription master had no choice but to believe it now. 2 hours had finally passed. Qin Yan was the first to finish forging a low-grade spirit shield. Following that, Chu Longjie also finished forging an axe. Qin Yan heaved a long sigh and said with a smile, "Let's begin the test." The elder from the inscription palace walked over and took Qin Yan's shield and Chu Longjie's axe. "Marshal King Hong Ying, I wonder if you can do me a small favor and test the axe and shield together." the old man smiled. No problem. Hong Ying said with a smile. The old man threw the axe to Hong Ying and said with a smile, you and I will only use the strength of our bodies. Hong Ying hurriedly caught the axe and walked over. He chopped down at the old man's shield, with a loud bang. The people nearby were shocked to their core. Just now, there had been a burst of sparks. It could be seen that the collision was extremely violent. The axe in Hong Ying's hand had already shattered. As for the shield, it had only caved in and had not been broken. The old man from the inscription palace showed everyone the shield and said with a clear smile, as everyone can see, this shield is extremely sturdy. The victor of this competition is Qin Yun. Everyone immediately fell silent and did not say a word. Because the mighty heavenly royal sect had lost, they were worried that they would vent their anger on the king-level sects, so they could only remain silent. Chu Longjia's expression was extremely ugly. The arrogance from before was gone as he clenched his fists tightly and looked at Qin Yun. You've lost 3 million purple coins. Xiao Yuemei ran over with a smile and took out a purple card to receive the purple coins from the old man from the mighty heavenly royal sect. With so many people watching, the old man did not act shamelessly. It was already embarrassing enough for Chu Longjia to lose. If he were to act shamelessly again, it would be even more unsightly. I refuse to accept this. Chu Longjia suddenly shouted. So what if you don't accept it? Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, you used a tool and he won against you without using a tool. You still don't accept it? If you have the guts, why don't you use a tool to refine an axe? Chu Longjia was immediately infuriated. He really wanted to slap Xiao Yuemei, especially when he thought about how the mighty heavenly royal sect had lost 3 million to Xiao Yuemei. He became even angrier. Artifact forging is not my forte. I am best at talisman crafting. Chu Longjia said, Qin Yun has defeated me in artifact forging, but that does not mean that he is better at talisman crafting than me. Xiao Yuemei smiled tenderly and said, you still want to compete? How about we bet 6 million this time? The elders of the mighty heavenly royal sect were also unconvinced by their loss. An old man said, if we don't compete in talisman crafting, let's compete in talisman arrays. How about it? 6 million, we'll follow. How do we compete? Qin Yun asked. He had also created a talisman array before, but it was a ghost suppression talisman array. He had never tried creating a talisman array during the competition. Lightning summoning talisman array. After it is completed, whoever attracts the most lightning will win. The old man in charge said, after the talisman array is completed, place the thunder accumulation pearl in the middle of the talisman array. As everyone knows, the stronger the condensed energy, the heavier it will be. Qin Yun asked, what about the tools? Prepare your own tools. The old man from the mighty heavenly royal sect said, but everyone is using low-grade spirit inscriptions. The divine inscription palace is responsible for providing low-grade spirit inscriptions, so they cannot hide it when inscribing dark lines. This will be very fair. Just now, the spirit inscriptions carved on Chu Longjia's axe were mid-grade spirit inscriptions. They were definitely inferior to Qin Yun's high-grade solid inscriptions. Therefore, the mighty heavenly royal sect was unconvinced by their loss. They felt that Chu Longjia's level of inscriptions was stronger than Qin Yun's. All right. Qin Yun agreed. Also, the talisman paper used will be provided by the divine inscription palace. We will only be inscribing spirit inscriptions. The old man said again. Qin Yun was more at ease with the divine inscription palace, so he nodded in agreement. 2 hours to create a low-grade talisman array. The old man from the divine inscription palace said before giving Qin Yun and Chu Longjia 5 large talisman papers each. The talisman paper was very thin and could be used once. This made it easier to inscribe spirit inscriptions. The talisman paper used to create the talisman array was relatively large, enough for a person to sit on. Talisman arrays were different from spirit arrays because they could only be used once or a few times before being scrapped. The materials used to create them were relatively simple and the process of creating them was also very fast. The Divine Inscription Palace also provided low-grade energy-gathering spirit inscriptions and low-grade thunder spirit inscriptions. To create a low-grade lightning talisman array, one only needed these 2 spirit inscriptions. These were common low-grade spirit inscriptions and could also be sold. Xianxia took out a golden bright carving knife. It looked very beautiful and luxurious as it flickered. Many of the inscription masters present looked at the carving knife with incomparable envy. That's a low-grade Xian artifact carving knife. Many spirit inscription masters only use high-grade or royal-grade carving knives. Xianxia is so young and yet he has such a level of carving knife. How enviable. Those inscription masters looked on with incomparable envy. A Xian artifact level carving knife required blueprints and special materials to refine. It was extremely expensive. At this moment, in the competition to create talisman arrays, the materials and spirit inscriptions were all the same. If one wanted to win, they would have to work hard on the fineness of the spirit inscriptions. With a good carving knife, one could increase the finesse of the spirit inscriptions. When Qin saw Xianxia's determined expression, he felt disdain in his heart. If it was a competition of inscription tools, his mental resonance Xian pen would be able to throw Xianxia off by several streets. Complete in 2 hours, begin. The old man from the divine inscription palace shouted. Qin only took 2 glances at the low-grade thunder spirit inscriptions and the low-grade energy-gathering spirit inscriptions before immediately beginning to inscribe. After he spread out the large talisman paper, he took out the mental resonance Xian pen and quickly drew spirit inscriptions on it. In contrast, Xianxia was extremely careful as he slowly moved the tip of the knife. The Honging martial king was somewhat surprised when he saw this. He asked a spirit inscription master beside him, "Old Gua, is Qin drawing randomly? This is way too fast." Crushing strength. The speed at which Qin inscribed spirit inscriptions on the talisman paper was simply too fast. This left many inscription masters speechless. He's so fast, there's no guarantee of precision. An inscription master said. This is too fast. It's like drawing on paper with a pen. It doesn't look like he's inscribing spirit inscriptions at all. How is his finesse? Looks like it's okay. The moment Qin held the mental resonance Xian pen, he could not help but speed up. This was mainly because he was too familiar with it and he was inscribing low-grade spirit inscriptions. On the other side, Xianxia was extremely slow. When he saw how fast Qin was, he was also shocked. Usually, Qin would inscribe high-grade spirit inscriptions. The difficulty was much higher than low-grade spirit inscriptions. As for low-grade spirit inscriptions, they were all simplified high-grade spirit inscriptions. Therefore, to Qin, low-grade spirit inscriptions were extremely simple. In just a moment, Qin had finished creating a low-grade lightning talisman array. Xianxia was inscribing a low-grade spirit inscription and he had not even completed half of it. However, his speed was a relatively normal speed. I'm done. Qin said with a smile, I didn't expect there to be so much time left. Qin completed it very quickly. The spirit inscriptions looked very well inscribed, but he did not know how good they were. The elders of the mighty Heavenly King sect were all secretly worried. Originally, they thought that Xianxia had a good carving knife and would be able to increase his finesse and crush Qin. But now, the spirit inscriptions that Qin had inscribed were very good and they looked to be of high precision. If Xianxia lost another match, their mighty Heavenly King sect would lose another 6 million purple coins. Adding on the 3 million purple coins from before, it was close to 10 million. It could be seen that gambling was the easiest way to lose money. Someone said, a low-grade lightning talisman array is worth 2,000 purple coins. At Qin's speed, he should be able to make 10 in 2 hours, right? 10 talisman arrays, that would be 20,000 purple coins. 10 hours of production a day, that would be 100,000 purple coins. In a month, that would be 3 million. Everyone immediately exclaimed in admiration. Although the demand for the lightning-attracting talisman array is not that big, but if we calculate it this way, Qin only needs to endure for a few months and he will be able to obtain a large amount of purple crystal coins. I just don't know how his glyph array is. If it's really powerful, then this guy is going to make a fortune. 1 million purple crystal coins was a huge amount of wealth for many people. Earning 2 or 3 million in a month, and doing it so easily, was something that many people yearned for. When Xianxia was inscribing spirit inscriptions, it was extremely difficult. According to his speed, he could only make 1 in 2 hours. he wouldn't be able to earn much purple crystal coins even if he continued making them. If Qin Yan really needed purple crystal coins, he would definitely earn them by setting up royal-grade spirit arrays or refining royal-grade spirit talismans. Not only could he earn purple crystal coins, he could also improve his level of inscription. Now, everyone could tell that Xianxia was far inferior to Qin Yan. It was simply a competition between an adult and a child. Xiao Yuemei also walked behind Hong Mengshu and played with her smooth and beautiful ponytail. Hong Mengshu and Xiao Yuemei both knew that Qin Yan was a high-ranked spirit inscription master. If it was a fair competition, Qin Yan would definitely be able to beat Xianxia. This was also the reason why Xiao Yuemei had dragged Qin Yan to accept the challenge. It was because she could make a huge profit. From time to time, Xiao Yuemei would bare her jade teeth and look at the few elders from the mighty heavenly royal sect, causing them to gnash their teeth in anger. They were all very worried because it was extremely likely that they would lose another 6 million purple coins. At this moment, in their eyes, Xiao Yuemei was a little fox who had tricked people to death. She was extremely treacherous. 2 hours were almost up and Xianxia was finally done. Qin Yan, although you can complete it early, what we are competing in is not speed but quality. Xianxia was still very confident in himself. After all, the carving knife in his hand was a low-grade Xian artifact. It could greatly increase the finesse of the inscriptions. The higher the finesse, the stronger the power of the inscriptions. Qin Yan looked at the elder from the Divine Inscription Palace and said with a smile, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to test the talisman array. If you want to know the result, then come outside with me." The old man took the 2 talisman arrays and walked down the stairs. The color of the 2 talisman arrays was different, so it was easy to identify them and not mix them up. Everyone immediately walked out of the hall and went downstairs to the outside of the tower. When the people on the first floor saw so many important figures, they all followed them out and quickly understood what was going on. Everyone formed a large circle and watched the old man test the lightning talisman array. The first to be tested was Qin Yan's talisman array. The old man took out a thunder storage pearl and placed it in the middle of the talisman array. "Open!" The old man shouted softly and the lightning talisman array immediately flashed with a burst of lightning. Thunder suddenly exploded in the air as a violent bolt of lightning struck down and struck the thunder storage pearl. Boom, boom. Boom! Qin Yan's lightning talisman array had attracted a total of 4 bolts of lightning and the talisman paper had turned to ash. In the Inscription Royal City, most of the people were inscription masters. They were all alarmed. Even the old man who was inspecting had a face full of astonishment. This was because an ordinary low-grade lightning talisman array could only attract 2 bolts of lightning. The best one was only 3 bolts of lightning. As for Qin Yan, he could actually attract 4 bolts of lightning. This meant that the precision of the spirit inscriptions he had inscribed was extremely high. This was usually at the level of a Xian inscription master. Everyone knew that Qin Yan was not even 20 years old. It was impossible for him to be a Xian inscription master. The most shocking thing was that the speed at which Qin Yan created the talisman array was extremely fast. The Honging Martial King said with a frown, "Sure, this friend of yours has a very high degree of precision. This is too shocking." Hong Mengshu smiled proudly and said, "Father, you should know how weak that Xianxia is now, right?" No. Xianxia is not weak. It's just that Qin Yan is too shocking," the Honging Martial King said. Xianxia and the elders of the mighty heavenly king sect had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Next, they began to test Xianxia's lightning talisman array. Boom! It was only 2 sounds. Everyone sighed with emotion because the mighty heavenly king sect had lost again. Now, there was no need to weigh it. They knew that the lightning condensed by Xianxia's lightning accumulation pearl was far inferior to Qin Yan's. The old man's heart was filled with bewilderment. After testing it, he said, "Qin Yan's lightning accumulation pearl weighs 4 jin. Xianxia's weighs 1 jin and 8 taels. He, mighty heavenly king sect, you lost again." Xiao Yuemei's smile blossomed as she skipped over. The elder from the mighty heavenly king sect was so angry that he was trembling. He could only take out his purple card and pass 6 million purple coins to Xiao Yuemei. "Qin Yan, you cheated." Xianxia was extremely unconvinced. Your skills are inferior, so you blame others for cheating? With so many seniors watching, if Qin Yan had cheated, how could they not be able to tell? Xiao Yuemei snorted and said, "You were the one who wanted to challenge my brother. I remember that you said that my brother would lose miserably." Now, as she spoke, she walked to Qin Yan's side and said with a smile, "My brother won 9 million purple coins from you, ha ha ha. Thank you for sending purple coins to our doorstep." Chu Longjie had been pampered since he was a child. Other than his elders, everyone had to respect him. He had never been treated like this before. Not only did he lose twice in a row, he was also ridiculed by Xiao Yuemei. This kind of humiliation is unprecedented to him. It completely ignited the anger in his heart. "Damn girl, I'll kill you." Chu Longjie's face flushed red as he suddenly roared and punched Xiao Yuemei's head. Only Qin Yan, who was beside Xiao Yuemei, had the time to take action. With a teleportation meteor, his left arm condensed the heavenly lion's lightning force and struck towards Chu Longjie's fist. Rumble. In the instant of the collision, a violent purple-gold lightning flame burst out, piercing through Chu Longjie's entire arm and throwing it out from his shoulder and back. Ah! Chu Longjie's entire arm and shoulder had exploded. Everyone present cried out in surprise. Chu Longjie, who was at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm, was actually severely injured when he exchanged blows with Qin Yan. This was clearly the difference in strength. "Qin Yan, you are so ruthless," an elder of the royal clan said angrily. "A Jia is only using his inner force to attack, but you have condensed such a strong Dao power. Are you going to kill him? Watch how I'll take care of you." An elder of the royal clan rushed over. The elder from the Divine Inscription Palace was already standing in front of Qin Yan. He said coldly, "In our Inscription Royal City, we cannot fight." Everyone saw that it was Chu Longjie who attacked the little girl first. It is only natural for Qin Yan to go and stop him. What was most surprising was that Qin Yan's reaction speed was too fast. In an instant, he had condensed such a terrifying power. This was simply inconceivable. Chu Longjie was at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. He also had armor on his body, but his body was still pierced through. "Elder, you have to avenge me," Chu Longjie shouted in pain. The previously insufferably arrogant genius, Chu Longjie, was now in such a miserable state. It made one sigh with emotion. Xiao Yuemei knew very well that Qin Yan had the title of a genius assassin. Those who claimed to be geniuses would not be able to act arrogantly in front of Qin Yan for long. The elder of the royal clan pointed at Qin Yan and shouted, "Qin Yan, if you know what's good for you, come over and kowtow to Longjie to admit your wrongs. Compensate us with 5 million purple coins. Otherwise, you will become the #1 enemy of our royal clan. We will not let you off." Qin Yan said with a sneer, "Apologize? Pfft. I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, kill me here. Qin Yan, you and the disciples of the 9 Extinction Gate will be the #1 wanted enemy of our royal clan. Just you wait." The elder shouted angrily. At that moment, Wei Zhongxing's voice sounded, "Royal clan, since you have placed a bounty on the disciples of our 9 Extinction Gate, then our 9 Extinction Gate will not let your disciples off." Upper position. Although Wei Zhongxing had just stepped into the martial king realm, his strength could not be underestimated. After all, he had killed the heavenly fire martial king. Many people here still had fresh memories of the battle at the Hongwu Imperial Palace. Back then, Wei Zhongxing had killed many profound martial realm warriors. If a profound martial realm martial artist were to face him, they would have no chance of winning. Wei Zhongxing arrived with the masked Feng Honglan. Many disciples from famous sects also knew about Feng Honglan's disfigurement and soul extraction. This matter was done by Totem Pavilion, so everyone only sighed in private. They wouldn't stand up for Feng Honglan in public. Of course, Hong Mengshu also knew about Feng Honglan. She quickly walked to Feng Honglan's side and comforted her with a few words of concern. Wei Zhongxing stood beside Qin Yan and looked at the elders of the mighty Heavenly King clan. He shouted, "Mighty Heavenly King clan, you have just arrived at the Inscription Royal City, right? Those elders are all at the peak of the Xian martial realm. Facing Wei Zhongxing, who is a martial king, they feel a lot of pressure. Wei Zhongxing, do you really want to become enemies with us?" the old man asked, his tone also much weaker. Our 9 extinction profound gate has been targeted by Totem Pavilion for a long time. We're not even afraid of Totem Pavilion, so why would we be afraid of your king-level sex? Wei Zhongjing sneered and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I just returned from the Sword Profound Mountain not long ago. This group of bastards from the Sword Profound Mountain joined hands with the Totem Pavilion to extract little girl Honlan's martial spirit and even destroyed her appearance. Such a powerful sect actually joined hands to harm a little girl. This is simply throwing the face of our prestigious sects. In a fit of anger, I went to the Sword Profound Mountain and destroyed it. At that time, there were also 2 middle-aged men at the Xian martial realm from the mighty Heavenly King sect who came out to resist, but I also killed them. Wei Zhongjing's words caused the hearts of all the elders and sect leaders to skip a beat. Everyone was in an uproar. If this was true, then it meant that the Sword Profound Mountain, a sect that had existed for thousands of years, would completely disappear from the northern desolate land. It had been many years since a profound sect had been destroyed. Even though a group of the upper echelons of the 9 extinction profound gate had been killed back then, they were still able to survive. But now, the Sword Profound Mountain had been destroyed. The most furious was the mighty Heavenly King sect. The Sword Profound Mountain was their subordinate sect, so it could be considered very powerful. Because quite a few Xian realm warriors had died in the Sword Profound Mountain, they had also sent a few disciples to guard the place, but now, they were all killed. So what if I become your enemy? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Wei Zhongjing sneered. Over the years, the 9 extinction gate was used to being hunted down. With the protection of the 9 extinction formation, they were not afraid of Totem Pavilion's attacks. You all. Just you wait. The elder of the mighty Heavenly King sect left with the injured Chu Longjia after saying those harsh words. Wei Zhongjing sneered, if we don't destroy a king-level sect, I'm afraid no one will recognize our 9 extinction profound gate as a king-level sect, right? Xiao Yun, let's go back. Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and Feng Honglun left with Wei Zhongjing. The crowd only dared to talk after they left. Everyone knew that the 9 extinction gate had previously offended the Fire King sect and killed the Heavenly Fire Martial King, forming a blood feud, and now, he had publicly announced that he would become enemies with the mighty Heavenly Royal Clan and destroy the Sword Profound Mountain. 2 king-level sects were actually bullied to this extent by a Xian sect. And there's no sign of retaliation at all. It can only be said that the 9 extinction formation is too powerful. Totem Pavilion has been unable to break through it for many years and there aren't many disciples in the 9 extinction gate. They don't have much interaction with other sects and there are very few disciples who go out. Naturally, they aren't afraid of being hunted down. Looks like the 9 extinction gate is about to become a king-level sect. Only by stepping on other king-level sects can they be recognized as king-level sects. The 9 extinction gate is only missing 1 Dao inscription master. Otherwise, they would be able to announce that they are a king-level sect. Everyone immediately fell silent. Dao inscription masters were extremely rare and difficult to recruit. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They were more worried that the martial kings would fight here. Everyone dispersed. They were all very much looking forward to the next martial arts competition. Everyone was certain that Qin Yun would definitely fight. They only felt that even if Qin Yun obtained first place, he would not be able to enter the ancient garden without an ancient garden pass. On the way back, Xiao Yuemei gave Qin Yun the 9 million purple coins she had obtained. She did not lack purple coins right now. She only liked to enjoy the feeling of winning. After Qin Yun and company entered the East District, they discovered many black-robed people surrounding the small buildings. It's the people from Totem Pavilion. When Wei Zhongjing saw this, his face darkened. Qin Yun and company immediately realized that these people were here to find the soul refiner. That soul refiner had been completely killed. Furthermore, he had courted death himself. When Qin Yun thought of this matter, he found it funny. That soul refiner had delivered himself to his doorstep and allowed him to draw the divine ability martial spirit. He was truly unlucky. The people from Totem Pavilion were circling around Qin Yun's building. It was unknown if they had discovered anything. Don't worry, this is the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace. They can't do anything. Wei Zhongjing said in a low voice as he walked at the front. Qin Yun and company followed behind, feeling somewhat worried. After all, they were from Totem Pavilion and they were not weak. They were all at the Xian realm. From Totem Pavilion, there were 3 old men and 5 middle-aged men. They all recognized Wei Zhongxing. When Wei Zhongxing saw them, he did not make a sound and walked towards the door of the small building. After he opened the door, just as he was about to enter, a black-robed old man quickly walked over and wanted to enter the door. Scram! Wei Zhongxing roared angrily as he struck out with his palm like lightning, sending the black-robed elder flying. Wei Zhongxing! It was indeed you who killed our soul refiner. The black-robed elder vomited blood as he shouted angrily. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wei Zhongxing stood at the door and looked at the black-robed men surrounding him. At this moment, Qin Yun and company entered the house. Don't pretend not to know. Our soul refiner is dead and there is the aura of a soul refiner inside. He went in before. The black-robed elder said angrily. Impossible. If someone entered my house, how could I not know? Wei Zhongxing said with a sneer, if you feel that something is wrong, call the people from the Divine Inscription Palace over to judge. If you continue to harass us, don't blame me for being impolite. The people from Totem Pavilion also knew that they could not cause trouble in the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace. They could only leave in anger. After Wei Zhongxing entered, he said with a frown, looks like those fellows can sense the aura of the soul-devouring spirit snake. The snake was still in Wei Zhongxing's hands. Sect Master, how will Totem Pavilion deal with us next? Qin Yun asked worriedly. I don't know. In short, after we return, we have to restrict the entry and exit of the disciples. If we need to go out and do something, only I can go out. Wei Zhongxing's expression was somewhat solemn as he continued, they will definitely send out a martial king to ambush our disciples. That's what they did back then. Xiao Yun, go to that tower with Yueme in the next few days. I'll bring Heng Lan back to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate first. This will be more appropriate. Wei Zhongxing said. Qin Yun and Xiao Yueme nodded. Feng Honglan's body was still poisoned and her martial spirit had not fully recovered. Wei Zhongxing took advantage of the fact that the martial king of Totem Pavilion had yet to arrive to bring her back first in case something else happened. At noon, Wei Zhongxing hurriedly left the Inscription Royal City with Feng Honglan. As for Qin Yun and Xiao Yueme, they headed to the tower and stayed in a suite. In a few days, the martial arts competition would begin. Qin Yun did not know what would happen at that time, so he had to make ample preparations. He began refining the royal grade body securing talisman. Xiao Yueme went out to gather all sorts of information. She mixed with Hong Mengshu and was able to get some information from the Honging martial king. A few days had passed and he had also refined 4 royal grade body securing talismans. They were all bone talismans. Xiao Yueme woke up very early and reminded Qin Yun that today was the day of the martial arts competition. The location of the martial arts competition was in the spacious plaza inside the Inscription Manor. There were 8 dueling platforms on it. In the beginning, there would be many matches until the victor was decided. Xiao Yueme is bouncing in the front. She is wearing a light green long skirt. She looks elegant and charming, like a lively butterfly. Brother, Dream Pig is also participating. But she shouldn't be able to fight to the end. Qin Yun asked, in this competition, who will be my formidable opponent? Totem Pavilion, Overlord Sect, Songwu Country, Sky King Sect, Fire King Sect, Yuwu Country. The disciples they sent out all have totem inheritances. Xiao Yueme said. At that moment, Qin Yun was feeling a lot of pressure. Opponents with totem inheritances were definitely not weak. Furthermore, they were all at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. I heard that these warriors with totem inheritances are all very strong. They can easily defeat those at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. Xiao Yueme said again, brother, you don't have to be afraid of them. They are at most at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. After surpassing the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, one would not be able to enter the ancient garden. Qin Yun nodded. He also wanted to enter the ancient garden. On one hand, he wanted to obtain the exquisite profound fruit. In addition, he wanted to go in and investigate to see if he could find anything related to the 9 Yang divine spirit. This was because in the second beat of the nine yang divine spirit, there was an ancient garden pass and it was even sandwiched in the mysterious pill scripture. Therefore, after he found out about the ancient garden, he felt that there might be some clues inside. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei arrived at the great martial arts practice field in the middle of the inscription manor. Below the 8 battling platforms, there were many people watching. The people who came to join in the fun were all from the martial arts families or famous sects in the northern desolate land. Qin Yan's arrival only surprised everyone for a short while. Although he was very strong, everyone knew that this martial arts competition was of great importance. The disciples sent by many powers were all top existences in the northern desolate land. The new number 1 beauty of the northern desolate land is here. Someone looked at the golden-clothed woman who was gently floating over from afar. Extinction Dragon Palm Qin Yan looked from afar and could only see that the woman had an extremely charming face. She wore a luxurious golden robe, making her look very luxurious. He also felt that this woman's temperament was far inferior to Feng Honglan's. Her name is Su Yuka, a disciple of the Overlord sect. She is at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, 27 years old, 9 yang spirit vein, martial spirit is a secret, totem is a secret. Xiao Yuemei said in a low voice. Many geniuses' martial spirits and totems were kept secret. This could prevent them from being targeted by others in battle. Following that, Xiao Yuemei told Qin Yan about the disciples who had totem inheritances in detail so that he could make preparations. All participating martial artists, come to the front. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Qin Yan. He hurriedly looked at a battling platform in front of him and saw a fat middle-aged man. It was Mu Feng. It's the general director. He's the one presiding over this competition. I'm relieved. Xiao Yuemei giggled, this guy will definitely not be bribed. It was clearly not a coincidence that Mu Feng was able to appear here. Qin Yan secretly guessed that Mu Feng had told the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace that he was a spirit inscription master. Therefore, the Divine Inscription Palace would guarantee that no one would interfere during the competition. Qin Yan walked up and lined up with the other martial artists. Those who participated in this martial arts competition could not exceed the age of 40. Before that, they would also undergo an age test. Therefore, this martial arts competition could also determine the ranking of the young martial Dao practitioners in the northern region. There weren't many participants, only a few dozen people. They were also the youngest and most powerful 3rd-level martial Dao realm cultivators in the northern region. Hong Mengshu stood beside Qin Yan. The pressure on her was not small. That was because she had heard from the Hongying martial king that totem warriors were very powerful. Some of them could even face a 5th-level martial Dao realm martial artist with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. You will be divided into 8 groups to compete. Then, the first in each group will compete in the semifinals and the finals. When Mu Feng saw that everyone was present, he said, take out your jade tokens. I'll confirm your identities. The martial artists on the battling platform all revealed their jade tokens. At that moment, Qin Yan looked at a black-clothed man. There were many tattoos on his body. He was from Totem Pavilion. Although no one had ever heard of him, everyone believed that he would be the final winner. Totem Pavilion was much stronger than a few king-level sections. Furthermore, they controlled the secret techniques of the totem inheritance. Some of their disciples had totems and could skillfully use the power of totems. After Mu Feng finished checking everyone's jade tokens, he began to talk about the rules. Weapons and armors were not allowed in the competition. And the way to determine victory or defeat was to beat the opponent into admitting defeat, allowing casualties. When they heard that death and injury were allowed, the eyes of those totem disciples revealed a sinister look. When they were fighting, they could attack without any qualms. Many people below the stage were also amazed. If death and injury were allowed, then there was a high possibility that geniuses would fall in this battle. The martial artists who could participate were all very young and outstanding. It would be a pity if there were any casualties. Mengshu, you have to be careful. Qin Yan warned in a low voice. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to gain experience and see how strong those guys are. Hong Mengshu also knew that she was not a combat type. Furthermore, she did not have a totem, so she was far inferior to a totem warrior. She also warned Qin Yun, as for you, don't try to be brave. Those totem warriors are all monsters at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. I will do what I can. Qin Yun nodded. He was secretly looking forward to it because he wanted to see how the totem warriors on this side used their totem power. Qin Yun was assigned to the 5th group. In his group, there was a totem warrior. Furthermore, he was from the mighty heavenly royal sect. The grouping was decided by drawing lots, so it couldn't be done. When everyone saw the grouping, they felt that Qin Yun was rather unlucky. In the group battle, he had encountered a powerful totem warrior. The second group that Hong Mengshu was in also had a totem warrior. It was the black-clothed man from Totem Pavilion. Apart from Qin Yun, there were a total of 6 totem warriors. Coincidentally, they were all in the 1st to 6th group. The warriors who were split into 7 or 8 groups were the luckiest. They all secretly heaved a sigh of relief because they had a greater chance of entering the top 8. In the future, when the rankings came out, they would also be able to rank in the top 8 of the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. They would be able to obtain a good ranking. Only by winning 2 matches in a row could one become first in the group. Qin Yun's first opponent was not a totem warrior but a disciple from the Fire King sect. His name was Sun Yingchen. Sun Yingchen walked onto the stage wearing the unique flame robe of the Fire King sect. However, he still had to take it off in the end because it could be considered a spirit artifact level armor. Sun Yingchen was tall and his round face was filled with hostility. His eyes burned with flames and were filled with killing intent. The Fire King sect leader was killed by Wei Zhongxing, so the disciples of the Fire King sect hated the 9 Extinction Gate to the core. Now that Sun Yingchen had the chance to meet Qin Yun, he naturally revealed his killing intent. Sun Yingchen was born in the Fire King sect. He has a 6 Sun Spirit vein and a Platinum Fire Stab martial spirit. At the age of 26, he was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun is also an expert in using fire. He is only strong and not weak. Previously, he was able to injure Chu Longjia, who was at the 4th level of the martial Dao, with a single punch. It can be seen that he is also very strong. Not necessarily. Chu Longjia was negligent. Furthermore, he specializes in the Dao of inscriptions and is not good at fighting. This Sun Yingchen is very good at fighting. Sun Yingchen has also mastered a high-grade Earth tier martial skill. Qin Yun's martial skills should be very ordinary. Everyone knows that many of the good martial arts of the 9 Extinction Gate have been lost. Furthermore, he has just entered the 9 Extinction Gate not long ago. The moment Qin Yun and Sun Yingchen stepped onto the stage, everyone began discussing. The warriors on the 8 battling platforms were all ready. The Great Formation had also been activated. Mufeng smiled and rang a large bell. The bell rang and the warriors on the 8 battling platforms immediately began a fierce battle. Qin Yun, I'll send you back to the heavens. Ha ha ha. It was unknown what kind of medicine Sun Yingchen had taken, but he had become extremely excited from the very beginning. His face had turned sinister. Sun Yingchen dashed forward like a ferocious beast as he charged at Qin Yun. The martial stage was only 100 meters wide. In an instant, he had arrived. When he was more than 10 meters away from Qin Yun, he threw a punch. The platinum flames condensed into sharp thorns that howled like a gust of wind. Hoo. Those sharp thorns were also extremely powerful. They were as sharp weapons as they shot over like countless arrows. Qin Yun did not panic at all. He steadily struck out with his palms twice, causing a rumbling sound to echo out. An invisible shockwave accompanied the purple lightning flames, setting off 9 shockwaves that shattered all the fire thorns. When Sun Yingchen saw this, he roared furiously. His body charged at Qin Yun like a fiery light. He clasped his palms together and pointed at Qin Yun's body. Like a flaming thorn, he shot out. High-grade Earth tier martial art, sky-piercing palm. Combine your palms and condense your strongest power. When you charge forward, you can pierce through a person's body. Everyone shouted in shock. When Qin Yun saw Sun Yingchen's swift and violent attack, he used teleportation meteor steps to quickly dodge. Sun Yingchen pierced through and pounced on empty air. However, his momentum did not decrease as he continued to chase after Qin Yun. When Qin Yun saw this, he did not dodge anymore. He hurriedly activated the 9 extinction inner chi and combined it with his Tao energy. He struck out with his palm. When he raised his palm, the surrounding golden light flickered. The palm shadows were like a huge wave, accompanied by the flickering of lightning. The aura was like a dragon as it struck towards the charging Sun Yingchen. With a roar, the palm wind howled like a dragon. Its aura was powerful and earth-shattering. Sun Yingchen was sent flying by the palm strike and vomited blood. His face was filled with shock. Just as he was in shock, Qin Yan took a step forward and sent out another palm strike. Like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, it set off a myriad of lightning bolts. The palm shadows were like bolts of lightning gathering together. When Qin Yan's palm descended, it was as though he had condensed the power of several bolts of lightning to strike an angry dragon. Boom! When the lightning palm landed on Sun Yingchen's body, several bolts of lightning burst out from Sun Yingchen's body. In the instant that countless lightning bolts exploded, Sun Yingchen's body also shattered. These 2 swift palms ended Sun Yingchen's life, causing the martial arts arena to immediately emit a thunderous roar. 9 Extinction Inner Force. Qin Yan has only joined the 9 Extinction Gate for a short period of time, but he has actually cultivated the 9 Extinction Inner Force to such a level. That's the 36 Extinction Dragon Palms. It's said that after cultivating all 36 palms, one can slay a dragon. Qin Yan used 2 palms just now and they were very coherent. The 2 palms that flowed like clouds and water killed Sun Yingchen. Isn't this martial arts competition one way too quickly? Below the battling platform, there were many seniors. They quickly saw through Qin Yan's martial arts path. Of the 8 dueling platforms, the fastest to end the match was Qin Yan's. This was the first time Qin Yan had used the Extinction Dragon Palm in a competition. He was deeply shocked by the power. He was secretly alarmed because once he used the Extinction Dragon Palm, the power would suddenly gush out and it would be impossible to retract it. Qin Yan walked down the dueling platform and wiped his sweat. The elders of the Fire King sect were filled with grief and indignation. They glared at Qin Yan, but there was nothing they could do. The people of the Fire King sect should thank Qin Yan because they don't have to collect their corpses. Haha, the one who spoke was Murong Darren. He and Hong Yan were also watching from afar, but they were both wearing masks. Qin Yan looked at Hong Mingshu's martial arts competition. The person she was fighting was a prince of Yuwu country. His strength was not bad and he fought very steadily. Although Hong Mingshu's martial spirit was not an offensive type martial spirit, it could give her a very strong inner force and Tao force. She used the earth tier martial art, Cloud Eagle Palm, to constantly attack. The palm shadows were like the wings of a giant eagle, slapping at the prince. When the powerful Tao energy hit him, it emitted a loud bang 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 sound, exploding with a very powerful force, causing the prince to retreat again and again. Under Hong Mingshu's continuous and fierce attacks, the prince was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. He had no choice but to admit defeat or else he would be beaten to death and crippled. The other dueling platforms also ended their first matches. Those totem martial artists were all very strong and could crush their opponents. Qin Yan and Hong Mingshu were both in the first round. Now, they were watching the second round very seriously because the winner of the second round would be their next opponent. The power of the Si Qin Yan had originally wanted to see his opponent's fighting style. However, just as the battle began, the person fighting the totem warrior was sent flying in an instant. He lay on the ground, unable to get up. What did the totem warrior of the mighty heavenly royal sect do just now? Someone exclaimed. He just rushed over and didn't do anything, yet he sent the other party flying. What kind of power is this? It looks very mysterious. On the battling platform, the sound of someone admitting defeat could be heard. Victory, the totem warrior of the mighty heavenly royal sect had won in an instant. At this moment, the other totem warriors on the other battling platforms had also won one after another. The disciples fighting against them were all very strong in the sect. However, because they did not have totems and their strength was far inferior, they were beaten to the point of admitting defeat in an instant. The speed at which the totem warriors won was much faster than Qin Yan's. The totem warriors were very heavy-handed. The disciples who were injured by them would not be able to recover without recuperating for a year or two. Hong Mingshu said in a low voice, "Brother Yun, they are really strong." They all went over and defeated each other in one move. Especially that disciple of the mighty heavenly royal sect who is going to fight with you. I didn't even see what method he used. Qin Yan said, the totem warrior of the mighty heavenly royal sect is called Fan Hating. He is 30 years old and has 7 spirit veins. His martial spirit and totem are unknown. When he rushed over just now, his body produced a powerful force that released a strong impact. Therefore, the moment he went over, the impact also quickly went over and sent that person flying. Qin Yan did not know if the other party had used totem power or not. In short, the other party was very strong. The battles on the 8 battling platforms had ended. There were only 2 people left in each group. These 2 people would fight to obtain first place in the group. Fan Hating stood on the battling platform. He was very tall and his body was neither big nor small. He had a beard on his chin and his eyes under his sword-like eyebrows were filled with ice-cold killing intent and arrogance. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Qin Yan, who was slowly walking over. Qin Yan had just won 9 million purple coins from the mighty heavenly royal sect, and he had even injured the youngest inscription master of the sect. This grudge could be considered to have been formed. As a disciple of the mighty heavenly royal sect, Fan Hating also possessed a totem. At this moment, he would definitely not show mercy when competing with Qin Yan. Qin Yan could tell from Fan Hating's eyes that he wanted to kill him immediately. Fan Hating and Qin Yan also looked at each other. The 2 of them stood there without saying a word. Everyone could see that Fan Hating was filled with killing intent. That kind of gaze seemed to want to immediately kill Qin Yan. Furthermore, his entire body emitted a very strong aura, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. As for Qin Yan, he stood there very calmly. It was impossible to see anything from his expression. He looked very normal. Many people are looking at Qin Yan and Fan Hating's battle platform because it is the most interesting. Hai Ting, don't give him the chance to surrender. If you kill him, us elders will definitely reward you handsomely. Qin Yan injured Long Jie earlier. Now you have to kill him to let us vent our anger. Wei Zhongxing is not here. Otherwise, we would be able to see how Qin Yan was tortured to death. Why didn't that old guy show up? Was he afraid of seeing Qin Yan die? Ha ha ha. A few elders of the mighty heavenly royal clan were discussing loudly below. They had lost all face previously. If Fan Hating killed Qin Yan, they would be able to hold their heads high. Fan Hating said coldly, I won't give you the chance to admit defeat. You're already dead. When Mu Feng saw that the 8 battling platforms were almost ready, he immediately rang the bell. As the bell rang, Fan Hating, who was wearing a black cloak, suddenly flashed over like a black shadow. Qin Yan also knew that when Fan Hating rushed over, his body would definitely release a very strong impact force. It was just that he did not expect that Fan Hating would be pushed over by a very strong force when he was still very far away. Qin Yan, who did not expect that he would be pushed back repeatedly. Furthermore, the energy was like a tidal wave that kept crashing against Qin Yan's body. Wave after wave came crashing against his body. It's a sea totem. Mo, who was in the storage space, suddenly said. Qin Yan was alarmed. He did not know much about sea totems, but he knew that this was a very strong totem. He also understood why he felt like he was in the ocean. Fan Hating had used the power of the totem from the very beginning. This is a totem that belongs to the power of nature. Mo said, although this totem is very strong, it is not rare. Your heavenly lion totem is much stronger than the sea totem. Qin Yan hurriedly used tsunami technique, stirring up waves of tsunami power that messed up the totem power of the sea totem. When Fan Hating arrived in front of Qin Yan, the sea totem power that he released was also disrupted. He was unable to accurately hit Qin Yan and thus, he was unable to send Qin Yan flying. Qin Yan raised his hand and struck out with the extinction dragon palm. The roaring dragon's roar was accompanied by a flash of purple gold lightning fire as it struck at Fan Hating. Bang! Fan Hating's body was struck by the palm force and was sent flying to the edge of the battling platform. At the same time, Hong Mengshu also shouted that she admitted defeat. She was no match for the martial artist from Totem Pavilion, so she seized the opportunity to admit defeat. Otherwise, she would definitely be seriously injured. The totem warriors on the other battling platforms had also ended their battles and obtained victory. As for the totem warrior, Fan Hating, he did not crush Qin Yan. In fact, he was even pushed back by Qin Yan. Many of the seniors in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar when they saw this. A totem warrior is actually no match for Qin Yun. Qin Yun's strength is too terrifying. He is only at the second level of the martial Dao realm. A totem warrior at the third level of the martial Dao realm was actually beaten back by him. Isn't he a dual Dao core? Could it be that even totem warriors are no match for him? This was because in the previous matches, totem warriors had crushed the other warriors. Even though they were both at the third level of the martial Dao realm and came from a famous sect, they were still defeated by a totem warrior in a single exchange. As for Fan Hating's attack, not only did it not defeat Qin Yun, it did not even suppress him. Instead, it was sent flying. This was a humiliation for totem warriors. Hong Mengshu came down from the battling platform and came to her father's side. Hong Yan was also here. Father, can Brother Yan's dual Dao cores at the second level of the martial Dao really fight against a totem warrior? Hong Yan was also extremely curious. I'm not too sure because dual Dao cores are rarer than totem warriors. Totem warriors can be created later on, but dual Dao core warriors can't. Even the knowledgeable Hong Ying could only shake his head. Everyone was alarmed. Many people felt that a dual Dao core could not compare to a totem warrior, not to mention that Qin Yun was at the second level of the martial Dao. Fan Hating was clearly infuriated as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He took off his cloak and then took off his shirt. His upper body was covered in blue tattoos. It looked like a turbulent sea, giving off the illusion of a huge wave. It was very frightening. Everyone exclaimed softly because they had finally seen a totem. Qin Yun frowned and thought to himself, "MOMO, is my heavenly lion totem really stronger than the sea totem? The heavenly lion is fire and the sea is water. No matter how you look at it, he is the nemesis of me. The powerful power of the heavenly lion is not afraid of water, fire, ice, and thunder. The ancient heavenly lion can fight dragons and is not afraid of any dragons. Therefore, the heavenly lion and the dragon are also natural enemies." MOMO said. Qin Yun thought to himself, "But I still can't use the powerful power of the heavenly lion. The other party can't use the powerful power of the sea totem either." MOMO said, "Don't worry, I feel that he's not your match." Fan Hating attacked again. He spread his arms and his body trembled. A ferocious wave surged out. Crash, it was a true azure sea. It turned into a furious wave and slammed towards Qin Yun like a giant palm. Hua! Hua! The battling platform was struck by the violent wave, causing a tremor. The entire martial arts practice field felt a strong tremor. Everyone was shocked by this. The power of the great Dao combined with the totem inheritance could truly form a violent wave. When the wave came crashing down, Qin Yun's muscles and bones were filled with the power of vibration. As the wave fell, the impact was repelled by the vibrating power. Therefore, when the seemingly violent wave landed on Qin Yun's body, it only made him bend his knees slightly and squat down. It did not smash him into pieces. One had to know that such a powerful wave could tear apart a giant ship in the sea. As for Qin Yun, he was able to withstand such an attack. When Fan Hating saw this, he was also astonished. If Qin Yun was at the 5th or 6th level of the martial Dao realm, he would not be surprised at all if he could withstand his attack. However, Qin Yun was only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. Even Fan Hating himself could not help but suspect that the power of Qin Yun's dual Dao cores was close to the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. If it was an ordinary 4th level martial Dao realm cultivator, they would definitely have been killed by the wave just now. Qin Yun's body was also in pain. The impact just now was extremely violent. He smiled and said to Fan Hating, "Didn't you say that you wouldn't give me the chance to admit defeat? I seem to be able to admit defeat at any time now. Is that all the strength of a totem martial artist? So it turns out that the reason you were acting so mysterious was to scare people. Don't be arrogant." Fan Hating roared as he waved his palms, condensing a large amount of seawater that covered more than half of the battling platform. Under Fan Hating's control, the gigantic ball of azure seawater could transform at will. At this moment, it transformed into a gigantic palm that pressed down on Qin Yun. The palm formed from seawater was as large as half of the battling platform. The speed at which it pressed down was also very fast. There was no way to dodge it and it was pressed down by the palm of seawater. However, he was not pressed to the ground. Fan Hating shouted again as he controlled the palm of seawater to grab Qin Yun. The gigantic palm of seawater grabbed Qin Yun tightly and turned into a fist. Everyone watched in astonishment as Qin Yun, who was in the gigantic palm of seawater, struggled with all his might. "You're dead for sure." Fan Hating laughed loudly as he charged into the gigantic palm of seawater. Restrained Qin Yun was immersed in the water. His body was being squeezed by the seawater and he was unable to move. His throat was tightly gripped and he was unable to speak. He. The elder of the mighty heavenly king sect laughed happily. Qin Yun doesn't have the chance to admit defeat now. Not to mention being choked by the throat, just being immersed in the water made it difficult for one's voice to be transmitted. He thinks that just by defeating Hai Ting, he can really defeat Hai Ting. One of the elders laughed. Hai Ting is a totem martial artist, how can he defeat him? Just as the elder finished speaking, Qin Yun's body suddenly flickered with a purplish gold light. A bolt of lightning surged out and struck Fan Hating. Fan Hating was immediately struck by the electric shock, causing him to feel incomparable pain. He never expected Qin Yun's lightning power to be so terrifying, causing him endless pain. The worst part was that the seawater was the inner force of his Dao core and it was connected to the Dao core. Qin Yun suddenly erupted with a powerful lightning power. The lightning followed the seawater and entered Fan Hating's Dao core, striking it with electricity. Water martial spirit. Qin Yun sneered in his heart as he constantly released his lightning power. Qin Yun and Fan Hating were both immersed in the water. Lightning was transmitted through the water and anyone in the water would be electrocuted. Qin Yun, who possessed the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit, was not afraid of lightning. As for Fan Hating, his entire body was twitching from the electricity as his eyes rolled back. He wanted to admit defeat but he could not speak in the water. The elders of the mighty heavenly king sect were all astonished and worried. They all secretly blamed Fan Hating for using this move, giving Qin Yun the chance to use his lightning Dao power to attack. Fan Hating has trapped himself in a cocoon. Look at him being electrocuted like he's dancing. He should be in great pain. He's been restrained by Qin Yun. He shouldn't have used seawater to cover Qin Yun. Inside the large mass of seawater on the battling platform, purplish gold electric arcs flashed wildly, causing Fan Hating to feel extreme pain as his body constantly jumped around. Hong Mengshu said in a low voice, "Father, has the outcome been decided?" The Honging martial king frowned and said, "It's hard to say now. Fan Hating is a totem martial artist, he should still be very strong." The other totem martial artists were also astonished by the current situation. Others might not be clear about Fan Hating's strength, but those totem warriors were very clear about it. Fan Hating's strength was comparable to theirs. But now, he was being suppressed by Qin Yun. Everyone felt that Fan Hating had been negligent, allowing Qin Yun to restrain him with lightning. Fan Hating's Dao core is connected to the seawater, but at this time, it is constantly being electrocuted, causing it to be unable to operate normally and unable to retrieve the seawater. Let's see how long his body can he. Qin Yun's strength is truly not bad. I never thought that an inscription master like him would actually have such a high battle strength. Qin Dong. What he in to do? Yun to do him. To him. To. Qin Yun, he, the Yun, to Dao to into the water, Yun, to say to say, he, to Tian to do, to say. To Qin Yun's punch in the water looked slow but he had indeed used the heavenly lion's lightning force to strike out with the 9 extinction inner force. When the punch landed on Fan Hating's Dao core, it shattered it. After Fan Hating screamed, Qin Yun quickly walked over, raised his hand and attacked with Extinction Dragon Palm. The palm descended like a thunderbolt, setting off a storm of lightning and fire. Like a roaring dragon, it slapped onto Fan Hating's face, boom. A loud sound rang out. Qin Yun's palm landed on Fan Hating's face, causing many purple gold flaming lightning bolts to explode in all directions like fireworks. Everyone looked at the battling platform in shock. Everyone saw that Fan Hating's upper body had been turned into ashes by the furious thunder and fire Extinction Dragon Palm in the instant of the explosion. The other half of Fan Hating's body fell to the ground with a bang, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. The totem warrior had died just like that. Qin Yun never expected that when he combined the power of 3 Dao cores to unleash the Extinction Dragon Palm, it would be so terrifying. this was the power of the Extinction Dragon Palm. The power of the attack could be multiplied by several times. The Honging martial king let out a long sigh. Sure, this friend of yours is really decisive. Hating? An elder roared in grief and anger. The sorrowful cries of the elders of the mighty heavenly royal clan enveloped the plaza of the Inscription Manor. No one else dared to make a sound, worried that they would vent their anger on the mighty heavenly royal clan. When the totem warriors saw Fan Hating being killed, they only sighed with emotion. They did not fear Qin Yun because of it. This was because they felt that Qin Yun's ability to kill Fan Hating was purely a fluke. Everyone could see that Qin Yun's strongest move was only the Extinction Dragon Palm. Fan Hating had tricked himself. Qin Yun had used the power of thunder and lightning to electrocute his Dao core, giving him the opportunity to take advantage of it. Qin Yun never expected that he would be able to kill Fan Hating so easily. He was still somewhat stunned. He had originally thought that he could only seriously injure Fan Hating, but now, he had killed him with a single palm strike. Qin Yun has obtained first place in the 5th group. After Mu Feng recovered from his shock, he shouted. He removed the formation and came to Qin Yun's side to prevent Qin Yun from being besieged by the elders of the mighty heavenly royal clan. The sea totem engraved on Fan Hating's body had also disappeared. After all, that kind of totem was engraved on Totem Pavilion. If it died, it would be gone. There was no way to obtain it. These totem warriors had totems carved on their bodies. Every once in a while, they would have to go to Totem Pavilion to have Totem Pavilion help them maintain it. Totem Pavilion was also using this method to make the king-level sects work for them. Qin Yun, you will die a horrible death. An elder's face was filled with anger as he roared at Qin Yun. Our mighty heavenly royal clan and the 9 Extinction Profound Gate will not rest until one of us is dead. 9 Extinction Profound Gate, you're finished. Let's go, we'll go back now and join forces with the Fire King sect to suppress the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. The elders on the battling platform shouted angrily at Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood behind Mu Feng and secretly marveled at the strength of the Inscription Palace. Even though the elders were furious, they could only point at him and curse. I accidentally killed him. Who knew that he would be so fragile? With just a single palm strike, his body disappeared. Qin Yun muttered. Everyone had indeed seen Qin Yun's face filled with shock the moment he struck out with his palm. This caused everyone to secretly take a deep breath. That was because Qin Yun had really accidentally killed Fan Hating. After the elders of the mighty heavenly royal clan finished cursing, they left the martial arts practice field with incomparable anger. Mu Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. There was no need for him to do anything. He shouted, next, come up and draw lots. Decide on your opponent. Next, it will be the competition to enter the top 4. The 7 or 8 groups were not totem warriors. They were under a lot of pressure and only hoped to draw Qin Yun. Very quickly, the opponent was decided. The one fighting Qin Yun was in the 8th group. He was a prince of Songwu country. His name was Song Yu. He was overjoyed. Qin Yun was the same. His heart was blooming with joy. The black-robed man from Totem Pavilion was facing off against a prince of Zhanyu country who had a totem inheritance. The totem warrior of the Fire King sect fought against the totem warrior of Songwu country. He was also a prince. The number 1 beauty of the northern region from the Overlord sect was fighting against the 7th group of Fire King sect disciples. Now, Qin Yun completely understood that these martial countries and king-level sects had to cooperate with Totem Pavilion in order for their disciples to obtain the totem inheritance. There were no totem warriors in Hongwu country, which meant that their relationship with Totem Pavilion was not very deep. The 4 battles were also carried out at the same time. Qin Yun walked onto the stage and looked at the chubby Song Yu. He found it funny. Song Yu was dressed in loose white clothes. His face was full of smiles because he felt that his luck was not bad to be able to fight against Qin Yun. He believed that he could defeat Qin Yun and enter the top 4, even if he could not defeat a totem warrior, he would still be ranked 4th, far above the totem warriors. After Mu Feng rang the bell, Qin Yun, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, hurriedly left his spot. Song Yu also fiercely charged over. His chubby arm had actually turned into a snake that emitted cold air. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Song Yu's arm was covered by the platinum ice serpent martial spirit. This was a beast martial spirit. When released during a martial arts competition, it could increase one's strength. However, his speed was too slow. There were also some fatties among the martial artists. However, some of them were very agile and fast. As for Song Yu, his speed was extremely slow in Qin Yun's eyes. Song Yu's attack hit nothing but air. As for Qin Yun, who had already dodged, he attacked Song Yu's side. As he charged over, he used tsunami technique to punch, causing a few shockwaves that pushed Song Yu back repeatedly. The inner force turned into a shockwave and was also able to shake away the condensed inner force. Song Yu was preparing to defend, but his defensive Dao force had been scattered. He suddenly felt fear in his heart. He never expected Qin Yun to be so difficult to deal with. His attack power was so terrifying. "I admit defeat," Song Yu hurriedly shouted. Qin Yun, who was preparing to attack, hurriedly retracted his strength. If someone else admitted defeat and he still attacked, he would be the one to lose. Qin Yun wins and enters the top 4. Mu Feng shouted with a smile. He was not surprised at all that Song Yu would admit defeat. However, everyone was somewhat surprised. Song Yu had only exchanged a few blows with Qin Yun and he had already admitted defeat. It could be seen that he had suddenly realized that Qin Yun was very strong and was not as simple as he seemed. Song Yu had originally thought that he had picked up a big bargain. He never expected that Qin Yun would be the one to pick up a big bargain. After Qin Yun walked off the battling platform, the other 2 battling platforms also ended their battles. The black-robed man from Totem Pavilion had won. His opponent had admitted defeat. The seductive woman from the Overlord sect, Suyuka, had also won. As for the Fire King sect disciple who had fought with her, he was severely injured in a single move. In the end, he admitted defeat and left the stage. On the stage, it was the battle between the 2 totem warriors of the Fire King sect and Songwu country. Furthermore, the 2 of them were exchanging blows. From the looks of it, it was obvious that the prince of Songwu country was not strong enough and was inferior to the Fire King sect. "I admit defeat," the prince of Songwu country suddenly shouted. The martial artist of the Fire King sect smiled proudly before the 2 of them slowly stopped their cultivation. Everyone cursed in their hearts. These 4 matches were not satisfying at all. They all ended very quickly. Following that, Qin Yun and the other 4 who had won went on stage to draw lots. Enchanting Red Orchid. Qin Yun's opponent was Suyuka. As for Suyuka, she was very strong. She was a disciple of the Overlord sect and the new number 1 beauty of the northern region. Suyuka smiled disdainfully. "Qin Yun, your luck isn't that good. It's just SOSO. Qin Yun said indifferently. "Your relationship with that slut Feng Honglan seems to be pretty good. Her martial spirit has been crippled and her face has been disfigured. You're actually protecting her. You're really an infatuated person." "Ha ha ha." Suyuka laughed loudly. Qin Yun was immediately infuriated. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He said, "I really don't know how the number 1 beauty of the northern region was chosen. It's actually someone like you. To be honest, in terms of appearance and temperament, you are inferior to Honglan in any way. The Divine Inscription Palace is really something. It's better to be without than to be substandard. To actually use your trash to make up for it and ruin the reputation of our northern region." Everyone deliberately spoke loudly, causing Suyuka's expression to turn gloomy. Suyuka was furious to the extreme. She said angrily, "Feng Honglan's face is already disfigured. She will always be ugly. What can she compare to me? She can beat you no matter what." Qin Yun said with a sneer. Everyone watched them argue silently. Many people felt that Feng Honglan was much better than Suyuka when it came to the number 1 beauty of the northern region. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. "The people from the other states are here. Eastern region, southern region, western region. They all look very strong. I wonder if they are totem warriors?" Someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately looked towards the main road that led to the martial arts practice field. Indeed, there was a group of people walking over, chatting and laughing. There are quite a few women. Maybe the 4 beauties of Martial Desolate will be gathered here. The strength of the other three prefectures must also be very strong. Do they want to know more about our northern region's martial arts competition? The Honging martial king said to Hong Yan and Hong Mengshu, "Let's go, I'll bring you to meet my old friends." Xiao Yuemei also excitedly followed. This would allow her to broaden her horizons so that she could go out and fool people in the future. The group of people who had suddenly arrived did not look simple, especially those young people who were following behind the elders. They were definitely very strong. Suyuka's expression changed when she saw a few young and beautiful women. She was worried that she would be outshone by them. Qinyan felt that if Feng Honglan were here, even if her cultivation level was very low, she would definitely be slightly superior to the number one beauty of the other prefectures. "General Director, how is the number one beauty chosen?" Qinyan looked at Mu Feng and asked. "Well, it was recommended by the various sects and then decided by the inscription masters of our divine inscription palace," Mu Feng said with a smile. "So that's how it is. Looks like no one from the northern region signed up this time." Qinyan curled his lips. Suyuka said coldly, "Qinyan, as you can see, the young experts of the other three prefectures are all here. I'll let them see how you die by my hands in a moment." "Fine. In any case, I have already provoked the Fire King sect and the mighty Heavenly Royal clan, so I am not afraid of provoking your overlord sect." Qinyan smiled faintly. The semi-final battle was about to begin, and both battles would be held at the same time. It must be Totem Pavilion's Wu Quanxiang and Overlord Sect Suyuka. Qinyan is also very powerful, maybe he can defeat Suyuka. Impossible. Suyuka isn't as stupid as fan-hating. Furthermore, she knows Qinyan better now, but Qinyan doesn't know her totem or martial spirit. Everyone felt that Qinyan's chances of winning were not low. The group of people from the other three prefectures were all king-level sects and martial kingdoms. When they learned that a totem warrior had died, they were greatly surprised. This was because this was a very shocking piece of news. In a situation where there was no absolute suppression, one would have the chance to admit defeat during the martial arts competition. It was very rare for someone to die. There were a total of 100 people from the three prefectures. They all walked to the front, wanting to see the famous figures of the northern region. They wanted to see the battle of the totem warrior from Totem Pavilion even more. This was because in the eyes of many people, Totem Pavilion's Wu Quanxiang was the number one martial artist in the northern region. It was very likely that he had two totems on him. After Qinyan and Suyuka finished their preparations, it was about to begin. Everyone hurriedly looked at Qinyan's battling platform. Because Wu Quanxiang could win without any suspense, not many people went to watch. As for Qinyan, he was at the second level of the martial Dao realm. Therefore, regardless of whether he won or lost, everyone wanted to see it. Many people felt that Qinyan still had a certain level of strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this step. They were secretly looking forward to Qinyan defeating Suyuka and then facing off against Totem Pavilion. The bell rang, Qinyan hurriedly retreated and did not attack. His opponent was a totem warrior. If he didn't know what totem he had and rashly went over, he would be at a disadvantage. The moment the match began, Suyuka smiled seductively. A faint red mist seeped out from her body and floated around the battling platform. "It's the Crimson Orchid martial spirit." Qinyan was immediately alarmed and infuriated. Feng Honglan's martial spirit was actually on Suyuka. "The Crimson Orchid martial spirit is on you?" Qinyan roared angrily. "Such an excellent martial spirit is only suitable for me to possess. That slut Feng Honglan possesses the Crimson Orchid martial spirit. It's a disgrace to such a good martial spirit." Suyuka laughed complacently. "Qinyan, Feng Honglan's martial spirit is on me, but you can't do anything to me. Furthermore, I want to use the Crimson Orchid martial spirit to kill you. That little slut Feng Honglan will definitely be very sad when she finds out about this. Ha ha ha, you're not worthy of the Crimson Orchid martial spirit." Qinyan roared as he charged forward and instantly arrived in front of Suyuka. Just as he was about to attack, he saw that Suyuka's appearance had changed. She looked exactly like Feng Honglan and she even had a pitiful look on her face. Just as Qinyan was about to attack, he was alarmed and immediately stopped. Boom, Suyuka struck out with her palm a few times, striking Qinyan's body. Qin Yan was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. His clothes were also tattered and there were many palm prints on his body. The red palm print carried a faint fragrance of red orchids as it landed on Qin Yan's body. Ha ha ha. Suyuka laughed loudly and said, Qin Yan, you're dead for sure. Mo hurriedly said, Brother Yun, that's the power of the bewitching totem. It can bewitch a martial spirit and cause it to become dispirited. An old man from the southern region said, that should be the bewitching totem. This kind of totem is very strange. It can give people a special kind of power. This kind of power can be imprinted on a person's body and then bewitch the martial spirit, preventing it from exerting its power. Looks like Totem Pavilion has collected quite a few good totems. Totem Pavilion's Wu Quanxiang has won and he won without a fight. No one dares to fight him. After all, he's from Totem Pavilion. Suyuka's ability to change her appearance was also because she used the power of the totem. Then, she used the Crimson Orchid martial spirit in conjunction with the bewitching totem to increase the bewitching power and bewitching the martial spirit. Qin Yan hurriedly used the soul refining art. He gathered the power of the soul refining in his palm and erased the palm prints on his body. He easily erased it, causing Suyuka to be unable to laugh. Looks like your totem can't give you much power. It can only be used as a support. Qin Yan sneered. A totem warrior did not have a totem. That was not much different from an ordinary third-level martial Dao realm cultivator. In Qin Yan's eyes, Suyuka was equivalent to someone without a totem. When the elders of the Overlord sect saw Qin Yan easily erase the palm prints, they were all astonished and began to discuss what was going on. Suyuka's totem was indeed very powerful. If she was hit by a few palms, the power of her martial spirit would basically be useless. Her strength would be greatly reduced and she would be defeated very quickly. But now, Qin Yan's soul refining power could dispel the palm prints. You. How did you do it? Just as Suyuka finished speaking, she realized that Qin Yan was rushing over. She hurriedly transformed into Feng Honglan's appearance but her face was still struck by the Extinction Dragon Palm. The furious Extinction Dragon Palm flashed with lightning and fire as it enveloped Suyuka. Boom! Qin Yan's palm landed heavily on Suyuka's cheek, shooting out streams of purplish gold lightning and fire. Surging lightning flames engulfed the entire battling platform, turning it into a purgatory of lightning and fire. It was extremely terrifying. As for Suyuka, she was beheaded with a single palm strike. Another totem martial artist had died and it was another palm strike. Qin Yan's Extinction Dragon Palm had once again shocked the entire audience. What everyone found funny was that the number one beauty of the northern region had died not long after being selected. The people from the Inscription Palace were extremely vexed because they had to choose again. Extinction Dragon Palm, it's too terrifying. This kid's Extinction Dragon Palm has reached a certain level. He's only at the second level of the martial Dao realm and he already has such power. What the hell is going on? Don't forget, he has dual purple gold martial spirits and dual Dao cores. That's extremely terrifying. The people from the other three prefectures had just arrived and found out that Fan Hating, a totem martial artist, had been killed with a single palm strike. At that time, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, they didn't have to wait long before they personally saw a totem martial artist being killed on the battling platform with a single palm strike. Qin Yan struck Su Yulan's abdomen with his palm and produced a ball of flames. Then, he used the soul extraction technique to extract the Crimson Orchid martial spirit. Because the battling platform was covered in flames, it could conceal the fact that he was extracting the martial spirit. Only Xiao Yuemei and Morong Darren knew that Qin Yan was taking back Feng Honglan's martial spirit. The fire and thunder on the battling platform gradually disappeared and Suyuka was burned to ashes. Qin Yan was overjoyed when he successfully retrieved the Crimson Orchid martial spirit. Totem martial artist? That's all. I thought you were powerful but you can't even take a single palm from me. Qin Yan snorted lightly. His Extinction Dragon Palm had been unleashed with the power of 3 Dao cores. Its power was extremely terrifying. Those who had not personally experienced it would not be able to understand how powerful it was. Qin Yan now understood that using the Dao power of the Nether Sun Dao core to execute the Extinction Dragon Palm was so terrifying. Previously, he had been unable to unleash the power of the Nether Sun martial spirit but now, through the Extinction Dragon Palm, he could unleash an extremely powerful force. The Overlord sect elder's sorrowful and indignant voice immediately cursed the heavens. Previously, the mighty heavenly royal clan was slightly better than them. At the very least, they still had half a corpse to collect. At this moment, not even ashes remained of Su Yuka. Mu Feng shouted with a smile, the next battle will be between Qin Yun and Wu Quanxiang. The strongest third-level martial Dao realm cultivator in the northern region will be decided in the next match. Wu Quanxiang Qin Yun felt quite a bit of pressure when facing Wu Quanxiang. Especially now that he was so close to Wu Quanxiang, he could clearly sense the surging and powerful Dao energy. What exactly is this guy's martial spirit? It doesn't seem to have a very strong elemental power. Qin Yun thought to himself. At this moment, he was standing on the battling platform and had a short period of rest. Perhaps it was because time was of the essence, the martial arts competition was carried out continuously without any time to rest. Wu Quanxiang was dressed in black and his face was slightly dark. His eyes were wide open, as if he had never blinked. There was a strange evil glint in his eyes that made one's hair stand on end. He was not as tall as Qin Yun, but the aura on his body was much stronger than Qin Yun's. Mo said, Brother Yun, that guy has two totems on him. One of them is the Thunder Totem and the other is the Berserk Totem. Was it inscribed the day after tomorrow? Qin Yun asked. Yes. This kind of totem is usually not that strong. Mo said. Now, Qin Yun was more confident. Wu Quanxiang's Thunder Totem could increase the power of thunder and lightning. The Berserk Totem made one even more berserk in order to obtain even stronger and more berserk power. Qin Yun, who was standing on the battling platform, stared at Wu Quanxiang. What made him feel strange was that Wu Quanxiang's face did not show any emotion and he did not speak. He rarely spoke, and even if someone tried to talk to him, he would not reply. He gave off a mysterious feeling. This guy didn't even need to fight to win a few matches. He must be full of energy. Moreover, he didn't expose his powerful moves. Qin Yun said in his heart, and I have been understood a lot by him. Totem Pavilion was a devil sect and Wu Quanxiang was an outstanding disciple of Totem Pavilion. He must have learned a devil art. This was something that Qin Yun needed to pay attention to. There were no martial kings from Totem Pavilion. There were only a few elders at the peak of the Xian martial realm. The other martial kingdoms and king-level sects did not have any martial king experts present. It was as if they had made an appointment. On the other hand, there were several martial kings from the other three prefectures present. Qin Yun's goal was to enter the ancient garden. On one hand, he wanted to search for the exquisite profound fruit, and on the other hand, he wanted to investigate the connection between the ancient garden and the Nine-Yang divine spirit. The Nine-Yang divine spirit was closely related to the immortal graveyard diagram and the immortal graveyard ground. Right now, he was also preparing to head to the immortal graveyard. Get ready! Mu Feng laughed and shouted. The people who were whispering to each other immediately quietened down and looked at the stage. Everyone felt that in this match, Qin Yun would definitely be able to force Wu Quanxiang to make a move. They had watched so many matches, but they had never seen Wu Quanxiang's true strength, so they were very curious. Although the other totem warriors could fight with Wu Quanxiang, they didn't dare to make a move and immediately admitted defeat. As for Qin Yun, he would definitely fight to the end against Totem Pavilion. Mu Feng waited for a while and then rang the bell. There was a buzzing sound. Wu Quanxiang stood still, but his arm suddenly overflowed with a deep purple aura. With a walla sound, the sleeve of his right arm was torn apart, and his entire arm swelled up. It was extremely terrifying, and his skin was even blackish purple. When Qin Yun saw this, he was alarmed. There were many totems on Wu Quanxiang's right arm. It was a berserk totem. Within the spirit inscriptions, there were also berserk runes. However, the berserk totem was much more complicated than the berserk runes. Not only did Wu Quanxiang's arm suddenly turn black, the skin on his body also turned pitch black. His face was covered in sinister green veins and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked very frightening. At that moment, Qin Yun could also sense an aura that was very similar to that of a magical beast. This guy's entire body is filled with demonic Dao power. Mo suddenly said, Brother Yun, you have to be careful of his demonic Dao power. His cultivation is higher than yours, so his demonic Tao power is suppressing you. Qin Yun was the first to attack. He flew over and struck out with the Extinction Dragon palm, at the same time that his palm that flickered with purplish gold lightning flames struck out. Wu Quanxiang sneered. His black arm swept out and blocked his Extinction Dragon palm. Bang, the collision produced a muffled sound. The martial stage was instantly enveloped by purplish gold lightning flames and a dark purple lightning. Qin Yun was sent flying to the edge of the martial stage. This guy used totem power. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. His Extinction Dragon palm was unable to break through Wu Quanxiang's defense. Previously, those totem martial artists had all been killed by him with a single palm strike. Now, Wu Quanxiang could use his swollen black arm to block. Wu Quanxiang laughed coldly and fiercely charged over. Although he had a very large arm, it did not affect his speed. He was still very agile and fast. As he flew over, his arm danced wildly. Dark purple lightning appeared and turned into a tornado that engulfed Qin Yun in an instant. The tornado formed from the violent lightning also had a very strong suction force. Qin Yun was only 20 meters away from the tornado when he was sucked in. The tornado spun and the dark purple lightning constantly jumped and flashed as it attacked Qin Yun's body. The lightning condensed from the power of the demonic Tao is actually so harmful to me. Qin Yun cried out in pain. Wu Quanxiang had cultivated the third life mark. His cultivation was higher than Qin Yun's, so the demonic Tao lightning could suppress Qin Yun. If not for the demonic Tao lightning, Qin Yun would not have been in such pain. Is this the terror of the demonic Tao? Qin Yun looked at the people below the battling platform and shouted, he used the power of the demonic Tao. Why aren't you from the righteous sects making a move? Originally, he thought that if Wu Quanxiang used a demonic Tao cultivation technique, the experts here would stop him, but they did not. Qin Yun, this is an agreement. After all, in the end, we still have to compete with the demon desolate, so. Mu Feng was also in a difficult position as he stuttered. This is the martial desolate. Can the northern region of the martial desolate tolerate devils? Qin Yun asked. Wu Quanxiang laughed sinisterly as he constantly released demonic lightning to maintain the rotation of the demonic lightning tornado, ravaging Qin Yun's body. The elder from Totem Pavilion said with a sneer, Qin Yun, don't slander us. Wu Quanxiang did not use the power of the demonic Tao. That was just your misconception. Our Totem Pavilion is a righteous sect. Qin Yun, your skills are inferior to others, so you falsely accuse others of cultivating demonic arts. This is too shameless. Qin Yun, if you can still speak, you should have admitted defeat. Qin Yun cursed angrily, Pfft. I won't admit defeat to you bunch of devils. I don't believe that the Xian realm experts here can't see Wu Quanxiang's demonic Tao power. You bunch of cowards. Since you are tolerating a devil like Wu Quanxiang, then in the future, your disciples better be careful. Once there is a conflict with me, I will kill them immediately. You still claim to be a righteous sect, yet you allow the devil sect to run amok. I think you are all lackeys of the devil Tao, a bunch of cowards and trash who submit to Totem Pavilion. You are not worthy of being a martial artist. To think that you have a few martial kings. I think you are just a bunch of cowardly kings among a group of martial artists. Your martial king realm cultivation has all been wasted on a dog. Although the group of experts were displeased by the scolding, they did not say a word, Qin Yun recalled back then. His elder sister, the Grand Preceptor, Xianxia, had been spurned and hunted down because she had been falsely accused of cultivating a demonic art. And because of this matter, he had been forced many times by that group of sanctimonious fellows. At this moment, the true disciples of the devil sect were destroying him here. However, the experts of the righteous sects below him had turned a blind eye to it. If the person who used the demonic arts was Qin Yun, then this group of people would definitely attack without hesitation. Qin Yun finally understood that in the martial desolate, regardless of whether it was good or evil, as long as one had sufficient strength, even cultivating demonic arts was allowed. If he was suppressed because he cultivated a demonic art, it was only because he was weak. The so-called righteous sects were simply things that bullied the weak and feared the strong. They had completely lost the spirit of martial arts. Qin Yun was infuriated. With a deep roar, his body suddenly overflowed with black gas. The battling platform suddenly trembled, When Xiao Yuemei and Morong Darren saw this scene, they immediately knew that Qin Yun was about to expose his vibration martial spirit. Qin Yun's vibration martial spirit roared in anger, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Within the trembling martial arts practice field, a low roar could be faintly heard. When everyone saw Qin Yun's body emitting black gas, they could not help but turn pale with fright. He also cultivates a demonic art? Hong Yan exclaimed, that's impossible, right? The few martial kings were also astonished as they carefully looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes were pitch black as his entire body emitted a black gas. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying vibration power erupted. After he cultivated the second life mark, he could release vibration Dao power, which was even more terrifying. Now, he allowed the vibration martial spirit to be attached to his body and fully release the power of vibration. Qin Yun's body trembled as the lightning tornado dissipated. With a roar, he charged at Wu Quanxiang. The extinction dragon palm struck out. There was no purplish gold lightning fire on his palm. Instead, there was a black gas that overflowed in all directions. The palm that struck out was overflowing with waves of black gas, shaking the air. The palm wind roared like thunder, carrying with it a surging vibration Dao power as it covered Wu Quanxiang. Wu Quanxiang was also shocked. He never expected that the power that Qin Yun suddenly unleashed would be so terrifying. He hurriedly used his swollen arm to block. Boom! Qin Yun's palm struck Wu Quanxiang's swollen arm. With an explosive sound, the arm shook into a black mist of blood. Everyone looked at the black blood mist that filled the air and could not help but be stunned. Wu Quanxiang's arm. However, what could block the extinction dragon palm had been destroyed by a single palm strike. Immediately following that, Qin Yun's second extinction dragon palm struck out. The roaring and furious vibrating power seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and the earth. The mountain toppling and sea overturning might was like breaking dry weeds as it surged through the air. The power of the second palm descended and the black vibrating power ruthlessly smashed into Wu Quanxiang's body. Boom! Wu Quanxiang's body immediately exploded into a black mist of blood and water that splattered all over the battling platform. The earth that was shaking crazily also calmed down at this moment. The black gas that seeped out from Qin Yun's body gradually disappeared. His eyes once again became bright and clear. Wu Quanxiang was dead, killed by two palms. In the martial arts practice field, all sorts of noises erupted. Dark Soul Curse not only had Qin Yun defeated Wu Quanxiang, he had also killed him. This exceeded everyone's expectations, especially the black vibrating power that Qin Yun released. It was the most shocking. Mu Feng did not close the array formation on the battling platform. It was also to prevent the people from Totem Pavilion from attacking Qin Yun. An old man from Totem Pavilion said angrily, Divine Inscription Palace, we lost an outstanding dual totem martial artist. You should also know that it is not easy to find a physique that is compatible with two totems. But now, he has been killed by Qin Yun. Are you going to protect Qin Yun now? Mu Feng said with a smile, first, in our inscription royal city, if you casually attack someone, you will have to pay a heavy price. Secondly, in a martial arts competition, casualties are allowed. I can only express my regret that Qin Yun killed Wu Quanxiang. With that, he took out a jade token and said, I will inform our city lord now and let him come here to make the decision. Qin Yun stood on the dueling platform and said angrily, Old dog of Totem Pavilion, let's not talk about the fact that death and injury are allowed in the martial arts competition. Just the fact that Wu Quanxiang is a demon, it is only right and proper for me to slay demons. You bunch of old demon dogs, if you were worried that Wu Quanxiang would die, then don't let him come up and compete with me. When the people from Totem Pavilion saw Wu Quanxiang die, they wanted to take revenge out of anger. This was what infuriated Qin Yun the most. Qin Yun, you are the devil. Do you dare to say that the power you used just now was not a demonic art? The old man from Totem Pavilion shouted, You thief calling thief, hurry up and die. Divine Inscription Palace, you are harboring the devil. The people from Totem Pavilion shouted. Mu Feng frowned and said, Totem Pavilion, you guys came from the magical desolate land. Naturally, you don't understand the matters of our martial desolate land. I'm not afraid to tell you that Qin Yun just used the power of the vibration martial spirit. Because his vibration martial spirit is black, that's why he released the black qi. A black martial spirit, and a vibration martial spirit, this was a legendary martial spirit. Everyone in the martial arts practice field was astonished. Those few martial kings also noticed it earlier, but they were not very sure. Doesn't Xianxia have the purple gold thunder martial spirit and purple gold fire martial spirit? And now there was a black vibration martial spirit? This is a scam. He has 3 martial spirits, could it be that he has 3 Dao cores? That's impossible. He's not even 20 years old. It's already incredible that he managed to cultivate 2 Dao cores. If he were to cultivate 3 Dao cores, he would have to consume a large amount of resources. Furthermore, he would have to have the ability to digest them. He only has 1 spirit vein. Even if he eats a large amount of pills, he won't be able to absorb much. No one dares to believe that Xianxia has 3 Dao cores. Xianxia quickly said, to be honest, I only have 2 martial spirits. They are the purple gold thunder fire martial spirit and the vibration martial spirit. When everyone heard that, they found it acceptable. However, they cursed Xianxia in their hearts. Back then, he had actually concealed the vibration martial spirit and had separated the thunder and fire martial spirits. If they knew that he had the black vibration martial spirit, then the person who was competing with him would definitely not underestimate him. Mu Feng smiled as he looked at the people from Totem Pavilion and said, you should understand now. Xianxia did not use any demonic arts, but that fellow from your Totem Pavilion used a demonic art just now. The few elders of Totem Pavilion were immediately speechless. Xianxia's black vibration martial spirit was an existence that was comparable to a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. It made many people exclaim in admiration. If you want to kill Xianxia, you can do it outside the inscription royal city. Mu Feng said again, if you do it here, I guarantee that all of you will die. Mu Feng had wanted to stop Wu Guangxiang earlier, but the upper echelons of the inscription palace had instructed him to do so. In this kind of martial arts competition, even if he used demonic arts, he could only turn a blind eye. Furthermore, Mu Feng knew that Xianxia was a high-ranked spirit inscription master. Just based on this point, he had to protect Xianxia. Not long after, a short-haired middle-aged man flew over with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man was dressed in red and had a curled beard. Coupled with his slight smile, it made his entire face look like it was smiling. This middle-aged man was the city lord of the inscription royal city. He was a martial king and his name was Liao Tailong. City Lord Tailong, I thought you wouldn't appear today. Honging chuckled and said from afar. Since such a thing has happened, how can I not appear? Liao Tailong laughed heartily and landed in front of the few elders from Totem Pavilion. The people from Totem Pavilion hurriedly took a few steps back. Although Liao Tailong's face was full of smiles, it gave off an inexplicable sense of fear. To be able to become the city lord of the inscription royal city and a martial king at that, his strength must be extremely terrifying. Even the other martial emperor realm cultivators were afraid of him. Liao Tailong chuckled and said, you people of Totem Pavilion, listen up. There is no problem with the process of this martial arts competition. It did not violate our rules. Therefore, if you want to make a move against the winner, then be prepared to die. We've already tolerated you bunch of devils competing here. What else do you want? The elders of Totem Pavilion regretted not sending a martial king expert over. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to swallow their anger. If we kill Xianxia outside the city, your divine inscription palace won't be able to do anything. The old man from Totem Pavilion said coldly. In terms of aura, they still had to show a bit of toughness. Liao Tailong smiled and said, if you want to kill Xianxia outside the territory of our divine inscription palace, you have to be careful. Don't let us know. Because he is an inscription master of our divine inscription palace. Xianxia had previously competed with Chu Longjie in artifact forging and he had even won. He was definitely at the level of a high-ranked inscription master. He was not even 20 years old and he was also a high-ranked inscription master. His martial spirit was also so impressive. This was indeed a rare genius in the martial desolate land. The black martial spirit will become his bottleneck. The people from Totem Pavilion mocked, although my eyes were clumsy before, I couldn't tell that he had a black martial spirit. But I also have some understanding of the black martial spirit. It's difficult to cultivate a black martial spirit to form a third life mark. This means that it's a useless martial spirit. Many of the people present understood this very well. The Honging martial king said, that's right. The black martial spirit is the highest grade martial spirit. Over the years, there have been people who possessed black martial spirits in the martial desolate land, but their martial spirits were unable to evolve, so they were unable to cultivate the third life mark. As a result, they were stuck at the second level of the martial Dao realm. Even until he dies of old age, he won't be able to break through. Someone said with a smile. Xianxia did not dare to reveal his vibration martial spirit back then because he was worried that the 9 Extinction Sect master would abandon him if he found out. After all, a black martial spirit cannot evolve. An old martial king from the western region sighed and said, "My brother has a black sword martial spirit. Back then, our entire sect focused our resources on him, but in the end, that black sword martial spirit was unable to evolve. In the end, he died and wasted a large amount of resources. Although the black martial spirit was the strongest, it wasn't the best." Xianxia now understood why Xianxia did not mention this matter to him back then. She was worried that he would overthink it. Those martial kings were very certain that the reason why the black martial spirit could not evolve was because they had personally seen such people die of old age because they were unable to break through. Liao Tailong said with a smile, "Everyone, there are no absolutes in this matter. We know very little about the 9 desolate lands below the 9 suns, and our grasp of all sorts of things is also very limited." Xianxia said, "City Lord Tailong, I remember that if I win first place, I will be able to obtain the mysterious soul ascension pill, right?" "Yes, I almost forgot." Liao Tailong walked over with a smile. Mufeng also closed the formation. Liao Tailong took out a small jade bottle and poured out a pale golden pill for Xianxia. Xianxia took out a jade bottle and happily thanked Liao Tailong. What a waste of the mysterious soul ascension pill. The elder from Totem Pavilion snorted, "Xianxia, just you wait. Our Totem Pavilion will not let you off. Even if I don't kill Wu Quanxiang, you won't let me and the 9 Extinction Gate off. Therefore, I feel that killing him isn't a big deal. In any case, the consequences are the same." Xianxia laughed out loud. "Back then, your Totem Pavilion chased after our outstanding disciples everywhere. Now that an outstanding disciple of yours has died, how do you feel? You don't have to be sad. You will slowly get used to this kind of thing in the future. One day, our 9 Extinction Profound Gate will definitely uproot your Totem Pavilion." The few elders from Totem Pavilion were so angry that their teeth itched. They could only leave angrily. Liao Tailong still had a smile on his face as he said, "The 4 experts from the 4 prefectures of the Martial Desolate will head to the Divine Inscription Palace near the Path of the Thorny Devil. At that time, there will be a total of 16 young experts from the Demon Desolate, Martial Desolate and Magical Desolate. They will compete many times to determine the spots to enter the ancient garden." The martial arts competition in the northern region was over. Everyone dispersed and returned to their residences or went to a hotel with their friends. Xianxia, on the other hand, entered the suite in the tower. Xiao Yuemei followed him back. In the living room of the suite, Xianxia looked at the jade bottle containing the mysterious ascension pill in silence. "Brother, you can definitely break the Black Soul Devil curse." Seeing Xianxia in a daze, Xiao Yuemei is somewhat worried. She walked over and said, "N." Xianxia smiled, "If you want to break the Black Soul curse, ordinary methods won't work. I can only use the soul refining technique." Xiao Yuemei hurriedly asked, "Is it really possible? Did you already have a clue?" "I have some direction." Xianxia nodded and said, "Do you still remember? Back then, I devoured Xiao Yanglong's sun martial spirit and broke through to the martial Dao realm." Although Xiao Yuemei was not present at that time, she had heard of it. Xiao Yuemei's jade-like face is filled with surprise. "I understand. A black martial spirit requires a lot of energy, and that kind of energy is not something ordinary pills can provide. Brother, does that mean you need to devour a large amount of martial spirits?" "Maybe. I have mastered the soul refining technique, so I can use the method of refining souls to strengthen and evolve my martial spirit." Xianxia smiled. "Yuemei, I might need your help in the future." Xiao Yuemei said excitedly, "Brother, I'll get Grandpa Wei to give me the soul-devouring spirit snake. When I go out and meet bad guys, I'll take their martial spirits away." "That's fine, but you must be careful not to harm the innocent," Xianxia said. Desolate Domain. Xiao Yuemei would not stay in one place for too long, otherwise she would feel very bored. You're so weird, I'm not worried about you. But you have to be careful, don't fail in a simple task. Qin Yan pinched Xiao Yuemei's beautiful and cute nose. Xiao Yuemei smiled tenderly and said, I know. Qin Yan said, in 3 days, I'll be heading to the thorny devil road. I'll eat this mysterious soul-raising pill first. It's still very useful for the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit. He was unable to cultivate a black martial spirit right now, so he could only cultivate the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit first. 3 days passed and Qin Yan had already refined the mysterious soul-raising pill. His purple gold thunder flame martial spirit had also strengthened by a lot. He walked out of the room and saw Xiao Yuemei and Wei Zhongxing chatting and laughing in the hall. Sect Master, how is Honglan's situation? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Wei Zhongxing chuckled and said, fortunately, a few elders will help her suppress the poison. Honglan and Yening both have red variant martial spirits. They are also very good together and they are also very interested in growing medicinal herbs. Xiao Yun, your performance is really not bad. When dealing with those fellows from Totem Pavilion, you should be decisive. Qin Yan nodded and asked, Sect Master, since I have a black martial spirit, does that mean that my black Dao core has not cultivated the third life mark and the purple gold thunder flame Dao core has not been cultivated? Yes. You don't have to worry for the time being. I will take some time to travel around and find a way to help you break through. Wei Zhongxing said. Xiao Yuemei smiled sweetly and said, Brother, I will also ask around for a way. Thank you, Yuemei. Qin Yan caressed her cute face and asked, when are you leaving? Grandpa Wei gave me the little snake. I'll say goodbye to you and leave. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, Brother, I'm leaving. Take care. And, you take care too. Qin Yan smiled. La 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 la. Xiao Yuemei hummed a cheerful tune as she skipped out of the suite. Qin Yan took out a soul-sealing pearl and handed it to Wei Zhongxing. Sect Master, this is the Crimson Orchid Martial Spirit. I extracted it from Su Yuka. Wei Zhongxing took it and said, I will give it to Honglan. If she has 2 red orchid martial spirits, I wonder what will happen. Let's go, let's gather and head to the thorny devil road. Qin Yan was also looking forward to the trip. He hurriedly returned to his room to change his clothes. He changed into the clothes of the 9 Extinction Gate. It was a set of simple white clothes with some patterns engraved on it. It was somewhat similar to the 9 pillars. Wei Zhongxing was also wearing the same clothes. The two of them walked out of the tower and came to a large hall below. When they arrived at the lobby, it suddenly became very quiet. Although Wei Zhongxing has just stepped into the martial king realm, his strength is extremely strong. Even those older generation martial kings are afraid of him. Furthermore, Wei Zhongxing's mastery of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra was extremely profound. The power of the 9 Extinction was extremely terrifying. Mu Feng smiled and said, Everyone is here. Let's set off now. There were only about 100 people going together. Most of them were from the other 3 prefectures. Hong Ying also brought Hong Mengshu along to broaden his horizons. Hong Yan, on the other hand, followed Morong Darren to fool around. 9 Extinction Sect Master, what about the old man who fought on par with the Heavenly Fire Martial King in the palace last time? Is he from the 9 Extinction Gate? The Hong Ying Martial King was very curious about this and so were the other Martial Kings. Now that the 9 Extinction Gate dared to provoke the 3 king-level sects and Totem Pavilion, it must be hiding an even stronger strength. Wei Zhongxing said with a bright smile, of course he's from our 9 Extinction Gate. Back then, he was an elder of our 9 Extinction Gate who went out to travel. He's a Dao inscription master and he's also a martial king. Jiang Daju was indeed very strong and his identity was very mysterious. In that intense battle, he did not reveal his martial spirit, which was even more surprising. Therefore, Wei Zhongxing was deliberately bragging about Jiang Daju's strength. This would make these powers fear the 9 Extinction Gate. He's not in our 9 Extinction Gate anymore. He's out traveling again but he said that he'll come back every once in a while. Wei Zhongxing said. Jiang Daju was a puppet from the Spirit Desolate Land. If he was unable to return to the Spirit Desolate Land, then he could only go to the 9 Extinction Gate to stay. Hong Ying and the other martial kings all had shocked expressions on their faces. A martial king realm Dao inscription master was extremely impressive. With such a character in the 9 Extinction Gate, it was definitely equivalent to a king-level sect. Congratulations to the 9 Extinction Sect Master, the 9 Extinction Gate should be able to change its name. A martial king from the western region said with a smile. Wei Zhongjing shook his head and smiled, not yet. Let's talk about it when my alchemy skills rise to the level of an alchemist. If our 9 Extinction Gate doesn't have an alchemist, we wouldn't dare to call ourselves a king-level sect. We would be laughed at. When everyone heard this, they suddenly remembered that Wei Zhongjing was an alchemist. Let's go. Without those fellows from Totem Pavilion here, it's so refreshing. Wei Zhongjing said with a smile. Everyone walked out of the Inscription Royal City and took out their own flying treasures. They carried a group of juniors who were watching the show and flew towards the path of the Thorny Devil. At night, Qin Yin sat outside the flying boat and looked at the stars in the sky. He thought about many things regarding Blue Spirit Star Palace. The establishment of Blue Spirit Star Palace was related to the Immortal Graveyard. The missing Martial King Lanxiao must know many secrets. When I have time, I have to study the star and moon runes I obtained from the Inscription Gate. Qin Yin lay down and looked at the bright moon. He thought of Xiao Yuan and Yang Shiyu. Wei Zhongjing walked out of the cabin and asked with a smile, Little Yun, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just curious how strong the fellows from the Demon Desolate Land and the Magical Desolate Land are. Qin Yin replied with a smile after his thoughts were interrupted. If it's just an ordinary one, there's no need to worry. If it's an ancient bloodline inheritance, you have to be careful. Wei Zhongjing said. I remember that the Inscription Palace said that there will be 16 young experts competing together. Qin Yin said with a frown, we only have 4 people in the Martial Desolate Land. There are 12 in the Demon Desolate Land and the Magical Desolate Land? Wei Zhongjing said, the Demon Desolate Land and the Magical Desolate Land also have 4. The other 4 should be young experts from the 3 desolate bloodline aristocrat families. The bloodline aristocrat families seem to be very mysterious. They are not mixed up with the Martial Kingdom or the king-level sects. Qin Yin hurriedly sat up. He was very interested in this matter. Because he had the bloodline of the Heavenly Lion in his body, he was very curious about the ancient bloodline aristocrat families. You might not know this, but these bloodline aristocrat families are all very strong and they all rule over a desolate domain. Wei Zhongjing said, the desolate domain is a kind of spatial crack or a spatial cave or something. It is another small space that suddenly appeared in our great desolate land. It is also known as the ancient desolate arcane domain. The ancient desolate arcane domain only appeared by chance, but it is the same as the 3 desolate lands. Because it is an independent small space, the 9 Sun spiritual energy has not flowed out even after many years, causing the 9 Sun spiritual energy to be extremely dense. It has given birth to all kinds of strange flowers and plants and a large amount of mineral resources. The ancient garden is a very large ancient desolate arcane domain. It is a large space in the crevice of the 3 desolate lands. Qin Yin sighed and said, it seems like the bloodline aristocrat families are really strong. Sect Master, have you been to the ancient desolate arcane domain of those families? Wei Zhongjing said, I haven't been there, but those martial kings should have. The martial kings of the Martial Kingdom also control a large amount of resources. Some of the resources are not available in the ancient desolate arcane domain, so they will come out to trade. If there is any grand event in the ancient desolate arcane domain, they will also invite the martial kings of the Martial Kingdom to participate. I heard that a few of the martial kings of the Martial Kingdom have children in the ancient desolate arcane domain. Qin Yin suddenly thought of the Immortal Graveyard. Sect Master, could the Immortal Graveyard be an ancient desolate arcane domain that is difficult to discover? Wei Zhongjing nodded. About that. It's extremely possible. The ancient desolate arcane domain exists in every desolate land, but it's very difficult to discover it. Only by chance would one be able to discover the ancient desolate arcane domain. Only those powerful bloodline aristocrat clans would have enough strength to seize the entrance to the ancient desolate arcane domain after discovering it. If we discover it and do not have enough strength to protect it, we will only be devoured by the bloodline aristocrat clans. Some bloodline aristocrat clans own several ancient desolate arcane domains. Qin Yan said with a frown, they are really overbearing. Wei Zhongxing shook his head and smiled, an ancient desolate arcane domain that has never been developed means that it is a huge treasure trove. As long as we take it down, we will be able to obtain a large amount of resources. People are greedy, so they will take it if they can. Qin Yan also understood why the martial kingdom and the king-level sects did not have the ancient desolate arcane domain. It was because they could not defeat the bloodline aristocrat clans. The reason why the people of the bloodline aristocrat clans did not travel much in the martial desolate arcane domain was because they had a huge treasure trove and did not care about the various things in the martial desolate. Wei Zhongxing patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Little Yun, the martial desolate is huge. There are many places that we are unable to explore. There is always someone better than you and there is always someone better than you. Sect Master, are there many spirit beasts in the path of the thorny devil?" Qin Yan asked. He also wanted to purchase some magical beast crystal eggs. Momo's ability was very powerful and she could see through the dark lines. If he needed her and did not have enough magical beast crystal eggs, it would be a great pity. There are, but they are all very refined. They are not that easy to kill. Wei Zhongxing said. The path of the thorny devil was a large mountain range that separated the martial desolate and the magical beast desolate lands. As long as they passed through that mountain range, they would be able to head to the magical beast desolate land. If they were strong enough, they would be able to go from the magical beast desolate land to the powerful magical desolate land. Everyone's flying magic treasures were very fast. In 2 to 3 days, they arrived outside the mountain range on the path of the thorny devil. When Qin Yan arrived, he saw that the mountain range was enveloped in a thick black aura. Here, there was a thorny devil Xian city that was also built by the divine inscription palace. Everyone entered the Xian city and arrived at the villa where the divine inscription palace was located. Bloodline warriors Qin Yun suddenly felt that in the great desolate lands, bloodline warriors should be the strongest existences. However, they were not like Totem Pavilion, who controlled the king-level sects and martial kingdoms. The Honging martial king and a few other martial kings walked up with smiles on their faces as they chatted and laughed with a few middle-aged men. Qin Yan sized up the middle-aged men who were walking over. They looked like they were dressed extravagantly and there was nothing special about them. However, he was certain that those middle-aged men were all martial kings from bloodline aristocrat families. They were all very powerful martial kings. Qin Yan followed a large group of people into the divine inscription palace. In the lobby of the first floor, there were many people standing there. This was because the martial king experts of the martial desolate, magical desolate, demon desolate and bloodline desolate domain had gathered. The collision of many auras made it seem rather strange. Mu Feng said with a smile, "The young experts from all over the world should be here. Then stand in the middle for now. I'll tell you the rules of the competition." Qin Yun and the warriors from the other 3 prefectures hurriedly walked out. Of the 4 martial artists from the 4 prefectures of the martial desolate, only one was a woman. She was Hua Wushuang from the Hua Wu country of the eastern region. Qin Yan had only just learned of the woman's name. He could not help but find it funny because Xiao Yuemei had once pretended to be Hua Wushuang to swindle others. Hua Wushuang had a beautiful face and a slightly petite figure. She wore a snow-white dress, making her look quiet and elegant. She lowered her head slightly, looking a little shy. It was obvious that she was not used to such a scene. After all, there were many people watching from all sides and they were all experts. However, such a woman was actually the strongest third-level martial Dao realm cultivator in the northern region. Everyone present looked at the blushing Hua Wushuang and were secretly surprised. The martial artist from the western region was a burly man with a full beard. He was from a king-level sect and his face was fierce. One look and one could tell that he was very strong. As for the martial artist from the southern region, he looked like a teenager. He had a tender, white, baby face and was also the shortest one. He wore a light blue skin-tight suit and had a faint smile on his face. His bright eyes were filled with excitement. This fellow looks to be only 14 or 15 years old. He's already at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm? Qin Yan could not help but be surprised. If he was only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm, it would be extremely rare. In the martial desolate, there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Soon after, the 4 people from the magical beast Desolate also walked over. They all looked like fiendish men. The strong demonic aura on their bodies made people very uncomfortable. Qin Yun is not afraid of these warriors from the magical Desolate. Then, the 4 people from the demon Desolate land walked over. Everyone in the demon Desolate land was a demon. Demons were different from beastmen. Although beastmen were humanoid, they were full of animalistic nature and retained most of the characteristics of beasts. Demons, on the other hand, were exactly the same as humans. They were demonic beasts that had transformed into humans. It could be said that they were exactly the same as humans. There were also some demons who, in order to highlight their own characteristics, allowed themselves to retain a small part of their demonic beast characteristics. For example, among the 4 people from the demon Desolate land, the only beauty had 2 cute white cat ears in her hair and a tail. It could be seen that she was a cat that had turned into a human. Following that, 4 more people walked up. These 4 were all men, and they came from bloodline aristocrat families. As soon as they arrived, they had a very strong ancient bloodline aura on their bodies. It was very frightening. The 4 burly men from the magical beast Desolate land immediately retracted their demonic aura. Their faces were filled with shock. Of the 4 bloodline warriors, 1 was from the magical beast Desolate land, 1 was from the demon Desolate land and the other 2 were from the martial Desolate land. Mufeng said with a smile, although all of you come from different desolate lands, you need to cooperate with each other in this competition. Because in the end, there will only be 4 spots to enter the ancient garden. Everyone was immediately moved. There were actually 4 spots to enter this time. Those powers had originally thought that there would only be 1 spot, so the competition would definitely be very intense. Now, we will begin the group competition. The group that wins will be able to enter the ancient garden. Mufeng said with a smile, as for this group, you are free to find your friends. However, there is a rule that each group cannot have more than 2 bloodline warriors. Even if there were 2 bloodline warriors in a group, it would still be very terrifying. Most of these 16 young experts were filled with arrogance as they looked at each other. The 4 bloodline warriors were the first to be divided into groups. In order to ensure that their group had the strongest strength, there were definitely 2 of them in the same group. They first split into 2 groups before choosing the others. Qin Yun stood on the spot, waiting to see who would choose him. The cat-eared girl wanted to join someone else's team but was rejected. After being rejected a few times, she also gave up and stood on the spot in annoyance. She did not appear embarrassed. She just stomped her feet angrily. It could be seen that she was a thick-skinned woman. As for Princess Huowushuang, she was the complete opposite. Her face was filled with nervousness as she bit her lips and looked at the others. She also wanted to find a good team but she did not dare to take the initiative to go up. In the end, there were only 4 people left who had yet to form a team. No one had chosen them. These 4 people were Qin Yun from the northern region, the youth from the southern region, Princess Wushuang from the eastern region and the beautiful cat demon from the demon Desolate land. In other words, they had automatically become a team. Qin Yun was at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm, so it was normal for him to not have a choice. The youth from the southern region looked too young and no one wanted him. Huowushuang was so shy and she was a woman, so there was even less of a choice. The cat beauty was also a woman. She was very beautiful and had a unique charm. However, she looked like she was just a flowery display, so no one wanted her. Qin Yun had also noticed that the stronger people had the initiative to choose. For example, the bloodline warriors would choose the strong devil warriors and those devil warriors would be very willing to join them. If they were to be chosen, they would also take the initiative to choose. Otherwise, if they stuck themselves up, they would be rejected repeatedly like the cat beauty. In other words, Qin Yun and company were the weakest group. Huowushuang and the youth had seen Qin Yun's martial arts competition and felt that it was not bad to be in the same group as Qin Yun. The cat beauty's face was also filled with helplessness because her group consisted of 3 people from the martial Desolate land. Compared to the magical Desolate land and the demon Desolate land, humans were indeed weaker. That was why there were 3 people left. I am Qin Yun. No matter what, we are now in the same group. I hope that we can cooperate with each other and help each other. We will try our best to defeat the other 3 groups and enter the ancient garden. Qin Yan walked over and introduced himself. I am Hua Wushuang. The shy Princess Wushuang said in a low voice. I am Lu Wudi, invincible in the world. The youth said excitedly. This name was indeed domineering. However, it made many people laugh in low voices. My name is Mao Mimi. You can also call me Mimi Cat. It's fine. The cat beauty smiled. She was quite cheerful. Although she felt that this team was not very strong, she was still satisfied. Qin Yan said, we need a captain to be in charge. Who will do it? If there's no one, then I'll do it. I have no objections. Lu Wudi said. Whatever. Mao Mimi rubbed the cute cat ears on her head and said. N. Hua Wushuang nodded and said softly. Qin Yan also felt that this team was somewhat strange. He did not know if they would be able to make it to the end. At this point, he could only work hard. Qin Yan, your 9 extinction gate doesn't have an ancient garden pass. Even if your group gets first place, you won't be able to enter. An elder of the mighty Heavenly King sect sneered. The people from the mighty Heavenly King sect and a few king-level sects were also here to watch the show. Qin Yan said with a smile, even if I can't enter, I will still take up the spot and not let anyone else in. This is better than your mighty Heavenly King sect, you can't even make it here. Many people present were somewhat surprised. That was because Qin Yan did not have an ancient garden pass. Yet, he was here to join in on the fun. Mufeng smiled and took out 16 badges. These badges were all specially made and had 1, 2, 3, 4 written on them. The badge that Qin Yan and company were given had 4 written on it. They were in the 4th group. The 1st and 2nd groups each had 2 bloodline martial artists and they were also the strongest. The 1st and 2nd groups were a combination of 2 bloodline martial artists and 2 devil martial artists. The 3rd group consisted of 3 demons and 1 martial desolate. The 4 groups that Qin Yan led consisted of 3 martial desolate warriors and 1 cat demon. The bloodline martial artists group only chose the devil warriors. This meant that in their eyes, the devil warriors were stronger than demons and humans. The 3 people from the demon desolate land clearly understood Mao Mimi very well. Furthermore, they were filled with discrimination against women. That was why they did not choose Mao Mimi. Instead, they chose the biggest among the 4 people from the martial desolate land. The reason why the Divine Inscription Palace used the method of grouping up to compete in martial arts was also to prevent those who entered the ancient gardens from being bloodline martial artists. This point was recognized by many powers. Mufeng said with a smile, I will now talk about the specific process of the competition. We will begin with 2 rounds of competition and 2 groups will be eliminated. Then, the remaining 2 groups will compete in martial arts. 2 out of 3 will win. When everyone heard this rule, they secretly frowned. In the end, it will definitely be the 1st and 2nd group that will enter the martial arts stage. That's right, if they're bloodline martial artists and devil martial artists join forces, they will definitely be the strongest. The 3rd and 4th groups are just here to join in the fun. There is no doubt that they will lose. Many people were very certain of the final result. In the next round of the competition, you will head to the path of the thorny devil and hunt spirit beasts. The 3 groups that obtain the most spirit beast cores will be able to enter the next round. The group that obtains the most spirit beast cores will be able to obtain the other 3 group spirit beast cores as a reward. The reward was quite considerable. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of spirit beast cores. Lu Wudi asked, how can we be sure that the spirit beast cores were personally killed and not given by someone else? The badge on your chest is an eye that allows us to see the process of your battle. Mufeng chuckled and said, so, you don't have to worry about anyone cheating. In the process of hunting spirit beasts, you can use anything. However, groups cannot kill each other, otherwise, you will be disqualified. Lu Wudi looked at the badge on his chest and muttered, looks like I can't pee as I please. I'll be seen. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Qin Yan felt that his chances of entering the top 3 were higher. If he could find a spirit beast, he would definitely be able to kill it. The only thing he needed to worry about was how to find a large number of spirit beasts. As for spirit beasts, they were usually in a herd of beasts, so it was not easy to kill them. The first and second groups of bloodline warriors were secretly pleased with themselves because they had made the right choice by choosing the devil warriors. Demon-chasing talisman Qin Yun was not worried that the people from Totem Pavilion would assassinate him because the badge he wore allowed him to see who did it. If Totem Pavilion were to make a move in this kind of martial arts competition, the Inscription Palace would definitely not let them off. The Thorny Devil Xian City was just beside the Thorny Devil Road. Once one left the city, they would be able to enter. Mu Feng and company sent the participants out of the Thorny Devil Profound City. They watched as the four groups of people entered the mountain shrouded in demonic energy and returned to the Divine Inscription Palace. If the team won, the entire team would be able to enter the ancient garden. If he wanted to kill more spirit beasts, he would need to cooperate properly. There's a total of 3 days. We should be able to kill quite a few spirit beasts in these 3 days. Mu Feng said with a smile, we'll be in charge of monitoring them hunting spirit beasts. If you want to watch, then watch. If you don't want to watch, you can walk around. Everyone could only patiently wait for Qin Yun and company to return. Many people followed Mu Feng to another hall. There, they could see what everyone was doing. Qin Yun led the team over a tall mountain and entered the region shrouded in demonic energy. Lu Wudi said, if we are unable to find a spirit beast, wouldn't we lose for sure? When you feel like it, think of a way to find a spirit beast. Qin Yun looked at Hu Wushuang and Mimi and asked, do you have a way to quickly find a spirit beast? I can, but I only know that there are some nearby. I can't find one that's far away. Mao Mimi was a little embarrassed. Hu Wushuang shook her head gently, I'm sorry, I don't have a way to find spirit beasts either. Only 3 days. Qin Yun frowned and said, you guys wait here for me, I need to get something. Mao Mimi asked in a low voice, Qin Yun, you seem to be at the second level of the martial Dao realm but you look quite strong. However, you do not have the ancient garden pass. Even if you work hard to lead us to first place, you will not be able to enter the ancient garden. Lu Wudi said, Mao Mimi, you don't know this but Qin Yun has killed a few totem martial artists. A dual martial spirit martial artist from Totem Pavilion turned him into ashes with just 2 palms. He's very strong. When Mao Mimi heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Dual totem warriors were all killed by him? Lu Wudi said, I saw it with my own eyes, I won't lie to you. My master said that Qin Yun is able to match a 4th level martial body martial artist. He might even be able to tie with a bloodline martial artist. Qin Yun took out a furnace, a forging hammer and a forging platform. He said, I'll make a talisman first. What talisman are you making? Lu Wudi was immediately filled with interest and quickly ran over to ask. Devil-chasing talisman. Qin Yun smiled. It can track down powerful evil devil auras. This will allow us to quickly find spirit beasts. Amazing. Hu Wushuang said in surprise. Mao Mimi hurriedly ran over and looked at Qin Yun's equipment. You are also an inscription master. It's rare to see someone who can both fight and craft talismans. Qin Yun said with a smile, now, everyone, please be vigilant of your surroundings. Let me craft talismans in peace. We must charge into first place. Those bloodline warriors and many others look down on us. Therefore, we must let them know that we are the strongest. Lu Wudi nodded heavily, that's right. Mao Mimi also became excited and said, when I joined their team, they ignored me and treated me like a sick cat. I'm very strong. Hu Wushuang nodded as well. It's great to be in the same group as you. As Qin Yun crafted talismans, he chatted with them. Mao Mimi was indeed a cat and she had the wind and thunder attribute. She said that she was the fastest and most agile and had very powerful cat claws. Hu Wushuang did not say what kind of martial spirit she had. She only said that she was good at long-range attacks and knew Xianxia. She could use her martial spirit to release a powerful force to attack a distant target. Although Lu Wudi was a young and inexperienced youth, he was very straightforward and cheerful. He always had a smile on his face and was always laughing. His martial spirit was very powerful. It was a purplish gold earth dragon martial spirit. This was a legendary beast martial spirit. Qin Yun spent half a day to refine a top-grade devil-chasing talisman that could be used repeatedly. As for the devil-chasing talisman, it was the star rune he had obtained from the Blue Spirit Star Palace. After I activate this talisman, as long as I follow this talisman, I'll be able to find someone with a strong demonic power. Qin Yan said, Mimi, when the time comes, we'll need you to sense if it's a spirit beast that we can defeat. If it's too strong, we'll find another target. Lu Wudi said excitedly, Big Brother Qin, is your talisman really useful? If I can quickly kill a spirit beast, you don't need to do anything. I can kill it by myself. Hu Wushuang looked at Qin Yan with a face full of worship. She did not know why, but when she was with Qin Yan and company, she was no longer as shy. Of course it's useful. Qin Yan smiled as he activated the devil-chasing talisman and shouted, Let's go. The devil-chasing talisman immediately floated up and flew in a certain direction. After finding a direction, Qin Yan kept the talisman and ran in that direction with his teammates. This talisman was a bone talisman. If it ran out of energy, it could be used again and again. Lu Wudi, Hu Wushuang and Mao Mimi knew nothing about inscriptions, so they did not know what the devil-chasing talisman meant. In a spacious hall in the Divine Inscription Palace, everyone let out a burst of exclamations. They had just seen the entire process of Qin Yan crafting the devil-chasing talisman through their badges. Qin Yan also knew about this matter. Therefore, when he was inscribing the star runes, he was especially careful to avoid being seen. This Qin Yan is truly a genius. What he had just inscribed was a star rune. And it was carved so well. A Xian inscription master present exclaimed. This devil-chasing talisman is extremely rare. If you really have it, you will be able to quickly chase down a spirit beast. This is a very good thing. How could Qin Yan have such an ancient star rune? This is a taboo rune. Mu Feng also knew that Qin Yan had passed the high-ranked spirit inscription master exam. However, when he saw Qin Yan use the star runes, he was still extremely surprised. He said, the so-called star and moon runes are taboo runes. It's because no one has them, that's why they demonize them. Actually, that's not the case. Many city-protecting formations have the shadow of star and moon runes. A powerful Dao artifact is also indispensable for star and moon runes. Therefore, please do not criticize Qin Yan because of this matter. In the eyes of our Divine Inscription Palace, the taboo rune is a joke. Originally, there were people who were planning to use this to make a big fuss, but when they heard Mu Feng's words, they all shut up. There were quite a few martial kings here. The Dao inscription masters they knew all had star and moon runes, and they often used them. The Hongying martial king hurriedly walked to Wei Zhongxing's side and asked, Sect Master Wei, if Qin Yan returns, can you get him to help you create a devil-chasing talisman? I will definitely give him a satisfactory price. When the other martial kings heard this, they all came over and asked Wei Zhongxing to entrust Qin Yan with the task of creating the devil-chasing talisman. Even the people from the Demon Desolate Land and the bloodline aristocrat families came over to get close to Wei Zhongxing. Wei Zhongxing was naturally very happy, but he had only agreed to help pass the message to Qin Yan. He could not guarantee that Qin Yan would help him make it. Hong Mengshu watched from the side. When she saw that Qin Yan was able to earn many purple coins by crafting talismans, she was amazed. Everyone looked at the four teams in the hall and suddenly felt that it was possible for Qin Yan and company to enter the top 3. This was because they had the devil-chasing talisman and could quickly find magical beasts. Although there were devil warriors in the first and second groups, they used the same old method to search for spirit beasts. By observing the traces on the ground, they sensed the weak aura of spirit beasts or tracked the patrolling magical beasts. In short, the speed at which the devil warriors searched for spirit beasts was not as fast as Qin Yan and company. This was the power of an inscription master. It was more convenient to do things through various inscriptions. In less than an hour, Mao Mimi sensed that there was a horde of magical beasts nearby. Qin Yan could also let Momo sense it, but there were too many people watching, so he could not expose Momo. Even a bloodline aristocrat family would want to have a high priest of the demon fairy race. I can sense 3 spirit beasts. They are all rank 2 or 3 spirit beasts. We can deal with them. Mao Mimi said in a low voice. Lu Wudi said, Big Brother Qin, let's talk about tactics first so that we won't get flustered. Wu Shuang, how strong are your attacks from afar? Can you kill a spirit beast? Qin Yan asked. Not really. However, it can injure a spirit beast. Even if it isn't injured, its movements will become sluggish. Hu Shuang's voice was very gentle. She was no longer as shy as before, and when she spoke, there was a faint sweet smile on her face. Qin Yan nodded and looked at Mao Mimi. He asked, Mimi, are you good at close combat? My cat claws were born for close combat. Mao Mimi let out a coquettish meow. Suddenly, sharp claws appeared on her claws, like daggers. Lu Wudi said, Big brother Qin, I'm also good at close combat and my speed isn't slow either. Let me charge in front later. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, let's first determine the location of the spirit beasts. Then, little Lu and Mimi will rush over. At the same time, Wu Shuang will also use her Xian technique to attack from afar. As for me, I'll be by Wu Shuang's side. While protecting her, I'll also attack from afar to cover you guys. Mao Mimi and company nodded. Following that, they continued to approach the horde of magical beasts. Qin Yan seemed to have taken out a round bead and controlled it to float in the air. Through the bead, he could see what was on the ground. Then, he took out a large round mirror. The spirit eye saw the situation on the ground and projected it onto the mirror. Wu Shuang, the magical beast horde is here. The largest ones should be spirit beasts. Qin Yan pointed at the few giant crocodiles in the mirror and said. Heavy spirit iron. After Wu Shuang determined the location and distance, she nodded. About 900 meters. Qin Yan said with a smile, that's good. Little Lu, Mimi, attack now. Qin Yan said. It was morning and there was plenty of light. They could also see the black crocodile in the ravine. Lu Wudi and Mao Mimi rushed towards the ravine at an extremely fast speed. Mao Mimi did not use any weapons. Her cat claws were very powerful weapons. Lu Wudi's weapon was a blue spear. Their speed was very fast, especially Lu Wudi. His speed was actually comparable to Mao Mimi, who was using the power of wind and thunder to fly. Hu Shuang also released a powerful force in an instant. Through the spirit eye in the air, Qin Yan could see the illusion of a mountain suddenly appear in front of him. The mountain pressed down with a boom sound. Immediately, the mountain shook and the earth shook. The nearby mountains also quickly collapsed. There were 70 to 80 magical beasts in the horde, but only 3 spirit beasts were still alive. Although the 3 spirit beasts were still alive, they were severely injured. Mao Mimi and Lu Wudi rushed out. They had originally planned to show off their skills, but now, they were stunned. Qin Yan stared at Hu Shuang with widened eyes. He never expected that this shy and quiet girl would display such terrifying power. Mo, who was in the first beat of the 9 Yang divine spirit, said in a low voice, Brother Yun, that was the power of the mountain totem. Her martial spirit should also be the mountain martial spirit. Qin Yan had also seen that the illusory mountain was purplish golden color. In other words, it was the purple gold mountain martial spirit, which could be considered a legendary martial spirit, coupled with the power of the mountain totem. It was indeed terrifying. After Lu Wudi and Mao Mimi recovered from their shock, they quickly harvested the lives of the 3 spirit beasts. Wu Shuang, did you consume a lot of energy? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. I used 30% of my strength just now. Hu Shuang said worriedly, Big brother Qin, did I not do well enough? Very good. Qin Yan said with a smile, Wu Shuang, you're really amazing. Hu Shuang heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a sweet smile. Following that, they ran over and collected the spirit beast cores together. When the people in the Divine Inscription Palace saw Hu Shuang's move just now, they were all greatly surprised and exclaimed in admiration. The reason for that was because no one had expected that a woman who was so afraid of strangers would actually be able to unleash such a terrifying power. Everyone understood that Hu Shuang had relied on his own ability to become the number 1 third-level martial Dao realm cultivator in the eastern region. Old Hua, was that a mysterious technique just now? A martial king asked. Hu Wang was a middle-aged man who was also Hu Shuang's father. He chuckled, that's right, it's the heavenly mountain suppression mysterious art. He was worried about his daughter just now, but after seeing that Qin Yan could make talismans and took good care of Hu Shuang, he felt relieved. King Hu looked at Wei Zhongxing and said with a smile, Elder Wei, this disciple of your 9 extinction gate is truly a rare genius. They might even be able to get first place. The martial kings behind Xianxia and company are all together. After all, their disciples are in the same group, so they are all gathered together to chat. I hope so. Wei Zhongxing smiled. Suddenly, someone dampened his enthusiasm. Don't even think about it. The following matches are best of 3. Although your fourth group is powerful, can you beat 2 bloodline martial artists? Xianxia can craft talismans and kill a dual totem warrior. He is indeed very powerful. But at most, he can only fight on par with a bloodline martial artist. A bloodline martial artist can fight 2 4th-level martial artists alone. Even if it's a 5th-level martial artist, he can still fight. Now, everyone was certain that the final victor would be the first or second group with a bloodline martial artist. On Xianxia's side, he successfully obtained 3 spirit beast cores and 8 magical beast crystal eggs. Originally, he wanted to split the magical beast crystal eggs equally. However, Xianxia really needed them. Therefore, he used purple coins to compensate Lu Wudi and company. A magical beast crystal egg was only worth 10 to 20,000 purple coins. Xianxia had more than 9 million purple coins in his hands. It was enough to buy a lot. Hua Wushuang had consumed the most energy. 30% of her strength was gone in an instant. Therefore, Xianxia took out a 9-yang spirit convergence array and allowed her to sit inside to absorb and recover. Sister Wushuang, you can just use 20% of your strength next time. Otherwise, we won't even need to fight. Lu Wudi laughed, this way, you won't consume that much energy. Mao Mimi smiled and said, Wushuang, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. Next time, use 20% of your strength. If there are more spirit beasts, use more. Xianxia did not make a move earlier. He had planned to use the Imperial Spirit technique and control a saber to slash at them. Hua Wushuang was very happy to know that she could be of great help to everyone. From the beginning, she was worried that she would drag everyone down. After resting for a while, Xianxia took out the devil-chasing talisman and continued searching for the magical beast horde. And now, the other 3 groups had yet to find a magical beast horde. However, Xianxia and company had begun searching for the second batch of magical beasts. At this moment, the ones who were most worried were the 3 powers of the Demon Desolate Land and the Western region. This was because if this continued, their third group would most likely be eliminated. Because of the devil-chasing talisman, Xianxia and company could quickly find the magical beast horde. The area they were in was only the outer part of the thorny devil road and was still far from the center. The magical beasts they had found here were all relatively weak. As long as they found a magical beast horde and determined their location, Hua Wushuang would use her mysterious technique and release a mountain to crush the magical beasts to death. Only a few injured spirit beasts remained. Following that, Lu Wudi and Mao Mimi rushed over and killed the spirit beasts. Xianxia did not need to do anything. All he needed to do was protect Hua Wushuang and control a saber to help Mao Mimi and Lu Wudi. They could easily annihilate a horde of magical beasts. The crowd that had been watching the battle secretly sighed at Xianxia and company's efficiency. In just half a day, Xianxia and company had killed 5 magical beast hordes and obtained 13 spirit beast cores. As for the first and second groups, there were 3 and 2 respectively. There was not a single one in the third group. This was a huge gap. The martial king from the bloodline aristocrat family was filled with regret. Because previously, their bloodline warriors had the greatest choice. If they had chosen Xianxia and Hua Wushuang back then, they would definitely be number 1 now. Xianxia is the core of the team. Without him, no matter how strong he is, it would be useless. Hua Wuwang exclaimed, a genius inscription master with such strong combat strength is truly rare. Everyone secretly nodded their heads. 3 days passed by quickly. Xianxia and company could kill 7 or 8 magical beast hordes every day and obtain 20 spirit beast cores. Now, they had a total of 61 spirit beast cores. As for the magical beast crystal eggs, there were as many as 200. If they were to be sold, even if it was 4 million purple coins, it would still be a very considerable income. Originally, Xianxia had wanted to buy them from Hua Wushuang and company. They only wanted purple coins at the beginning and didn't want anything else. Although their personalities were different, they were not stupid. They knew the importance of befriending Xianxia. Now, it was equivalent to selling a favor to Qin Yun. The first round of the competition ended and the 4 teams returned to the Divine Inscription Palace. Without any suspense, Qin Yun and company obtained first place with a total of 61 Spirit Beast cores. The second group was the second group, with a total of 27. The third group was the third group, with a total of 23. The third group was the smallest, only 10. The most shocking thing was that their 3 groups added together were not as many as Qin Yun's fourth group. The 3 groups could not accept such an outcome because they believed that their group was stronger than Qin Yun's group. Especially when they knew that Qin Yun was using the devil-chasing talisman to search for magical beasts, they were even more unconvinced. Even if they were unconvinced, there was nothing they could do. The third group had been eliminated and were unable to enter the next round. Now, they regretted not being with Qin Yun. Qin Yun and company had also obtained the Spirit Beast cores from the other 3 groups. There were exactly 60 of them. Originally, Qin Yun had wanted to split the Spirit Beast cores equally with Lu Wudi and company. However, the elders had made the decision to give them all to Qin Yun. The Honging Martial King said with a smile, "Next, you can rest for a day. The second round will begin the day after tomorrow. Little friends, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Can you give me some face?" "Old Eagle, you're too polite." "What face, let's go." A gray-robed old man with a jade crown said with a smile. This old man was the sect leader of the Beast King sect in the southern region. His nickname was the Beast Taming King. Hong Mangshu was also a lively and talkative woman. She walked over and pulled Mao Mimi and Wu Shuang's hands as they walked towards the hotel in the city. When Qin Yun arrived at the hotel, he knew that these martial kings wanted a devil-chasing talisman. They offered 500,000 purple coins each. He really did not expect the devil-chasing talisman could be sold for such a high price. He didn't need much time to refine the devil-chasing talisman, so he agreed. Their 9 extinction profound gate was currently weak. Among the king-level powers in the northern region, only the Hongwu country dared to approach them. However, the powers of the other prefectures were not afraid. Therefore, it was not bad to be able to befriend the king-level powers of the other prefectures. In the hotel, Qin Yun hurriedly refined 7 devil-chasing talismans. 3 of them were given to Wei Zhongxing so that he could sell them based on the situation. As for the other 4, they were sold to Hong Ying and the other 3 martial kings. Qin Yun had earned 2 million purple coins in an instant. At night, Qin Yun continued crafting talismans in the secret room of the hotel. At dawn, he only came out to eat and drink with everyone before returning to craft talismans. After resting for a day, everyone headed for the Divine Inscription Palace. Today, the second round of the competition would begin. If this round of competition was over, the next round would be the martial arts competition. When Mu Feng saw that all 3 groups had arrived, he said, "Today's competition is about weightlifting. The method of the competition is for each group of you to head to the heavy spirit iron vein of our Divine Inscription Palace. It's not far from here. With your speed, you can go back and forth in an hour. What you need to do is to move the heavy spirit iron ore here. The 2 groups that move the most will be able to enter the final competition." Lu Wudi said, "Isn't this a competition? Why is it called weightlifting?" Mu Feng said, "If you want to carry more, you have to lift it up. Because you can't use storage spirit artifacts during the process, you can only use bigger boxes to carry it. You can only lift it with your hands above your head." Each shows his own unique skill. Qin Yun felt that the difficulty of the competition was still very high. The 2 groups they were facing had 2 totem warriors and 1 devil warrior respectively. Totem martial artists and devil martial artists were both very strong, and this was related to whether or not they could enter the final battle, so they would definitely fight even harder. Someone will accompany us on the way to prevent any other problems. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said, "You guys have to be careful. You can't fly when you're in the box. You have to run on the ground. In other words, both feet must touch the ground." When Qin Yun and company heard that, they found it even more difficult. If one were to run while carrying a heavy load, it would be very easy to sink into the soft mud. Moreover, one would have to climb over mountains. Therefore, when running, he had to use more Qinggong inner force to make his body lighter. At that time, he would have to lift a large box of heavy spirit iron. His body would definitely be heavier, and he would need to consume even more Qinggong inner force. Mao Mimi chuckled, my wind and thunder martial spirit should be able to make things easier. Qin Yan looked at Lu Wudi and Wu Wushuang and felt that they should be fine. We must do our best and enter the final battle. Qin Yan said. The bloodline martial artists and devil martial artists in the first and second groups were all very disdainful. They all felt that Qin Yan and company obtained first place in the first round because they were opportunistic, and the second round required true strength. The end time is tomorrow morning. Let's begin. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he flew in front. When going to the mine, you can fly over. When carrying the heavy spirit iron ore, you have to run. On the way, Mu Feng continued to add some specific rules. Qin Yan and company followed behind Mu Feng. They did not need to worry about being attacked by magical beasts. Lu Wudi asked, Chief Steward, how many pounds does the largest box weigh? Mu Feng said with a smile, the heavy spirit iron ore is very heavy. The largest box is about 3 meters long and wide and is filled with heavy spirit iron ore again. It's almost 1,000,000 gene per box. For someone at the third level of the martial Dao realm, it was not too difficult to run while lifting 1,000,000 kilograms with all his might. The difficult part was that he had to go back and forth multiple times. At this time, it was time to test a martial artist's recovery ability and endurance. Soon, they arrived at the mine. It could be seen that there were originally many mountains here, but now they had all been dug flat, and the ground had also been dug into several huge sinkholes. Adding heavy spirit iron during artifact forging could increase the weight and strength of the artifact, and it was a commonly used material. Mu Feng led Qin Yan and company to a place with many large and small boxes. The boxes were filled with heavy spirit iron ore again. Even without refining, these ores were already very heavy. Alright, you can begin now. Mu Feng said with a smile. The people in the first and second groups started very quickly. First, 2 people worked together to lift the box and let one person go under the box to hold it. The boxes that they chose were also the largest boxes that weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Due to the fact that the time it took to make a round trip was about the same, choosing the largest box would allow him to transport more heavy spirit iron ores back. It wasn't easy to lift the box by themselves, and it was a very energy-consuming process. They needed to coordinate with each other. Can all of you withstand such weight? Asked Qin Yan. No problem. Lu Wudi nodded. Mao Mimi and Wu Wushuang also nodded. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he used the Imperial Spirit Art and combined his mental energy with his Dao energy to lift up a box. Little Lu, you go first. When the people in the first and second groups saw this, they were somewhat surprised. They never expected Qin Yan's mental strength to be so terrifying. He could actually lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds. As his cultivation increased, Qin Yan's mental strength became stronger and stronger. As long as he was resting or sleeping, he would cultivate the Star Yang Heart Sutra and use the stars to refine his mind to increase his mental strength. Big brother Qin, your mental strength is really powerful. Lu Wudi exclaimed and lifted the large box with both hands. I'll be leaving first. Lu Wudi held the box high, maintaining its balance and stability, and then began to run. Following him were Mao Mimi and Wu Wushuang. Although they were all delicate women, their strength was far from being ordinary. Especially Mao Mimi, she was holding the large box with one hand and was still able to run very lightly. Mao Mimi used the power of the wind to gently lift the box and make her movement technique light and agile. Wu Wushuang was not bad either. She did not feel heavy lifting the large box. After using her movement technique, her speed was also very fast. After all, she had the purple mountain martial spirit and the mountain totem. Her strength was also very terrifying. If the martial spirit was compatible with the totem, the superimposed power would increase even more. Furthermore, Wu Wushuang's mountain totem martial spirit was innate and not carved into it like the totem pavilion. Therefore, it was also very powerful. Even the 3 totems on Qin Yan's body were formed after birth. As for Wu Wushuang's mountain totem, it was born along with her martial spirit. This was the most powerful aspect of her. Qin Yan lifted the box with extreme ease. As he stepped into the martial Dao realm, the Nether Sun Dao core formed a second life mark. There was a strange energy that he could use as he pleased. It was the energy that could change the weight of things. When he was in the martial body realm, although he could use it, the time he could use it was very short because it could drain his energy in an instant. And now, with the great Tao life marks and Tao energy, the consumption of this energy was not that great. Therefore, the box that Qin Yun was carrying looked very light. He was the last one to set off, but he quickly caught up. His movement technique was the mysterious star steps. This was an earth tier movement technique. When he used his Tao energy to execute it, his speed was even faster. Although Qin Yun had the dragon-resisting boots, he did not wear them. During the competition, external forces were not allowed. Once discovered, the entire group would be disqualified. "Captain, when you get back, we can all go up the boxes ourselves. You don't have to wait for us when you get back. Time is of the essence," Mao Mimi said. "Is that really possible?" Qin Yun asked. "Big brother Qin, I can release a small mountain and let it rise from the ground of the box. Then, I can walk under the box," Hua Wushuang said. "My Earth Dragon martial spirit can also drill out from the ground and lift the box," Lu Wudi said with a smile. Mao Mimi smiled and said, "I can use the power of the wind to float the box." "That's great. Then I'll go over first." Qin Yun smiled and quickened his pace. With a thud, he ran to the front and caught up to the bloodline warriors. The ones who ran the fastest were the two bloodline warriors. The devil warriors and the other two bloodline warriors were only slightly faster than Lu Wudi and the others. It's not enough to rely on Big Brother Qin alone. We have to catch up as well. If we fall behind them, we'll lose. After Lu Wudi finished speaking, he also started running. Following that, Mao Mimi and Hua Wushuang also increased their speed. Their faces were filled with seriousness as they ran wildly. They quickly caught up to the two devil warriors and left them behind. The devil warriors who were being chased felt a wave of displeasure in their hearts. They could not understand why Lu Wudi and company, who looked very thin and small, had such terrifying strength. This was because the devil warriors all believed that the stronger the body, the stronger the strength. At that moment, Qin Yun had already caught up to the two bloodline warriors. His speed was close to theirs. An hour later, they arrived at the plaza outside the Divine Inscription Palace and put down the box. Qin Yun and the two bloodline warriors were the first to arrive. The moment they put down the box, they immediately ran back and quickly headed for the mining area. As he ran back, Qin Yun used the combination of mysterious star steps and teleportation meteor to increase his speed. Especially after leaving the city, his speed in the air was unbelievably fast. The speed of the two bloodline warriors was also very fast. Their bodies emitted a dense bloodline aura. They have beast bloodlines. Momo also sensed it. What bloodline are they? Qin Yun asked hurriedly. I don't know because it's not strong enough. Momo said, Big brother Yun, when you compete with them, try your best to hide your bloodline power. Don't let them discover it. Why? Qin Yun asked with a frown. No matter where it is, the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan are very jealous. Those who are not from the bloodline aristocrat clan but have bloodline inheritance. Momo said, if you are unable to prove the origin of your heavenly lion bloodline, they will attack you. Even the heavenly lion bloodline is very rare in the bloodline aristocrat clan. They will definitely want it as well. When Qin Yun heard this, he felt very uncomfortable. However, he could only accept it. Otherwise, he would be in even more trouble. The bloodline aristocrat clan was not to be trifled with. He did not want to cause any more trouble for Wei Zhongxing. Running back and forth while carrying a heavy object was indeed very tiring. However, everyone could only persevere. The most relaxed was Qin Yun. That was why he was able to maintain a very uniform speed. In the end, he was much faster than the bloodline warriors. What made him gratified was that Mao Mimi and Hua Wushuang were able to persevere. They looked very tired but they did not have any intention of giving up. They always chose the biggest box. In the last 4 to 6 hours, they were all persevering beyond their limits, constantly tapping into their potential. Although Lu Wudi was panting, he looked better than Mao Mimi and Hua Wushuang. When he saw Qin Yan still running easily in front of him, he could not help but say, "Big brother Qin is truly a freak. He looks even stronger than the bloodline warriors." Not only him, even the bloodline martial artists and devil martial artists were shocked by Qin Yan's astonishing endurance. Everyone was waiting in the plaza. Naturally, they saw that Qin Yan was the fastest every time. Furthermore, he did not look tired at all. Mu Feng was also very sure that Qin Yan did not use any spirit artifacts to assist him. Everyone present secretly guessed that Qin Yan was hiding a very powerful strength. The sky finally brightened. The plaza was filled with large boxes that were placed in 4 different areas. When the 4 teams brought the boxes back, the people from the Divine Inscription Palace also began to weigh them. At this moment, the second round of the competition had ended. The Divine Inscription Palace would immediately know the result. 4th group first, total weight 10. 5 million jin. Second group second, total weight 9. 5 million jin. Everyone was in an uproar. The first group with bloodline warriors and devil warriors was actually in 3rd place. This meant that they had been eliminated. The second group was only 5 or 6 boxes behind the first group, and the reason why the first group had such a good result was because Qin Yan had brought back so many boxes. From the looks of it, his strength was no weaker than a bloodline warrior. End of chapter 420. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.